Chapter 1. Luji gazed at his chubby little hands, a torrent of bewilderment coursing through his mind. The weather was clear and cloudless as Luji ambled home, clutching the newly acquired figurine. I never anticipated finding such an astonishingly accurate replica of the Panku treasure box indeed. What Luji held was the very Panku treasure box that sealed away the 8 great demons from the animated series, Jackie Chan Adventures. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down, precisely hitting the jubilant Luji. What the hell? Thunder on a sunny day, and it strikes me. In an instant, Luji lost consciousness. While onlookers were startled by the sudden lightning, when they came to inspect, all that remained was a charred patch on the ground. When Luji opened his eyes again, he beheld his plump little hands and immediately realized he had been reborn. Is this some kind of far-fetched plot twist aimed at me? Just then, a wave of pain surged through his head, causing him to faint once more. Luji's consciousness then found itself in a white void. Where am I? This is your consciousness space. Who is speaking? I am you. What? You are me. At that moment, a box materialized before Luji, and upon closer inspection, it was the very Panku treasure box he had discovered. This box has separated me from your soul, to be precise. I'm a fragment of your essence. That headache earlier was your doing indeed. I merely came to bid you farewell. This box is continuously absorbing me. What about me? You are unharmed after my absorption. Your body will still possess 2 souls, though one will lack consciousness soon after. Luji collapsed again, and when he reopened his eyes, he found himself back in the real world. What in the world? Why do I have 2 souls? Why have I been reborn? Why is there a Panku treasure box within me? At that moment, an elderly man enveloped Luji in a warm embrace. Ha ha, this is my grandson. How adorable. Upon seeing the old man's face, Luji's eyes widened in astonishment. Monki D. Garp. This name burst forth from Luji's mind, and he quickly realized he had entered the world of One Piece, seemingly becoming the protagonist, Luffy. Garp found a snot-nosed, wide-eyed child before him, rather unsettling. Garp. Am I frightening? He immediately turned to a bystander, a bit. Garp. Ha ha, from now on, you shall be known as Monki D. Luji. Garp then looked at Luji and remarked, Luji, am I not Luffy? Am I Garp's other grandson? Just then, a soldier rushed over report to Vice Admiral Garp. Admiral Sengoku has summoned you back to Navy headquarters for an urgent matter. Garp understood, embracing Luji. He carried him into the room and gently placed him in the prepared crib. Watching Garp leave the room, Luji let out a sigh of relief. What is happening? I am Garp's grandson, yet I am not Luffy. Is this truly the world of the Pirate King? After much contemplation, Luji ultimately decided to abandon his futile thoughts. It was better to take things one step at a time. At that moment, Luji found himself intrigued by the treasure box within him. What purpose did this object serve? Calming his mind, he began to sense the box inside him, and soon, his consciousness arrived before the Panku treasure box. However, he was at a loss as to what to do next. What is the purpose of this item? Is it perhaps sealing the 8 great demonic forces, as in the original story? Just as Luji pondered, the treasure box suddenly unleashed a surge of power, propelling him back into the reality of the world. Damn it, how rebellious. You reside within me, and I haven't even asked for rent. Upon returning to the real world, Luji was suddenly overcome with drowsiness. It dawned on him that he was still an infant, and sleeping was indeed a part of his daily routine. Gradually, he drifted off into slumber. Meanwhile, Garp had arrived on the deck, gazing towards the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Roger, what are you truly up to? Indeed, the primary reason Steelbone Kong had summoned Garp back was due to Roger's surrender, causing the majority of the Navy's forces to return to headquarters. Not only Garp, but during this period, Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru were also hurrying toward the Marine headquarters, along with the then Commodores Akainu, Kazan, and Borsellino. Furthermore, intelligence indicated that the flying pirate crew, led by the Golden Lion Shiki, intended to stage a prison break, as Shiki did not believe Roger would surrender. As someone who had once subdued rocks, Garp had to return to the Marine headquarters to oversee Roger, preventing any interference from various factions. The mere thought of Roger clenched Garp's fist to him. Roger was not merely a pirate, but rather an adventurer and a friend with whom he had shared both love and rivalry. Garp yearned to confront Roger directly, seeking clarity on his true intentions and objectives. After 3 days and nights of sailing, Garp's warship finally reached Marine headquarters at Marineford. Cradled in Garp's arms, Luji gazed at the gate of justice before him, his heart swelling with a single thought. Majestic. Soon after, Garp disembarked with Luji in his arms. When a soldier approached him, Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Kong requests your immediate presence in the Admiral's office. Understood, Garp replied. He then bent his legs slightly and propelled himself forward, allowing Luji to experience a fleeting sensation of flight. You can fly, but why throw me around like this? Garp landed gracefully at the entrance of the Admiral's office, extending his right hand to catch Luji securely as he descended inside the heart of Lucky. Despair began to take root. As he encountered Garp, who was akin to a grandfather, what unspeakable deeds had he committed in his previous life to be met with such retribution? Garp remarked, "You haven't cried truly, you're my grandson. Curse your grandfather, I'm about to wet myself." At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing a man with a voluminous hairstyle none other than the future fleet admiral, Sengoku. Sengoku exclaimed, "Garp, you're so slow you're the last one here," Garp replied. No rush, Sengoku, then noticed Lucky cradled in Garp's arms. "Is this your grandson?" Garp chuckled, "Indeed, this is my grandson." Monkey D. Lucky, Sengoku remarked, "This little fellow is quite spirited. Come on, let's discuss the execution of Roger." Garp nodded, but Lucky's composure shattered at the mention of Roger's execution. The execution of Gol Droger, the Pirate King, has just been announced, which means Ace and Luffy have yet to be born. Him about to become Luffy's older brother. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Lucky was carried into the office by Garp upon entering. Garp immediately captured everyone's attention, who then turned their gazes towards the child in his arms. Lucky felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he recognized several figures in the office in addition to the future Fleet Admiral Sengoku. There was also the future Marine Chief of Staff, Tsuru, the Marine Corps Chief Instructor, Zifa, and the three future admirals. Fujitora, Kazan, and Sakazuki. Seated at the head of the table was the current Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku questioned, "Garp, why are you still holding a child?" Garp replied, "This is my grandson, Lucky. I didn't have time to return him to the East Blue before you summoned me with that." Garp placed Lucky on the table, eliciting a resigned expression from Sengoku, who felt powerless to protest. Tsuru, enchanted by Lucky's adorable appearance, exclaimed, "Garp, how can you be so unattractive while your grandson is so charming?" Garp's forehead twitched in irritation. Meanwhile, Lucky surveyed the room and chose a direction to crawl toward, quickly arriving before a man clad in a red suit, none other than Akainu, one of the future admirals. Lucky pondered deeply. Having arrived in the world of pirates, he must intervene during the Paramount War. He could not bear to witness Ace and Whitebeard perish, nor could he ignore the ties binding him to this reality yet. With his current strength, he felt woefully inadequate. As a transmigrator without any system, he was merely endowed with a rebellious box within him. After much contemplation, the only viable course of action seemed to be cultivating a favorable relationship with Akainu, subtly influencing his character. This way, he hoped to alter the outcomes of the Paramount War. If all else failed, he could intervene, confident that a good rapport would shield him from harm. To speak candidly, Luffy does not harbor any disdain towards Akainu. Rather, he possesses a modicum of admiration for him. Each individual has their own responsibilities, and Akainu is merely fulfilling his obligations to his position. Furthermore, Luffy has never entertained the notion of becoming a pirate. The prospect of leisurely earning a living as a member of the Navy is far more appealing to him. The Navy is replete with abundant resources, and Luffy aspires to harness these resources to enhance his own strength. He is by no means a coward. It is simply that he currently finds himself in a position of weakness, akin to a mere fledgling upon the vast ocean. Meanwhile, Sakazuki gazes down at the child before him. Slowly raising his hands, Kapu senses an ominous turn of events in his mind. Sakazuki is not a benevolent individual. At that moment, Sakazuki scoops Luffy into his embrace, using his other hand to pluck a rose from his chest and placing it directly into Luffy's hands. Sakazuki remarks, "I quite like this little fellow." The surrounding onlookers are left agape, utterly astonished to hear such words emanate from Sakazuki. Naturally, Luffy, nestled in Sakazuki's arms, is equally taken aback. "Is it possible that I possess such charm?" Luffy glances at the rose in his hand, bringing it to his nose to inhale its fragrance, which he finds rather delightful. Nearby, Zephyr leans in with curiosity. Zephyr comments, "Kapu, your grandson is extraordinary." At this juncture, Luffy becomes aware of Zephyr's presence. Black Arm Zephyr, Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, the future Chief Instructor of the Navy. "I must surely align myself with such a figure." Luffy then extends his hand towards Zephyr, donning an innocent and genuine smile. Sakazuki immediately comprehends Luffy's intention and transfers him into Zephyr's arms, who readily accepts the child. Observing Luffy's affectionate interaction with both Zephyr and Sakazuki, Kapu's heart shatters, his expression resembling one who has tasted something quite unpleasant. Nearby, Tsuru inquires, "What troubles you?" Kapu replies, "That is my grandson. He has never bestowed upon me such a radiant smile. Do I appear intimidating?" Tsuru retorts, "What else could it be?" Kapu promptly retreats into a state of despondency. On the other side, Zephyr gazes fondly at Luffy. "My youthful heart. Kapu, will you permit your grandson to join the Navy?" Kapu affirms, Absolutely, my grandson is destined to become a member of the Navy Zephyr States. Very well. Ensure this lad is entrusted to me. I wish to be his mentor. Kapu interjects. That is out of the question. I shall personally instruct him. Just as Kapu finishes speaking, Luffy bursts into tears, preferring death over having Kapu as his teacher. Noticing his grandchild in distress, Kapu becomes flustered, for he is not adept at comforting children in a moment of inspiration. Kapu declares, Luffy, your grandfather will no longer teach you, let Zephyr take over. As soon as Kapu utters these words, Luffy's tears seize Kapu's heart again. Shatters. Zephyr chuckles. Ha ha ha. It seems you have chosen me with that. Zephyr gently caresses Luffy's cherubic face at that moment. Sakazuki spoke up. Teacher Zifa, I also wish to contend for the position of Teacher Luji. At this point, Carp hoped to see Luji shed tears, as it would afford him a semblance of dignity. Yet, Luji not only refrained from crying, but instead smiled. Carp's heart shattered once more, disintegrating into a fine dust nearby. Sengoku jested. What is broken? Without hesitation, Crane chimed in. It is that fellow's heart. She casually gestured towards Carp, who was crouched in the corner of the office, erupted in a chorus of laughter. With the exception of Carp, meanwhile, Zifa and Sakazuki continued to vie for the position of Teacher Luji beside them. Borsellino observed the scene and remarked, Oh dear, how terrifying. Even I wish to contend for this, Teacher Zifa. Scram. Sakazuki. Scram. Both responded in unison. Borsellino. All right, then at that moment, the imposing figure of Steelbone Kong, presiding at the head of the table, interjected, enough of your bickering. Luji shall choose his own teacher in due time. For now, we must discuss the execution of Roger and the prison break orchestrated by Shiki. The golden line. Instantly, everyone ceased their frivolity, including Carp, who adopted a serious demeanor. Luji was then set aside on a neighboring table by Zifa. Steelbone Kong continued, the intelligence regarding Shiki's prison break was provided by an informant, and, according to this information, Shiki will arrive at Marineford in 3 days. Carp responded, that's straightforward, we can just beat him up when the time comes. Sengoku countered, if only it were that simple. Shiki's strength is already comparable to that of Roger and Whitebeard, coupled with his abhorrent devil fruit abilities. We may indeed be able to confront Shiki, but at what cost to Marineford? Crane suggested, I propose that Sakazuki and his team protect the civilians, while Carp and Sengoku hold off Shiki, with Zifa overseeing operations from Ariewa. Steelbone Kong concurred. Agreed, it is imperative that we prioritize the protection of the civilian populace and minimize losses for the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, Luji was utterly indifferent to their discussion. His gaze remained fixated on the object before him, the most precious item in the world of pirates, the devil fruit. The devil fruit before Luji shimmered a silvery hue, its surface adorned with peculiar patterns, resembling metal in its entirety. Slowly, Luji approached the devil fruit, while Carp and the others remained engrossed in their meeting. Oblivious to Luji's actions, Luji scrutinized the fruit. This fruit has never appeared in the narrative. I cannot ascertain what type of devil fruit it is at this moment. Two thoughts consumed Luji's mind. To consume or not to consume. He examined it closely, recalling speculation from the online world of his previous life. First, eliminating the paramecia category, as most paramecia fruits were grotesquely shaped. Next, we turn our attention to the zoan-type devil fruit, characterized by its remarkably smooth surface and the subtle presence of animal traits. In front of Luji, the fruit exhibited particularly pronounced textures, its shape resembling that of ordinary fruits. Luji deduced that this fruit was a natural-type devil fruit. After a prolonged period of contemplation lasting half a day, Luji ultimately resolved to consume the fruit. There are no inferior devil fruits, only inadequate users. Sometimes, one must gamble and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Of course, this is contingent upon not encountering someone who has consumed a zoan-type human fruit. With that thought, Luji extended his small hand, gently pinching the fruit before promptly tossing it into his mouth. My goodness, the flavor is extraordinary. The original text suggested that merely a single bite sufficed. This surely qualifies as one at that moment. Luji also discerned the true nature of this devil fruit. Natural metal fruits that can elementalize into metal themselves. Luji was overjoyed. This was not just a bicycle turning into a motorcycle, but a bicycle turning into a Ferrari. With this fruit, Luji could take off. At that moment, Steelbones Kong spoke up again. Besides this, we also found a devil fruit, which is not detailed in the books, only known to be a Logia-type metal fruit. But don't underestimate this fruit. It can completely rival the fruits of Sakazuki and the others, which shows just how powerful it is. He then picked up the devil fruit from the table, of course. He didn't notice the small piece Luji was pinching. Now, the question was who should eat it. The only ones present who hadn't eaten a devil fruit were Carp and Zifa, both known for their strength and hockey. After thinking for a long time, Steelbones Kong finally made a decision and said something to a soldier next to him. The soldier nodded and went out. Soon, the office door was pushed open. Major General Kaji reporting. Carp, Kaji, did you confess to G1 again? Kaji, yes, Mr. Carp, but it was unsuccessful. Carp, haha, it's okay, keep it up. Kaji, I will. At this moment, Steelbones Kong spoke up. All right, Kaji, you should eat this devil fruit. Saying that, Steelbones Kong directly threw the devil fruit to Kaji. This was a Logia-type metal fruit with extraordinary power. Kaji, yes. He then bit into the devil fruit, and it was a big bite. Ugh, so disgusting. But in the end, Kaji still managed to swallow it down. Steelbones Kong, how is it? Quickly sense it. Kaji closed his eyes and began to feel, but sensed nothing. Can't feel anything? Steelbones Kong, how is that possible? Looking at the bitten devil fruit in Kaji's hand, Steelbones Kong fell into deep thought. If it doesn't work, just eat the whole thing and try. Kaji looked at the devil fruit in his hand, feeling nauseated, but there was no other option. In the end, Kaji forced himself to eat the entire devil fruit. Steelbones Kong, how is it? Kaji, nothing, I feel nothing. Steelbones Kong was even more confused. Just then, a book flew directly over Steelbones Kong's head, and he quickly reached out to catch it. Steelbones Kong looked at the book in his hand, stunned, because the book was covered with a layer of iron. Luji, who had been almost laughing, crazily watching Kaji eat the devil fruit, wanted to try his own devil fruit. So he slowly crawled over to the books, picked one up, and then tried to bite. The roadbed discovered that it can release liquid metal, which can also harden at any time. Luji immediately used liquid metal to wrap the book, and then it hardened directly. The entire book was then wrapped in metal. At this point, Luji also discovered that he possessed the ability to control metal like Kid. While Kid's ability relies on magnetism, Luji can purely control metal. Luji was having a great time when, accidentally, he launched the books wrapped in metal out into the air, and they flew straight towards Steelbone Kong. At that moment, Steelbone Kong looked in the direction of the flying books, and Luji was looking at him with innocent eyes. In that instant, Steelbone Kong immediately understood why Kaji's devil fruit didn't work. Kapu, look at your grandson. Everyone stared blankly in Luji's direction, where the adorable Luji was, along with the few books wrapped in metal. Nanny? Kapu immediately ran over and hugged Luji. Kapu, did you eat something? The foundation of the road couldn't speak yet, so he just nodded. In an instant, everyone understood why Kaji's consumption of the devil fruit was ineffective, and Kaji felt extremely uncomfortable. Kaji thought to himself, I ate this shit like fruit for so long, thinking I would gain powerful abilities, but unexpectedly this little guy got ahead of me. Carp, haha, what a glutton. Steelbone Kong. Carp, how can you still laugh? What is going on here? Carp, what can I do? Should I kill my grandson? At this moment, Zephyr and Sakazuki also spoke up. Zephyr, he ate it, so let it be. When Lucky grows up and joins the Navy, it will still strengthen the Navy's power. Sakazuki, indeed, by then I can teach him how to skillfully use the devil fruit. Now Steelbone Kong didn't know what to say. Just then Lucky shouted, instantly attracting everyone's attention. At this moment, Lucky raised his chubby right hand, and some liquid metal emerged from it, slowly transforming into a spike, which then hardened instantly. Everyone was astonished by this move from Lucky. Not done yet. Lucky slowly opened his hand, and the iron spike floated up, then flew directly toward the wall, piercing it in an instant. After doing all this, Lucky clapped his hands and laughed. Carp was the first to react. Ha, my grandson is truly a genius. Zephyr, at my age, I still don't know where to play in the mud. This kid is really abnormal. Sakazuki, at such a young age, just having eaten the devil fruit, and he can control it so skillfully already, what a genius. Everyone present was left dumbfounded by Lucky's display. Now that Lucky had consumed the devil fruit, it was an irreversible fact. So everyone quickly moved past this incident. After the meeting, Carp took Lucky to a small courtyard. Carp, this is Grandpa Marineford's home. Every Navy officer who reaches the rank of major is assigned a residence. As a vice admiral of the naval headquarters, Carp naturally has one as well. Due to Shiki's situation, Carp had no time to send Lucky back to the East Blue, so Lucky temporarily stayed at the naval headquarters. Soon Carp prepared dinner, and then he brought over a bottle even bigger than Lucky, which made Lucky's eyes widen instantly. If I drink this, won't I explode? But Carp didn't give Lucky a chance to refuse and directly shoved the bottle to Lucky's mouth. Ton after half a day's torment, the bottle was finally emptied, and Carp whistled while eating, leaving Lucky, who resembled a ball, behind. I can't believe I don't feel full. Could it be the special physique of the monkey family? Slowly, Lucky's body began to return to normal, and soon he transformed back to his usual self. Wow, it's almost like life has been restored. Looking at Carp eating, only two words appeared in Lucci's mind, crude. Thus, 3 days passed, and while Carp was eating, the alarm at the naval headquarters went off. Carp, looks like the Golden Lion has arrived. Saying this, Carp immediately took Lucci and headed to the marshal's office, where everyone was present except for Zephyr. Steel Bone Kong. According to intelligence, the Golden Lion Shiki has taken control of an island and is approaching Marineford. Suru, as previously discussed, Carp, let Sakazuki take care of little Lucci for now. Carp nodded and handed Lucci over to Sakazuki. Sakazuki, I will take good care of him. Steel Bone Kong, good. Then let's begin the operation. Carp and Sengoku directly went to the square, and the Golden Lion also arrived above Marineford. Roadbed. Isn't the original story about the Golden Lion causing chaos alone in Marineford? Why is there also an island? At this moment, the Golden Lion spoke. Ha ha. Carp and Sengoku, you two can't stop me. You might as well hand over Roger. Carp, whether I can stop you or not, let us give it a try. Sengoku, you won't be leaving today. Impel Down has already prepared a place for you. Golden Lion, then let's see what you can do. Then, the Golden Lion directly swung his supreme great knife, Kuroki and Shuriing, and 2 slashes flew directly towards Carp and Sengoku, cutting through the ground effortlessly. Carp's hands were instantly wrapped in black armament hockey, and he punched to shatter the incoming slashes, then charged directly at the Golden Lion. Sengoku also used his Devil Fruit ability, the Zoan-type human fruit, mythical beast form, and added armament hockey to shatter the slashes with a palm, then rushed towards the Golden Lion as well. Facing the attacks from both of them, the Golden Lion showed no signs of fear, but rather a bit of excitement. At this moment, on the other side, Luffy was being held by Sakazuki, watching the battle, and Luffy was stunned by the scene. The shockwaves from the battle caused Luffy's hair to fly. Sakazuki, such strong power. If we don't eliminate him today, he will become a great threat in the future. Kazan and Borsellino also nodded in agreement. The battle on the other side was becoming more intense. Carp punched towards the Golden Lion, who immediately raised Kuroki to block and kicked Sengoku away, then lifted Shuriing to slash at Carp. Carp quickly used armament hockey to defend, but was still sent flying. Golden Lion, ha ha ha, is this all the power you have? You should know that the current Golden Lion hasn't even used his Devil Fruit yet. This shows the Golden Lion's strength, but the more critical issue is the island hovering above Marineford. If the Golden Lion withdraws his control over the island, it will directly crash down on Marineford, burying the entire place. Therefore, Carp and Sengoku did not use all their strength, as they had no way to destroy or move the island in the air. Carp, Sengoku, find a way to deal with the island. Sengoku, there is no way. We can't stop the entire island. At this moment, Steel Bone Kong spoke up. Carp, Sengoku, I will find a way to deal with the island. You two quickly take care of this bastard. Sakazuki, Kazan, Borsellino, the 3 of you will use all your strength to destroy the island. Destroy as much as you can. Then, Steel Bone Kong's body began to change, slowly transforming into a giant ape surrounded by black mist. The Zoan-type monkey fruit, mythical beast form. This was Steel Bone Kong's Devil Fruit. He then leaped towards the floating island and punched through it. The island instantly shattered into several pieces. While on the other side, the Golden Lion was being pressured by Carp and Sengoku. Golden Lion, I will never lose. Then, the Golden Lion directly used his Devil Fruit ability, causing several stone lions to appear on the ground, charging towards Carp and Sengoku. Carp punched one, Sengoku slapped another, and soon the two were in front of the Golden Lion. Carp, this ends here. Sengoku, you have no more chances. Golden Lion, haha, then I will let the entire Marineford be buried with me. After saying this, the island in the air began to descend. Sakazuki immediately handed Luffy to a nearby woman. Achikyu no Magatama, Meteor Volcano, Ice Age. The 3 of them acted instantly. Borsellino used his skills to shatter a large number of debris. Sakazuki fused some of the fragments with his ability, and Kazan created an ice shield to let many fragments slide into the sea. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a massive stone that had not been destroyed flew towards the crowd, and it was too late to remedy the situation. Lucy looked at the stone flying towards him in disbelief, thinking that all the bad luck had fallen on him. Just when everyone was in despair, a huge iron spike shot up from the ground and directly pierced the flying boulder. Sakazuki, Lucy? At this moment, Lucy raised his chubby little hand. He was still too small, and such an attack was a bit too much for him. However, Lucy didn't disappoint everyone. The iron spike shattered the giant rock. Carp immediately ran to the woman holding Lucy. Seeing the weak Lucy, a smile appeared on Carp's face. You're just too weak. I'll make you a good meal to recover. At this time, Steelbone and others also arrived. How's Lucy? Carp. He's fine, just overexerted himself, and is a bit weak now. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Soon it was time for Roger's execution. The night before, Carp took Lucy to see Roger. Carp. Roger. I'm here to see you. Roger. It's you, Carp. Is it your grandson? Carp. Yeah, his name is Lucy. Roger. What do you really want? Roger. To change this world with my last breath. Carp. Is there anything you need me to help with? Roger. My wife and my children. Carp. I will find them. Leave it to me. Carp left with Lucy. And at that moment, Roger's voice came again from behind. Thank you, Carp, and I won't die. Luffy. No wonder he's the Pirate King. On the day Roger was executed, Garp brought Luffy to the South Sea. Garp searched for a long time, but couldn't find Roger's wife. At that moment, according to intelligence, Bartolomeo Island in the South Sea might have Roger's descendants. So the Navy immediately began to strictly investigate pregnant women and infants on the island. Soon a year passed, during which Garp also found out about Roger's wife. However, Garp kept searching secretly, fearing being discovered by others. Finally, on this day, the Navy completely withdrew, as it had been over a year since Roger's execution, and during this time, none of the infant had Roger's bloodline. The only conclusion was that Roger left no descendants in the world. After the Navy left, Garp took Luffy to a courtyard, where Luffy was already a 1-year-old child, but his height had already reached just over a meter. Luffy, old man, this should be the person we're looking for. Garp nodded and then knocked on the door. Soon, a guard opened the door. Guard, who are you looking for? Car, Bogang de Rouge. The guard immediately became alert. Who are you? Wait, you can't go in. But the guard couldn't stop Garp at all. As soon as Garp and Luffy entered, they saw a woman lying on the bed. Garp, are you Bogang de Rouge? Rouge, that's right. Garp, I'm Monki D. Garp, I promised Roger to protect you. Rouge, thank you. I often hear Roger talk about you. Just then, Rouge felt intense pain. Rouge, I can't take it anymore. Rouge had been holding on for a long time to protect the fetus in her womb, but now she had reached her limit. Soon, a baby was born. Gold, Ace, that's his name. Afterward, Rouge fainted and ultimately, she died from excessive blood loss. Garp held Ace and headed to the East Blue. Before long, the three arrived at the East Blue, and Garp handed Luffy and Ace over to the mountain bandit Dayton. Dayton, bastard, we're mountain bandits, not babysitters. Garp, well then, let's just arrest you. Dayton, rest assured, I will take good care of these two. Garp, haha, thank you then. After Garp left, Dayton immediately changed her attitude. You two can eat and drink for free, but as long as you have the ability to fend for yourselves, go out and hunt. We don't keep idle people here. Lucci held Ace while listening to Dadong speak. At that moment, Lucci raised his right hand. Slowly, a golden liquid flowed from Lucci's right hand, and soon the golden liquid coalesced into a rectangle. In an instant, the liquid hardened, and a rectangular metal dropped directly into Lucci's right hand. Lugia, here's a piece of gold for you. Go buy some fruits, vegetables, and milk. Dadong, what? Gold. Dadong immediately took the gold from Lugia's hand and bit it. Indeed, it was gold. Dadong, great, I'll have him go buy it right away. You can take a rest first. Dadang's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. As a user of the metal fruit ability, creating a piece of gold is a piece of cake. Moreover, the metal fruit is likely the advanced version of the gold fruit, with one targeting gold and the other applicable to all metals. Luffy found a place to sit down and began to play with Ace in his arms. He knew that the great pirate era had begun, so if he didn't get stronger, he would be useless. Dayton didn't dare to be fierce with Luffy anymore. First of all, Luffy had money, and secondly, he was a devil fruit user, seemingly with a powerful devil fruit at that. Dayton couldn't afford to provoke someone like him. A month passed by unknowingly, during which Luffy practiced his devil fruit abilities at all times, while Ace was left with Dayton. Thanks to Luffy's financial support, the food for the whole Mountain Bandit group was significantly better. Ace had also become much sturdier like in the original work, and Luffy's physical fitness was getting stronger as well. Meanwhile, Garp had arrived at the Navy headquarters. As soon as he entered the Admiral's office, Zifa came to him, looking around curiously, leaving Garp feeling confused. Zifa asked, "Where's Luffy? You didn't bring him?" Garp replied, "I left him in the East Blue. I'll let him join the Navy when he's 17. Zifa insisted, "You could have brought him over. Can I train him a bit first?" Garp retorted, "He's my grandson. If I'm not in a hurry, why are you?" The air instantly filled with tension. Just then, Akainu and the others also arrived at the office. As soon as Akainu spoke, Garp lost it. Akainu asked, "Is Luffy not coming?" Garp snapped, "Are you all done? That's my grandson. If I want him here, he'll come. If I don't want him here, he won't come. Why are you all so worried?" Akainu was taken aback. He had just asked a simple question and got bombarded by carp. At that moment, Sengoku was left speechless, wondering what everyone was doing. Did they not see him as the admiral? Everyone fell silent. All right, let's not discuss Luffy for now. When Luffy comes to Marineford, it's up to Carp to decide. I have an announcement to make. I'll be taking a position with the world government. So from now on, Sengoku will take over as Admiral of the Navy. Sengoku replied, Admiral, I fear I may not be up to the task. Steelbone Kong asserted, if I say you can, then you can. You need to believe in yourself. And Zifa will serve as the chief instructor at Navy headquarters. Zifa responded, understood. Steelbone Kong continued, Akainu Kazan. And Borsalino will serve as the 3 admirals, with code names respectively as Red Dog, Akiji, and Kizaru. The 3 replied, understood. Additionally, prepare for the inauguration speech in a few days, and we need to increase the Navy's numbers. With the growing number of pirates, our Navy's strength is simply insufficient. Meanwhile, Luffy was still busy training when a roar of a tiger echoed through the air. Luji, the master of Mount Kolbo, I'm not your match yet. But that may not be the case in the future. After that, Luji continued his training. Unknowingly, another year passed. On this day, Luji was training in the forest when a little guy attacked him from behind. Luji immediately noticed and quickly dodged to the side, causing the little guy to crash directly into a tree. Ouch! Roadbed. Ace, don't make too much noise when attacking from behind in the future. That's right. This little guy is 1-year-old Ace. Ace. Got it. Big brother. The key is that you're just too strong. Roadbed supports Ace. I'm not strong at all. There are many people stronger than me. Ace. I know, like the old man. The roadbed was directly covered in black lines. In this year, Carp came twice, each time leaving the roadbed nearly destroyed. At this moment, Ace was distracted by a butterfly nearby and went off on his own to catch butterflies. Luffy shook his head with a smile as he watched Ace leave. He then went to sit under a tree and took out a book that he had requested from Garp. This book detailed the Navy's 6 powers and the 3 types of haki. To be honest, Luffy's strength was not weak at all. He could at least reach the level of a Navy lieutenant commander. Now, Luffy was already proficient in using the shave and the finger pistol from the Navy's 6 powers. Coupled with Luffy's devil fruit abilities, it would be difficult for Garp to take him down without using armament haki, as elementalization was no joke. However, over time, it would become a problem, as Luffy was only a little over 2 years old and his stamina couldn't maintain elementalization for long periods. Additionally, Luffy was carrying a sword on his back, which he had created using his devil fruit powers. Although it couldn't compare to famous swords, it was stronger than an average sword, and Luffy named it Dragon Tooth. Currently, Luffy trained in the Navy's 6 powers in the morning, practiced swordsmanship in the afternoon, and worked on his devil fruit abilities in the evening. As for haki, he wasn't in a hurry. The foundation for observation haki was one of the 6 powers, paper drawing, and the foundation for armament haki was iron block, while there was no training method for conqueror's haki at the moment. So, Luffy mainly focused on training the 6 powers and swordsmanship, and he could push haki training to the back, especially since he had his own devil fruit abilities, which should prevent him from encountering any major problems in the early stages. Half a year passed without Luffy noticing, and one day, he was training as usual when Ace ran over. Big brother, they said a group of pirates has come to Windmill Village. Should we go check it out? Ace wanted to see the pirates out of curiosity. After more than a year of getting along, Luffy had already guided Ace onto the path of the Navy. Luffy wanted to prevent Ace from becoming a pirate and Sabo from joining the Revolutionary Army. He wanted to pull both of them into the Navy. As for Luffy, well, let him be a pirate. After all, he was the son of destiny. Luji, let's go take a look. Saying this, Luji led Ace towards Windmill Village. Soon, the two arrived at Windmill Village, and after inquiring in various places, they finally confirmed that the pirates were at the Makino bar. Luffy walked in with Ace, and as soon as he entered, Luffy saw the familiar straw hat. He immediately realized who this pirate captain was. It was none other than Shanks, one of the future 4 emperors. At that moment, Shanks also noticed the 2 kids who had just walked in. Loki led Ace to the bar. Looky, Sister Marquino, give me 2 glasses of milk. Then he placed a bit of Bailey on the table, which Looky had exchanged with the mountain bandits. After that, Looky and Ace looked at Shanks, making him feel uneasy. Shanks, do we know each other? Roadbed, I don't know you, but I've heard of you. Red-haired Shanks. The crew of the red-haired pirates was also attracted here. Beckman, I didn't expect our captain to be so famous. Jesus Bourges, yeah. Even these 2 little kids know about him. Lucky Roo, our captain is truly something. The other half of Shanks is also surprised. Shanks, what are your names? Roadbed, my name is Monkey D. Roadbed, and this is my brother Porcasty Ace. Monkey D. An image of an old man picking his nose immediately appeared in Shanks' mind. Shanks is marine hero Monki D. Garpier. Roadbed, Grandpa. In an instant, the entire bar fell silent. Shanks, what do you want from me? Roadbed, I want to hear about Pirate King Roger. Shanks, you know my captain. Luffy nodded. Actually, it wasn't Luffy who was listening, but he wanted Ace, who was behind him, to hear. Right now, Ace still didn't know that Roger was his father, and Luffy wanted to change Ace's perception of Roger. Otherwise, this would become a psychological barrier for Ace. So Shanks began to tell Luffy and Ace some stories about Roger. As Shanks spoke, he became more and more excited, eventually standing up on the table to tell the story. Soon, the story was finished, and Luffy turned to Ace and said, "Someone like that can't be called a pirate. He should be considered an adventurer." Ace replied, "Brother, I still want to be a Navy officer. Being an adventurer might not suit me." Roadbed, why? Ace, I want to be a hero. A hero who can save ordinary people from danger. Luji thought to himself, not bad. The brainwashing is thorough enough. At this moment, Luji spoke again. Shanks, can we have a match? Shanks, forget it. I'm afraid I'll hurt you, and then Old Man Carp will chase after me. Luji, it's okay. I just wanted to test my strength. After Luji persisted for a long time. Shanks, all right, if you get hurt, it's not my fault. Roadbed, no problem. Then the two of them walked out of the bar and went to the beach. Luoji directly drew out the dragon tooth behind him, while Shanks also drew his sword griffin. The two took their stances while the others watched from a distance. Luffy took the initiative and directly attacked Shanks. He swung his knife from the side, and Shanks immediately raised his griffin to block, but still took 2 steps back. Shanks, what great strength. The monkey family really are all monsters. Luge, it's in my nature. There's no way around it. Then Luge raised his knife again and slashed downwards at Shanks. Shanks quickly retreated to avoid the attack, and then swung his knife back at Luge. Luffy did not dodge or evade, intending to exchange injury for injury. He immediately raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and extended 2 fingers. Shanks, seeing that Luffy wasn't dodging, couldn't stop his attack at that moment. Shanks, are you crazy, kid? Shanks immediately used his armament haki for defense. In an instant, their attacks hit each other simultaneously. Shanks was pushed back 3 steps, and Luffy was sent flying. Shanks quickly ran to Luffy's side, praying that Luffy would be okay, or else he would be in trouble. When Shanks reached Luffy, Luffy suddenly sat up, startling Shanks. Shanks, oh my, are you okay? Luffy looked at the torn clothes. It's fine. Shanks glanced at Luffy's abdomen. Aside from a tear in his shirt, there was nothing wrong. Shanks now had a face full of questions. Lucci looked at Shanks, then smiled and raised his right hand. I am a natural type metal fruit devil fruit user. You can't hurt me without using haki. Shanks looked at Lucci's casually changing right hand and let out a deep breath. You scared me there, kid. Then Lucci explained his devil fruit in detail to Shanks. My devil fruit has 2 forms. One is liquid metal and the other is solid metal. I can wrap others in metal and also control metal to attack. Shanks replied, that's amazing. You're really lucky, kid. Luji smiled, realizing that his luck was indeed quite good. Whether it was his physique or the devil fruit, he was almost top-notch in both. Roadbed, so how strong am I? Shanks thought for a moment. If in the Navy, you could definitely be a major or a brigadier general, and currently, there's almost no one in the East Sea who can rival you. Long live the core of the roadbed. I can finally stop being so cautious. Roadbase, okay. Shanks, thank you. Shanks, you're welcome. Besides, I quite like you, little guy. Actually, Shanks was quite surprised inside. After all, Roadbase is only 3 years old and already possesses such great strength. With such a long future ahead, who knows how powerful he will become. Shanks didn't stay in Windmill Village for too long, and Roadbase and Ace also bought some food before heading back. The next day, Roadbase trained as usual. But today there was a little guy training alongside him. Roadbed, Ace, you're still too young. Are you sure you want to train with me? Ace, brother, you're only 1 year older than me, and I want to get stronger too. Lucky, all right then. After that, Ace began training alongside Lucky, who also taught Ace the Marine 6 styles. The only difference was that Ace practiced the Marine 6 styles all day, while Lucky continued his routine of practicing the 6 styles in the morning and swordsmanship in the afternoon. Luffy also wanted to teach Ace swordsmanship, but Ace had no interest in it, so Luffy ultimately chose to give up. Time quickly passed, and a year went by. In the forest, 2 children were fighting, one barehanded and the other with an iron rod. Their movements were very swift. These 2 children were Luffy and Ace, and the iron rod Ace held was specially made by Luffy. Its hardness and flexibility were top-notch. Lucky didn't have any weapons. His main focus was training Ace, so he just needed to keep dodging. At that moment, a pair of eyes in the distant woods was watching this battle. Looky, Ace, you shouldn't just charge in recklessly. You must observe your opponent's movements. After saying this, Looky directly dodged Ace's attack. Also, your speed is too slow. You need to improve it. Gradually, Ace's attacks became faster. Good, keep up the rhythm. The roadbed just shifted to one side, and Ace's stick swept directly across. Looky exerted force with his legs and immediately performed a backflip to dodge the attack. Appropriately using the Navy's 6 style can enhance your offense. In the next moment, Ace directly executed the Gale Foot, and 2 slashes flew towards Looky. Looky opened his right hand, and the liquid metal instantly transformed into a shield. This shield was made of unusual material. Ordinary steel could not withstand the slashes of the Gale Foot at all. However, this material could barely hold up, and it was indeed the hardest metal Looky could temporarily create. The shield successfully blocked Ace's slashes, but the force still made Looky take 2 steps back. Not bad. The force is quite impressive. Ace launched another attack, using Shave to appear behind Looky, and then swung his stick directly at Looky. This time, both speed and power were perfect, and the stick instantly shattered Looky into pieces. The people in the nearby grove were completely stunned. At this moment, the fragments on the ground began to reassemble, and soon Looky returned to his original form. The people in the grove murmured, "Who on earth is this person, able to conjure a shield at will and even recover after being smashed to pieces?" At this time, Ace wiped his sweat and looked at Looky. "So, big brother, this time I won. Roadbed. That's right, but your attacks are still too unsafe. If I counterattack, you would have already died hundreds of times." Ace stuck out his tongue and scratched his head. The roadbed is not wrong. Ace is solely focused on attacking. His attacks, while not incorrect, have many flaws. Every time he attacks, it's basically a case of inflicting 1,000 points of damage to the enemy while suffering 800 points of self-damage. Purely a trade of injuries for injuries. Roadbed. In the future, when you fight, combine more with the Navy's 6 styles. Then I'll find you a devil fruit. So your strength will improve even more. Ace, devil fruit? Does that mean if I eat it, I'll have superpowers like you? The roadbed nodded. Luffy, all right. It's my turn now. Ace, okay. Then Luffy closed his eyes, and Ace picked up his stick and began to attack wildly. That's right. Luffy is currently training his observation haki, and this is already the 7th day, but there's been no effect at all. Right now, Luffy is dodging Ace's attacks only because of the wind generated by the strikes, which is essentially just paper drawings. At first, it was manageable, but as Ace's attacks became more intense and faster, Luffy quickly got hit by a stick. Fortunately, Luffy is a devil fruit user. Otherwise, he would be covered in bruises. Right now, Luffy is using metallic hardening for his elemental transformation. Ace, big brother, should I slow down a bit? Road base. No need, it's not just my training. You can also train your speed and strength. Ace, okay, big brother. Soon, Ace's attacks became faster and faster, and their movements even created afterimages. But it was still not enough for road base. The other half of the people in the forest stared wide-eyed. Is this still the power of a human? Whether in terms of strength or speed, they could completely defeat my previous guards. The strongest person he had seen before was his own guard, or the mountain bandits and sea pirates, and these two had once again refreshed his understanding. He thought to himself, could they be from a mountain bandit group or a pirate group? But their clothing didn't seem to match. The other half of Road Base was surprised to find that he could vaguely see a scene composed of a bunch of lines. Gradually, the scene became clearer, slowly transforming into a black and white image. Luffy was very happy inside, seeing that his observation haki had finally awakened. Now, all of Ace's attacks appeared very slow in Luffy's eyes, and he simply turned around to dodge Ace's attack. Roadbed. All right, Ace, we did it. We can stop now. Ace, really? Bro, you finally awakened your observation haki. I've been exhausted for this whole week. Roadbed. You've worked hard. I'll make you something delicious when you get back. Ace. Okay, I want to eat pickled fish and mapo tofu. Looky, no problem. Over the years, Looky has also showcased his culinary skills, directly recreating the delicacies from his past life, which fascinated Ace. Today, Looky is happy to have awakened his observation haki, and it's just the right occasion to celebrate. At this moment, Looky's eyes turned red as he activated his observation haki. Luji smiled faintly, not expecting to find you so quickly. Liquid metal began to flow out from under the embankment, slowly making its way toward a small grove in the distance. Soon, a scream came from the grove. Help! The metal has come to life. Ace immediately rushed over, while Luji walked over slowly. What caught Ace is I was a little boy wearing a top hat, his feet trapped by a large piece of metal, leaving him frozen in fear. At that moment, Luji also strolled over leisurely. Luffy, who are you? Boy, my name is Sabo. I'm just passing by. Please don't hurt me. Future Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, and also the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, with a highest bounty of 620 million berries. Born into nobility, but yearning for freedom. During his first voyage, he was attacked by the Celestial Dragons and was saved by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monki D. Dragon. Under Dragon's guidance, he became the second in command of the Revolutionary Army through his own talent and hard work. However, with Luffy around, Sabo's dreams of becoming a pirate or a revolutionary seem impossible. Now, Sabo wears a large hat with goggles, has short golden hair, and is missing a tooth. The only difference from when he grew up is the scar over his left eye. Luji, we won't harm you, but you need to explain why you are here. After saying this, Luji directly released Sabo from his restraints. Sabo looked at Luji, who was smiling and extending his hand, and felt that Luji was not a bad person, leading to a complete turnaround in his opinion of Luji. Sabo then began to explain why he was here. He came from a noble family and had always been raised in a noble environment. However, his true personality was not suppressed or distorted when it revealed itself. On the contrary, he saw through the hypocrisy of the noble family and chose to follow his own will. He longed for freedom and believed that a man should protect himself. However, his family did not support Sabo, so he left home in anger. At this point, Luji spoke up. Are you willing to join us and realize our common dream? Sabo, what is your dream? Roadbed. We are the Navy of Freedom, an unbound Navy. Sabo, the Navy of Freedom? Roadbed. That's right, the Navy is currently under the control of the world government, and the justice of the Navy is simply the will of the world government. Sabo, world government? Is this dream of yours possible to achieve? Roadbed. How can you know if you don't give it a try? As long as you have strong enough power, you can try anything. At this moment, Ace spoke up. Ace, Sabo, what did you want to do at first? Sabo, I wanted to be a pirate, but now I'm not so sure. Ace, why don't you become a Navy officer instead? Luji, that's right. Are you willing to carve out a place of your own with us? Sabo, sure. Just like that, Luji took the two little ones home. Just as the Dan was about to complain, Luji threw over a gold bar. Lucci, he's a friend of Ace and me, named Sabo, and will be living with us from now on. Dayton, all right, no problem. Sabo was taken aback by Lucci's display. As a noble, he understood what such a large piece of gold represented. Yet Lucci could casually conjure one up. Ace noticed Sabo's surprise and immediately explained, my brother is a natural-type metal fruit user. He can not only control metal, but also create it out of thin air. Meanwhile, Carp was holding a baby on a warship, and the ship's destination was Windmill Village in the East Sea. Carp, little Luffy, you're about to meet your brother. The child in Carp's arms was indeed Luffy. Carp then looked toward Windmill Village, wondering how Lucci's strength was now. In Carp's eyes, Lucci was a freak. It took him a year and a half to learn and master the Navy's 6 styles, but Lucci only took 1 year. This showed that Lucci's talent was higher than Carp's, and given time, Lucci felt he could surpass Carp. That night, Lucci lay in the grass looking at the stars, feeling troubled. Right now, Lucci's strength was at most that of a rear admiral. Although having the strength of a rear admiral at his age was impressive, Lucci felt it wasn't enough because he had been stuck at this level for too long. During this time, Shanks had also come by, and Lucci had sparred with him again. However, Shanks still said that Lucci possessed the strength of a Navy rear admiral. Roadbed, why? Shanks, the gap before rear admiral was very small. The difference from major to colonel might just be a difference of 1 naval rank. But from rear admiral onward, the gap becomes larger and larger. To give an analogy, the difference between a Navy commander and a Navy colonel is 50, while the difference between a Navy colonel and a Navy rear admiral is 500, and the difference between a Navy rear admiral and a Navy vice admiral is 5,000. Roadbed. Wow, is the gap really that big? Shanks. Of course there are exceptions. Roadbed, who? Shanks. Your grandfather, Garp, is a vice admiral with the strength of an admiral. The ground suddenly turned dark with lines. Shanks, don't worry. Your current strength is at the level of a rear admiral. You will definitely surpass Garp in the future. The next day, Luji and the others continued their training. But instead of 2 people, there were now 3. Sabo, brother Luji, do you usually train this harshly? Sabo looked at Luji, who was doing push-ups with a large rock on his back. Luji, that's right. You might not be used to it first, so you don't have to train like me. Just train like Ace. Sabo glanced at Ace, who also had a sizable rock on him. Sabo understood why these 2 brothers were so strong. After the training, Luji looked at Sabo. Sabo, what weapon do you want to use? Sabo glanced at the knife in Luji's hand and then at the iron rod in Ace's hand. Sabo, brother Luji, I choose the iron rod. The roadbed nodded, then raised his palm, and liquid metal slowly flowed out his hand, which then solidified, creating a metal rod made of the same material as Ace's iron rod. The three brothers of the water pipes have gathered too, and are still missing one small Luffy. The three people on the embankment were still in their daily training when Sabo saw something flying in the sky. Sabo, you guys look at what that is. Lucky and Ace looked up. Ace, I don't know, but it seems to be getting closer. Only Lucky, who had awakened his observation haki, knew what it was. Luffy, get ready, the old man is coming. Ace immediately understood Luffy's words and prepared for battle. On the other side, Sabo was still confused, but he listened to Luffy and got ready for the fight. The thing in the sky was getting closer, and at that moment, Sabo could see clearly that it was a person, to be precise, an old man. Ace, big brother, can you beat the old man now? Roadbed, no way. The old man is too strong. Even if the three of us combine our strength, we are not his match. Ace didn't have much of a reaction, but Sabo beside him reacted strongly. The three of them still couldn't compete with the old man. Finally, the old man in the sky landed, and in an instant, a big pit appeared on the ground. Haha, boys, have you missed your grandpa? That's right, this person is the Navy hero Monki D. Garp. Luji took the initiative and swung the iron rod towards Garp. Afraid that he might hurt someone with the dragon tooth during practice, Luji also prepared a stick. Luji directly punched the stick, and in an instant, he was sent flying several meters. Is this your welcoming ceremony? I really like it, haha. At this moment, Ace and Sabo also made their move, and Garp was not holding back either, directly sending each of them flying with a punch. Ace, who was sent into the air, immediately used his Gale Foot technique. Although he wasn't very skilled, the power was sufficient. Garp, Gale Foot, huh? Not quite enough power. He then kicked out 2 Gale Feet, and their attacks collided in midair, resulting in an explosion. Just then, 2 slashes flew out from the smoke of the explosion, heading straight for Ace. In midair, Ace became a live target. If he had learned Gale Foot by now, he could have dodged, but he hadn't learned it yet. In this critical moment, a figure appeared in front of Ace. Old man, do you want Ace's life? The newcomer was Luji, who also kicked out 2 Gale Feet, causing the slashes to collide again. Another explosion occurred, but this time it was even more intense. Garp, sorry about that. I thought Ace had learned all 6 styles. After both landed, Luji charged at Garp and launched a frenzied attack, while Garp continuously dodged using his paper drawing technique. Suddenly, Garp threw a punch at Luji, who immediately sensed it with his observation haki and barely managed to dodge. Garp, observation haki, huh? I didn't expect that, kid. You've made quite a bit of progress. Road base, old man, this is not over yet. Then, a large amount of liquid metal began to appear on Road Base's body, slowly taking the shape of a giant. It then hardened directly, and in an instant, the appearance of the giant mech became much clearer, resembling Iron Man's anti-Hulk armor. Lucky, let's get started. Then Lucky launched another frenzied attack. This time, Garp did not dodge, but raised his fist to clash with the mech. The moment their fists collided, a shockwave was produced, causing Ace and Sabo to take several steps back. Garp, whether it's strength or the hardness of the metal, it's impressive that you can withstand 30% of my power. After saying that, Garp increased his strength again, causing the mech to slowly move backward. Garp, good, but it's still not enough. He then applied more force, and the mech was sent flying. Garp, all right, you both made progress. The battle is over. After Garp finished speaking, Lucky immediately deactivated the metal mech, which transformed back into liquid metal and returned to Lucky's body. Ace also collapsed on the ground. The recent battle was too exhausting for both of them. But at that moment, Garp spoke up again. But you just laid hands on me. I need to teach you a lesson. With that, he cracked his knuckles. Luffy and Ace's hair stood on end in an instant, and they immediately started running. Sob, not knowing what was happening, followed behind them. Just then, Garp caught up and blocked their way. Where do you think you're going? Soon, screams echoed through the woods. Before long, the screams stopped, and the three of them lay on the ground with big bumps on their heads. Garp laughed. Haha, seeing your progress makes me very pleased. But for me, it's still not enough. After all, you are destined to become Marine Admirals. He then called Luffy aside. I've left your brother Monki D. Luffy in Windmill Village. Sometimes go down to check on him. When Luffy turns 6, I'll bring him up here. Roadbed, why not bring it up now? Cap, can you kids take care of child? If it weren't for Ace's special identity, I wouldn't have been able to send Ace up the mountains so early. Roadbed, what about me? Cap, you can still be called a child. At 1 year old, you could cook. At 2, you had the strength of a major. Now your strength is comparable to that of a brigadier. Do you really think you're a child? Lucci's face was filled with black lines, blaming me, huh? At this moment, Garp called Ace over again and told Lucci to go aside. Luffy knew that Garp was going to tell Ace about his heritage. Soon, Ace arrived with Garp, and there were faint traces of tears on Ace's face. However, he still wore a smile, and Luffy knew that his previous encouragement had been effective. Then Garp looked at the three of them. All right, I should be leaving now. I hope that when I come back next time, you'll be even stronger. With that, Garp left the place. The three exchanged glances and then went back, as they had already trained enough for the day. Meanwhile, Garp looked at Luffy and gave him a few reminders before leaving. After Luffy, Ace, and Sabo had their fill, they went back to the room to sleep. Ace and Sabo fell asleep immediately, while Luffy looked at the two of them and then left the room. Luji quickly arrived at Windmill Village by riding the 6-type razor and then went directly to the village chief's house. Luji politely knocked on the door, and soon someone opened it. Luji, hello, village chief. Village chief, Luji, come to see your brother? Luji, yes. My grandfather asked me to come and take a look when I have time. Village chief, your brother is sleeping, hurry up and come in. Then Luji entered the house, and as soon as he stepped in, he saw a crib. Luji quickly walked to the crib. What caught his eye was a chubby baby, and that baby was Luffy. Village chief, looks just like you when you were little. Road base, really? I feel like he is heavier than me. Village chief, about the same. After looking at Luffy, Road base was ready to leave. At that moment, Road base conjured up a piece of gold and handed it to the village chief. At first, the village chief refused to accept it, but in the end, he took it after being persuaded by Road base. Luji looked at the two little guys beside him, both sweating profusely, and smiled broadly. Road base, how is it? Can you still handle it? Ace, no problem. Sabo, I'm holding up pretty well. The two said through gritted teeth. Now, the training for the three of them has doubled again. Unknowingly, several more years have passed, and now the strength of the three in Road base has improved once again. Luffy has always wanted to see Ace, but he never recognized him, as he feared it would change Luffy's dream of becoming a pirate. One day, Luffy came alone to the entrance of a cave, which was the home of the king of Corbo Mountain. Today, Luffy was there to challenge it. Ace and Sabo were watching from a distance, and Luffy did not allow them to participate in this battle. Luji slowly raised his right hand, then condensed it into an iron spike. He then flicked his hand, sending the iron spike flying inside, and in an instant, a tiger's roar echoed through the cave. A giant tiger leaped out of the cave, its fierce eyes glaring at Luji. Luji slowly pulled out the dragon tooth and took up a combat stance, while the giant tiger also lowered its body, ready for battle. Luji was the first to strike, swinging his blade at the giant tiger. The slash directly broke through the giant tiger's defense, and in an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The giant tiger, in pain, swiped at Luji, who immediately liquefied to evade the attack. Subgrade, is it that I'm too strong, or are you too weak? The giant tiger instantly rushed towards the subgrade. Luji placed both hands on the ground, and a large amount of liquid metal flowed out instantly, quickly taking the shape of a giant tiger. It then hardened directly, and a tiger resembling a giant tiger appeared, leaping forward without hesitation. On the other side, Luji charged at the giant tiger again, catching it off guard with the attack. After the battle, Luji was unscathed, while the giant tiger was now covered in wounds. Loki, the final attack, let's see if you can withstand it. Then Loki flew into the air, clapped his hands, and two huge metal arms appeared behind him. Continuous heavy punch. The metal arms instantly launched a series of heavy punches at the giant tiger, and soon the attack stopped, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. Afterwards, Loki waved his hand behind him, and Ace and Sabo immediately ran over. Ace, big brother, you did it. Sabo, so strong. Roadbed, you guys go home first. I'll go back in a while. Ace and Sabo left here directly. Luji looked towards the cave of the giant tiger, feeling that there was something hidden inside. Driven by curiosity, Luji entered the cave. As he walked deeper into the cave, he saw a fruit, or more accurately, a devil fruit adorned with green patterns. Luji was instantly filled with excitement. Haha, my luck is absolutely incredible. Luji quickly walked up to the devil fruit and examined it carefully to determine if it was a Logia or Paramecia type. Soon, Luji concluded that this fruit was a Logia type and felt that it should be related to plants. At that moment, Luji recalled the illusion he saw when he first crossed over. He vaguely remembered that he should have two souls. If that were true, he should be able to eat a second devil fruit. If it were false, he would die instantly. After thinking it over, Luji decided to eat the devil fruit, hoping to turn his bicycle into a motorcycle. He then took a bite out of the devil fruit, and the disgusting taste immediately filled his mouth. Luyi, dem. It's really awful. Then Luji felt a sharp pain and fell to the ground. Oh no, it seems I made the wrong bet. Under the intense pain, Luji fainted and once again entered the consciousness space. This time, besides the Panku treasure box, there was also a black object in the consciousness space. When Luji was curious about what that black thing was, it suddenly let out a terrible scream. Then, the black thing was directly absorbed by the Panku treasure box. After that, the Panku treasure box emitted a golden light, and Luji felt a wave of refreshment in his consciousness. Soon, he fell back into darkness. Before long, Luji gradually regained his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. The embankment. I am not dead yet. It seems the bet was right. Luji looked around and murmured to himself. Then he began to feel the devil fruit inside his body. This is not a motorcycle at all. It's a whole small jeep. The foundation is nourished by the natural system of the forest fruit, which, like the metal fruit, has two elemental transformations, one for hardening and one for liquefying. However, the liquefaction here can turn into leaves and can control trees and some plants. The road-based devil fruit can be said to be just as powerful as the metal fruit. If developed appropriately, it can directly use the true thousand hands from Naruto. Luji raised both hands, with a silver light appearing in his right hand and a green light in his left hand. He also felt the vitality flowing from the green light. Lucci, a devil fruit that has both healing and attacking abilities, he is quite lucky. With that, Lucci walked out of the cave. Currently, Lucci would not publicly display his dual devil fruit powers. After all, it is not encouraged to show such things. And he could even be dissected for it. The road base directly destroyed the cave, then immediately manifested a piece of iron and placed it under his feet, after which the road base controlled the iron to fly. This was a flying skill created by the road base based on Magneto's abilities from his past life, and it could be said to be very practical. Now, Ace and Sabo no longer needed to scrounge for money to build pirate ships. Most of their time was spent on fighting and eating. Ace even resorted to eating while sleeping, and several times he was directly awakened by the road base. Ever since the road base dealt with the king of Corbo Mountain, their lives had become increasingly boring, with their days filled with nothing but exercise. Unknowingly, 5 years passed, and now the three of them were much stronger than before. The road base's strength finally broke through to the rank of lieutenant colonel, while Ace and Sabo had also achieved the strength of colonels. At this time, the road base was just 11 years old, and Ace and Sabo were only 10. Lucky is now proficient in using basic observation haki, and he is also well-versed in the 6 powers. His abilities with devil fruits and swordsmanship have improved as well. Ace and Sabo can now skillfully use the Navy's 6 powers, and both their strength and speed are impressive in combat. While the three were training, Lucky suddenly sensed something, and then his eyes turned red as he activated his observation haki. The roadbed. The old man is back again, and this time he brought a little guy with him. Ace and Sabo know that the old man refers to Garp, but who is the little guy? Luji first let Ace and the others continue training, then directly used the 6 style to rush towards the mountain bandits' location. The trees along the road directly made way under the control of the roadbed, and the speed of the roadbed increased. Soon, the roadbed arrived at the door and immediately used the devil fruit to restore the forest. After waiting for a while, Luji soon saw the old man Carp, along with the child Carp, was carrying. The scar under the boy's eyes and the straw hat on his head identified him as Monki D. Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece, and also Luji's younger brother. Roadbed. Old man, are you sure Dayton is willing? Carp. No problem. If they're unwilling, just capture them, haha. The group of bandits in the room were directly left speechless. Then Carp mentioned Luffy. Carp, this is your brother, Monki D. Luffy. Luffy, Joe. Then pointed at Luffy and said, this is your brother, Monki D. Luffy. Luffy. Luffy, Nanny. I actually have a brother. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Garp's fist came crashing down. This is your biological brother. All the good food you've had over the years was sponsored by Luji. Then, Luffy suddenly vanished from Garp's grasp, and Luji only felt a weight on his leg, seeing Luffy looking at him with starry eyes. Garp was laughing so hard beside them that his stomach hurt. After that, Garp told Luffy and the mountain bandits a few things, then took Luffy to find Ace. The roadbed took the initiative to explain the situation to Ace and the others in advance. From then on, there was an extra follower behind the roadbed. On this day, the few of them engaged in their usual battles. Luffy, rubber pistol. Then Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and easily dodged, then directly attacked Luffy. Ace, Luffy, your devil fruit is so weak. Sabo, brother Luffy, is also a devil fruit user. Why is there such a big difference? At that moment, Lucky strolled over slowly. Luffy thought, is my devil fruit bad? This is the mythical Zhoulan-type human fruit, Nika fruit, which is incredibly powerful. Is it really bad? At that moment, Luffy ran over to Luffy's side. Bro, is my fruit really that bad? Luffy, there are no bad fruits, only bad users, so you can rest assured. Then Luffy looked at Ace and Sabo. It's time to start training. At this moment, Ace and Sabo's training consists of fighting, while Luffy starts with the most basic physical training, and Lucci trains in hockey. The main training methods, apart from self-awareness, also include taking hits. The task of hitting Lucci is left to Ace and Sabo, who continuously attack Lucci with their own techniques. The Foundation directly used iron blocks, but there was still a slight pain at the point of impact. This kind of training had been going on for a week, but it seemed to have no effect at all. This time, the Foundation suddenly felt something and slowly raised both hands. Then a wave of blackness covered its arms. Luffy finally succeeded, but I need to experiment first. Then, Luffy looked back at the others and slowly walked over to Luffy's side. Luffy, brother, what's up? Luffy hadn't finished speaking when Luji directly punched him on the top of the head. Luffy, it hurts, it hurts. Ace, how is that possible? Luffy, aren't you made of rubber? How could it hurt? Sabo, could it be that the hockey on the ground brother's hands can hurt a devil fruit user? Roadbed, that's right. It's been a week, and it finally worked. Just then, thick smoke billowed from the distant waste disposal site. Because of Roadbed's intervention, Ace and Luffy were not engulfed by the flames. However, they could no longer stand by and watch the people inside the waste disposal site being burned alive. Roadbed, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, you three hurry and remind the people at the garbage terminal. I will find a way to put out the fire now. Ace and the others nodded, then rushed towards the garbage terminal. The road base utilizes metallic fruits to fly into the air and then heads towards the nearby ocean. When reaching the ocean, the road base raises both hands high. Subsequently, a large amount of liquid metal gathers above the road base's head, and soon a huge basin appears above it. The roadbed directly used this thing to scoop water, then flew towards the waste disposal site. Ace encountered some trouble here, as the three faced off against nearby bandits. Bandit, where did these kids come from? Get out of the way. Without saying a word, Ace swung his stick directly at the bandit. With the training from the roadbed, both Ace and Sabo had become formidable. The bandit didn't even have time to react before being knocked away by Ace. Ace, Sabo, let's split up. Luffy, follow me. Sabo, okay. Both of them trusted each other's strength, but there was still a burden to carry. Ace and Sabo were like two killing gods. The bandits they encountered on the way were no match for them. On the road, many people were informed about the fire. This blaze not only threatened the people inside the waste disposal site, but also the animals in Mount Kolbo. In the distance, a group of bandits from Dayton Mountain saw the flames and thought of the four little ones outside. Bandit, boss, should we go take a look? Dayton, no need. With that kid Luji around, there won't be any problems. However, Dayton's hands still unconsciously clenched. In fact, it was a lie to say he wasn't worried. Dayton guessed that the fire was caused by the nobles of the Goya Kingdom and hoped that Luji and the others wouldn't confront those people directly. After all, every noble had their own lethal trump cards, which they would never use unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, one bandit pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look, what is that?" A huge water basin appeared in midair above the waste disposal site, then slowly tilted and poured out a large amount of water. Of course, Dayton and his group weren't the only ones witnessing this scene. On a ship by the coast, several cloaked figures also saw this spectacle. A particularly large-headed man said to the person in front of him, "That's your eldest son, right, Dragon?" Indeed, these people were the revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon and the Okama King Ivankov. Dragon. That's right, I didn't expect such power to develop in just a few years. In the palace of the Goya Kingdom, a group of people wore dark expressions. King, what exactly is happening? Minister, I don't know. At that moment, the palace doors were pushed open. Luji walked straight in. I came to tell you what happened. Then Luji told the king everything. After hearing the story, the king's face darkened even more. Then the guards beside the king moved directly. The roadbed also instantaneously threw a punch, and the guard raised his fist in response. In an instant, a wave of energy surged around the two of them. The guard said, "You're quite strong, kid. My name is Chris. What's yours?" "Robase. My name is Robase." Then the two attacked again, their punching speed getting faster and faster, while others could only see blurred shadows. At that moment, Chris suddenly changed his move and kicked towards Roadbase. The embankment couldn't dodge in time and was kicked out directly, leaving a big hole in the palace wall in an instant. But Chris knew it wasn't over yet. Luffy slowly crawled out of the hole. Cough, cough, cough. He still had some strength. He then charged toward Chris again. On the other side, the revolutionaries had already begun letting some civilians board the ship. Dragon, this Goya kingdom is not simple. At this moment, Ivankov came over with a report. You were right. There is actually a strong person in a kingdom of the East Sea. He then threw the report to Dragon. Dragon, Chris, the King's Guard of Goya Kingdom. Former Rear Admiral, skilled in the Navy's 6 styles, and possesses dual hockey, with the animal-type cat fruit, Black Panther form. Ivanov, your eldest son has already reached the palace. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Dragon, don't underestimate him. This is a test for him. On the other side, the battle between Luffy and Chris was still ongoing, and both of their clothes had some damage. However, neither of them had been truly injured yet. Chris, kid, you shouldn't have used your full strength yet. Chris knew what had just happened outside, so he speculated that Luffy was also a devil fruit user. Looky, this kind of battle is not enough to make me use my full strength. Chris's face instantly darkened. One ungrateful kid. Then Chris charged at Looky again. But this time the attack wasn't with his fists, but with 2 fingers held up. Finger gun. The moment it hit, Looky was sent flying, his body creating a hole. Chris, kid, I admire you, but you will die today. Just when Chris thought Looky was finished, Looky slowly stood up again. Then everyone saw the large hole in Looky's body slowly healing. Looky scratched his head and smiled. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that I'm a natural metal fruit user. Then his smile turned sinister. So you'll have to pay the price for what you just did. Chris, recovering from the shock, said, Looky, we don't need to escalate things like this. Why don't you join us? I guarantee you wealth and power beyond your wildest dreams. Luffy, sound good. Chris let out a sigh. As a former Rear Admiral, he knew how the natural-type devil fruits could be, so it was best to avoid making enemies when possible, and to pull them in as much as he could. However, Luffy's next words made Chris's hair stand on end. Road base, but I don't care. So are you ready for a fight? Chris is now in a dilemma, but it's too late to run. Then Chris's body began to change, black fur started to grow, and sharp teeth appeared in his mouth. Chris, kid, I've already given you a chance, and the natural type is not invincible. Chris's claws were completely covered in black. Road base, armament hockey, I didn't expect that. Seeing Road base's nonchalant attitude, Chris's anger surged again. Chris activated his observation hockey as well. At this moment, Road base raised his right hand, which was instantly covered in black. Luffy, I also have hockey, although I'm not very skilled at it, but it's enough. Chris was once again shocked by Luffy, but he immediately charged at Luffy. For Chris, this was a life and death battle, so he had to give it his all. Raging slash. Chris directly attacked Luffy. Looky directly conjured a shield made of metal. Chris's attack hit the shield directly, and Looky seized the opportunity to kick Chris with 1 foot. Chris felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was sent flying backward. Then, the shield in Looky's hand disappeared. At that moment, a large amount of liquid metal flowed from Looky's hands, covering his arms directly. Metal, armored arms. At this point, several slashes flew out from the ruins where Chris had crashed. Gale Kick Chaotic Dance. Gale Kick also countered with a Gale Kick. Gale Kick Coverage. The slashes kicked out by Gale Kick flew in all directions. Chris, kid, is this your 6 dials? Roadbed. Not done yet. The slashes flew towards Chris as if they were targeted, covering all directions, leaving Chris no way to evade. Chris, how is that possible? Chris activated his hockey to cover his entire body for defense. Then, an explosion occurred at Chris's location, and as the smoke cleared, Chris slowly walked out. Chris, kid, your skills are good, but your power is lacking. Luj, really? Then try this. Soon, Luj charged at Chris with a raised fist. The armored arm exploded. The hard metal arm was covered with a layer of imposing armed color, and finally, there was Luj's terrifying strength. Just as Chris was about to dodge, he found that his feet were already controlled by a puddle of metal. With no way out, Chris had no choice but to defend himself. Iron block. However, with the sound of steel striking, Chris rolled his eyes and fainted. Why did you choose to use iron blocks? Your hockey coverage is stronger than this. Looky also retracted the metal arm on his arm. Although Looky's recent attack was not the strongest strike, its power should not be underestimated. This strike was one where Looky abandoned speed in pursuit of pure strength. Luji looked at the damaged palace, then turned to the king on the throne. Subgrade, is it comfortable to sit in this position? After that, the subgrade left here, thinking that it had just sent someone coming, specifically someone who deals with this kind of king. As soon as Luji stepped out, he saw 2 people cloaked in capes. Roadbed, Dad, did you come a bit late? Long, it's fine, you did well. Roadbed, that's for sure. Long looked at his pretentious son and smiled. So, are you willing to join the revolution? Luji, forget it. I'm afraid the old man can't take it. Besides, my support for your plan in the Navy is the most significant. Long, as long as you're happy. At this moment, Luji opens his hands towards Long. What are you doing? Roadbed. The secret manual of the Dragon Claw. Dragon. Nothing can be hidden from you, kid. The dragon then took out a book from his bosom. Without saying a word, Luji took it over, as it was prepared for Sabo. At this moment, Luji spoke again. Dad, do you have a bag? Long was quite confused, but still took out a bag. Luji's hands began to leak a golden liquid, which then flowed into the bag. After the bag was full, Luji saw the metal hardening, and thus a large bag of gold was slowly formed. Roadbed, Dad. If you run out of money, just ask me. I have plenty. Long was taken aback by this move. This way, the revolutionaries won't lack for funds. Roadbed. But this piece of gold can't be given to you for free. Dragon. What do you want? Roadbed. Help me find a devil fruit. The Logia type Mera Mera, Nomi dragon. A devil fruit? That's hard to find. Roadbed. This devil fruit is in the East Sea. Dragon. East Sea? How are you so sure? Luja. You don't need to worry about that. Long. Okay, I'll help you look for it. After that, Luja said goodbye to Long and flew away. On the other side, Ace and the others were covered in dirt, but none of them were injured. Soon, Luja found them, and the four of them felt a bit tired. So they didn't stay outside for long and headed home directly. Once they got home, they had a big feast and fell asleep right after eating. At this time, Luja went out by himself and headed to the town alone. Lucky searched for a tattoo shop for a long time and finally found one. The reason Lucky was looking for a tattoo shop is that he was pulled into the consciousness space again during his break. This time, the Panku treasure box finally reacted, and a beam of light shot directly at Lucky. In an instant, a picture appeared in Lucky's mind. 8 great demons formed a circle. Some were fighting, and some were eating. In short, they took on various forms. In the center of the circle was a sealed door, also known as the Gate of Hell. In the middle of the door was the key, the Panku treasure box. At that moment, Lucky felt a sharp pain in his back and was then pulled back into the real world. Luji immediately looked back and saw that the scene from just now had appeared behind him. Luji's first reaction was one of benefit, so he decided to go to a tattoo shop for some modifications. Soon, Luji walked out of the tattoo shop with designs on his back corresponding to each demon's hexagram, along with their names and some additional patterns added. Now, the tattoo on his back looked incredibly imposing. Time passed unknowingly, and at that moment, Luji gained a new skill. That day, Luji's consciousness space pulled him in again, and upon entering, he saw a golden light surrounding the Panku treasure box. Luji reached out to touch it directly, and then the golden light turned into a statue, specifically the statue of the sky demon Ximu. The statue then transformed back into golden light and flew towards Luji. At this moment, Luji noticed that one of the hexagrams of the Panku treasure box had lit up, which was the Qian hexagram represented by Ximen. Back in the real world, Luji found that his power had been slightly enhanced again. Moreover, it seemed that he had gained Ximu's abilities. In the original work, Ximu did not have any remarkable abilities, aside from being able to fly and having slightly faster speed. That was it. Among the 8 great demons, Ximu was not the only one who could fly, and his speed could not match that of the Lord's Rabbit Talisman. Therefore, Ximu appeared quite weak in the original work. In fact, Ximu's abilities are not weak at all. He possesses the power of the sky and close combat physical attacks, with wings that allow for unlimited flight and are extremely sharp, capable of cutting through building glass. He can switch between day and night, control atmospheric conditions, change the color of the sky, and envelop the world in darkness and red clouds, transforming the colors of the sky and creating all sorts of phenomena in the heavens. In addition, Ximu's wings have extremely high defense, able to withstand a direct hit from the Lord's Dragon Talisman without sustaining any damage. The roadbed went outside and then flew directly into the sky. Finally, the roadbed landed deep in the forest. Luji was amazed to discover that he could fly without wings. Ximu's form could transform or remain unchanged. At that moment, Luji pointed to the sky, and a dark cloud appeared above his head, followed by a light rain in a small area. Ximu's abilities seemed weak, but in the world of pirates, they were incredibly strong. After all, the weather in the pirate world greatly influenced many battles. At this point, Luji pointed at the dark cloud again, and lightning flickered within it. Then Luji retracted his skill, and suddenly had a whimsical thought. Could he try to change the day and night? Lucci raised his hands, and soon he felt his body growing weak as the sky gradually darkened. Then Lucci exerted himself again, and quickly the sky returned to its original state. However, Lucci had no strength left. This skill was not something to be used casually. That day, Lucci and Ace were fighting, while Sabo was practicing his Dragon Claw technique nearby, and Luffy was training his Devil Fruit abilities. Just then, a shadow appeared from the sky and flew towards Lucci and the others. Ace and Sabo's eyes lit up, and they instantly sensed something, then looked up at the sky. Indeed, over the years, both of them had learned to use observation haki, and they were also highly skilled in the Marine's 6 styles. Ace, brother, is it the old man? Ace and Sabo could only sense roughly what it was, as they had only recently learned observation haki, so their range of perception was limited and their proficiency was not high. Luffy, not an old man, nor an enemy. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and continued training, while Luffy looked towards the figure in the sky. Soon the figure landed, and the 4 of them could see the person's appearance clearly. The person was tall and sturdy, wearing a trapezoidal white hat with 2 bear ears on top, with black curly wool hair. He wore a black coat on top and white pants with brown spots on the bottom and brown gloves on his hands, holding a book with the cover titled Bible. This person was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, one of the future Shichibukai, and also a subordinate of his father. At this moment, Kuma took out a treasure chest and directly threw it to Luffy. Roadbed. Thanks, Uncle Bear. Tyrant Bear was slightly taken aback, then showed a faint smile. Tyrant Bear. The leader said there's no money left, so he asked me to ask the young master to reduce the amount. Luji listened to the nonsense without saying much and directly used his devil fruit ability with both hands. Soon, a small golden mountain the size of a villa appeared. The Tyrant Bear took off his gloves and gently clapped, causing the entire golden mountain to disappear in an instant. At this moment, the Tyrant Bear was also ready to leave. Roadbed. Uncle Xiong, you must not trust the world government. Tyrant Xiong was taken aback for a moment, then inexplicably nodded. After a few people finished training on the roadbed, they rested in place, and then Luji took out a treasure chest. Roadbed. Inside here is a devil fruit. A Logia-type flame fruit. Which one of you will eat it? The roadbed looked at Ace and Sabo. Ace, let Sabo eat, he's weaker. Sabo, let Ace eat. I should practice my dragon claw first. Then the two began to push each other continuously. At this moment, Luffy, who was sitting nearby, spoke up. Let me eat. Bang. Bang. Then Luffy, with a head full of bumps, sat down to the side. Luffy, a person can only eat one devil fruit. Otherwise, they will explode and die. Then Luffy looked at Ace and Sabo. Roadbed. Ace will eat this devil fruit, and I will find it for Sabo. Ace hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Ace took the devil fruit and bit into it directly. Ugh, it tastes so bad, just like shit. Luffy, have you eaten shit? Bang. Luffy was sent flying out directly. Luffy, feel the power within your body. Ace closed his eyes, and flames began to erupt from his entire body. Ace slowly flew into the air. Soon, Ace mastered the abilities of the devil fruit. At that moment, Ace excitedly looked at Luffy. Brother, can you spar with me? The Foundation nodded slightly. Then, the ability was activated, and a metal platform suddenly rose from the ground. But Ace seemed to be worried about something. Roadbed, don't worry. This is my special metal that even lava might not be able to melt. Then Ace smiled and prepared for battle. The two were about to engage in a fierce fight. At this moment, Ace had just eaten the devil fruit and had not developed any powerful skills yet. Fire Fist. With a gentle lift of the hand, the metal on the ground instantly transformed into a wall, blocking the attack. The roadbed revealed a sinister smile at this moment. Ace, brother, you are cheating. Roadbase, all's fair in love and war, combining the devil fruit with the 6 powers of the Navy. Ace thought for a moment. Hurricane Foot. Flame Slash. The slash instantly cut through the defense of Hurricane Foot, but of course, Roadbase was holding back. Otherwise, Ace wouldn't have been able to break through the defense at all. However, it must be said that the attack power of Hurricane Foot, combined with the devil fruit, is indeed impressive. The battle between the two became more intense, and in the end, Ace was exhausted and ended the fight. In fact, it was just Ace unilaterally experimenting with the devil fruit. The 4 returned home, had a nice meal, and then went straight to sleep. The next morning, Roadbase continued training. Now his training program consisted only of physical techniques and the devil fruit, as he had given up on swordsmanship. After a long period of training and numerous battles, Roadbase realized he was not suited for swordsmanship, so he directly abandoned it and focused solely on physical techniques and the devil fruit. The dragon tooth was also integrated into Roadbase's body, to be given to a fated person in the future. Gradually, Roadbase felt he had reached a peak, or a bottleneck period. His strength had remained at the rear admiral level for a long time, and recently there had been almost no improvement in his power. Slowly, Roadbase felt the need for a strong opponent to help him break through. Currently, Roadbase training in physical techniques was also gradually decreasing, and he began to focus all his thoughts on developing the devil fruit. After all, possessing 2 devil fruits would afford him a place in the pirate world. In addition, Road Base also had the revolutionaries continue searching for other devil fruits. However, this particular devil fruit had only appeared once, and its overall strength was not very strong. Nevertheless, Road Base insisted on searching for it. This one was the natural type Earth fruit. Although this fruit did not perform well in history, it was definitely not weaker than the Flame fruit. As long as it is compressed to the extreme, the hardness of Earth is not inferior to anything. The reason Dragon was searching for the fruit for Road Base was that Road Base paid a lot of money. Every time, it was a mountain of gold being moved. After a year of searching, the Revolutionary Army finally found a clue. Although this devil fruit was not impressive, it was still a natural type. So now, this devil fruit was in the hands of a king. Luji listened to the phone bug in front of him, speaking word by word. Subgrade. Can be bought? Dragon. Yes, but the price is very high. Roadbed. It doesn't matter. I urgently need this devil fruit now. Dragon. This devil fruit isn't very strong, and historically, it's been quite poor. Are you sure? Lucci. That's right. There are no bad devil fruits, only bad users. Dragon. All right. I'll send it over to you soon. At this moment, Lucci is once again contemplating how the Gomu fruit is definitely not the worst among the Paramecia types. The worst is Smoker's Moku fruit. Moreover, if Lucci is not mistaken, the Gomu fruit should be an upgraded version of the Sansan fruit. After waiting all day, the delivery finally arrived as usual. It was Bartholomew Kuma delivering the goods. Kuma, young master, the leader said to reimburse you for the cost of the fruit. Roadbed, how much? Tyrant Bear. Just the same gold bars as last time. Inside the roadbed, Luji couldn't help but exclaim about the obsession with money. At that moment, the dragon lying on the gold sneezed several times. On that day, Ace and Sabo were fighting, throwing all their skills and techniques at each other. However, neither of them knew how to use armament hockey, so they couldn't hurt each other. On the side, Luffy was just grinning foolishly, but Luji's stick came crashing down. You keep practicing, and you still haven't awakened observation hockey. Right now, Luffy could only dodge attacks using the Marine 6 forms paper drawing technique. Luffy was like a student who didn't like studying, always going out to play and seek adventures. In the original story, Luffy learned the two-color hockey because Ace's death stimulated him. At that moment, a loud noise came. Ace said, "Big brother, it's from Windmill Village." Roadbed, take a look back. The roadbed and Ace flew directly towards Windmill Village, while Sabo hurried to catch up with Luffy. Sabo could fly too, but his speed couldn't match the two of them. However, on the ground, Sabo was extremely fast. Soon, the four of them arrived at Windmill Village. As soon as they arrived, they heard shouts that pirates had come. Dozens of pirate ships appeared on the sea not far away. Foundation, Hanli's pirate group. Luji immediately recognized the pirate flag. It belonged to the great pirate Hanlis from the East Sea. At that moment, a cannonball hit the coast, and a few shells flew towards the village. Roadbed, Saber. Saber, understood. Saber jumped directly into the air and then used Gale Kick to unleash several slashes. Gale Kick, Quick Slash. The few cannonballs instantly exploded in mid-air. On the other side, the vice-captain of the Hanlis pirates, Kiko, immediately sensed something. Captain, there are strong opponents on that island. Hanlis, don't worry too much, Kiko. There are no opponents for me in the EC. Then Hanlis shouted to the pirates behind him. You guys, speed up and board the island. Hi, Roadbed, we can't let them land on the island. Otherwise, the villagers will suffer. Ace and the others nodded. Embankment. Stop them from landing on the island. Yes, 3, then the 4 of them arrived at the shore. The platform of the road-based devil fruit was activated, and instantly a large circular platform appeared, on which the 4 from the road base jumped up. They then slowly floated towards the pirate ship. The metal and design of the platform had been processed by the road base, allowing it to float smoothly on the sea. Additionally, the road base had prepared several pieces of wood underneath the platform to ensure its buoyancy and stability. Jiko pointed into the distance. Captain, look at that thing. Hanlis followed Jiko's direction and saw a huge disc floating towards them. Hanlis, it looks like there are people on it. Soon, the disc got closer, and Hanlis recognized the people from the road base. Hanlis, just a few little kids. Jiko, boss, should we kill them? Hanlis, get closer and then take action. Luji, in a moment, you 3 don't hold back. Use all your strength to attack. The opponent is a pirate who kills without hesitation. Ace and the others nodded. At the moment the platform made contact with the pirate ship, the 4 of them launched their attack directly. Luji directly attacked the pirates on the ship with a kick and then boarded the pirate ship. Ace and Sabo also used the moonwalk to fly onto another pirate ship. Only Luffy followed Sabo. Hanlis noticed Luji's slash and instantly took him seriously. Hanlis said, Kid, do you want to join my pirate crew? I promise to give you everything you want. Lugosi, really? Hanlis nodded. Luji then revealed a wicked smile. Luji, I want her life. Hanli, I want her life first. Thanks to Hanli's words. Otherwise, Luji would have to spend effort looking for the pirate captain. The roadbed flashed a few times, and several pirates fell to the ground instantly. At this moment, Hanlis also unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. Robase, what did you threaten me for? At this moment, Hanlis's companion Jiku swung a knife towards Roadbase. Luji turned to dodge the attack, then directly punched Jiko. Jiko instantly used his knife to block the attack, but still retreated several steps. Moreover, his hand holding the knife was in great pain. There must be a problem with the bones. Roadbed, you actually managed to block my strike. You can't be pirates from the East Blue, right? After all, with Old Man Garp around, there are no strong ones in the East Blue. Hanlis, I am a pirate from the Grand Line. It's not too late to surrender now. Lujiak couldn't help but laugh. The guy in front of him was just a bottom feeder in the Grand Line. In the end, Lugia charged directly at Hanlis. Hanlis instantly drew the knife at his waist and then swung it directly at Lugia. The roadbed immediately used elementalization to evade the attack. Both of them were surprised afterward. Roadbed, the strength of the great swordsman. Hanlis, the natural type devil fruit. Luffy never expected that the pirate opposite him actually possessed the strength of a great swordsman. Such strength could easily rank him as a commander in the Navy. This means that although Hanlis is weaker than Luffy, he is still a rare strong fighter. Hanlis, I never thought he would be a Logia-type devil fruit user. Roadbed, you didn't expect much more. Hanlis, I'll give you another chance. Do you want to join my pirate crew? Luffy knocked down a pirate with his skills and then looked at Hanlis. Don't dream. Hanlis, you think you're invincible just because you have a Logia-type devil fruit? You're in for surprise, kid. Hanlis then leveled his sword, and in an instant, a surge of black armament haki enveloped the blade. Hanlis, this power of mine is specifically designed to counter Logia types. However, the sharp-eyed looking noticed that the opponent's haki was not very skilled. Beside them, Jiko immediately shouted, "This is the boss's trump card, kid, you're finished." Roadbed, really? He then raised his fist, directly covering it with armament haki. Hanlis immediately became unsettled. This power took him a long time to acquire, and he didn't expect this kid to be able to use it too. Roadbed, Ace Sob, show a hand. Luji shouted loudly, and then Ace and Sabo directly displayed their haki. Hanlis was taken aback, not expecting that the power he was so proud of would appear so ordinary in the eyes of these kids. At that moment, the furious Hanlis swung his sword again at Luji. The right foot of the foundation was pulled back, and then a stance was taken to throw a punch. The roadbed directly punched Hanlis back. Then, it quickly activated the devil fruit, instantly covering its two arms with a mech. The roadbed raised its fist and charged at Hanlis. Metal, armored arm, heavy strike. Hanlis immediately raised his knife to block. At the moment of contact, Hanlis's arm emitted a sound like cracking bones. His body also staggered back several steps. The roadbed did not stop the attack, but swung its fist again. Metal, armored arms, and an explosion. This time, Hanlis directly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Then he crashed into the wall, which was also directly penetrated. Luji turned his head to look at the distant Jiko. Jiko, frightened, immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, but Luji didn't give him a chance. He then threw a heavy punch at Jiko's chin, sending him flying out and landing perfectly in the water in a parabolic arc. At this moment, Hanlis, who was spitting blood, got up again, and Luji shook his head. You shouldn't get up. He then gave Hanlis a chance to dive as well. And Hanlis fell into the water with a perfect posture. After doing all this, Luji returned to the platform. On the other side, Ace was also facing an opponent, presumably a cadre from the pirate ship. The strong man raised the hammer in his hand and swung it at Ace. Ace dodged to the side and then launched a flame attack. The strong man couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly. However, he only took a few steps back before regaining his composure and attacking again. This time, Ace jumped onto the hammer. The strong man spun the hammer vigorously, tried to throw Ace off. In the end, Ace jumped into the air. Fire fist. He then struck the big man into the sea, shattering the pirate ship as well. On Sabo's side, things were much easier. He directly used his fruit ability to restrain the pirates and then knock them out with a gunshot. Luffy was also helping nearby. The two of them cleared the pirates on the ship at the fastest speed. Robase, are you three done playing? It's time to go home for dinner. Okay, 3. Soon after, Ace and the others arrived at the disc. Ace and Sabo sent them off. Ace and Sabo simultaneously raised their arms. Flame Emperor Rock Dragon. Instantly, the two powerful attacks were unleashed. The Flame Emperor was Ace's original ultimate move, while the rock dragon was invented by Sabo using his dragon claw and devil fruit, summoning a massive earthen dragon with formidable power. At this moment, Roadbase also raised his arm. Metal, god-slaying spear. Instantly, a gigantic, pitch-black spear appeared in the sky. With a wave of Roadbase's hand, the spear shot out directly. Under the three powerful and fierce attacks, all the pirate ships sank. The treasures on the ships also sank into the sea. After all, with Roadbase's ability to create metal infinitely, who would care about that? Afterwards, the four of them rowed the disc back to Windmill Village, and soon they reached the shore, where the disc disappeared. Time unknowingly passed, and soon Roadbase turned 17. Luffy, unable to accept the departure of his three brothers, burst into tears and clung to the roadbed, refusing to let go. Ace and Sabo left Windmill Village and headed towards Roadtown. Luffy, we can't be with you for a lifetime. Luffy, but I can't bear to part with you. Ace, all right. Luffy, we promise to come back and see you often. Isn't that enough? Luffy, really? Sabo, really, after all, you are our brother. Roadbed, I promise we will come back to see you often and bring you gifts and delicious food. Luffy, don't lie to me. Luffy and the other three nodded. And finally, Luffy slowly let go of his hand. At this moment, the three of them also showed a helpless expression. Soon, it was the day for Luffy to set sail. Village Chief, Luffy, why don't you wait for your grandfather to come pick you up? Luji, Village Chief, we want to go out for a while first, and I will contact Grandpa later. The Village Chief nodded. Soon, Luji and the three of them boarded the ship. This ship was made by Luji using the metal fruit and the forest fruit, but they claimed it was bought. Why didn't they buy it? Because it was impossible to find such a sturdy ship outside. Additionally, Luji had installed a hand-crank propeller at the stern, and the three of them took turns cranking it, which made the ship sail very quickly. After a day and night of sailing, the three finally arrived at Roadtown, the hometown of Pirate King Roger. Roadbed, all right, we only have one day. Tomorrow the old man's ship will come to pick us up. Ace, why don't we go to Marin Fander ourselves? Luji, none of us have any knowledge of navigation, and we also don't have the eternal pointer of Marin Vondo. Ace and Sabo nodded. Over the past year, Luji had taught them a lot about the Grand Line, so the two of them knew what the eternal pointer was and what it was used for. A few people got off the ship, and then Luji used a phone bug to call Carp. Carp, hello, is this Luji? Roadbed, old man, it's me. We've already arrived at Roadtown. Carp, how'd you get there? Roadbed, take Ace and Sabo out to play and let Ace pay tribute to his father. Carp, that's thoughtful. I'm almost at Windmill Village now. I'll check on Luffy and then head to Lowtown. Luo G, all right, old man, we'll wait for you. Then Luo G took Ace and Sabo into the town, and at that moment, a pair of eyes had already fixed on Luo G. The roadbed instantly sent someone and then dispersed Ace and Sabo. Luji came to an alley alone, then observed his surroundings and directly turned in. Luji, Dad, is there something wrong? That's right, the one watching Luji is Long. Luji, are you sure you don't want to join Dad in the Revolutionary Army? Roadbed, Dad, I said, my help to the revolutionaries is greater in the Navy. Long, since you have made up your mind, I won't stop you any further. Roadbed, Dad, feel free to call me anytime if there's any problem. If it really doesn't work, find Uncle Xiong. Your identity is too unsafe. Long, haha, don't worry. As long as the old man doesn't make a move, there's almost no one who can catch me. Roadbed, I feel unsafe. Long instantly had a black line on his forehead. The roadbed, when I have time, I'll take a look at Luffy. That kid doesn't even know he is a father. Dragon helplessly scratched his head. His concern for the two brothers is indeed pitifully little. Luffy, also, never let Uncle Bear believe in the world government. Although Luffy didn't know why Luffy said that, he still nodded. After that, Luffy waved his hand and left. On the other side, Ace was lost in thought as he looked at Roger's execution platform. At this moment, Luffy arrived behind Ace. Sorry, I couldn't find Roger's grave. Ace smiled and looked at Luffy. That's enough, big brother. Just then, Sabo came over with a pile of food. Sabo, there's so many delicious things here. Luffy immediately went over to greet them, at which point Sabo called out Ace's name. Ace looked up at the execution platform, then smiled in relief and joined the fray for the food. When the three of them had eaten enough, Lucky said he wanted to take them to a place. They turned a few corners and arrived at a bar that wasn't very large, named GOLD, Roger. Ace was momentarily stunned. The three of them walked straight into the bar. Roadbed, boss, bring me 3 bottles of rum. Boss, young man, this liquor is very strong. Luji, no problem. There are 3 drunks in front of you. Luji is not exaggerating. Among the 4 brothers, only Luffy doesn't really like to drink. Ace and Sabo, under Luji's guidance, are now basically able to drink endlessly. The boss chuckled and then directly took out 3 bottles of rum. Luffy took a sip and said, "Boss, I heard that the Pirate King Roger often drank here and loved rum the most." The boss replied, "That's right, that guy really brings back memories." Ace took a sip of rum and then looked at the bottle. At that moment, Luffy spoke up again, "Brothers, let's raise a glass to the Pirate King." Ace and Sabo immediately understood what Luffy was about to do. The three of them raised their bottles at the same time and poured some onto the ground. The boss said, "Don't waste it, you little brats." The three of them smiled. Soon the drinks were finished, and they left the place directly. The bar owner looked at the spilled drinks on the floor, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. What a strange little brat. He then walked to the bar, took out a bottle of rum, had a couple of sips, and then spilled it all on the floor. Roger, still the same taste. The three of them left the bar and went to a restaurant. They had just had appetizers, and now it was time for the main course. The current appetite of Luffy is unmatched, even by 10 of him. After all, it's just the power of a devil fruit or the sky devil, Shiki. Indeed, using it consumes a lot of stamina, and gradually, Luffy's appetite has been growing. Just as the three were indulging in their meal, two people entered the restaurant, a man and a woman. The man had white hair and was smoking a cigar, carrying a strange weapon on his back, while the woman had black hair, wore glasses, and held the famous sword Shodai Kitetsu. These two were none other than the Navy's Smoker and Tashigi. At that moment, the person at the table behind Luffy immediately became tense upon seeing Smoker. "Smoker, risky pirates, I've been looking for you for a long time." The person behind the table immediately stood up, then directly pulled someone over and held a knife to that person's throat. "Risky, Smoker, you have already killed many of my crew. Isn't that enough?" "Smoker, not nearly enough. Your hands are stained with the blood of many." "Rishki, don't come any closer, or I'll kill him." To be honest, Rishki's move completely stunned Smoker, but he grabbed the wrong person. Luoji glanced at the knife around his neck, feeling quite helpless inside. "Smoker, Risky, what do you want to do?" "Risky, as long as you meet my conditions, I will let this person go." "Smoker, you're dreaming." "Risky, then this person is as good as dead." After saying that, Risky raised a knife, ready to strike at Luoji. "Smoker, wait, tell me your conditions." Risky burst out laughing. "Haha, I knew it. I want to ship 10 million berries, and you can't capture me before I set sail." "Smoker, let that person go first." "Risky, Smoker, do you think I'm stupid? I will definitely let this kid go, but not right now." At this moment, Luoji spoke up. "Can you let me finish my meal first?" "Risky, kid, are you scared, silly?" At that moment, liquid metal slowly flowed out of Luoji's body, instantly wrapping around Risky without him noticing, rendering Risky immobile in an instant. "Roadbed, are you just bored with nothing to do?" Then Roadbed continued to sit down and eat, as if nothing had happened. Smoker and Tashigi were stunned by this scene. "Smoker, this guy, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a devil fruit user, right?" "Roadbed, that's right. I'm a natural type metal fruit user." "Smoker, first, I want to thank you for helping to catch the criminal." The Roadbed, a piece of cake. Soon after, Smoker and Tashigi took Rishki away from here. The three of them continued to battle with food, and by evening, they found a place to stay. On the other side, at the Roadtown Naval Base, Smoker was talking to a soldier. "Soldier, Colonel, those three have entered an inn." "Smoker, keep observing, and let me know immediately if there's any movement." Smoker had been paying attention to the three since Roronoa Zoro displayed his devil fruit abilities. Natural-type devil fruit users are usually incredibly powerful, so Smoker didn't believe these three were ordinary people. Who exactly are they? Why did they come to Roadtown? What are their intentions? These questions raced through Smoker's mind. Just then, another soldier entered. "Colonel, Vice Admiral Garp is coming to Roadtown tomorrow, but we don't know his purpose yet." Smoker, understood, organized some Marines to welcome him tomorrow. Soon, Garp arrived at Roadtown. As soon as he disembarked, Smoker approached him. "Smoker, Vice Admiral Garp, welcome to Roadtown." "Garp, Smoker, there's no need for that." Garp pointed at the lined-up Marines, welcoming him. "Smoker, Vice Admiral Garp, you are a hero of the Navy. By the way, why are you in the East Blue?" "Garp, I came to check on my grandson and brought a few brats to report to the Navy headquarters." "Smoker, who could possibly have Vice Admiral Garp personally escorting them?" "Garp, just a few noisy little kids." At that moment, three figures dashed toward the dock, two flying and one speeding along the ground. A naval soldier found Smoker. "Colonel, those three are heading toward the dock." "Smoker, all right, I want to see what those three are up to." He then looked at Garp. "Vice Admiral Garp, three individuals are approaching the dock. Their strength and intentions are unclear." "Garp, you don't need to tell me. Just handle it as you see fit." Smoker nodded. Soon, the three arrived at the dock, and Smoker stepped forward. "You again, what are you doing here?" "Luji, of course, coming to the dock means going out to sea." "Smoker, all the ships at the dock are at the subdock. There are no ships for you here." At this moment, Carp spoke up. Smoker, arrest them. Smoker was initially taken aback, then charged directly at Luji and the other three. The roadbed laughed directly. Hey Sabo, the old man wants to stir things up. Ace, I've been idle for several days. Today is just right to stretch my bones. Sabo, I can't wait any longer. Roadbed, Sabo, you go up. The old man will definitely make a move soon, and I will take on the old man. Ace, what about me? Luffy, do you see the adjutant next to the old man? He is your opponent. Be careful. His strength is probably in the range of a vice admiral. To be honest, the strength of the three of them is still decent now. Luffy possesses the strength of a rear admiral. Ace has the strength of a brigadier general. And Sabo's strength is also at the level of a colonel. So in battle, Sabo has the easiest time, while Luffy and Ace are struggling a bit. Sabo has already started fighting Smoker, and when Sabo's fruit ability is revealed, it stuns Smoker again. He didn't expect that among the three. There was also a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, and a very strong one at that. At this moment, Garp smiled and then looked at the adjutant beside him. Bogart, go meet them, but don't kill them. Bogart, understood. He then rushed out with his sword, and Ace directly confronted Bogart. Smoker, another Logia-type devil fruit? Are Logia-type devil fruits so cheap now? Garp, I didn't expect these kids to have such good luck actually obtaining Logia-type devil fruits. Garp is unaware of Luffy's deal with Dragon. He rubbed his shoulders and then looked at Luffy. Roadbed, old man, let's get started. Carp, haha. I want to see if you all have made any progress these past few years. Roadbed, don't be shocked. Carp, kid, you're too arrogant. Then the two were about to fight. Luffy and Carp jumped directly into the air, both throwing punches at the same time, creating a loud sound upon impact. The soldiers below quickly covered their ears, and Smoker was also taken aback by Luffy's strength. Carp, good kid, this time I used 50% of my strength, and you actually managed to take it. Luffy didn't want to talk. He had only used half of his strength against Carp, while he himself had used all of his. Carp, it's tough, right? We're not done yet. Then Carp launched a fierce attack, moving so fast that it created afterimages. At first, Luffy could still fend off the attacks, but later on, he could only defend and take the hits. Lucci is now using devil fruits for defense, armament hockey, and the Navy's 6 Styles iron block, but he still feels a strong pain. The key is that Carp's attacks are not just physical. They also inflict a hint of pain on the soul. Each blow is honing Lucci's body and soul. Gradually, Lucci is starting to struggle. At this moment, Lucci suddenly looks up, and Carp suddenly realizes that he is hitting Lucci, but Lucci shows no reaction at all. The corners of Luji's mouth even revealed a smile. Just now, Luji activated the wing shield of Ximu, and a thin layer of shield appeared on Luji's body in an instant. The roadbed immediately counterattacked. Although the wing shield's defense is very strong, Carp's attack is even stronger. If the base continues to be hit by Carp, the wing shield might shatter directly. The road base directly attacks with a metal armored arm. Metal, armored arm, continuous heavy strikes. The huge metal arm, combined with the armed colored domineering covered fist, falls directly on Carp. However, it seems that Luffy's attacks can't break Carp's defense at all. With every punch, Luffy feels like he's hitting a steel plate, causing no harm to Carp, but instead receiving a significant shock himself. Road base, old man, how perverted are you? Cap kid, wanna hurt me? Wait another 50 years. Fist, Cap directly punched Road Base in the abdomen, and then Road Base heard a cracking sound. It's over, the wing shield is shattered. This was Road Base's thought, but it was already too late. Cap's fist that shattered the wing shield did not stop, and then he directly punched towards Road Base's abdomen. Road Base hit, rolled his eyes back, and flew far away. In an instant, the ground was left with a large pit from Road Base impact. On the other side, Ace and Sabo both swallowed hard. The old man is really ruthless. Just as Ace was lost in thought, Bogart suddenly appeared in front of him. One sword style. Iato slash. In an instant, he slashed at Ace. Of course, Bogart used the back of the blade. Ace was also sent flying. Sabo was not disturbed by the situation of the two, but focused on his own battle. Dragon Claw, White Fist. The battle between the two was intense, both exerting 100% of their strength. At this moment, Smoker took out his specialized weapon, the Jit, which was embedded with Sea Prism Stone, the nemesis of Devil Fruit users, specifically to deal with them. After all, Smoker still couldn't use Haki. At this time, Road Base crawled out from the ruins. Sabo, be careful. His weapon has Sea Prism Stone on it. Road Base had previously told Ace and Sabo about Sea Prism Stone, so Sabo immediately took it seriously. Sabo also took out the stick made by Road Base. Smoker, pirate, it's still not too late to surrender. Smoker always thought these three guys were pirates. Sabo, no way, and I'm not a pirate. After Sabo finished speaking, he directly raised the stick and struck at Smoker. Smoker, useless, you can't hit me. Sabo smirked. Is that so? Just as the stick was about to make contact with Smoker, a sudden change occurred. Haki covered the stick. Smoker was instantly sent flying. Smoker, how is this possible? You actually know Haki. Sabo, I just wanted to play with you earlier. Now I'm serious. Earth Dragon Stick. Sabo then raised the stick and attacked Smoker. The Earth Dragon Stick is a stick technique created by Sabo, maximizing both speed and power. On the other side, Ace also stood up and took out his own stick. The battle had just begun. Now Ace's stick was not only wrapped in Haki, but also ignited with flames. Flame King Stick. The Flame King Stick, like Sabo's Earth Dragon Stick, is a stick technique created by Ace, pursuing strength even more than Sabo's technique. The strength and momentum of both of them rose again. At this moment, Road Base also stood up. Luji spat out a mouthful of blood and then looked at Carp. Old man, our battle has only just begun. Metal and armor. Then, the metal began to slowly attach itself to Luji's entire body, and Luji's momentum and strength gradually escalated. Carp, you really have prepared a big surprise. Luffy, not just that. After that, Luffy got into position and charged directly at Carp. Carp was stunned by Luffy's explosive speed, and there was an indescribable power within the bodies of Luffy and his two companions. In fact, the power within them originated from their souls, more like an indomitable spirit. This power also has a name, known as Divine Fury. It is a force that exists deep within the soul, and it was developed solely by Luffy. Once activated, it can temporarily enhance a person's strength and speed, but once deactivated, it will lead to a state of weakness. The road bed taught this skill to Ace and the others, and this power has a high demand on the soul. The road bed can now be checked for a maximum of 3 hours, and AC and the three of them can hold on for 1 hour. This kind of power is similar to the small universe explosion in Saint Seiya. Luffy is now fighting alongside Carp. Feeling Luffy's strength and speed, Carp has no choice but to use his Haki for defense. Buggy is also being cornered by Ace, while Smoker can only focus on defense. Subgrade. Ace and Sabo are pressed for time and need to act quickly. Ace and Sabo nodded. Luffy's power surged again as he threw a punch at Carp. The speed of this punch even created a sonic boom. Carp immediately swung his fist to collide with it. With the activation of his divine rage, Luffy's strength reached the level of a vice admiral. Ace reached the level of a rear admiral, and Sabo also attained the rank of a lieutenant commander. Essentially, they all rose a tier. Sabo's battles became increasingly easier, but Luffy and Ace still found it somewhat challenging. After all, the gap between the two of them and their opponents was not just a single tier. Roadbed. Old man, this is the last move, catch it well. The Foundation raises its right hand. Metal, armored arm, astonishing. Luji gathered strength and threw a punch at Carp, the cape behind Carp fluttering wildly in the wind of Luji's punch. Carp, good one. Armed with Haki, the punch shattered. The two fists collided and the space instantly exploded. The power of Lucci's move is comparable to that of a top general, but is not enough in Carp's eyes. However, Lucci's right arm's metal armor shattered directly, causing Lucci to faint. Ace, seeing Lucci fall unconscious, felt very anxious. Ace, come on, use your strongest move. Ace raised his right hand, gathering the power of flames. In an instant, a huge fireball surged from Ace's hand, resembling a sun. Flame Emperor. Bogard also took a stance to meet this attack. One sword style, draw and slash. Indeed, it was a draw and slash. Although this move seems simple to most, when perfected, it becomes immensely powerful. Ace's Flame Emperor was directly cut apart, and Ace also fainted immediately. However, it still made Carp and Bogart take notice, as Bogart's true strength is comparable to that of Vice Admiral. Bogart was originally the bodyguard of the previous Admiral, Steelbone Kong, and later followed Carp, remaining indifferent to fame and fortune like Carp. Now only Sabo and Smoker were left. Sabo, it's time to end this. Taste this move. Armed, Rock Dragon. The Earth-made giant dragon flew directly towards Smoker, its entire body wrapped in Haki. Smoker was instantly knocked away. It's not over yet. Armed, Earth Seal. The combination of Haki and the Earth fruit instantly enveloped Smoker in the ground. Smoker was completely drained of strength and unable to move. After observing Sabo's battle, Carp looked at Bogart. Did you see Sabo's attack method clearly? Bogart. It resembles that powerful devil fruit. Carp, Earth Rock fruit, also known as the Earth fruit. Due to the previous user's incompetence, this god-level fruit was buried and has now been renamed the Earth fruit. Bogart. There are 5 devil fruits in the world with the most potential, corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Carp. That's right, these 5 fruits have great potential. If the user develops them with care, these 5 fruits can definitely rival the powerful fruits like the magma fruit and the thunder fruit. Bogart. Vice Admiral. Have all 5 of these fruits been found now? Carp. The metal fruit corresponding to gold has been eaten by Lucci. The wood fruit corresponding to wood has been missing for hundreds of years. The water fruit corresponding to ice has been eaten by one of the 3 admirals, Akiji. The fire fruit corresponding to fire has been eaten by Ace, and the earth fruit corresponding to earth has been eaten by Sabo. At this moment, Lucci, who had been nearby, had woken up. With the Force fruit, Lucci possessed a strong healing ability, and since Carp had not used lethal force in the earlier battle, Lucci quickly recovered. Luji also didn't expect to find a god-level fruit. Carp, the earth fruit can not only control soil, but also control rocks and similar materials. And it can generate earthquakes. Bogart. Earthquakes? If we control the seabed to create earthquakes, we could generate tsunamis, which would be a natural disaster. Carp. But it requires the user to develop it. The previous fruit user didn't know how to develop it, so the brilliance of this fruit was buried, causing it to become a mediocre natural-type devil fruit. Roadbed. If developed to the extreme, fighting on the ground is like being assisted by the gods. No wonder it is called the earth fruit. Carp. I'm awake, and my physical condition is not bad. The Foundation nodded slightly, but still seemed a bit weak. Carp. You 3 are really lucky. Each of you has a devil fruit, and they're all powerful Logia-type devil fruits. Bogart. Vice Admiral Carp. Has the Flame fruit been renamed? Carp. No, the Flame fruit hasn't changed its name. It's just that no one understands its abilities. Bogart and the Foundation look puzzled. Carp. The Flame fruit is referred to as the sun fruit because the temperature of flames has no limit, and the Flame fruit is the same. If developed seriously, the temperature of its flames can completely rival that of the sun. Bogart. So you're saying the Flame fruit can even surpass the magma fruit? Carp. That's right. As long as the temperature is high enough, magma can evaporate. At that moment, Sabo approached with Smoker. Smoker. Vice Admiral Carp. I failed. Carp. You've done your best. And don't underestimate this little guy. He just managed to elevate his strength to that of a rear admiral. Sabo looked very weak. This was the side effect of the god's wrath. Carp. Bogart. Take these 3 little guys to rest for a bit. Bogart nodded and then took the 3 onto the warship, while the Foundation and Sabo supported the fainted Ace. Carp also introduced the Foundation and the others to Smoker, who turned dark upon hearing this. He thought, if they're not enemies, you should have said so earlier. What a huge embarrassment. But he still nodded. Then Carp boarded the warship as well, and they began to head towards Marineford in the Grand Line. The next morning, the Foundation told Sabo about the earth fruit. Sabo was completely stunned. Actually, at first, Sabo felt that besides earth, he could also control rocks and the like, but he hadn't tested it at that time. Sabo. I didn't expect my fruit to be so powerful. Luffy. But we can't rely too much on the devil fruit. Martial arts are also key. Then Luffy told Ace about the power of the Mera. Nomi Ace's reaction was similar to Sabo's. In the following days, the 2 of them worked day and night to develop the fruit's abilities, as well as train in martial arts and stick techniques. After many days of sailing, they finally arrived at Marineford. Subgrade, still as grand as before. Ace and Sob's eyes sparkled with stars. Cap, how is it? Impressive, right? Roadbed, just SOSO. Ace, it's just that. Sabo, very ordinary. The 3 of them turned their heads to the side and said, bang, bang, bang. All 3 of them got a bump on their heads. After getting off the ship, Carp took the 3 towards the marshal's office. Soon, the 4 arrived at the door, and Carp directly pushed it open. Haha, Sengoku, I brought these 3 little brats back, so bring out your snacks. Sengoku. Damn, Carp, can't you knock on the door? And why should I give you snacks? The 3 of Luji were directly stunned by the 2. At this moment, he spoke up from the side. You 2, enough already. There are younger ones watching. Carp and Sengoku simultaneously stopped their actions and looked at the 3 of Luji, who immediately turned their heads to look elsewhere. Luffy, this room has a really good layout. Ace, the furnishings in this room are nice. Only Sabo is looking at it with great interest. Sabo, why did you stop? Sengoku's face went dark, and Luffy and Ace admired Sabo in their hearts. You're still brave. Too soon, Sengoku regained his admiral's aura, and Luffy, Ace, and the swollen Sabo all looked at him. Sengoku, are you 3 sure you want to join the Navy? The 3 on the road nodded. Warring states. Why do you want to join the Navy? Luffy, become stronger, protect the weak. Ace, capture pirates, let people live good lives. Sabo, freedom without oppression. Sengoku and Tsuru nodded. Garp, haha, as expected of my grandson. At this moment, Sengoku looked at Luffy, as he was most familiar with him. Sengoku, back then, when the Golden Lion wreaked havoc in Marineford, you showed us your skills and scared us all. So now, what kind of surprise can you bring me? Lucci certainly knows what warring states means, which is to ask about your strength. Carp, warring states, rest assured. This kid Lucci has already reached the strength of a major general. Ace has reached the level of a rear admiral. And Sabo is just one step away from becoming a rear admiral. Moreover, they have a skill that can elevate their strength to a higher level. But afterwards they will enter a severe period of weakness. Crane, Carp, are you sure you're not joking? How old are they? Carp, no, these 3 kids are all freaks. And they are all devil fruit users. Warring states. I know Lucci has the metal fruit. What about the other 2? Carp, the Logia-type flame fruit and the Logia-type rock fruit. Warring states. They are actually the legendary devil fruits with the greatest potential. Crane, including Lucci and Akiji's devil fruits. The Navy directly possesses 4 of the 5 legendary fruits. Warring states. Although these devil fruits weren't the strongest at first, their later power is comparable to Akainu's magma fruit and the vanished thunder fruit. At this moment, the door to the marshal's office was pushed open, and an old man with purple hair and a mechanical arm walked in. I heard Lucci is here. Where is he? Warring states. We didn't even knock. Zifa. Zifa. I'll be more careful next time. At this time, Lucci came in front of Zifa. Lucci. Zephyr. Do you remember me? Zephyr. Lucci, I've missed you so much, huh? Sengoku. Just in time, Zephyr is here too. You will take these 3 little ones and bring them directly to the Navy Academy for training. Zephyr. Absolutely. I will take these 3 little ones as my disciples. At this moment, the door was pushed open again. A person in a red suit entered, with a rose pinned to his chest and wearing a hat that had the word justice on it. Zephyr Sensei, I once said I wanted to compete for Lucci Sensei's position. Sengoku, can we at least knock on the door first? Zephyr, Akainu, are you sure you want to compete with me? Akainu, of course. The tension between the 2 began to rise, and it felt like they could fight at any moment. At that moment, Lucci stepped directly between them. Wait a minute, can you let me speak? The tension between Zephyr and Akainu began to slowly dissipate. Looky, how about this? Admiral Zephyr will teach us martial arts and hockey training, and Admiral Akainu will teach us how to develop our devil fruits. Zephyr and Akainu thought for a moment and then nodded. Sengoku, all right, take them to the academy. Soon after, Lucci and the others followed Zephyr to the Navy Academy. They quickly prepared dormitories for the 3 of them and brought them to the classroom. Zephyr directly called out the Major General inside and then introduced him to Lucci and the others. This is the top Navy Major General Akusu. Don't underestimate him just because he's a Major General. He is a master of martial arts and hockey, and ordinary vice admirals are not his match. Akusu, Teacher Zephyr is overestimating me. Zephyr, haha, from now on, Akusu will be your teacher. Akusu, don't worry, Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr, and then every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evening, you will train with me, and on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, you will train with Akainu. Sunday is reserved for your rest. Luji, okay, no problem. ZFA, then I'll go first. After saying that, ZFA left, and Luji and the other 2 followed Aksu into the classroom. Time unknowingly passed for a year, and the strength of Luji and the other 2 was once again enhanced. Luffy now possesses the strength of a rear admiral, and Ace and Sabo have attained the strength of a captain. Sabo finally caught up with Ace after a year, mainly due to the development of their devil fruit abilities. The 3 of them graduated early because of their exceptional strength. Luffy is now a major, while Ace and Sabo are captains. Since Luffy and the others have just graduated, they haven't undergone extensive military training. Being a major is already the limit for the Navy. One day, Sengoku called the 3 of them to the marshal's office. Sengoku said, your strength is already quite impressive, but you are still young and just graduated, so we can't provide you with too much military training. Robed, it doesn't matter. Marshal, the 3 of us are quite indifferent to fame and fortune, just like the old man. Ace and Sabo nodded. Warring states, but don't learn from Carp. Next, you will be assigned to the East Sea. Knowing your brotherly bond, I won't separate you. Instead, I directly assign the 3 of you to Smoker. Robed, okay, when shall we set off? Warring states, we can leave any time. By the way, Carp is heading back to the East Sea soon. You can go with him. Lucci, understood. Then the 3 of them left the office. The 3 of them arrived at Zifa's office first. Robed, teacher, we are here. ZFA, how is it? Where are you assigned? Luji, East Sea. ZFA, what? East Sea? Isn't this nonsense? Luffy, it's okay, teacher. We'll go to the East Blue for a few days and we'll be back. Ace. Yeah. Teacher, you can rest assured. Sabo nodded beside him. Zeph, all right. But you can't neglect your training. Okay, 3 after that. The 3 went to find Akainu, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then left. Soon, Luffy and the others boarded Carp's ship, heading towards the East Blue. After a few days of sailing, they finally arrived at Logtown, and the 3 of them went to the naval base alone. Before long, they reached the naval base. The soldiers at the entrance directly stopped Luffy and the others. Soldiers, stop. Who are you? Lucci. We are the Navy reporting in. My name is Lucci, and these 2 are Ace and Sabo. Then he handed over the information of the 3 to the soldier. Soldier. Major Lucci, hello. Captains Ace and Sabo, hello. Roadbed. Can you help notify Colonel Smoker? Soldier. Sure. Please follow me. Soon the 3 followed the soldier to Smoker's office. The soldier knocked on the door. Come in. The few entered the smoke-filled office, where Smoker was busy sorting through documents. Soldier. Colonel, the officer from the Navy headquarters has arrived. Smoker waved his hand. The roadbed patted the soldier. You go ahead. We'll talk on our own. Then the soldier left. Luffy. Smoker still loves to smoke. Smoker felt the voice was familiar and immediately looked up. What came into view was Luffy's big face. Smoker. Luffy. And you two, didn't you just go to the Navy Academy for a year? Ace. We graduated early because we were too strong. Sabo. I wonder if your strength has improved over the past few years. Smoker. Dumb brat. Lucci. All right, Smoker. The 3 of us are Navy sent by the Navy headquarters, so we will follow your arrangements from now on. After saying that, Lucci took a cigar from in front of Smoker and started smoking it by himself. Smoker, don't touch my cigar. The road base acted as if it hadn't heard. Smoker, damn it. Smoker's face turned dark with anger. At that moment, Tashigi burst in from outside. Not good, Colonel Smoker. More than 30 pirate ships have appeared in the distance near Rogue Town. It seems to be the Jimmick pirates. Smoker, just a pirate crew that escaped from the Grand Line to the East Sea. Tashigi, but their captain, first mate, and third mate are all devil fruit users. Smoker, what devil fruits are we talking about? Tashigi, Captain Jimmick has the woodwood fruit, first mate Kasai has the clone fruit, and third mate Pays has the vine fruit. Smoker, immediately gather the Navy at the base. It seems we are in for a tough battle. At this moment, Lucci extinguished his cigar. No need. This group of pirates is just right for us brothers to practice our skills. With that, Lucci and the others walked straight out. Smoker, arrogant little brat, then instructed Tashigi to carry out the previous order. The 3 of them quickly arrived at the seaside, where there were countless pirate ships in the distance. Ace, big brother, there's so many pirate ships. Sabo, we can have a blast today. Luffy looked at the 2 of them. Captain goes to me. Ace is the first mate, and Sabo is the 3rd in command. Then the soldier looked over. Understood too. After that, Luffy flew directly out. Ace's lower body turned into flames and followed closely behind. Sabo, you 2 slowed down. Then Sabo waved his hand, and a piece of the ground split open. Sabo jumped up and then flew over as well. Jimmick, get ready. We're about to arrive at Logtown. First mate Koss. Captain, I heard there's a natural-type marine in Logtown. It might be a tough battle. Jimmick, Koss, you're being too cautious. Besides, we have 3 devil fruit users. Koss, better to be cautious. Pays. First mate, is this really the hometown of Pirate King Roger? Koss, that's right. Pays, great. We're about to invade the hometown of the Pirate King. Just thinking about it is exciting. At that moment, Koss noticed something. Captain, something is flying over. Jimmick immediately looked in the direction Koss pointed, and then he saw 3 figures. Jimmick, looks like the Marines. Prepare for battle. Roadbed. Sabo, let's show them who's boss first. Sabo, no problem. Sabo slightly raised his hands, and soon sounds began to emerge from the seabed, with a large amount of mud rising from the water. Before long, the mud controlled the pirate ship, turning that area into land. Of course, this was time-limited and would dissipate after a while. Ace, Sabo is amazing. Sabo, it's something my brother taught me. Although it doesn't last long, it's already enough. Roadbed. All right, the pirates on the other side are ready for battle. Prepare to start. Kasai, what kind of ability is this? Jimmick, don't worry about that. They're definitely here for us. Get ready to fight. With that, Jimmick clapped his hands together and transformed into a giant wooden figure. Kasai also drew his long sword, and then 3 identical cases appeared. Pause. This is getting more interesting. He then opened his palm, and a vine grew out from his body. The pirates behind the 3 also drew their swords one by one. Look, the captain is using a devil fruit. The vice captain's ability is so cool. Brother Paz is really strong. Roadbed, it seems the same as the intelligence. Ace, I don't know how long we can hold on. Sabo, don't be too weak. Soon the three charged towards the assigned enemies. Jimmick, who are you? Jimmick is also curious about the origins of these three. After all, the intelligence did not mention that there were these strong individuals in Rogtown. Luji. My name is Luji, and I just came from the naval headquarters as a major. Jimmy, a major? Are you looking down on me? With that, Jimmy directly raised his fist and struck at Luji. The Road Foundation's eyes turned red and directly dodged the attack. Jimmy, observation hockey? Just because you see the Navy's rank doesn't mean anything. Luji, that's right. Then Luji raised his fist. Heavy strike. Jimmy immediately raised his wooden arm to block. However, Jimmy still took a few steps back, and a fist mark appeared on his wooden arm. Roadbed. Very strong defense, but not enough. Jimmy, arrogant little brat. Then Jimmy began to launch a fierce attack, and the speed of his punches increased. The roadbed is leisurely avoiding. Luji, so slow. After saying that, Luji seized the opportunity and, threw a punch, his fist wrapped in armament hockey. Explode. The fist struck Jimoji's abdomen directly, causing it to burst open instantly. The wood quickly reconnected, and Jimogu appeared to be unharmed. However, the blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth said it all. Jimogu. Armament hockey is very strong, but I can use it too. Then, Jimogu was slowly enveloped in black. Lucci, I underestimated you. Then, both of them struck at the same time. They began to throw punches wildly, their momentum continuously rising. However, it's important to note that Lucci hasn't used the power of his devil fruit yet, and he seems particularly relaxed right now. In contrast, Jimmick's face is already twisted, with anger and the pain from his fist stimulating his brain. Jimmick really didn't expect Lucci to be so powerful. His devil fruit combined with hockey is no match for the other. Although Jimmick can use armament hockey in the Grand Line, it really means nothing. In the pirate world, one must either master physical combat and hockey to the extreme or the devil fruit to the extreme. The early antagonist Crocodile is an example of mastering the devil fruit to the extreme. Jimmick's devil fruit isn't impressive, and his physical combat and hockey aren't great either. Roadbed, no wonder they fled to the East China Sea. With this kind of strength, they're simply seeking death on the Grand Line. Jimmy, arrogant little brat. Luji smiled, and then a stream of black liquid flowed out from his body. This liquid was actually liquid metal, but Luji thought the previous silver color was not very attractive, so he changed it to black. The liquid metal directly wrapped around Luji's arms and then hardened. Roadbed, today is the end of your adventure. Metal, armored arms, explosions. The embankment directly disappeared in front of Jimmick. Jimmick began to look around, but could not find the embankment at all. Road base, right here. Suddenly, Road base appeared in front of him, and then threw a punch. A sharp pain surged from Gimmick's abdomen, and cracks began to appear on Gimmick's body. Gimmick, how is this possible? I'm a natural type devil fruit user. Foundation, natural system? Is it very strong? Then the foundation strikes again. The roadbed directly controls the metal wrapping around Jimmy. The metal compresses. Then the metal begins to shrink, and Jimmy lets out a terrible scream. I was wrong. Please let me go. Luji, you have quite a bit of blood on your hands. Do you think that's possible? Then Luji clenched his hands, and the metal fused together, directly crushing Jimmy into pieces. The roadbed has reclaimed the metal, leaving only some fragments on the spot. The roadbed, just in case, directly threw the fragments into the sea. Although Jimorg had turned into fragments, the roadbed was still not at ease. After all, his devil fruit was a Logia type. Ace faced off against Koth. Ace, wow, you can actually create clones. Koth, stop talking nonsense, Dai. 4 Koths raised their swords and slashed at Ace. Ace, what violent guy. Ace used observation hockey to dodge the attack and immediately checked which one was real. To his surprise, Ace found that all 4 Koths were real. Subsequently, the 4 Koths surrounded Ace. A very strange devil fruit ability. Saying this, Ace took out a stick and ignited it with flames. He swung the stick at one of them, but it passed right through. Ace, how is that possible? At that moment, that Koth swung his sword at Ace. Ace was slashed, leaving a trail of flames, but fortunately, Koth couldn't use hockey or Ace would have been hurt. Ace attacked again, this time carefully observing with observation hockey. Then Ace unleashed a frenzied attack. Soon, Ace discovered that Koth's clones could switch between solid and intangible forms. However, Koth himself didn't have this ability, making it difficult to distinguish which one was the real body when they were all solid. Koth, for body, strike. The 4 Koths attacked simultaneously, and several slashes flashed by. Ace was slashed several times, but sustained no damage. Ace, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Navy Lieutenant Ace. Logia-type Flame Fruit user. In fact, Koth had already guessed that Ace was a Logia user, and this only solidified his belief. Koth thought, oh no, I can't hurt this guy without Haki. On the pirate's ship, only 2 people could use Haki, the Captain Jimorg and the first mate Paz. Koth relied on his powerful devil fruit and swordsmanship to become the vice captain. Koth, kid, are you interested in becoming a pirate? Ace, no, but I'm very willing to kill pirates and catch them. Koth's face immediately darkened, but there was nothing he could do. Currently, Koth couldn't hurt Ace, and Ace couldn't hit Koth. However, Koth's stamina was depleting quickly. After all, maintaining the clone ability was taxing. At this moment, Ace revealed a charming smile. Then, flames began to erupt from his body. Gradually, the flames started to condense, and soon 3 flame beings appeared. Ace, it works after all. Although Ace couldn't create clones, he could produce flame beings that were replicas of himself. Ace, but consumes a bit of stamina, still acceptable. Ace then controlled the flame beings to attack. Koth didn't expect Ace to use this move. With this maneuver, Ace pinpointed Koth's real body. Ace, it's time to end this. Ace raised his right hand. Flame Emperor, Dragon King. The flames gathered in Ace's hand transformed from a fireball into a massive flame dragon. Ace, this is a skill I just developed not long ago. Ace's new skill not only expanded the attack range, but also increased the temperature of the flames. Ace launched the dragon at Koth. Koth, one sword style, Shadow Strike. He unleashed a slash, but it was immediately devoured by the flame dragon. Koth was also knocked away by the flame dragon. The dragon quickly caught up and opened its mouth to swallow him. Meanwhile, Sabo faced Paz. Paz immediately used vines to whip at Sabo, who jumped to evade. At that moment, several vines suddenly emerged from the ground to entangle Sabo. Paz attacked again, but Sabo transformed into mud to escape the bindings. Paz, a Logia-type devil fruit? Interesting, what's your name? Sabo, I'm Navy Lieutenant Sabo, Logia-type rock earth fruit user. Paz, my name is Paz, Paramecia-type vine fruit user. Just then, Paz suddenly launched a sneak attack, whipping Sabo again. Sabo, what a lack of martial ethics. He quickly took out his stick to block. After blocking Paz's attack, Sabo charged at him. Paz made the ground sprout sharp vines to block him, but Sabo dodged them, all using observation Haki and his agility. Sabo, strange devil fruit. He then swung his stick at Paz. Buff, Venus, Armor. Seeing he couldn't evade, Paz used his fruit to turn the vines into armor. However, he was still sent flying by Sabo's attack. Paz flew several meters before finally stopping, and just as he steadied himself, he coughed up blood. Paz, so strong. But Paz showed no signs of panic. Instead, he revealed a hint of excitement. Then Paz charged at Sabo. He wrapped vines around his fists and coated them with Haki. Vina Feast. Sabo also covered his fists with Haki to meet him. Their fists collided with a loud sound. Sabo was unharmed, while Paz, thanks to the protection of the vines, was still okay. Paz, kid, not bad, but still not enough. Sabo, oh really? Sabo decided to stop holding back. He put away his stick and merged his index and middle fingers, as well as his ring and pinky fingers. Sabo then charged at Paz. Dragon Claw, Heavy Strike. Paz raised his fist again to meet him. But at the moment of contact, Paz's Haki shattered, and the vines wrapped around him were torn apart. Before Paz could react, Sabo's Dragon Claw struck his arm. Instantly, the sound of bones cracking echoed, and Paz coughed up blood as he was sent flying. But that wasn't the end. His arm lifted, slowly gathering rocks and soil. Rock Dragon, Erosion Charge. A massive rock dragon flew at Paz, and in midair, rocks began to cover him entirely. The 3 brothers, after finishing their battles, flew up into the air. The 3 looked at several pirate ships and thousands of pirates. Luffy, Sabo, you go deal with them. You must destroy those pirate ships. As for the pirates, it's up to their fate. Sabo nodded. It's just the right time to test my new skill. Then Sabo raised one hand. Soon, he was sweating profusely, and at that moment, a small black dot appeared in the sky. It was slowly getting bigger and falling at an increasing speed. At this time, Luffy supported the weakened Sabo. The pirates also saw what was in the sky, and it was a meteorite. Ace was also starry-eyed. Skypea, Sabo, you actually summoned a meteorite. Luji didn't show much performance because this was Luji's suggestion to Sob. The meteors in space are made of rock and metal, so both Luji and Sob can summon meteors. However, it consumes a lot of energy after all. It can't compare to the skills of Fujihu. Fujihu attaches weight to the meteors, while Luji and Sob purely control the meteors. The sight of the meteors crashing was directly witnessed by the people of Rogtown. Look, what is that? It seems to be a meteor, and it's getting closer. Should we run? There's no way to run. At this moment, Smoker by the seaside also saw this scene. What are these three guys doing? On the other side, Luji and the others were also preparing to leave this place. Roadbed. A meteorite impact will definitely trigger a small tsunami. We need to hurry back to protect Rogtown. Ace, okay. Roadbed. Sabo, take a break for a while. The rest is up to Ace and me. Sabo nodded, and soon the three of them arrived at Rogtown, where Smoker was already waiting. Smoker, do you three want to destroy Rogtown? Roadbed, you take care of Sob, and leave the rest to us. At this moment, the meteorite directly struck all the pirate ships, and a huge tsunami immediately erupted on the sea. Roadbed, here comes Ace, get ready. Ace, okay. Jiao Wu. Lucky directly merged with a full-body metal armor. Then Lucky raised his arm. The giant armored arm was astonishing. Lucky's right hand transformed into a massive metal arm, nearly the size of a truck. Ace was engulfed in flames as well. Fire God. Ace then transformed into a flame giant. Fire God burning the heavens. The flame giant began to gather energy in its hands. Shortly after, Lucky and Ace launched their attacks simultaneously. The overwhelming momentum surged towards the gigantic tsunami in front of them, and in an instant, the tsunami shattered and merged into the sea. Smoker was shocked by the attacks from the two. One possessed the strength of a vice admiral, and the other had the strength of a rear admiral. Yet you tell me they're just a major and a captain, and the rest also a captain who can summon meteorites. Luji saw Smoker's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Smoker's old face turned red as he went straight back to the base and quickly made his way to the office. As soon as Smoker sat down, he called Sengoku. Sengoku. Smoker, what's the matter? Smoker. Admiral Sengoku. Why did you send those three guys from Luji to me? Sengoku. They just graduated and need some experience. Smoker. Luji can shatter giant tsunamis. Ace can turn into a flame giant, and Sabo can summon meteorites. You tell me they need experience? Sengoku. We haven't seen their true combat power either. Smoker. Get them out of here quickly. Sengoku. Impossible. They need to stay in the East Blue for 3 years no matter what. Smoker. With their strength, staying in the East Blue is just playing around. Sengoku. I'll negotiate as soon as possible. As long as it's not excessive, they can do whatever they want. Smoker. All right. With no other choice. Smoker directly gave the three of them a ship and then sent them out to sea to catch pirates on their own. The ranks of the three members of the road base were promoted once again as they defeated the gimmick pirate crew, which had a total bounty of 500 million berries. Luffy never expected that this pirate crew would be so valuable. Now, Luffy is a lieutenant colonel, and Ace and Sabo have also become majors. Soon it was time for the three of them to set sail, and as soon as Luffy boarded the ship, he began to modify it. The newly modified ship could travel at high speeds using flames. On board was Ace, who could release flames, but it might consume a lot of energy. Luffy quickly thought of a solution. He found Sabo and whispered a few words in his ear. Soon, Sabo came over holding a large piece of black rock. This was exactly the coal that Luffy needed, as coal is also a type of rock. So Luffy wanted Sabo to try and see if he could transform it. And to everyone's surprise, he succeeded. Although the sailing speed was definitely not as fast as when Ace released flames, it was sufficient. After a day of high-speed sailing, the three of them arrived at their hometown, Windmill Village. They went straight to the Makino bar. When Makino saw the three people in navy uniforms enter the bar, she initially thought that Garp had returned. Looky, Sister Magino, we're back. At this moment, Magino took a closer look. Looky, Ace, Sabo, it's you three little rascals. Roadbed, bring me 3 cups of wine and some food. Marquino, coming right up. The three of them didn't bring food, and along the way, they kept eating fish. Soon, they were full. Marquino asked, is that enough? Luffy, enough, sis. The 3 of us are going up the mountain to check on Luffy, and we'll come back to find you later. Makino nodded. Then the 3 of them headed straight to the mountain bandit's house. Soon, they arrived at the entrance. Roadbed, Dadong, Dadong. We are back. The 3 of them had already used observation hockey to see some things. Luffy was not at home. Dayton, so it's you 3 little brats. How'd you come back? Roadbed, we are here in the East China Sea for training and to see Luffy and you guys. Ace, how is it? Have you missed us? Dayton immediately turned around, wiping her tears, and said, who would miss you little brats? To be honest, living together for a few years does create some feelings. The 3 from the Luji team didn't stay for long and left a batch of gold for the dance. Soon, the 3 found Luffy playing in the forest. They exchanged smiles and then directly attacked Luffy. Divine Fist, Dragon Claw, Dragon Fist. These are the close combat techniques of the Luji trio. Luji's Divine Fist is his own invention. Sabo's Dragon Claw was obtained by Luji from a dragon. And Ace's Dragon Fist was invented based on Sabo's Dragon Claw. The three's attacks instantly reached Luffy, and a scream echoed through the forest. The three people on the road looked at Luffy, who had a head full of bumps. Have you trained during the year we have been walking? Luffy, no. Ace, the Navy's 6 styles haven't improved either. Sabo, the devil fruits haven't enhanced either. The 3 members of the crew are about to be driven crazy by Luffy. Roadbed, Luffy, with your strength, you can't possibly become the Pirate King. Why don't you join us and become a Navy instead? Luffy, no. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Ace punches Luffy on the head. With your strength, you can't even leave the East Blue. Sabo, Luffy, dreams require strength. The 3 of them, Luffy, didn't say anything more. They prepared some food in the forest. After eating, Luffy left a book on the 6 powers of the Marines for Luffy. It was written about the 6 powers of the Marines and the development direction of his devil fruit, so he could take a look himself. After that, the 3 of them left. They returned to Makino's bar, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then left. As soon as they boarded the ship, the transponder snail rang. Roadbed, Moses, Smoker, I am Smoker. A group of pirates has entered the East Sea from the Grand Line, with a total bounty of 700 million berries. Roadbed, aren't pirates with a bounty of over 500 million captured by Vice Admiral level officers? Smoker, which of your 3 strengths isn't at the Vice Admiral level? Luji, the location tells us. Smog directly told Luji the location. The roadbed, get ready, there's a battle to be fought. Soon, the 3 of them encountered the Kwa High Pirate Group, which had a total bounty of 700 million. Roadbed, Captain Ko O of the Ko O Pirate Group, a master of body techniques and hockey. Vice Captain Lia, a Zoan-type elephant fruit user, who has mastered the 2-color hockey. Third in command Pu, a swordmaster level expert, who has mastered dual-handed hockey. Ace, sounds very strong. Roadbed, if we categorize by naval strength, Ko O has the strength of a rear admiral, while Lia and Peiyu have the strength of a commodore. Sabo, they're a bit weaker than us, but we should be able to have some fun. Peiyu, Captain, there's a naval ship in the distance, but it seems to be a small one. Ko O, let's charge straight in. It's a good way to intimidate the East Sea Navy. Peiyu, Captain, why are we in the East Sea? This place is known as the weakest sea. Ko O, I don't care about being the Pirate King, but I can rule over a sea area, and the East Sea is just right for that. Lia, haha. The captain really has foresight. The pirate ship is getting closer to the naval ship. Luge, Sob, it's up to you. Sob nodded and then raised both hands. Earth seal. Instantly, the pirate ship was immobilized. Pirate, Captain, we are trapped by the Earth. The pirate ship can't move. Ko, what is going on? Lia, Captain. Could it be the Navy on the other side doing this? Ko, impossible. The East Sea Navy doesn't have that kind of strength. At this moment, Luge and the others flew directly towards Ko O's pirate ship. Peridot, Captain, something is flying over here. Ko, shoot it down. Peridot drew the sword from his waist and then unleashed several slashes. Looky, the speed is okay, but the force is not enough. Ace and Sabo struck instantly, both using the Navy's 6 style, the Gale Foot, to unleash several slashes. The slashes collided, and Peridot's slash shattered in an instant, while Ace and Sabo's slashes flew into the sea. Peridot, Captain, he is strong. Ko, nodded with a serious expression. Soon, Lucci and the other 2 slowly landed on the ship. Roadbed, Ko, pirate crew, total bounty over 700 million berry. Ko, friend, isn't it time for a self-introduction? Roadbase, sorry, I forgot. I am Colonel Roadbase from the Navy headquarters, and these 2 are my brothers, Major Ace and Major Sabo. Ko, the strength of the 3 of you cannot possibly match such low ranks. Roadbed, the 3 of us just graduated, so our ranks are indeed a bit low. As long as we capture you and take you back, our ranks might go up a bit more. Ko, kid, I admit you guys are strong, but capturing us isn't enough. The 3 of them smiled, but said nothing. Ko, if it really doesn't work out, you could just follow me and become pirates. I guarantee you will eat well and have a good time. Luffy, you're not the first pirate to say that to me, and my answer is no way. Kuro, damn brat, go kill them. The pirates charged directly at Luffy and the others. Lucci, I'll handle the minions. Lia and Peiyu are up to you. With that, Lucci charged out directly. The roadbed directly knocked out a small Kalami with a punch. Some fainted immediately, while others were knocked into the sea by the roadbed. The speed of Luji is getting faster, and soon half of the pirates on the ship are gone. Ko, Lia, Peiyu, hurry up and deal with this kid Luji. Lia and Peiyu immediately rush towards Luji. Peiyu draws her sword, and at that moment, Sabo raises his stick to block Peiyu. Sabo, your opponent is me. Ace also punches Lia back. Ace, what do you think you're doing? Ko, Damn it, I forgot about these two. With no choice, Ko-Oh has to take action himself, or his subordinates will all be taken out. Ko-Oh jumps directly in front of Luji. Kid, you're too arrogant. Then he kicks towards Luji. The roadbed's eyes turned red, directly dodging the attack. Ko-Oh, observation aquí? How could the Navy let you come to the East Sea? Ko-Oh cursed the Navy admiral in his heart countless times. Luji dodged the attack, and then turned around to kick Ko-Oh. Ko-Oh didn't have time to dodge, and was directly kicked away. He quickly stabilized himself, and rubbed the spot where Luji had kicked him. What a strong force. That little brat is really tough to deal with. Then Ko-Oh launched a fierce attack against Luji again. Luji thought, no wonder he is a master of physical arts. His strength and speed are perfectly controlled. Lucky dodged Ko-Oh's attacks while studying his attack patterns. Ko-Oh thought to himself, this guy is really strong. Even with my observation haki activated, I can't hit him. Just then, a pirate suddenly appeared and trapped Lucky. Ko-Oh seized the opportunity and launched an attack at Lucky, but Lucky immediately elementalized to evade the attack. However, the pirate was directly sent flying by Ko-Oh's strike. Lucci, that was close, you almost hit me. K-O-U, damn it, you're actually a devil fruit user. Just then, Lucci suddenly attacked, landing a punch in K-O-U's stomach. K-O-U was sent flying and crashed into the railing. K-O-U, such strong power. K-O-U activated both observation haki and armament haki. Luji saw the other party show their true skills and also put away his nonchalant demeanor. Subsequently, Luji used his armed color haki. Road base, come on. Show me all your skills. Ko-Oh, you little brat, seeking death. Then the two began to exchange punches. It was only when they truly faced off that road base felt Ko-Oh's strength. I have to say, Ko-Oh's power is really great. Almost on par with road base. Ko-Oh, Ko-Chong. Roadbed, heavy strike. Both of them used their moves at the same time, and Ko-Oh was sent flying. Standing firm, Ko-Oh had blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Ko-Oh, little brat, you are very strong. Roadbed, you too. Ko-Oh, kid, I don't like being in jail. I'd rather die in battle. Road base, I understand. I'll use my strongest move to send you off. Ko-Oh, thanks, kid. Let's see you try my final move. Then Ko-Oh gets into position, and road base equips his armored arm. Ko-Oh, fighting Shash. The armored arm collided with the ground, creating a tremendous shockwave as the two fists met. Subsequently, Ko-Oh slowly turned into ashes. Luji, have a good journey. In fact, Luji admires such strong individuals. Then, Luji looked towards Ace and Sabo on the other side, where their battle was still fiercely ongoing. Lucky directly found a spot to sit down and leisurely watch the fight. The battle between Ace and Leah was quite intense. Leah possessed immense strength. Thanks to the devil fruit he consumed, Leah's power might even surpass that of Koru, but he didn't know any martial arts. Now, Leah charged at Ace like an elephant, while Ace skillfully dodged using his observation haki. Although Leah's strength was great, his speed was quite slow, at least in the face of observation haki. However, there are some strong individuals whose actions are still hard to discern even with observation haki. Ace continued to attack. Leah's devil fruit not only granted him tremendous strength, but also provided strong defense. Ace's attacks left no marks on Leah. Leah, kid, are you just tickling me? Ace, I just want to play a bit longer. Then, Ace casually tossed another fireball. The fireball hit Leah and then dispersed. Leah only felt a slight burning sensation, which quickly faded. Ace, you really are tough-skinned. Leah realized he'd been toyed with by Ace. Angered, Leah transformed into his beast-human form. This form is the strongest among Zhoulan-type devil fruit users. In this state, his power, speed, and defense reached their peak. Ace merely blinked, and Leah appeared directly behind him. Leah then struck Ace with a fist covered in armament haki. Ace, unable to dodge in time, was sent flying. He quickly stabilized himself in midair. Ace not bad, but still a bit lacking compared to Old Man S punches. Indeed, Captain Carp's training for Lucky and the others was to enhance their ability to take hits. Thus, the current resilience of Lucky and his crew was quite strong. Leah, oh really? Let's see if you can take another hit. Ace, do you think you have a chance? Leah charged at Ace again, who quickly changed his position to dodge. But Leah swiftly turned around, resembling a homing missile. Ace, I'm gonna hit back for real now. With that, Ace raised his right fist. Fire fist. A massive flame engulfed Leah, who then burst out from the flames. Leah was now hairless, with several holes burned in his clothes, and his body turned black like charcoal. Leah, Dambrat. Ace, you're really strong, uncle. Ace said while dodging Leah's attacks. Leah, tusk charge. Leah thrust his tusks at Ace, who grabbed them with both hands and jumped over Leah's head. Ace, uncle, your speed isn't enough. It must be admitted that Ace was indeed quite infuriating. Just then, a loud noise came from afar, drawing the attention of both Ace and Leah. They then saw Lucci kill Koru. Leah's eyes turned red. Lucci leisurely sat back down, watching the commotion. Seeing that Lucci had finished his battle, Ace decided to stop messing around with Leah. Ace then engulfed himself in flames, summoning a giant fire figure. Fire god, burn heaven! Ace unleashed his ultimate move at Leah, who was turned to ashes in a blaze of intense heat. Ace gradually returned to his original form and walked step by step to sit beside Lucci. Roadbed, how is it? Leah, the arm color is not up to standard, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy. Roadbed, enjoy this leisurely time in the EC, as it won't be long before we head to the Grand Line. It felt like they would soon be recalled to the naval headquarters. At that moment, the two looked towards Sabo's direction. Roadbed, all right, Sabo's battle is about to end. Peridot slashes at Sabo with a knife. Sabo turns and dodges the attack, then strikes back with a stick. Peridot immediately uses the knife to block. Peridot, not bad strength. Sabo turns with a smile and attacks again. As Sabo unleashes the Earth Dragon Staff technique, both the power and angle of his attacks are particularly sharp. Peridot gradually begins to struggle. Sabo's attacks are getting faster. Peridot, André de Blade instant slash. In an instant, a flash of blades appears, and Sabo immediately uses Haki and rock armor for defense. Just now, Sabo only saw Peridot move slightly, but instantly multiple slashes appeared. The slashes hit Sabo, making a metallic collision sound. At this moment, Sabo directly disappears from his spot and reappears behind Peridot. Then, with his right hand clawed, he directly attacks Peridot from behind. Peridot immediately turns and blocks the attack with a knife. However, the tremendous force still sends Peridot flying. Sabo did not expect that Peridot's observation Haki could actually sense him. Drawing the knife and slashing, Peridot steadies himself and launches a slash. This slash is very fast, almost instantaneously reaching Sabo. Sabo is directly cleaved in half by the slash. However, what flows from Sabo's middle is not blood but dirt. Soon, Sabo returns to his original form. Sabo, I forgot to tell you, I'm a Logia-type user of the Rock Earth fruit. Saying this, Sabo shows an apologetic smile. Peridot, Logia? Then I have a way to kill you too. Saying this, the long knife in Peridot's hand is covered with black Haki. Then he slashes out the previous slash again. Sabo, the same move won't work on me. Sabo directly extends his Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw tear. That slash is directly caught by Sabo, who then crushes it. Peridot's eyes widen in disbelief. Peridot begins to attack frantically, while Sabo stands still, not moving at all. One slash after another is crushed by Sabo. At this moment, a distant explosion occurs, followed by a huge fireball. Soon, Roadbed and Ace appear not far from Sabo and find a place to sit down. Ace, Sabo, hurry up, I'm hungry. Sabo, all right. Peridot in the distance immediately realizes that Ko-Oh and Leah have been defeated. At this moment, black smoke begins to rise from Peridot's body. Peridot, you kill my companions. Today I will die with you. Roadbed in the distance immediately becomes serious. Peridot, I forgot to tell you, I'm also a devil fruit user. Soon, the black smoke around Peridot increases. The embankment immediately stood up. Roadbed, be careful. He seems to be getting stronger slowly. Poyo, I'm a Superman-type fruit, and I've exchanged my life for 3 hours of immense power, which is more than enough to deal with you guys. Then Poyo's strength began to soar, and finally, Poyo's strength stopped increasing. Roadbed, Sob, let me do it. You're no match for him. Although the Roadbed does not know exactly how strong Peridot is certain that Ace and Sabo are not each other's opponents. Luji directly took out the phone bug and then threw it to Ace next to him. Luji, hurry up and call for rescue. His strength is beyond my imagination. Then Luji rushed out directly, preparing to strike first. However, Peiyu unleashed a slash that sent Luji flying. The roadbed directly flew out and then crashed into the railing. The roadbed spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Damn, that's close to the strength of a general. Luffy's words stunned Ace and Sabo beside him. Right now, Luffy was definitely not a match for them. Even if he used his goddess fury, there was still a significant gap. Luji, hurry up and call for rescue. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. After saying that, Luji directly activated Divine Fury. Subsequently, Luji's strength began to surge. Previously, Luji thought that activating Divine Fury could elevate him to the next stage, but later he realized that it was impossible. When the Foundation reaches the strength of a lieutenant general, it activates divine fury, or perhaps even just a lieutenant general, not even close to an admiral. It is evident that the increase in strength from divine fury is also limited. The stable strength of the Foundation charges directly towards Peridot. A smile appears at the corner of Peridot's mouth, and then she directly unleashes a slash. Luffy immediately dodged the attack, and then threw a punch at Peridot. Peridot also raised his right hand to meet the punch. However, in an instant, Luffy was sent flying. At that moment, Ace finally got through to Sengoku on the phone. Sengoku, what's wrong, Luffy? Ace. Admiral Sengoku. This is Ace. We're in trouble. Sengoku. How is that possible? Weren't you supposed to capture the KOU pirate crew? Ace. The intelligence was wrong. Peridot, the third in command of the KOU pirate crew, is a devil fruit user with the paramecia type cost fruit. His strength is now close to that of an admiral, and my brother is currently fighting him. Sengoku. Hold on. I'll dispatch Admiral Kizaru right away. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku immediately called for Kizaru. Soon, Kizaru arrived at the Admiral's office. Kizaru. What is going on? Admiral Sengoku? Sengoku quickly explained everything to Kizaru and urged him to provide support. Kizaru. This is terrifying. He then transformed into a flash of light and left the office. Sengoku. Those three kids must not have any accidents, or else Garp will go berserk, along with that jerk Zephyr and Akainu. Meanwhile, Luffy stood up from the rubble. At that moment, Ace and Sabo came to Luffy's side. Ace. Admiral Sengoku has already sent Admiral Kizaru to help. Luji. Alright, you and Sabo leave here. You're not his opponents at all. Ace. Not necessarily. We'll only know after a fight. Sabo. We're actually very strong. Luji looked at the two and then smiled. Don't die. He then charged directly at Poyu. The two immediately unleashed their divine wrath, and their strength began to soar. Fire God. Rock God. In an instant, a giant of flames and a giant of rock appeared. Ace and Sabo activated their ultimate moves, facing opponents with nearly admiral-level strength. The two dared not show even the slightest negligence. The roadbed and Peridot exchanged a few punches and flew out again. Ace and Sabo were gathering their ultimate moves. Peridot, you are too weak. Then, she directly unleashed a powerful slash towards Ace and Sabo. The ground suddenly appeared in front of the two. Wing shield. Then, a shadow of a shield made of bat wings appeared directly in front of the ground. It began to counter the slashes from Poyu. Soon, cracks actually appeared in the wing shield. At this moment, Ace and Sabo's attacks were also ready. Fire God, burn the sky. Rock God, bury the sky. A sky full of flames and rocks surged towards Poyu, along with the attacks of the two. Poyu didn't dodge at all and directly struck back with a punch. Ace and Sabo were sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Poyu suffered no injuries at all, with only a few tears in his clothes at most. Roadbed. Damn, is the gap really that big? Right now, the roadbed feels like all the bones in its body are aching. But the roadbed still stood up shakily. It must hold on until Kizaru arrives. The forest fruit is also continuously healing the roadbed's injuries. Giant armored arms, astonishing. Luji raised his fist and charged at Peyu again. Peyu, you reckless little brat. Then he threw a punch in return. The two fists collided, creating a shockwave in an instant. This time, Luji didn't get knocked back, but blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth. Luji felt like all his internal organs had been displaced. Boy, kid, it's not over yet. After saying that, Boy directly slashed at Luji with a knife. At that moment, Luji had no chance to dodge. Subsequently, Luji was struck by two blows. One cut into his abdomen, and the other struck his chest. At this point, Luji's rage was also forced to come to an end. The Foundation has directly entered a serious state of weakness, and now it doesn't even have the strength to support the healing ability of the Sensen fruit. Ace and Sabo rushed over to catch the falling Luji. Luji has now fallen into a coma. At this moment, blood is also flowing from the corner of Poyu's mouth. Poyu, I didn't expect this little brat's punch to be so powerful. Poyu wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. Poyu, but the two knife wounds I just gave him are fatal. One cut to the heart and lungs, and the other to his liver. Ace, you bastard. Poyu, it's not over yet. He can't be saved now. Even if he is saved, you'll be a cripple. Ha. Ace, bastard, I'm going to kill you. Poyu, oh, do you have that ability? Today, all three of you are going to die. After saying this, Poyu directly unleashed a slash. Andred blad instant slash. Ace and Sabo immediately shielded the unconscious Luji behind them. At that moment, a flash appeared in front of the three. The 8-span jewel. The person who arrived was Admiral Kizaru Borsalino. The slash in the sky was directly shattered by Kizaru's laser. Poyu, Admiral Kizaru. A tense expression appeared on Poyu's face. Although Poyu is strong now, he is ultimately not at the level of an admiral. Kizaru, how terrifying. What about you three brats? Ace, uncle. Luji brother has already passed out. Kizaru immediately frowned. To be honest, everyone at the Navy headquarters is quite fond of these three brats, especially Luji. Kizaru is no exception. Sometimes he enjoys teasing Luji. Kizaru's aura instantly rose. This time, Kizaru is really serious. Just as Poyu was preparing to make a move, Kizaru directly appeared behind him. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Then, a foot wrapped in light kicked towards Poyu. Poyu was directly sent flying, crashing through a hole in the pirate's ship. When Poyu came out, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It's not over yet, kid. Kizaru appeared in front of Poyu with a Yasakani no Magatama. Chaos slash. Poyu didn't even have a chance to react before being killed by Kizaru's slash. Ace and Sabo nearby sighed, amazed at how strong Kizaru is. The opponent that had been brutally beating them was taken down by Kizaru in just 2 moves. After dealing with the opponent, Kizaru rushed to the nearest hospital with Luji in his arms. Ace and Sabo followed according to Luji's life card. In the new world, Garp looked at the burning life card in his hand, his brow furrowing tighter. Garp, is it not connected yet? Bogart? No. Garp, what on earth is that brat Luji doing? At the moment when Lucci's life card was burning, Garp had Bogart call Lucci's phone snail. But it couldn't connect at all. In fact, Lucci's phone snail had just finished a call with Sengoku and was then damaged during the battle. Garp, call Sengoku and ask if he knows what happened to Lucci. Bogart, okay. Soon, Sengoku's phone connected. Garp, Sengoku, Lucci's life card is continuously burning, and the phone can't connect. Do you know what happened? Sengoku thought for a moment before finally telling Garp. The Ku pirates appeared in the East Sea, and Lucci and the others went to apprehend them. However, the intelligence was wrong. The deputy captain of the Ku pirates, Peridot, is also a devil fruit user, and it's a paramecia-type fruit. Garp, and then Sengoku. Peridot used the ability of the paramecia fruit, and his strength skyrocketed to near admiral level. Well, I got the news. I immediately dispatched Kizaru, but by the time he arrived, Lucci was already unconscious. Garp, what about now? Sengoku. Lucci is currently being rescued at the Navy hospital in Logtown. The doctors from Navy headquarters have been sent, but Lucci's condition is not good. Garp, I understand. Garp then directly hung up the phone. He lowered his head, and tears slowly streamed down his eyes. Garp, Bogart, set sail to Logtown at full speed. Bogart, who had just heard their conversation, was also worried about Lucci. Bogart, okay. At that moment, the office door of Sengoku was kicked open by Zephyr. Zephyr, Sengoku, why did this happen? Zephyr almost shouted in rage. Sengoku, calm down, Zephyr. None of us wanted this to happen. Zephyr, why was there such a gap in intelligence? Do you know those 3 kids nearly died? Sengoku, I will strengthen the intelligence department. Zephyr turned to leave, but stopped at the door. Ace told me Lucci's situation is very bad. The chances of saving him are slim, and even if we do, he will become a disabled person. Zephyr then left, heading towards Logtown on a warship. Soon, a crowd gathered in front of Lucci's location. Ace and Sabo, Garp and Zephyr, Admirals Akainu and Kizaru, as well as Smoker and Tashiji from Logtown. In the distance, there was another group of people. Dragon, how is Lucci's condition? Kuma, it's not good. He's still unconscious. Dragon, keep monitoring Lucci's condition. Kuma nodded beside him. At this moment, Ace and Sabo were both filled with self-blame. If they had been stronger, Lucci might not be in this situation. Garp, doctor, what is Lucci's condition? Doctor, the patient's condition is very bad. In addition to several broken bones all over his body, there are also 2 very serious fatal injuries. Garp, what are the chances of saving him? Doctor, extremely slim. Don't hold out too much hope. The doctor then pushed Lucci into the operating room. Meanwhile, Lucci once again entered the consciousness space. He heard everything the doctors were saying outside. Luji, damn, I'm about to die. At this moment, the Panku treasure box in the consciousness center emitted light. The position representing one of the 8 great demons, Bogang, lit up. A force erupted directly from Luji's body. Bogang's ability is gluttony, which can turn everything it consumes into its own power. The larger the size, the higher the damage. It devours all things in the world, possesses immense strength, has tough skin and flesh, super strong defense, gigantic size, giant super multiplication, increased digestive power, and an enormous appetite. The more it eats, the larger its size becomes, and the stronger its destructive power. The unconscious Luji's strength began to soar. However, Luji still did not wake up. Lucci's physical condition and strength have improved significantly. He also has gained stamina within his body. Soon, the powers of the forest fruit began to heal Lucci's body. However, from the outside, it appeared that Lucci was already dead. The doctor tried many methods, but Lucci's injuries were too severe. Nurse, doctor, the patient's heartbeat has stopped. Doctor, alas, it's too late. The doctor then left the operating room with the nurse. In reality, Lucci's heartbeat had not stopped. It had simply slowed down. To stop the bleeding, Lucci's body subconsciously reduced his heartbeat. Soon, the forest fruit began to repair Lucci's fatal injuries. Due to the severity of Lucci's wounds and his insufficient stamina, the healing process was very slow. During this time, Lucci began to check his newly acquired skills. First, he had an exceptionally strong defense. Now, Lucci's defense is extremely abnormal. Ordinary swords and knives cannot harm him at all, leaving only a white mark at most. If Lucci's strength reaches that of a general in the future, his defense could even match Kaido's. With a bit more strength, Lucci might become a humanoid tank, impervious to harm. In addition, he can absorb attacks. When others attack Lucci, he can absorb a portion of the attack and store it in his body. However, this does not apply to all attacks, and Lucci will still take damage. For instance, if someone punches Lucci, he can absorb 20% of the force. Still, the damage he receives is 100%. This ability does not weaken the opponent's attack. It merely allows Lucci to store some energy within himself. As for what he can do with the stored energy, Lucci will need to experiment to find out. There's also an extremely strong digestive ability. The things that Luji consumes instantly transform into physical strength stored in his body. Originally, Luji's digestive ability was already strong, but now he has truly become an insatiable bottomless pit. These three skills are just perfect for Luji. There is also the ability to store energy. Previously, if Luji stored too much energy, he would explode, but now he can store even more energy. For example, if Luji was originally like a 200 milliliter cup, now he's like a 500 milliliter cup. Although he went through the gates of hell, it was worth it. At this moment, Luji finally opened his eyes. But even lifting his arm felt very laborious. Now, Luji has only one word in mind. Wait. When he feels a bit more physically capable, Luji immediately strengthens the ability of the forest fruit. The forest fruit cannot be exposed to people's sight for the time being. After all, those with dual fruit abilities are often taken for experiments. However, the healing ability of the forest fruit is very practical and can be said to be a skill that Luji frequently uses. The bones and internal organs inside the body are healing, and even the wounds on the chest and abdomen are slowly healing. Luji slowly raised his arm and then removed the instruments connected to his body. As the itching in his chest came to an end, Luji was completely healed. He then sat up and put on his clothes. At that moment, Luji noticed in the mirror that the tattoo on his back had changed. The western wood and wave patterns on his back had become vivid and lifelike. Luffy looked at the tattoo on his back, then directly put on his clothes and walked out. The doctor had just told Carp and the others about Luffy's condition, which was already a death sentence. But just when everyone was sad, Luffy himself walked out of the operating room. What were they doing? It instantly startled everyone. Ace, Luffy, you're not dead. Sabo, is it haunted? Ace's eyes widened. Luji, I'm doing just fine, aren't I? Ace, feeling bold, stepped forward and poked Luji. Then Ace excitedly rushed forward and hugged Luji. The doctor just said you were dead. It's great that you're okay. Lucci kept comforting Ace. At this moment, everyone realized that Lucci was really alive. Carp, you little brat. Zephyr, I was almost scared to death by you. Akainu, kid, I almost shed a tear. The roadbed greeted each person one by one and expressed gratitude. Seeing that the roadbed was fine, everyone finally felt relieved. After that, they all left the hospital to attend to their own matters. It was not easy to send everyone away. The roadbed directly laid down on the bed to rest. Lucci is now, just one word, tired. Whether it was the battles before or the physical recovery afterwards, Lucci has expended a lot of energy. At this moment, Lucci's new phone bug rang. Lejiji, who is it? I am Sengoku, Lejiji. I heard from Carp that you are fine now. Roadbed. That's right, Marshall, I'm fine now. Warring states. Good, you should rest for a while, and then the three of you can go directly back to Marinvondo. The roadbed. Yes. Then he hung up the phone. At that moment, a person came in through the window. Roadbed. Dad, can't you just use the door? Dragon. I'm used to it. After all, this is a naval hospital, and I can't be too arrogant. Roadbed. How did you come here? Dragon. I'm just here to see you. How does it feel to walk through the gates of hell? Road base. Not good. Long, he slapped road base on the head. Long. Let's see if you dare to play like this again next time. You almost scare me to death. Roadbed. Am I fine now? Dragon. You're just lucky this time. Next time if you encounter it again, just run, got it? The Foundation nodded. Long. Also, I found the person you asked me to look for. That person is now on Magnet Island in the Grand Line and is expected to stay there for a long time. Subgrade. Okay, I will go find him myself. Long. Then I'll leave first. Take care of yourself. The others who left also didn't know how Subgrade was doing. They asked Subgrade, and his answer was that he didn't know. So no one asked again. After a month of rest, Subgrade was discharged from the hospital. In a square, 3 young people were fighting. The 3 were indeed Subgrade and his companions. The roadbed allows Ace and Sabo to practice on their own. Ace and Sabo feel it from different perspectives. The roadbed did not evade, and the attacks from the 2 directly hit the roadbed. However, the 2 felt as if they were hitting an iron plate. Their attacks were directly absorbed by the roadbed. The roadbed feels just like a power bank right now. Luffy tried to turn this power into an attack. Then, Luffy directly spread this energy out, causing Ace and Sabo to be instantly knocked back. Luffy's current defense is astonishing, and he also possesses the ability to absorb attacks. The roadbed can be said to be invincible in close combat. Ace and Sabo launch a frenzied attack once again. The road base tries to convert the gathered energy into physical strength. Soon, the road base realizes it can. The roadbed can convert Ace and Sabo's attacks into stamina. Such a roadbed on a battlefield is like a perpetual motion machine. The biggest shortcoming of Luji right now is physical strength. Solving this problem can greatly enhance Luji's abilities. At this moment, Ace directly unleashed a fire dragon towards Luji, while Sabo used earth manipulation to immobilize Luji's feet. Luji raised his right hand and then assumed a fist-ready posture. Heavy strike. Then, Luji threw a punch, and Ace's fire dragon instantly dissipated. After that, Luji exerted force with his legs, breaking free from Sabo's control and leaping directly into the air. Looky, the speed and power are not enough. Come again. Ace strikes again. But this time, Ace unleashes 10 fire dragons with a single punch, attacking Lucky from different directions. This time, both the power and speed are stronger than before. Road Base, it's still okay. But Road Base directly used the Navy-type SXS Gale kick to unleash several slashing strikes. Ace's fire dragons were destroyed one by one. At this moment, Sabo also took action. Sabo controlled the earth to create several earth dragons that began attacking Road Base in the sky. These earth dragons had greater power, speed, and defense than Ace's fire dragons. This time, Road Base charged directly at the earth dragons. Then, Road Base smashed them with a punch or a kick, shattering them. Soon, Sabo's earth dragons were reduced to rubble. Just when Road Base thought it was over, an anomaly occurred. A large number of rock fragments appeared on the ground, and Ace was gathering flames again nearby. This time, Ace's flames were very high in temperature. Ace, big brother, try our combination attack. Then the 2 launched their attacks simultaneously. Ace and Sabo, meteor fall. Sabo sent the heated rock fragments flying towards Road Base. Ace's flames not only increased the speed of the rocks, but also amplified their destructive power. Their current attack was comparable to that of a vice admiral, forcing Road Base to take it seriously. Subsequently, Road Base directly covered his arms with metal. Armored arms, continuous explosions. The roadbed began to throw punches continuously, shattering a rock with each hit. However, the metal arm of the roadbed was slowly melting due to the high temperature. Ace, big brother, my flames can't be stopped by ordinary metal at this temperature. Loki smiled. Then, the metal on Loki's arm turned dark gold. Ace, armament hockey? Sabo, no. Brother isn't using armament hockey. That's right. What Loki is using now is not armament hockey, but a new type of metal that Loki created earlier. This metal is heat resistant, has high hardness, and is relatively lightweight. The subgrade refers to this metal as W metal. Luj, now I'll get another try. Then Luj launched a fierce attack, and Sab and AC also strengthened the meteorite. At that moment, Sab created a huge rock, and the 2 once again used the meteorite to strike Luj. Luji stepped back and got into position. Armored arms, steel hammer. In an instant, the huge rock shattered into fragments. Sabo and Ace were also running low on stamina. On the other side, Luji was surprised to discover that he could absorb not only others' attacks, but also the force that rebounded from hitting others. Now, Luji's body was storing a large amount of energy. If it were the original Luji, he would have exploded by now. But the current Luji, thanks to possessing Bogan skills, could store a lot of energy. Ace, big brother, you're getting weirder and weirder. Sabo, we've been working hard for half a day, and you're acting like it's nothing. Ace and Sabo lay on the ground. Luffy, you guys will eventually end up like this. At this moment, Smoker appeared in front of the 3. What are you 3 doing? Smoker glared at them. It turned out that the battle among the three had just blown up the square, and now it was a big pit. Luffy, calm down, Smoker. I'll restore it soon. The three of them rested for a while under Smoker's watchful gaze. Then Luffy patted Sabo. Sabo walked directly to the edge of the pit. As Sabo raised his hands, the pit began to slowly return to its original state. Finally, Sabo laid a layer of cobblestones on top. Smoker, this ability is quite useful. Then Smoker took out a cigar and tossed it to Luffy. Smoker, Admiral Sengoku wants you three to return to Marineford. When will you set off? Luffy, tomorrow morning. Everything should be basically packed up. Smoker, by the time we reach the Navy headquarters, your rank should be the same as mine. That's right, after this battle. The ranks of Luffy and his two companions will rise again, but they will need to return to Marineford for the awarding of medals. Luffy became a colonel, and Ace and Sabo also became lieutenant colonels. The next day, Luffy and the others set off. In about a year, Luffy would set sail, and Luffy also had plans for what to do. The three men on the roadbed had just left Rog Town when they encountered two shipwrecked people at sea. Roadbed. Ace controls the ship's speed, and Sabo brings those two people up. Soon, the two people were rescued by Sabo. Thank you for saving us. Roadbed. It's a small effort. What are your names? My name is Joseph, and he is Johnny. Joseph is wearing a red headband, and Johnny is wearing sunglasses. At this moment, neither of them has tattoos on their faces. Luji could never have imagined that the ones who saved him were the Sword Saint Joseph and the Blade God Johnny. Roadbed. Where are you guys planning to go? Joseph. I don't know, we originally set out to make a living and travel, but who knew we would run into pirates? Johnny. Everything we had was stolen by the pirates, and we were forced to jump into the sea. At this moment, both of their stomachs began to growl. Luji. Let's not talk about that for now. I'll make you something to eat. Soon, Luji had prepared the food, and Joseph and the others expressed their thanks before starting to eat heartily. Before long, the food prepared by Luji was finished by the two of them. Roadbed. How is it? Should I do some more? Joseph. No, thank you. Johnny. By the way, I haven't asked what your names are. Luji. My name is Luji, and I am a colonel in the Navy headquarters. These two are my younger brothers, Ace and Sabo, both of whom are lieutenant colonels in the Navy headquarters. Joseph. You are the Navy supernovas who defeated the Jimmick pirates and the Koru pirates. Roadbed. Do we actually still have his title? Johnny. Truly, it's Lord Roadbed. Luji. Just call me Luji. Calling me adult sounds awkward. At this moment, Luji had an idea in his mind. Roadbed. Are you two willing to join the Navy? Joseph, can we? Luji, of course. Then Joseph and Johnny exchanged glances and looked at Luji at the same time. We are willing. Lucky, all right. You could just follow us to the naval headquarters. Joseph. Thank you, brother Lucky. Roadbed. I see you both have calluses on your hands. Do you know how to use weapons? Joseph. Johnny and I practiced swordsmanship before, but we learned it on our own, so our skills are relatively weak. The roadbed spread both hands, and two knives appeared in his hands. These are the knives I used before, but it seems I don't have the talent for this. So I gave them to you. He then directly threw them to Joseph and the others. Roadbed. Joseph's is a dragon tooth, while Johnny's is a new knife tiger blade. Although these two knives were created by me, their hardness and sharpness have reached the level of a good quick knife. Joseph and Johnny tightened their grips on the knives. Road base. The most critical aspect is that these two swords can be enhanced, and the latter two swords can even reach the level of supreme great swords. This is possible as long as Roadbase's Devil Fruit awakens. Roadbase is confident that he can transform these two swords into supreme great swords. Positioning refers to placing elements in designated locations to complete the interface design. Positioning can be divided into relative positioning, absolute positioning, and fixed positioning. The positioning method uses the position property to set, and the offset position is calculated based on the distance from the top, bottom, left, and right edges. 1. Static positioning. Static positioning means that the element remains in its original position and is not repositioned. The default value of the position property is static. Static positioning occurs when the position property is not specified for the element. 2. Relative positioning. Relative positioning means that when the element's position changes, it uses its original position as a reference. Elements with relative positioning do not leave the workflow and are offset based on their existing position. The offset can be in 4 directions: left, right, top, and bottom. The basic format is as follows: position, relative, 3. Absolute positioning. Absolute positioning means that the element is removed from the normal workflow and the offset position is referenced from the parent element. If there is no parent element, it is offset based on the browser's position. The basic format is as follows: position, absolute, 4. Fixed positioning. Fixed positioning means that the element's position does not change and is referenced from the browser window. The coordinates of the fixed position element do not change, and will not scroll with the browser. Common applications include pop-up ads fixed in the bottom right corner of the browser and the bottom navigation bar of apps. The basic format is as follows. Position, fixed, 3. Padding. Padding appears around the content area. If a background is added to the element, the background applies to the area composed of the element's content and padding. Therefore, padding can create a buffer around the content, preventing it from mixing with the background. 4. Margin. The margin of the element can be changed individually for the top, bottom, left, and right. Zhongguo. Wait a moment. Let road base and the others check it out later. No. The 3 of them are too conspicuous. It will alert the enemy. Zhongguo. If it really doesn't work, we can arrange for a few Navy personnel to go undercover. It seems we have no choice but to do it this way. Luffy and his crew rested at the Navy headquarters for a month. Soon, special training specifically for the 3 of them began. Rather than training, it was more like taking a beating. The 3 admirals and Kizaru continuously fought against Luffy and his crew. Sengoku even prepared a special devil fruit user with healing abilities to assist the 3 of them. Luji, damn, do you have to be so ruthless? The roadbed dodged the attack from Green Pheasant. Green Pheasant. I have no choice but to follow the marshal's orders. Then he directly raised his ice blade and struck at the roadbed. The embankment retreated directly to avoid the attack. At this moment, Ace launched a flame attack at Akiji, who immediately created an ice wall with a flick of his hand. Sabo also attacked Akiji, but Akiji used his ability to freeze Sabo's legs. Akiji said, "Your speed and strength are still not enough." He then directly kicked Sabo. Luji immediately stood in front of Sabo, using metal to block the attack and restraining Akiji's hands. Ace charged towards Akiji again. Aokiji, alalala, such a great teamwork. At this moment, Akiji's hands were controlled by Luji, and his feet were restrained by Sabo. Roadbed, how can I defeat you if you don't cooperate, Admiral Akiji? Then Ace's fireball hit Akiji's back directly. However, a thick layer of ice suddenly appeared on Akiji's back. Ace, how is that possible? Ace didn't expect his high-temperature flames to be blocked by ice. Akiji, this is not ordinary ice. It can even withstand Akainu's magma. After saying that, Akiji forcefully broke free from his restraints. Then he kicked Ace, sending him flying. He then turned and kicked Roadbed, who also flew out and crashed into Sabo. Akiji, kids, your strength is still insufficient. Loki, then let's try this move. Soon, a dark golden metal wrapped around his arm. An armored arm, a steel hammer. He then charged a punch towards Akiji. The navy cloak behind Akiji was directly blown up by Loki's punch. However, Akiji did not dodge at all. Instead, he raised his fist to clash head-on with Loki. As a result, Loki was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. But immediately, Loki's body stored a large amount of energy. The foundation, cough, 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 it's not over yet. The foundation divides this energy into 2 parts. One part is infused into the legs to increase speed, and the other part is infused into the fist to enhance combat power. The roadbed suddenly disappears in place. Akiji Sook? No, it seems even faster than Sook. At this moment, the roadbed suddenly appears behind Akiji. Then, it throws a punch at Akiji, who immediately elementalizes to dodge. Akiji, what fast speed, kid? He then freezes the roadbed's fist. A wave of cold rushes straight to the roadbed's brain. At this moment, the roadbed unleashes the last bit of stored energy. That coldness is directly driven away by the roadbed, and then the roadbed's fist breaks through the ice. Roadbed, it's so cold, Admiral Akiji. Akiji, is it? I feel it's fine. Then Akiji sidekicked and sent the ambushing Ace and Sabo flying. But suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The liquid metal of the roadbed wrapped around Qingji's legs. Qingji looked at his legs in surprise. When did this happen? Luffy, Admiral Akiji, my quick movement just now was not just a simple attack on you. It turns out that when I moved quickly just now, I spread a lot of liquid metal on the ground, and its color is very similar to that of the ground. Meanwhile, during the gaps, when I attacked Akiji, I controlled the metal to slowly flow towards him. Just when Akiji kicked Ace and Sabo away, it attached to his leg. Roadbed, hardened, prison, liquid metal instant solidification. Akiji, are you sure this can trap me? Who can elementalize? Road base, of course not, but it's enough. At this moment, Ace also prepared his skill. Fire God, burning heaven. A huge flame rushed directly towards Akiji, who couldn't dodge in time and was engulfed by the flames. Then Ace and Sabo came to Roadbase's side. Ace, Admiral Akiji is so strong. Sabo, did we win? Luji, it's not that simple, and we should have lost. Then Luji pointed at his feet. The 3 people on the roadbed have had their feet frozen, and many ice spikes suddenly appeared around them. Akiji also walked out from the flames. Akiji, what a troublesome little brat, my clothes are all burned. Roadbed, in the end, I still lost to you. Akiji, you can elementalize and escape. Roadbed, do you think we still have the energy for elementalization? Then Akiji waved his hand, and the ice spikes and the ice that trapped the three of them disappeared. Akiji, today's training is over. Tomorrow, Vice Admiral Garp will train you. After that, Akiji left. The three of them directly lay on the ground. Ace, they're really too twisted. Sabo, for half a month, we haven't won even once. Subgrade, normal, they're all great generals, and we currently do not have the strength to defeat them. The form is mainly responsible for data collection functions on a web page. A form has three basic components. Form label. This contains the URL of the CGI program used to process form data and the method for submitting data to the server. Form fields include text boxes, password boxes, hidden fields, multi-line text boxes, check boxes, radio buttons, drop-down selection boxes, and file upload boxes, etc. Form buttons include submit buttons, reset buttons, and general buttons, used to transmit data to the server or cancel input, and can also be used to control the processing of other scripts. 2. Form tag. The form tag is used to create an HTML form for user input. The form contains input elements such as text fields, checkboxes, radio buttons, submit buttons, etc. The form can also include menus, text area, field set, legend, and label elements. 1. Action attribute. After the form collects information, it needs to pass the information to the server for processing. The action attribute is used to specify the URL address of the server program that receives and processes the form data. When the form is submitted, the form data will be sent to a page named to be processed. The value of the action attribute can be a relative path or an absolute path, and it can also be the email address that receives the data. Draw the sword and slash dragon roar. Then Joseph directly slashed at Ace. A dragon-shaped slash rushed towards Ace. In the distance, the subgrade's eyes narrowed. Great Sword Master level. It seems the title of Sword Saint is not unfounded. Luji never expected that Joseph would reach the level of a great swordsman in just 2 months. Moreover, Joseph just used one of the 6 powers of the Navy shave. Ace immediately elementalized to dodge and then attacked Joseph again. Joseph swiftly evaded the attack and then struck at Ace once more. The roadbed. Is it the site of the color dominance? But it seems a bit unskilled. However, what is even more shocking is that the dragon tooth in Joseph's hand is slowly turning black. Row-base, armament hockey. This learning ability is catching up to Ace and Sabo. It may only take a few months to learn hockey, but true mastery could take years. For example, Luffy took 2 full years to master hockey, which shows his immense talent. Ace and Sabo also took about 3 years to proficiently use hockey, while Road-base took less than a year. Joseph can use it now, but his proficiency is clearly insufficient, indicating that he has only just started learning. Ace, not bad. Joseph, you actually learn armament hockey. Joseph, it's all to catch up to Road-base pace. He then slashed at Ace, who did not dare to be careless, and quickly pulled out a stick from behind, simultaneously coating it with armament hockey. The 2 weapons clashed directly, creating sparks. Ace and Sabo's sticks were also made by Road-base, so their hardness is comparable to a good sword. The attacks from both sides became fiercer, but Ace started to be slowly pressured by Joseph. Joseph, Ace, you should stick to your martial arts and devil fruit abilities. You can't match me in weaponry. Ace wisely put away his stick, realizing that in terms of weaponry, he indeed couldn't compete with Joseph. Ace then coated both hands with armament hockey and added the abilities of his devil fruit. Joseph launched another slash, and Ace immediately jumped aside to dodge the attack. He then used Soru to appear in front of Joseph and threw a punch toward his face. Joseph quickly dodged, but Ace's fist still hit Joseph's shoulder. Joseph staggered back several steps, but quickly regained his balance and launched another attack. One sword style, reverse dragon. Joseph's move resembled a black, giant dragon charging at Ace, who did not dare to be careless in the face of this attack. Flame Emperor, Dragon King. Ace directly used a giant flame dragon to counter Joseph's attack. The moment they made contact, an explosion occurred, sending both of them flying. Ace quickly stabilized himself, while Joseph stumbled a few steps before barely regaining his footing. The 2 once again assumed their stances. Roadbed. Alright, if you keep this up, you all will get hurt. Then Joseph sheathed the dragon tooth, and Ace also retracted his devil fruit powers. On the other side, Johnny and Sabo were clashing their moves. Drawn sword slash, tiger roar. Dragon claw hand, rock dragon. Their attacks collided directly. After a stalemate for a while, Johnny was sent flying. Sabo, the speed is good, but the power is still lacking. However, Johnny didn't stop. He charged at Sabo again and launched a frenzied series of slashes. Roadbed. So fast attack speed. Luji couldn't help but exclaim. Joseph. Johnny's strength is relatively weak, so he puts all his energy into speed. Ace. But we can't just focus on speed. Strength can't be neglected either. Joseph. Johnny hasn't neglected his strength. Just you wait and see. On the battlefield, Johnny once again took his stance. One sword style, fierce tiger. He then charged directly at Sabo. Sabo. He's faster now, but it's still not enough. Dragon Claw, Tear. However, Sabo underestimated Johnny. At the moment of impact, Sabo was sent flying. Sabo, how is this possible? His strength has increased. Everyone, except Joseph, was shocked. Joseph. Johnny finally remembered to use the power of impact. And after half a month's training, although Johnny's strength isn't strong, it's 10 times stronger than before. At this moment, Johnny spoke up. With the added power of impact, my strength can even increase to 100 times. Ace. Saint Country 1, so strong. The flying Sabo directly kissed the ground. I underestimated you. After this battle, Luji could confirm that both of their strengths had just reached the level of a brigadier general. Moreover, both had a lot of room for development. Whether it was the Navy's 6 powers or the 2-color hockey, both could be improved. 1. Tables are defined using the table tag. Each table consists of several rows defined by the TR tag, and each row is divided into several cells defined by the TD tag. The letters TD stand for table data, which refers to the content of the data cells. Data cells can contain text, images, lists, paragraphs, forms, horizontal lines, tables, etc. Tables are defined using the table tag. Each table consists of several rows defined by the TR tag, and each row is divided into several cells defined by the TD tag. The letters TD stand for table data, which refers to the content of the data cells. Data cells can contain 1. Width and height. How to make a box reside in the box model. Each element needs to set width and height. The width, and height properties are used to set the size of elements in CSS. The way to set the values for width, and height is the same. 2. Padding. If 4 values are written, they represent padding for top, right, bottom, and left. If 3 values are written, they represent padding for top, left, and right, and bottom. If 2 values are written, they represent padding for top and bottom, and left and right. If 1 value is written, it represents all padding. Padding appears around the content area. If a background is added to the element, then the background applies to the area composed of the element's content and padding. 3. Margin. The margin property defines the space around an element. The margin clears the area around the element, outside the border. 4. Border. The border property is used to set the color, style, and width of an object's border. When setting an object's border property, the object's height and width must be set first. Below, the border color, border style, and border width are explained separately. The audio format refers to the formats used for playing or processing audio files on a computer. The audio formats embedded in HTML5 mainly include Vorbis, MP3, WAV, etc., with specific introductions as follows. Another free, open-source audio codec is a next-generation audio compression technology intended to replace MP3. On the other side, Joseph directly drew his sword and slashed at Huehu, while Johnny faced off against Iwu. Seeing Sabo defeat his crew in such a short time, Huehu couldn't help but feel alarmed. Huehu, so strong, Iwu, give it your all. Iwu nodded and charged directly at Johnny. Joseph, Johnny, finish the battle quickly. Luji has things to do. Johnny, just watch me. Draw and slash, Tiger Roar. Johnny directly slashed at Iwu, who immediately drew his sword to block. Johnny, a swordsman. I didn't expect that. According to the information, the first mate Iwu is a user of 2-color hockey and has powerful martial arts. However, I didn't expect Iwu to be a swordsman. Iwu, your power and speed are decent, kid. Follow me, and I can teach you some powerful sword techniques. Johnny immediately turned and swung his sword at Iwu again. Johnny, teach me? Do you even qualify? Then Johnny began to swing his sword rapidly, attacking from all angles without dead spots. Iwu, so fast but still not enough. Iwu then began to swing his sword, and sparks flew in the air. Johnny, not enough? Then I'll go even faster. Johnny once again increased his attack speed. Iwu, how is this possible? Johnny, you're too weak. One sword style, fierce tiger. Johnny then sent Iwu flying with a single slash, leaving a deep wound on Iwu's chest. Johnny sheathed his tiger blade and looked at Iwu, who was spitting blood and on the verge of collapse. You think you can teach me? On the other side, Huehu was also being pressured by Joseph. Huehu, kid, You successfully angered me. Hueyhu's body began to sprout brown fur, and 2 bull horns emerged from his head. Joseph, Zoan-type bull fruit, yak form. Hueyhu, it's not too late to surrender now. Joseph chuckled, and then disappeared in place. One sword style, reverse dragon. Hueyhu only heard Joseph's voice. And then Joseph appeared directly behind Hueyhu. Hueyhu, so fast. Hueyhu's body was then split in half. Joseph, the devil fruit in your hands is truly a waste. Joseph then sheathed his dragon fang. Joseph and Johnny quickly arrived by Luji's side. Joseph, brother Luji, mission accomplished. Luji nodded. Later, I will tell the Warring States Marshal that you two can look forward to promotions and raises. Joseph and Johnny exchanged smiles. Then Luji led Ace, Sabo, Joseph, and Johnny into the town, while the other Navy soldiers stayed behind to protect the Navy's ship. Roadbed, we will act separately to find an old blind man in purple clothes. Ace and the others nodded, and then they began to search for him separately. The first thing that came to Luji's mind was the casino, but after inquiring, he found out that there is no casino here. Without a casino, where would he go? Right now, Luji is basically searching for a needle in a haystack. Luji directly unleashed his observation haki to the maximum range and then flew into the air. After searching for a long time, Luji still couldn't find the person he was looking for, and Ace and the others had no clues either. Just when Luji was about to give up, a sudden explosion was heard in the distance, followed by a burst of flames shooting into the sky. Roadbed, Ace? The roadbed immediately flew in that direction, and by the time the roadbed arrived, Saab and the others were already here. Roadbed, what's going on? Saab, just now. Ace found the blind old man you were looking for. They were chatting well at first, but for some reason, they suddenly started fighting. At that moment, Ace was sent flying and had many injuries on his body. Joseph, Ace, big brother Johnny. Johnny, okay. The two drew their swords and charged forward. Luji directly covered his forehead, knowing that their group might not be the opponent of the other side, because Luji was aware of their identities. The opponent was one of the 3 admirals of the future Navy, known as Fujitora, a user of the Ope fruit with the ability of the Paramecia type. As expected, Joseph and Johnny were sent flying as soon as they appeared, and at that moment, Ace also ran over. Ace, don't misunderstand. I was just sparring with Uncle Yixiao. At this point, Yixiao also walked in front of everyone. I was just sparring with little brother Ace. I accidentally miscalculated my strength. At this moment, Luji also approached Uncle Yixiao. Luji, hello. Uncle Yixiao, my name is Luji, and I am Ace's brother. Yixiao, I've heard about you a long time ago, and Ace also told me you were looking for me. May I ask what the matter is? Looky, Ace, I need to talk to Uncle Yixiao alone. Ace and the others nodded and then left. Yixiao, little brother Looky, what do you want to talk to me about? Luji, Uncle Yixiao, I won't beat around the bush anymore. I want to invite you to join the Navy. Yixiao, join the Navy? I can, but first, you need to answer me a question, Luji. Luji, what is the problem? Yixiao, what is the purpose of Luji joining the Navy? Subgrade, protection and equality. A smile. Could you explain it in detail? Roadbed, protection means safeguarding civilians and my family. Equality means creating a world without oppression, where everyone is equal. Yixiao, protection is one thing, but achieving equality is not easy. Roadbed, is Uncle Yixiao talking about the Celestial Dragon? Yixiao nodded. Luffy, I've never been afraid of the Celestial Dragons. In fact, I want to fight against their oppression. Zoro, your thoughts are quite terrifying, Luffy. But I want to see a world of equality, so I've decided to join you. Roadbed, great. It seems my team has gained another powerful asset. Yixiao, to be honest, your thoughts remind me of 2 people. Although they never express their thoughts, their actions are similar to yours. Roadbed, who? Asmide, Navalero Monki D. Garp and revolutionary leader Monki D. Dragon. Roadbed, oh, my grandfather and my father. A smile, Bridgebean Sack. You just said that Carp and Dragon are your grandfather and father. What is your full name? Subgrad, Monki D. Subgrad. A smile, what a peculiar family. The grandfather is a naval hero, the father is a revolutionary, and the grandson is a naval superstar. The Roadbed, I have a younger brother who wants to become the Pirate King. I couldn't help but laugh. What is going on with this family? Roadbed, Uncle Yixiao, did my grandfather also want to overthrow the Celestial Dragons? Yixiao, that's right, but it seems he failed. However, he still left a psychological shadow on the Celestial Dragons. Luya noted totfali. Soon, Luji and a few others returned to the Navy ship. And of course, Yixiao also boarded the ship. Rubens, Kulme. Let's welcome Uncle Yixiao to our team. Everyone, welcome. With Yixiao's addition, the combat power of the road-based team has once again increased. Moreover, everyone now has their own exclusive title, Fire Fist Ace, Dragon Claw Sabo, Sword Saint Joseph, Blade God Johnny, and Fujitora Ishiao. The title of Luji is the demon. Of course, this was given by Luji himself, and it corresponds to the 8 great demons within Luji's body. Soon, the Navy headquarters sent intelligence that Joseph and Johnny successfully promoted to major, while Ishiao was also awarded the rank of colonel. Ace and Sabo also became colonels, while Luji was promoted to brigadier general. Ishiao, I didn't expect that I would become a colonel right after joining the Navy. Luffy, Uncle Ishiao, your strength is more than enough to become a general. To be honest, Ishiao already possesses the strength of a general, and Luffy even specially challenged him to test it out. Luffy first found an island, and then the Luffy brothers faced off against One Smile. In the end, the 3 of them were brutally defeated by One Smile, and the island also sank during their battle. The battle footage was sent back to the Navy headquarters, but since One Smile did not achieve any military merit, he could only be assigned the rank of colonel. Following Luffy's strong request, One Smile began to help train Luffy and the others. The training involved using his fruit ability to increase gravity on them. At first, only Luffy was able to stand, while Ace and Sabo were half kneeling on the ground, and Joseph and Johnny were lying flat on the ground. Foundation, hold on. This kind of training can strengthen your power and speed, greatly improving your abilities. Everyone nodded. Loki, Uncle Ishiao, try giving each person a different level of gravity. That way you can train the devil fruit. Ishiao, all right, I'll give it a try. This kind of training is enhancing everyone's strength. A month later, Ishiao can also skillfully use the powers of the devil fruit. Right now, Loki is under 80 times gravity, Ace and Sabo are under 60 times gravity, while Joseph and Johnny are under 50 times gravity. After a morning of training, everyone is drenched in sweat. Ishiao, okay, let's take a break. I'm a bit worn out. He then directly the powers of the devil fruit, causing the gravity on everyone to disappear. Ace, Uncle, this isn't working for you. Ishiao didn't respond, but suddenly Ace collapsed on the ground. Ace, Uncle, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Ishiao, look at you being so disobedient. In fact, if Ishiao used the same uniform gravity method as before, he could last for 3 days and nights. However, this current method with different gravity levels places a significant demand on both physical strength and mental stamina. So it's normal for Ishiao to feel worn out, and his devil fruit powers are continuously strengthening. At this point, Loki calculated the time and realized that Luffy must have already set sail. Roadbed, let's go to Rog Town in the East Sea. Ace, brother, why are we going back to the East Sea? At this moment, Sabo patted Ace. Sabo, of course, is to send little Luffy off, right, brother? Roadbed, that's right. Luffy should have set sail by now. Let's go to Rogue Town and wait for him. He definitely will go to Rogue Town. Ace, great. We'll get to see Luffy again. I wonder what his strength is like now. At this moment, Yasop and Johnny are all curious about who Luffy is. Then Ace and Sabo start telling everyone about Luffy and some stories from their childhood. After several days of sailing, they finally arrive at Rogue Town in the East Blue. A few people from Luji directly arrived at the naval base in Rogue Town. As soon as they entered Luji, they saw Dasky. Luji, Dashki, long time no see. Dashki, oh, it's General Luji. Luji, just call me Luji, what about Smog? Dasky, the colonel is in the office handling documents. I'll take you there now. Subgrade, no need. You go ahead with your work, we'll go by ourselves. A few people from the Foundation quickly arrived at Smog's office. The roadbed opens directly into the office. Smog, you need to knock before entering my office. Smog said with his head down. Roadbed, Smog, when did I knock on the door while I was here? Smog immediately lifted his head. So it's you little rascal. Roadbase, watch your words. I am your superior. Then Roadbase pointed to the rank insignia on his shoulder. Smog curled his lip. You kid are really advancing quickly. The roadbed arrived in front of Smoker with familiarity, then directly took out a cigar from a drawer. You don't even see how hard I'm working. Then he lit the cigar and took a deep puff. Smoker, you little bastard. What are you doing in the East Blue? Luji just happened to pass by. Came over to take a look. At that moment, Luji saw a bounty on the table. The roadbed was directly lifted. Smoker, this is a pirate that has just appeared in the East Sea, the Straw Hat Kid. Roadbed, Ace and Sabo, come over and see who this is. Ace and Sabo immediately took the bounty notice. Ace, haha, it's Luffy's bounty. Sabo, 30 million berries, not bad. Smoker, who was standing nearby, was completely stunned. Do you guys know the Straw Hat Kid? Luffy. He is her brother, Monkey D. Luffy. Smoker was instantly filled with frustration. Come on, you're a Navy officer. Why do you look so proud? At that moment, Tashigi suddenly burst in. Colonel, the Straw Hat Pirates have entered Logtown. Smoker immediately looked at Luffy. I'm going to capture them now. You'd better not get in my way. Roadbed, I'm not stopping you. Whether you can catch him or not is still uncertain. Smoker directly walked out with a gloomy face. Roadbed. Let's go. We should also take a look at Luffy. As the three of them arrived at the base entrance, Yixiao and Joseph Johnny walked over. Yixiao said, I heard a group of pirates entered Road Town, and it seems to be your brother. On a roadbed. Let's go and take a look. A few people quickly arrived at the square of Road Town, where Smog had already started fighting with Luffy and his crew. Roadbed. Joseph, you go try that three-sword style swordsman. Johnny, you go try that guy in the suit. Ace, what about Sabo and me? The Foundation. Ace and Sabo went to tease Luffy, just to have some fun with him. At this moment, a laugh broke the silence. What about me, old man? Roadbed. Uncle Yixiao, I will ask you to hold off the other Navy forces in the dark for a while. Yixiao, leave it to me. All right, let's get started. The people beside Luffy rushed out directly. Joseph swung a knife at Zoro, who immediately blocked Joseph's blade. Zoro, a swordsman and quite strong. Joseph, three-sword style, rare to see. On the other side, Johnny also faced Sanji. Johnny, I won't use a knife. Let's see your martial arts. Sanji, don't underestimate people. In fact, Johnny did not underestimate Sanji, and Johnny's martial arts were also very strong. After boarding the ship, Luffy grabbed Joseph and Johnny's martial arts. Although their martial arts could not compare to their swordsmanship, they were still strong. Ace and Sabo also approached Luffy. Ace, Luffy, long time no see. Sabo, have you missed us? Luffy, Ace, Sabo, where's Big Brother? Then Ace pointed to Lucci, who was holding Smoker in the distance. At this moment, Smoker was also quite speechless. Lucci, you are a Marine. What are you trying to do now? Luffy, take a break. Just leave the straw hats to Ace. Smoker rolled his eyes. At that moment, Luffy took out a box of cigars from his pocket. I bought this at a high price. Have one. Smoker reached out and took one. I'll give you half an hour. After half an hour, I'll take action myself. Luji smiled. Roadbed. Hey guys. Did you all hear that? Hurry up. At this moment, the Navy rushing over directly lay on the ground, all thanks to Uncle Yixiao. At this time, a clown flew out from the side, holding a knife and stabbing towards Luffy. Suddenly, Sabo appeared in front of the clown and kicked directly at the clown's face. The clown flew out directly. Roadbed, Joker Bucky. Smoker, what did you say? Luji, it's nothing. Luffy always felt that Buggy had a secret. After all, he was a crew member of Pirate King Roger. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Zoro had several wounds on his body, though they were all minor scrapes and scratches. Sanji's suit also had a few damaged spots. Luffy was beaten so badly that his head was covered in bumps. At this moment, Ace and the others finally stopped. Just as Luffy and the others were about to leave, Smoker moved. Roadbed, damn it, Smoker, you're not trustworthy. Smoker said nothing. He directly grabbed Luffy and was about to knock him out with his jit. At that moment, a shadow appeared behind Smoker and directly grabbed Smoker's jit. Taking this opportunity, Luffy ran away directly. Soon, the Going Merry left the port of Road Town. At this moment, Smoker also saw clearly the figure. Monki de Dragon. Dragon. There is no reason to stop a man from setting sail. But just then, a figure flew directly towards the departing Going Merry. Zoro, Luffy, who are those people? Luffy, those are my brothers and their companions. Sanji, those people are strong. Nami, luckily we ran fast. Luffy, that was my brother not making a move. Otherwise we wouldn't have escaped at all. Then Luffy started telling everyone about Luji. At that moment, Usopp suddenly shouted, something is flying over. Everyone looked over. Sanji, what is it? Zoro, it looks like a person. Luffy, can you see clearly? At that moment, Luffy was standing there covered in cold sweat. If you ask who Luffy is afraid of, it must be Carp and Luji. Zoro looked at Luffy. Luffy, what's wrong with you? Luffy, hurry up and speed up. My brother is coming. Everyone was initially quiet, then erupted. Sanji, don't tell me it's the one you mentioned before. Zoro, his strength is incredibly powerful. Nami, the leader of the three great supernovas of the Navy. Usopp, we're doomed. At this moment, Luffy's brother had already arrived above Mary. Luffy, did you miss me? Luffy, big brother. The base slowly descended onto the deck. Zoro and Sanji immediately assumed their fighting stances. Luji, don't worry guys, I'm not here to fight. Then Luji looked at Sanji. Chef, I wonder if I could try your cooking? Sanji was initially taken aback, but then nodded and went into the kitchen. At that moment, Luji flipped his hand, instantly transforming it into a large amount of gold. Subgrade. There are about 400 million Bailey, so spend it wisely. Luffy nodded drowsily. However, Nami's eyes lit up, and her sense of fear vanished in an instant. At that moment, Luffy looked at Nami. I'll leave this money in your care. I don't trust Luffy with it. Nami replied, you can count on me. After saying that, she rushed towards the gold. At this time, Luffy took out a book from his bag. Roadbed. Zoro, the first half of this book is some insights on swordsmanship, and the second half is some training methods for physical techniques. Zoro, I am a swordsman. Road base, I know, but swordsmanship also requires some physical skills as support, and your learning energy is the strongest here. So I'll leave it to you. You learn first, and then pass it on to them. Zoro thought for a moment and finally took the book. Thank you. Then Roadbase took out another book. Roadbed. Usopp, I know you like some small inventions. This book contains some ideas and design drawings of inventions. Usopp immediately ran over and took the book. At that moment, Sanji had already come out with food. I have to admit that Sanji's cooking skills are really impressive. Luffy, it's so delicious. Sanji, you're amazing. Sanji smiled. After eating and drinking enough, Luffy threw a notebook and a box to Sanji. Roadbed. This book contains dishes from around the world, as well as some dishes I invented myself. Inside this box is a type of very tasty cigarette, along with tobacco and tobacco seeds. You should know how to handle it yourself. Sanji, I can handle it. I make my own cigarettes. At that moment, Luffy ran over. Luffy, brother, did you give Sanji the recipe for the dish you invented? Luffy nodded. Great. I can eat delicious food again. At this moment, Sanji spoke up again. Luffy first mentioned a bunch of dish names to me, but I had never even heard of them. I didn't expect that they were invented by Brother Luffy himself. Sanji was convinced by this title of brother. Just then, a Navy ship appeared in the distance near the Mary. My friends are here to pick me up. I have to go, but there's one more thing first. Then Luffy took out a camera. The Straw Hats didn't know what Luffy was going to do. Subgrade. You wouldn't want the photo on your future wanted poster to look strange, right? The Foundation knows Sanji's future pain. Soon, the photos of the Straw Hat crew were taken. Luffy. All right, I'm leaving now. Let's meet again if fate allows. Then Luffy flew directly to his naval ship. Zoro Luffy, just how strong is your brother? Roadbed, I don't know anyway. Among the four of us brothers, I am the weakest and my elder brother is the strongest. Upon hearing this, Zoro tightened his grip on the notebook in his hand. Moreover, Zoro found that there was an extra piece of gold and a note in his pocket. Hurry up and return Nami's money. Seeing the note, Zoro smiled. The crew led by Luji directly arrived at the Grand Line, as staying the East Blue was just a waste of time. Back on the Grand Line, everyone began their rigorous training again, and each person's strength improved. One day, Luji was sitting at the bow of the ship, lost in thought. It was then that Yixiao approached without him noticing. What are you thinking about? Roadbed, Uncle Yixiao. I'm thinking about how I can become stronger. Yixiao, your current strength is already very strong. Luji, not enough. My current strength can at most be considered an ordinary major general, not even an elite major general or a top major general. In fact, every level of strength is divided into beginner, ordinary, elite, and top. Right now, Luji's strength, if calculated to the fullest, is just an ordinary major general. Yixiao, strength must be improved step by step. One cannot be impatient. Subgrade, I understand this principle. Yixiao, you can explore your potential. Close your eyes and try to feel it. The roadbed closed its eyes directly. With a smile, feel your own soul. Focus on your own consciousness. The embankment quickly entered a familiar space. The roadbed immediately returns to reality. Roadbed, Uncle Yixiao, are you talking about the consciousness space? Yixiao, that's right. You learned that so quickly. It took me about 3 years to enter the consciousness space back then. Roadbase, what is the purpose of this consciousness space? Yixiao, actually, everyone has a lock in their consciousness, and as long as you unlock it, you can break through your potential and enhance your strength. After hearing Yixiao's words, Roadbase once again entered the consciousness space. However, in front of Roadbase, there was nothing but the Panku treasure box. At this moment, Roadbase walked towards the dark area of the consciousness space. After taking a few steps, Roadbase directly saw a statue. Embankment. The Holy Lord? This statue is carved in the likeness of the Holy Lord. Luji suddenly realized something, then walked in another direction. Soon, another statue appeared. Curse Blue. Luji did not stop, and soon saw another one. Earth Sovereign. Soon, all 8 demon statues were discovered by Luji. However, the statues of Ximu and Bogang were colored, while the others were all gray. Roadbed, what is this situation? At this moment, the statue of Ximu moved. Ximu, kid, you have awakened us. The statue of Bogan beside him also moved. Bogan, I didn't expect to find myself inside you. The embankment was stunned by the scene before him. Ximu, kid, don't be afraid. We're not as evil as you think. Roadbed, do you know what I'm thinking? Ximu, we are inside you, and we are connected to your consciousness. So of course we know what you're thinking. Bogang, the cartoons you watch are all fake. We are not bad people. It's just that we look a bit scary, which is why others call us the 8 great demons. Roadbed, why were you sealed? Nishimu, because our power is too great and we almost control everything in the world. Bogang. So some wicked people controlled us, wanting to use our hands to destroy the world. But it was discovered by some righteous individuals, and there was no other way but to seal us away. Roadbed, are you free now? Ximu. Impossible. Our bodies have long disappeared after hundreds of years. What is within you now is just our souls. Bogang, we can't leave your body either. Subgrade, are you just staying in my consciousness space like this? Ximu. Every statue has a small world that belongs to us, and our souls will live there. Bogang, we're just attaching our souls to the statue, using it to communicate with you. Subgrade, what about the others? Ximu, they are still asleep, and when they wake up depends on you. Roadbed, rely on me? Bogang, the Panku treasure box has chosen you, so only you can unlock the seal of the treasure box and awaken them. Roadbed, what benefits do I have? Ximu, you can use our strength, and we can also teach you some things you don't know. Bogang, don't underestimate us. What you know now is just the tip of the iceberg. Subgrade, skin? Bogang, my abilities are not just what you see. You could try to devour everything. Roadbed, how to devour? Bogan, concentrate my power into my palm. The roadbed raised its hand and followed Bogan's instructions. Soon, a small black vortex appeared in its hand. Bogan said, this vortex can attack. The moment it goes out, the vortex will enlarge and start to devour everything, including others' attacks. Of course, you can also place it in your palm to touch the things you want to devour. The Foundation immediately thought of Blackbeard's dark fruit. Bogan, the things that are devoured will slowly dissipate in the devouring space. Of course, you can also take them out before they dissipate. You just need to make the vortex spin in reverse. Roadbed, devouring space? Bogan, this space is a special space that can only be accessed by those who possess my abilities. Roadbed, this ability is really strong. Bogang, but it requires a lot of stamina, and my energy conversion skill is just right. However, if I encounter someone ridiculously stronger than you, it will be tough. Roadbed, I know this. At this moment, Ximu also spoke up. My abilities are similar to what you know, but in addition to controlling the weather, I can also use them to attack. The roadbed is filled with question marks. Ximu, you could try to control the shape of the rain or snowflakes and the speed at which they fall. Luji's mind instantly exploded. In this way, rainwater could turn into bullets or even hailstones. At this moment, a halo appeared behind Ximu. Countless small bright spots flew out and directly shot towards Luji. These small bright spots stopped just as they were about to touch Luji. At this time, Luji clearly saw that these bright spots were water droplets or ice chunks. Ximu, this move consumes very little stamina, and the methods of attack are diverse. It's basically possible to control everything created by the weather, like raindrops, snowflakes, and hail. The Foundation's mind has exploded again. So, as long as it's something created by the weather, it can be controlled. Nishiki nodded. What about lightning? Nishiki, it can also be controlled, but the damage is not high against someone with strong abilities. This lightning is nothing compared to the lightning of China and the Soviet Union. At this moment, Nishiki thought of something else. That's right. You can make water droplets transform between ice and snow water. Roadbed. Must it only be created by the weather? Ximu nodded. As long as these things don't touch the ground, they can be controlled. Once they land, it's no longer counted. Hanzu, 17, when joining the Navy. Cap's brother with the ability exchange system, characters, abilities, fruits, weapons, special nature type magical fruit. Nature dragon fruit can elementalize, control any element, and can transform into a magical dragon. The system grants immunity to seawater and seawater stones. Teacher, Hero, Sea Dragon General, Navy Strategist. Hometown, Windmill Village, Wife. Nico Alvia's son, Jinbei, Hawkeye Mihawk, Tyrant Kuma, Crocodile, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Razanani Teach, Enel, Smoker Grandson Ace. Luffy Daughter, Tina, Robin Pets. Qilin Black Horse, Qinglong, Blue Snake, Water, Fire, Wood. Pound Shakes the World, White Tiger, Earth. Thunder, Fan stabilizes the universe. Vermilion Bird, Fire Eagle, Fire Wind. Angry Blade of Two Worlds, Xuanwu, Giant Turtle, Water. Gold, Heavy Hammer, Shakes the Earth. First Generation 3 Admirals, Hero, Sea Dragon General. No fruit as he swims in the sea like a fish, like a dragon. Killed by celestial dragons after retirement. Fire Eye, Cloud, Snake Admiral. Animal System, Snake Fruit, White Python Form. Retired. Style Skeleton Kong, Magical APE Admiral. Animal System, Phantom Bee Species Gorilla Fruit, Magical Ape Form. Promoted to Marshal. Second Generation 3 Admirals. Carlo, Black Dragon Admiral, retired, injured. Remains in the Navy, killed celestial dragons, impelled down. Released, sails the seas as the strongest navy. 29 years old, Sengoku, Buddha Admiral promoted to Marshal Zephyr. Black Arm Admiral retired. Remains in the Navy. Protagonist disciple. Third generation 3 admirals, Sakazuki. Akainu promoted to Marshal Kazan. Akiji resigns to follow the protagonist Borsellino. Kazura resigns to follow the protagonist. Fourth generation 3 admirals, Ishiao. Fujitora Admiral. Paramecia System Gravity Fruit Fully. Green Bull Admiral. Special Nature System Forest Fruit Kobe. White Snake Admiral. Animal System Phantom Bee Species Tongue Snake Fruit. First generation Marshal. Kate Chi. No fruit. A strong Navy retiree. Did not work for the world government. Second generation Marshal. Steel Skeleton Kong. Retired to work for the world government. Third generation Marshal. Sengoku retired. Remains in the Navy. Left and right arm strategist Carlo. Advisor Crane. Fourth generation Marshal. Akainu. Ending villains Tilu. Evil Swordsman. Spark Pirate Crew. Captain Silly. Former Nature System Flame Fruit. Vice Captain Mion. A martial arts powerhouse. Mad Eating Pirate Crew. Captain Black Fist. Former Animal System Phantom Bee Species Fish Fruit. Vice Captain Han. Former Nature System Snow Fruit. Rox Pirate Crew. Rox D. Zebek. Ward Pirate Crew Bonewald. World Destroyer. Paramecia System Momo Fruit. Gold Lion Pirate Crew. Gold Lion Shiki. Baralik. Lidfield. Phantom Bee Species Vampire Fruit. Blood Refining Pirate Crew. Blood Demon. Blood Fruit. Billy. Replacing Blackbeard. Animal System Phantom Bee Species Turtle Fruit. Crocodile Turtle Form. Turtle Shell Pirate Crew. Replacing Blackbeard's Pirate Crew. World Government 5 Poisons Navy. Scorpion. Gecko. Snake. Toad. Centipede. Admiral Level Strength. 5 Elder Stars Special Villains. 6 Major Villains. Time Fruit. Red Space Fruit. Yellow Power Fruit. Blue Reality Fruit. Green Soul Fruit. White Mind Fruit. Orange. Teammates. Lee Martial Arts Powerhouse. Dr. Senku. Flame Fruit Nature System. Chef GCI. Swordsmanship Powerhouse. Navigator. Big Knife 21 Sea Monsters. Draw Sword Slash. Extreme Shadow. Chili. Earth Fruit Nature System. Combatant Chi Fu. Water Fruit Nature System. Combatant. Ship Dragon God Ship. Ship Spirit. Little Dragon. Summoner Dark Organization 12 Divine Dragon Guards. Uchiha Bido. Wind Watergate. Obtained. Might Guy. Obtained. Orochimaru. Obtained. Jiraiya. Obtained. Saitama. Iron Man Tony Stark Enhanced Version. Obtained. Sun Wukong. The Great Sage. Equaling Heaven. Comes with weapon Rui Jingu Bang. 6-Eared Macaque. Comes with weapon Free Will Iron Rod. Erlang Shenyang Jian. Comes with weapon 3-pointed 2-edged sword. Obtained. Marshal Tianping Zhubeiji. Comes with weapon 9-toothed rake. Obtained. General Sha Wujing. Comes with weapon Demon Subduing. Staff. Obtained. Pure Guards 12 Zodiac Guards. Zerat Gold. Obtained. Cho Ox. Wood. Obtained. Een Tiger. Water. Obtained. Een Rabbit. Fire. Obtained. Shun Dragon Earth. Obtained. Sea Snake Dark. Obtained. Wu Horse Thunder. Obtained. Wei Sheep Cloud. Obtained. Shin Monkey Wind. Obtained. Yu Rooster Snow. Obtained. Su Dog Stone. Obtained. Hype Bright. Obtained. Carlo's Introduction. Cap's Brother. Hero's Disciple. Teacher of Akainu. Akiji. Kazu. Orphan. Adopted by the village chief. Is Hero who brought the protagonist to join the Navy. Abilities excluding fruits. Basically no side effects. 3-color hockey. Beginner. Intermediate. Advanced. Navy 6 styles. Enhanced version. 8 Gates of Duinjia. Saitama Physique. Rinnegan. Sage of 6 Paths. No need for 10 tails. Ninjutsu Encyclopedia. All attribute values. Infinite Chakra. Heavenly Step. Can walk on any plane. Can teleport. Law of Heaven and Earth. Sun Wukong's Magic. Heavenly Blade Registration. Beginner. Intermediate. Advanced. Top Tier Super God. Heavenly Star Technique. Ultimate Move. Can evolve infinitely. Weapons. Black Blade Dragon Scale Level Division. S Level. Ultimate Extreme Level. A level Forbidden Techniques. Super High Level. B Level. Upper Shinobi Level. C Level. Middle Shinobi Level. D Level. Lower Shinobi Level. E Level. Ninja School Wind Release Whirlwind Fist Wind Release Blade of Wind Release Wind Cutter Wind Release Wind Reversal Wind Release Thousand-Faced Wind Release Aerial Cannon Wind Release Peacock Whirlwind / Wind Release Peacock Whirlwind Wind Release Beast Wave Palm Wind Release Beast Wave Violent Wind Palm Wind Release Violent Wind Palm Wind Release Vacuum Ball Wind Release Vacuum Wave Wind Release Vacuum Blade Wind Release Vacuum Wave Wind Release Toad Iron Cannon Wind Release Practice Air Bullet Lightning Release Thousand Birds Lightning Cut Thousand Birds Flow Lightning Release Kirin Lightning Release Lightning Clone Thousand Birds Thousand Books Thousand Birds Blade Thousand Birds Sharp Gun Lightning Release Earth Walk Lightning Release Lightning Ball Ninja Art Lightning Strike Tornado Lightning Release Pseudo Dark Lightning Release Lightning bind, lightning release, lightning dream, lightning man, lightning release 4 pillars binding technique, lightning release 16 pillars binding technique, lightning release lightning needle, lightning release lightning tooth, lightning blade technique, lightning gate, lightning blade technique, falling thunder, lightning release lightning, wave, lightning release, tearing sky, lightning, snake, fire release, great fireball technique, phoenix, fire technique, fire release, dragon fire technique, fire release, flame, bullet, fire release, great flame, bullet, fire release, toad, oil, flame, bullet, fire release, fire, dragon, flame, bullet, fire release, great dragon fire technique, fire release, explosive wind, dance, fire release, great fire extinguishing technique, fire release, fire walking technique, fire release, fire flame, bullet, fire release, flame, meteor, fire release, great flame technique, fire release, fire dragon, bullet, fire release, fire flame, whirlwind, water release, water barrier. Water release, water dragon, bullet, water release, water wave, water release, water dragon, bullet, water release, water break, wave, water release, water blade, slash, water release, water, continuous bullet, water release, great explosive, water wave, water release, miss concealment technique, water release, great waterfall technique, water, iron cannon technique, great fish bullet technique, water prison technique, 5 food, fish, 1000 food, fish, water, release, explosive, water wave, water, clone technique, water release. Water tooth, bullet, water release, water chaotic wave, water release, cut, rain, water release, water flow, whip, water release, iron cannonball, water release, hurricane, water vortex technique, water release, toad, iron cannon, water release, breaking flow, water release, waterfall technique, water release, water sharp blade, earth release, rock, concealment technique, earth release, barrier, earth, prison, no, earth release, earth dragon, bullet, earth release, crack, earth turn palm, earth release, earth flow, cut. Earth release, earth flow, city wall, earth release, earth spike, gun, earth release, earth flow wall, earth release, mountain, earth technique, earth release, earthquake court this time. Joseph and Johnny also walked out from the cabin. Joseph, brother roadbed, the headquarters also doesn't know why Jack, one of Kaido's 3 disasters, is here. That's right. The pirate ship appearing in the distance on the roadbed is Jack the Drought's mammoth. Johnny, the commander wants us to act according to the situation. Embankment. Get ready for battle. They're coming this way. Then Joseph and Johnny drew their knives. Jack, is it the Navy? Get closer and take them out. Soon, the mammoth sped up. The 2 ships were about to come together. Roadbed. Drough, Jack. What do you want to do? Jack. Do I need a reason to kill you? Luji, kill us? Do you have the strength for that? Jack immediately became furious. You little bastard, looking for death. Jack drew out 2 scythes and swung them at Luji. The pirates behind Jack rushed towards Luji's group. Ace. Come on, you despicable pirates. Sabo. How rude. Joseph and Johnny charged forward with their knives. Yixiao stood to the side, ready to join in as long as Luji was at a disadvantage. The roadbed is directly equipped with an armored arm and attached with the armed color domineering. Lucci's punch knocked Jack's knife away. Jack said, "You've got some strength, kid, but it's not enough." Then Jack raised his knife again and swung it at Lucci. Lucci raised his fist to collide again, but this time Lucci was sent flying. Foundation. Indeed, ancient species of the animal system are tough-skinned, thick-fleshed, powerful, and highly defensive goods. System panel. Host. Carlo. Origin. Void infinite laws. Physique. Primordial sacred body. Ability. Free will. Weapons. Life and death dual rings. Supreme void treasure. Dragon robe. Supreme void treasure. Yin yang dual tables. Supreme void treasure. Heavenly Tao staff. Supreme void treasure. Good. Earthly Tao spear. Supreme void treasure. Evil. Human Tao fan. Supreme void treasure. Self. World annihilation dual guns. Supreme Void Treasure, Backpack, Miscellaneous, Cultivation, Void Saint, Divine Beast Pets, Great Tao Saint, Qilin, Black Dragon Horse, Qilin Arm, Qing Long, Qing Giant Python, Qing Long Knife, White Tiger, No-Tail Tiger, White Tiger Blade, Zhuke, Fire Eagle, Zhuke Fan, Xuanwu, Blue Shelled Turtle, Xuanwu Shield, 3 Corpses, Chaos Saint Pet, Bear Left, Bear Right, Heavenly Tao Saint, 3 Races, Primordial Saint Disciples, Hongjun Great Tao Saint, Luo Ho, Heavenly Tao Saint, Yang Mei, Primordial Saint, Qian Kuan, Primordial Saint, Yin Yang, Primordial Saint, Zhen Yuanzi, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint, Ming He, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint, Hong Yun, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint, Di Jun, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint, Di Jiang, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint, Dong Huang Tai, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint, Fu Shi, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint, 12 Dark Dragon. Guards. 12 Zodiac Guards. Great Tao Saints Heavenly Palm. Falling Skies 10,000 Laws Return to 1. Soul Severing and Spirit Dissolution. Killing God Annihilating Saints. World Annihilation Divine Thunder. 9 Heavens Raging Fire. 10,000 Rivers Dead Water. heavenly calamity dark gold, annihilating soul sacred wood, divine death sealing earth low grade, medium grade, high grade, supreme grade, mortal tools dharma treasures. Spiritual treasures acquired, merit, spiritual treasures acquired, merit, supreme treasures, innate, merit, spiritual treasures, innate, merit, supreme treasures, chaos, merit, spiritual treasures, chaos, merit, supreme treasures, Hongmeng, merit, spiritual treasures. Hongmeng, merit, supreme treasures, void, merit, spiritual treasures, void, merit, supreme treasures, early stage, mid stage, late stage, peak, merit saints, primordial saints, heavenly Tao saints, great Tao saints. Chaos saints, Hongmeng saints. Void saints began as void, nothingness. From nothing to something, the first something is Tao. Later, the void evolved into Hongmeng, similar to the Big Bang. Hongmeng evolved into chaos, or rather, Hongmeng shattered, chaos emerged, and the great Tao appeared. From chaos, 3,000 demons and gods were born, Panku being one of them. Panku slayed 3,000 demons and gods in chaos, opened up the heavens and the earth, creating the primordial world, transforming himself into all things. After the primordial world was born, the great Tao concealed itself, and the heavenly Tao emerged. Qi, Han Qi, Yin Qi, infinite Gotling, infinite Sniper Rifle, Burning Fruit. Thunder Fruit, Tang Dao. Fox's Heart Technique, Rain Ninja, Nirika Technique. Causes the opponent to see the image they fear the most, delivering a psychological blow. Casa S Followers Technique. Causes the opponent to see one illusion after another to disturb the enemy. Here is not technique. Causes the opponent to misidentify a location as another place using illusions. Orochimaru S Nirvana Technique. Rains down feather-like illusions, putting the enemy into a sleep state. Yakushi Kabuto S Dark Travel Technique. Creates a vast, dark environment to cut off the opponent's vision. Second Hokage, see Hokage level decisive battle. Magic. This place is not place. Tsukiyomi's Red Bean, Orochimaru Magic, Tree Combat Technique. Setting Sun Red Moon Reading. Brings the enemy into a mental world created by the caster, where space, time, quality, etc. are all controlled by the caster. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Toad, S Duet. Emits a frog's croak to hypnotize the opponent, causing them to lose combat ability. Caster, Shinzakura Kaji, Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Great Whirlwind, Leaf Fierce Whirlwind Power Prelude. Attacks the enemy's lower body at high speed using whirlwind legs. Gentle Fist, a unique body technique passed down through the Hyuga clan, can release chakra from acupoints to damage the opponent's internal organs and meridian system, stopping their chakra flow. Lotus, an advanced body technique used by Rock Lee and Guy, requires opening the 8 gates, embracing the enemy with their body, then rapidly rotating and crashing down from a height. It is a forbidden technique where both the enemy and the caster are harmed. Meatball War Machine, the Akimichi clan's secret technique multiplication technique extension, rolling towards the opponent using an expanded body. Shadow Dance Leaf, launches the opponent into the air and then performs a second round of attacks from behind in midair. Can connect to Surface Lotus, Lion's Barrage, an aerial combo technique that can be used after Shadow Dance Leaf, adding gravitational force to the final blow, making the attack power evident. Naruto Barrage, a multi-person continuous technique created by Naruto using Shadow Clone technique combined with Lion's Barrage. Secret Sand Technique, Gaara's 1000-kill water soaring White Bug Technique. Oil Woman Clan Shadow Technique, Nara Clan Multiplication Technique, Akimichi Clan Mind Transfer Technique. Yamanaka Clan Kagura Heart Eye Technique. Kankaros Water Transformation Technique. Heavy Water Arm Technique. Ashizuki Sujitsu Explosive Clé. Daidara's Blood Curse, Death S Scythe Blood Technique. Idon S Sealing Technique. Sealing Fire Seal. Jiraiya's Corpse Ghost Sealing. Fourth Hokage. Third Hokage 4 Symbols Sealing. Fourth Hokage's 8 Trigrams Sealing Style. Fourth Hokage's 5 Elements Sealing Unsealing Technique. Third, fourth, 3 Sages. No Earthine Sealing, Sealing and Unsealing. Tsunade's Finger Carving Sealing. Jiraiya's Black Law Seal. Zwa Jean Sealing. Iron Wall. Earthland's Susanoo 10 Kusanagi Sword. Uchiha Itachi's Transcription Sealing Amaterasu. Itachi's Evil Law Seal. Kakashi's Illusion Dragon 9 Sealing. Akatsuki Organization Absorption Technique Sealing. Pain Hungry Ghost Path Binding Law Array. Irika Crystal Escape Crystal Wall 8 Formation. Red Lotus Curse Seal. Hyuga Clan Sealing Bloodline Limit Barrier Technique. Toad's World. Han Ancestor 17th Navy Carp's Brother. Ability exchange system, characters, abilities, fruits, weapons. Special natural system magic fruit. Nature dragon fruit, can elementalize, control any element, and can transform into a magic dragon. System grants immunity to seawater and sea prism stone. Teacher, Hero, Sea Dragon General, Navy Strategist. Hometown, Windmill Village. Wife, Nico Alvia. Son, Jambé, Mioc, Tirancuma, Crocodile, Doflamingo, Rosinante, Teats. Enel, Smoker. Grandson, Ace Luffy. Daughter, Tina, Robin. Pets, Qilin Black Horse, Qinglong, Blue Snake, Water, Firewood, Staff Shocks All Directions. White Tiger Earth. Thunder, Fan Stabilizes the Universe. Zhuke, Fire Eagle, Fire, Wind. Angry Blade 2 Realms. Xuanwu Giant Turtle, Water Gold. Heavy Hammer Shakes the Earth. First Generation 3 Admirals. Hero, Sea Dragon General with no fruit, thriving in water like a fish, like a dragon. Killed by celestial dragons after retirement. Philly, Cloud Snake General. Animal System Snake Fruit, White Python Form. Retired. Steelbone Kong, Magic Ape General. Animal System Mythical Beast Type Gorilla Fruit, Magic Ape Form. Promoted to Marshal. Second Generation 3 Admirals. Carlo, Black Dragon Admiral, retired. Injured. Stayed in the Navy. Killed the celestial dragons for his teacher. Impelled down. Released, sails the seas as the strongest navy. 29 years old, Sengoku. Buddha Admiral promoted to Marshal. Zephyr, Black Arm Admiral retired and stayed in the Navy. The protagonist's disciple. Third Generation 3 Admirals. Sakazuki. Akainu promoted to Marshal. Kazan. Akiji resigned to follow the protagonist. Borsellino. Kizaru resigned to follow the protagonist. Fourth Generation 3 Admirals. Isho. Fujitora Admiral. Paramecia Gravity Fruit. Fury. Green Bull Admiral. Special Logia Forest Fruit. Kobe. White Snake Admiral. Zoan Mythical Type Tengu Fruit. First Generation Marshal. Kizaru, no fruit, Navy powerhouse retired and did not work for the world government. Second Generation Marshal. Steelbone Akainu retired and worked for the world government. Third Generation Marshal. Sengoku retired and stayed in the Navy. Left and right arm strategist Carlo. Advisor Crane. Fourth Generation Marshal. Akainu ends as a villain. Tilu, Evil Swordsman. Spark Pirates. Captain Silly. Former Logia Flame Fruit. Vice Captain Mion. Specific Technique Powerhouse. Crazy Eater Pirates. Captain Black Fist. Former Zoan Mythical Type Fish Fruit. Vice Captain Han. Former Logia Snow Fruit. Rocks Pirates. Rocks D. Jibek. Ward Pirates. Bondi Wald. World Destroyer. Paramecia Momo Fruit. Golden Lion Pirates. Golden Lion Shiki. Baroque Works. Mythical Zoan Vampire Fruit. Blood Forge Pirates. Blood Demon. Blood Fruit. Billy replacing Blackbeard. Zoan Mythical Type Turtle Fruit. Crocodile Turtle Form. Turtle Shell Pirates replacing Blackbeard Pirates. World Government's 5 Poisons Navy, Scorpion, Gecko, Snake, Toad, Centipede, Admiral Level. 5 Elder Special Villains, 6 Major Villains, Time Fruit. Red Space Fruit, Yellow Power Fruit, Blue Reality Fruit, Green Soul Fruit, White Mind Fruit, Orange, Teammates Lee Martial Arts Powerhouse, Dr. Senku Flame Fruit. Logia, Chef Gigi, Swordsmanship Powerhouse, Navigator, Great Blade, 21C Monster, Draw Sword Slash. Extreme Shadow. Chili, Earth Fruit Natural System. Fighter Chi Fu, Water Fruit Natural System. Fighter, Ship Long Shinhao, Ship Soul. Little Dragon, Summoner Dark Organization 12 Divine Dragon Guards, Uchiha Madara. Wind Watergate, obtained. Might Guy, obtained. Orochimaru, obtained. Jiraiya, obtained. Saitama, Iron Man Tony Stark, Enhanced Version. Obtained Great Sage, equaling Heaven Sun Wukong. Equipped with weapon Rui Jingu Bang, 6-eared macaque. Equipped with weapon Suishin Taigambing. Erlang Shenyang Jian, equipped with weapon Sanjian Liang Rendao. Obtained, Marshal Tianpeng Zhu Beiji, equipped with weapon Nine-Toothed Rake. Obtained, General Zhuanlian Sha Wujing, equipped with weapon Demon. Subduing Staff. Obtained, Pure Guardian 12 Zodiac Guards. Rat Gold obtained. Oxwood obtained. Tiger Water obtained. Rabbit Fire obtained. Dragon Earth obtained. Snake Dark obtained. Horse Thunder obtained. Goat Cloud obtained. Monkey Wind obtained. Rooster Snow obtained. Dog Stone obtained. Pig Bright obtained. Introduction of Carlo. Brother of Carp, disciple of Admiral Hero, teacher of Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru. An orphan, adopted by the village chief, is the Navy's ability, excluding devil fruits. Basically no side effects, 3 color hockey, beginner, intermediate, advanced, Navy 6 styles, enhanced version. 8 gates of Duinjia, Saitama physique, Rinnegan, sage of 6 paths, no need for 10 tails, complete ninja techniques, all attribute values, infinite chakra. Heavenly steps, can walk on any plane, can teleport. Law of Heaven and Earth, Sun Wukong spell, Heavenly Sword Register, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Top Level, Super God. Heavenly Star Technique, Ultimate Move, can evolve infinitely, Weapons, Black Blade Dragon Scale Leveling. S Level, Ultimate Skill, Extreme Level, a Level Forbidden Technique. Super High Level, B Level, Upper Ninja Level, C Level, Middle Ninja Level, D Level, Lower Ninja Level, E Level, Ninja School, Wind Release, Whirlwind Fist, Wind Release Wind Blade, Wind Release Wind Cutter, Wind Release Wind Recoil, Wind Release Thousand-Faced Wind, Wind Release Space Cannon, Wind Release Peacock Whirlwind Slash, Wind Release Peacock Whirlwind, Wind Release Beast Wave Palm, Wind Release Beast Wave Fierce Wind Palm, Wind Release Fierce Wind Palm, Wind Release Vacuum Sphere, Wind Release Vacuum Continuous Wave, Wind Release Vacuum Blade, Wind Release Vacuum Wave, Wind Release Toad, Iron Cannon, Wind Release Practice Air Bullet, Lightning Release, Thousand Birds, Lightning Cut, Thousand Birds Flow, Lightning Release Xilan, Lightning Release Lightning Clone, Thousand Birds, Thousand Books, Thousand Birds Blade, Thousand Birds Sharp Gun, Lightning Release Ground Walk, Lightning Release Lightning Ball, Ninja Technique Lightning Strike Tornado, Lightning Release False Dark, Lightning Release Lightning Binding, Lightning Release Lightning Dream, Lightning Person, Lightning Release 4 Pillars Binding Technique, Lightning Release 16 Pillars Binding Technique, Lightning Release Lightning Needle, Lightning Release Lightning Fong, Lightning Sword Technique Lightning Gate, Lightning Sword Technique Falling Thunder, Lightning Release Thunder Wave, Lightning Release Cracking Sky Thunder Snake, Fire Release Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Fire Release Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release Flame Bullet, Fire Release Great Flame Bullet, Fire Release Toad, Oil Flame Bullet, Fire Release Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Fire Release Great Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release Explosive Wind Dance, Fire Release Great Fire Extinguishing Technique, Fire Release Fire Walking Technique, Fire Release Fire Flame Bullet, Fire Release Flame Meteor, Fire Release Great Flame Technique, Fire Release Fire Dragon Bullet, Fire Release Fire Flame Whirlwind, Water Release Water Formation Wall, Water Release Water Dragon Bullet, Water Release Water Wave, Water Release Water Dragon Bullet, Water Release Water Cutting Wave, Water Release Water Blade Slash, Water Release Water Continuous Bullet, Water Release Great Explosion Water Wave, Water Release Mist Concealment Technique, Water Release Great Waterfall Technique, Water Cannon Technique, Great Shark Bullet Technique, Water Release Water Prison Technique. 5 Food Sharks, 1000 Food Sharks, Water Release Explosion Water Wave, Water Clone Technique, Water Release Water Fong Bullet, Water Release Water Chaotic Wave, Water Release Rain Cut, Water Release Water Flow Whip, Water Release Iron Cannon Sphere, Water Release Hurricane Water Vortex Technique, Water Release Toad, Iron Cannon, Water Release Breaking Run Water, Water Release Water Pot Technique, Water Release Water Falling Technique, Water Release Water Benefit Blade, Earth Release Rock Concealment Technique, Earth Release Barrier Earth Prison, Earth Release Earth Dragon Bullet, Earth Release Cracking Earth Turn Palm, Earth Release Earth Flow Cut, Earth Release Earth Flow City Wall, Earth Release Earth Spike, Earth Release Earth Flow Barrier, Earth Release Mountain Earth Technique, Earth Release Earthquake Core, Earth Release Rock Theft Stick, Earth Release Rock Pillar Gun, Earth Release Earth Dragon Concealment Technique, Earth Release Super Light Heavy Rock Technique, Earth Release Super Heavy Rock Technique. System Panel, Host, Carlo, Origin, Void and Infinite Laws, Physique, Primordial Sacred Body, Ability, At Will, Weapons, Life and Death Dual Rings, Supreme Void Treasure, Dragon Garment Supreme Void Treasure, Yin Yang Dual Table Supreme Void Treasure, Heavenly Way Staff Supreme Void Treasure, Good, Earthly Way Spear Supreme Void Treasure, Evil, Human Way Fan Supreme Void Treasure, Self, World Destruction Dual Gun Supreme Void Treasure, Backpack, Miscellaneous, Cultivation, Void Saint, Divine Beast Pets, Great Way Saint, Xilan, Black Dragon Horse, Xilan Arm, Qing Long, Qing Giant Python, Qing Long Knife, White Tiger, No Tail Tiger, White Tiger Blade, Zhuke, Fiery Eagle, Zhuke Fan, Xuanwu, Green Shelled Turtle, Xuanwu Shield, 3 Corpses, Chaos Saint Pet, Bear Left, Bear Right, Heavenly Way Saint, 3 Clans, Hunyuan Saint, Disciples, Hong Jun, Great Way Saint, Luo Ho, Heavenly Way Saint, Yang Mei, Hunyuan Saint, Qian Kuan, Hunyuan Saint, Yin Yang, Hunyuan Saint, Jin Yuanzi, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint, Ming He, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint, Hong Yun, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint, Di Jun, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint, Di Jiang, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint, Dong Huang Tai, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint, Fu Shi, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint, 12 Dark Dragon Guards. 12 Zodiac Guards. Great Way Saints Heaven Shattering Palm. Falling Heaven's myriad methods return to one. Soul-cutting dispersing spirit. Killing God destroying saint. World-destroying divine thunder. 9 Heavens Fiery Fire. 10,000 Rivers Dead Water. Heavenly Kill Dark Gold. Destroying Soul Sacred Wood. Common Tools. Magical Treasures. Spiritual Treasures. Postnatal. Merit. Spiritual Treasures. Postnatal. Merit. Supreme Treasures. Innate. Merit. Spiritual Treasures. Innate. Merit. Supreme Treasures. Chaos. Merit. Spiritual Treasures. Chaos. Merit. Supreme Treasures. Hongmeng. Merit. Spiritual Treasures. Hongmeng. Merit. Supreme Treasures. Void. Merit. Spiritual Treasures. Void. Merit. Supreme Treasures. Early, Middle, Late, Peak. Merit Saints. Hunyuan Saints. Heavenly Way Saints. Great Way Saints. Chaos Saints. Hongmeng Saints. Void Saints started as void, having nothing. From nothing comes something. The first something is Tao. Later, the void evolved into Hongmeng, similar to the Big Bang. Hongmeng evolved into chaos, or say Hongmeng shattered, chaos emerged, and the great Tao emerged. 3,000 demon gods were born in chaos. Panku is one of them. Panku killed the 3,000 demon gods in chaos, opened the heavens and the earth, creating the primordial world, and himself transformed into all things. After the birth of the Hongwang world, the great path hid, and the heavenly Tao emerged. Kui, Han Ki, Yin Ki, Infinite Gotling, Infinite Sniper Rifle, Burning Fruit, Tunder Fruit. Tang Dao. Earth Escape Weight Rock Technique, Earth Escape Hardening Technique, Earth Escape Earth Spear, Earth Escape Rock Pillar Prison, Earth Escape Earth Rock Flow, Earth Escape Earth Rock Dragon, Earth Escape Earth Replacement, Earth Escape Rock Fist Technique. Immortal Technique, Immortal Technique Hair, Needle 1000 Books, Immortal Technique 5 Right Guardians, Immortal Technique 4 Frog Ceiling Array. Immortal Technique Spirale Pile, Immortal Technique Tel de Beast Ball, Immortal Technique Tel Beast Ball Spirale Shuriken, Immortal Technique Spirale Continue Ball, Immortal Technique Big Ball Spirale Pile. Immortal Technique Super Big Ball Spiral Pill. Immortal Technique Super Big Ball Spiral Continuous Ball, Immortal Technique Wind, Escape Spiral Shuriken. Immortal Technique Wind, Escape Super Big Ball Spiral Shuriken. Immortal Technique Super Tel de Beast Ball Spirale Shuriken. Sipa Super Big Ball Spirale Shuriken. Immortal Technique Magnétique Escape Spirale Pile. Immortal Technique Melting Escape Spirale Shuriken. Immortal Technique would escape True Number 1000 Hands. Immortal Technique Might Gene Gate Top Transformation. Immortal Technique Storm Escape Light. Immortal Technique In Escape Divine Thunder. Flame Escape. Flame Escape Amaterasu. Flame Escape Indra Zero. Flame Escape Kikido. Flame Escape Yasukuni Jewel. Flame Escape Flame Thunder God. Storm Escape. Storm Escape Thunder Cloud Resonance. Storm Escape Storm Ghost Dragon. Dust Escape. Dust Escape Split Original World Separation Technique. Dust Escape Limit Separation Technique. Dust Escape Original World Separation Technique. Ice Escape. Ice Escape Secret Technique Demon Mirror Ice Crystal. Secret Technique 1000 Kill Water Soaring. Secret Technique Annihilation Water Soaring. Ice Escape Black Dragon Storm Kill. Ice Escape Twin Dragon Storm Kill. Ice Escape One Horned White Whale. Ice Escape Wolf Tooth Avalanche. Ice Escape Ice Prison Technique. Ice Escape Swallowing Snow. Ice Escape Ice Pillar. Ice Escape Breaking Dragon Fierce Tiger Ice Shuriken. Body Technique Leaf Dragon God Shadow Dance. Leaf Leaf Whirlwind. Leaf Leaf Gale. Leaf Leaf Great Whirlwind. Leaf Leaf Strong Wind Whirlwind. Leaf Leaf Rising Wind. Drunken Fist Lion Continuous Shot. 8 Gates Duanjia. Table Lotus Flower. Inside Lotus Flower. Morning Peacock Day Tiger. Evening Elephant Night Kai. 80 God Sky Strike Sword Technique. Leaf Leaf Sword Technique Flow. 3 Crescent Moon Dance. Long Moon Shadow. True Vacuum Sword. Ahu. Songlu Cutting Knife. II Slash. Flying Thunder God Slash. Secret Sword Moon Shadow. Hazy Moon Knight. Illusion Technique Tsukuyumi. Separate Heaven God. Dark Walking Technique. Illusion Technique Ignorant Fire. Demon Flute Magical Sound Lock. Magical Mirror Heaven and Earth Transformation. Tree Binding Technique. Izanaji. Izanami. Infinite Tsukuyumi. Crystal Escape. Crystal Escape Crystallized 5-Point Prison. Crystal Escape Crystallized Shuriken. Crystal Escape Emerald Crystal Knife. Crystal Escape Emerald Crystal Mirror. Crystal Escape Emerald Crystal Clone. Crystal Escape 8 Trigrams 8 Directions Array. Crystal Escape Crystallized Maze Technique. Crystal Escape Emerald Crystal Hexagonal Pillar. Cristal Escape Divine Passage Technique. Cristal Escape Cristal Wall. 8 Crystallization Huge Hexagonal Shuriken. Crystal Escape Hexagonal Shuriken Dance. Crystal Escape Red Fruit 1. S-Class. Essence, extreme level. Earth explosion star, 1 pain, 6 path sage, divine realm Tianzheng, pain, universal pole pain, elephant transformation technique, pain, summoning outer path demon statue, Nagato, outer path rebirth technique. Nagato, would escape secret technique, tree realm, descending birth. First Hokage, flying thunder god technique. Fourth Hokage, corpse demon sealing. Fourth Hokage, third Hokage, creation rebirth, Tsunade, in sealing Tsunade. Wind escape spiral shuriken. Naruto, Sage Art Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken, Naruto, Sage Mode, Jiraiya, Naruto, Sage Art 5 Right Guardians Jiraiya, Deepening Work, Deep Work. Sage Art Super Big Ball Spiral Pill, Jiraiya, Naruto, Sage Art Spiral Continuous Ball, Naruto, Sage Art Frog Summoning, Deep Work Jiraiya, both Jiraiya and Naruto can use. Summoning Impure World Reincarnation, Orochimaru, 8-Headed Technique, Orochimaru, Immortal Rebirth Technique, Orochimaru, Lightning Escape Kirin, Sasuke, Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke, Amaterasu, Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke, Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke, White Secret Technique, Chikamatsu, 10 Puppets, Chiyo, First Puppet Master, Monzaemon, Self-Rebirth Reincarnation, Chiyo, Red Secret Technique, 100 Puppets Performance, Red Sand Scorpion, Kamui, Kakashi, Lightning Cut, Kakashi, Infinite Tsukuyomi, not yet appeared, just an idea of Madara. Uchimadara controls the power of the 10 tails, enhances his ocular power, becomes the 10 tails Jinchuriki, projects his eyes onto the moon in a great illusion. 2. A-Class Forbidden Techniques, Super High Level, Curseal Sasuke, Libra Yugo, Midokiri Red Bean, Sound Ninja 5. The last 5 all died. Morning Peacock Kai, 8 Gates Duinjia Kai, Rock Lee, Lotus Kai, Rock Lee, 4 Directions Shuriken Technique, Naruto, Shadow Clone Sprint Attack, Naruto, Harem Technique. Naruto, Big Ball Spiral Pill, Naruto, Jiraiya, Earth Escape Yellow Spring Swamp, Jiraiya, Spiral Pill, Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, Naruto, Kakashi Hatake, Kanomaru, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Naruto, Kakashi, Water Escape Great Waterfall Technique, Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi, Lightning Clone, Kakashi, Lightning Escape Chidori, Sasuke, Kakashi, Lightning Escape Chidori Flow, Sasuke, Lightning Escape Chidori Thousand Birds, Sasuke, Lightning Escape Chidori Sharp Spear, Sasuke, Twin Serpent Kill, Midokiri Red Bean, Orochimaru, Summoning Technique Triple Rashomon, Orochimaru, Lion's Close Roar, Chiyo, Human Body Surprise, Chiyo, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Sarutobi Hizashi, Long Range Eye Technique, Sarutobi Hizashi, Healing and Destruction Medicine Master Kabuto, Palm Sage Art, Medicine Master Kabuto, Mirror Surface Attacker Technique Pain, Chaotic Body Attack, Tsunade, Healing Rebirth Technique, Silent Camouflage Stealth Technique, Daisher Windblade, Maki, Mind Control Sand Scorpion, 3 Crescent Moon Dance, Moonlight Gale, Shadow Clone Big Explosion, Uchiha Itachi. 3. B-Class, Jonin Level, Han Ancestor, 17th Navy, Carp's Brother Ability Exchange System, Character, Ability, Fruit, Weapon. Special Natural Type Magical Fruit. Natural Magic Dragon Fruit can elementalize, control any element, and can transform into a magic dragon. System grants immunity to seawater and sea stone. Teacher, Harrow, Sea Dragon General, Navy Strategist. Hometown, Windmill Village. Wife, Nico Alvia. Son, Jinbei, Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Crocodile, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Rosinante, Blackbeard, and Old Smoker. Grandson, Ace Luffy. Daughter, Tina, Robin. Pets, Qilin Black Horse, Qinglong, Blue Snake, Water, Fire, Wood, Staff Shaking the 8 Directions, White Tiger, Earth, Thunder, Fan Stabilizing the Universe. Zhuke, Fire Eagle, Fire, Wind, Anger Blade, 2 Realms, Xuanwu, Giant Turtle, Water, Gold, Heavy Hammer, Shaking the Ground. The 3 great generals of the first generation, Harrow, Sea Dragon General, no fruit, because he is at home in the sea like a fish, like a dragon. After retirement, he was killed by the Celestial Dragons. Fire Eye, Cloud Snake General, Animal Type Snake, Snake Fruit, White Python Form. Retired. Steel Bone Kong, Magic Ape General, Animal Type Phantom Beast Species Gorilla Fruit, Magic Ape Form. Promotion to Marshal, 2nd Generation, 3 Admirals. Carlo, Black Dragon Admiral, retired, injured and stayed in Navy. Killed Celestial Dragons for the teacher, impelled down, released, sails the seas as the strongest Navy. 29 years old, Sengoku. Buddha Admiral promoted to Marshal Zifa. Black Arm Admiral retired and stayed in the Navy. Protagonist Disciple. 3rd Generation, 3 Admirals. Sakazuki. Akainu promoted to Marshal Kazan. Akiji resigned to follow the protagonist. Borsellino, Kizaru resigned to follow the protagonist. Fourth generation, 3 admirals. Ishin, Fujitora Admiral Paramecia Gravity Fruit Freely. Green Bull Admiral Special Logia Forest Fruit Kobe. White Snake Admiral Zhoulan Mythical Type Tingsha Fruit. First generation Marshal. Kate Kawawo Fruit Navy Powerhouse retired without working for the world government's second generation Marshal. Steel Bonkong retired to work for the world government third generation Marshal. Sengoku retired and stayed. In the Navy, left and right arm strategist Carlo. Advisor Crane, fourth generation Marshal. Akainu ending as the antagonist, Tilu, evil swordsman. Spark Pirates, Captain Silly former Logia Flame Fruit. Vice Captain Mion Specific Technique Powerhouse. Crazy Eating Pirates, Captain Black Fist former Zoan Mythical Type Fish Fruit. Vice Captain Han former Logia Snow Fruit. Rocks Pirates, Rocks D. Zebek, Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate, World Destroyer. Paramecia Momo Fruit. Golden Lion Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, Barorik Ridefield. Mythical Type Vampire Fruit. Blood Refining Pirates, Blood Demon Blood Fruit. Billy, replacing Blackbeard. Zoan Mythical Type, Turtle Fruit Crocodile Turtle Form. Turtle Shell Pirates replacing Blackbeard Pirates. World Government 5 Poisons Navy. Scorpion, Gecko Snake Toad. Centipede, Admiral Level. 5 Elders Special Antagonists 6 Major Antagonists Time. Fruit Red Space Fruit Yellow Power Fruit Blue Reality Fruit Green Soul Fruit White Mind Fruit Orange. Teammates, Lee, Taijutsu Powerhouse. Dr. Senku, Flame Fruit Logia. Chef GCI, Swordsmanship Powerhouse. Navigator, Great Knife 21 Sea Monsters, Draw Sword Slash. Extreme Shadow. Tsuli, Earth Fruit Logia. Combatant Chifu, Water Fruit Logia. Combatant, Ship Dragon God Number, Ship Spirit. Little Dragon, Summoner Dark Organization 12 Divine Dragon Guards, Uchihamadara. Wind Watergate, obtained. Might Guy, obtained. Orochimaru, obtained. Jiraiya, obtained. Saitama, Iron Man Tony Stark Enhanced Version. Obtained. Monkey King Sun Wukong, comes with weapon Rui Jingu Bang. 6-Eared Macaque, comes with weapon Free Iron Soldier. Erling Shenyang Jian, comes with weapon 3-Edged 2-Blade Knife. Obtained. Marshal Tian Pengzhu Beiji, comes with weapon 9-Toothed Rake. Obtained. General Zhuanlian Sha Wujing, comes with weapon Demon Suppression Treasure Staff. Obtained. Pure Guard 12 Zodiac Guards. Rat Gold obtained. Oxwood obtained. Tiger Water obtained. Rabbit Fire obtained. Dragon Earth obtained. Snake Dark obtained. Horse Thunder obtained. Goat Cloud obtained. Monkey Wind obtained. Rooster Snow obtained. Dogstone obtained. Pib Bright obtained. Carlo Introduction. Brother of Carp. Disciple of Admiral Hero. Teacher of Akainu. Akiji Kizu. Orphan, adopted by the village chief, is the Navy ability, excluding fruits, that Hero brought to Fengche village for the protagonist. Basically no side effects, 3 color hockey. Beginner, intermediate. Advanced, Navy 6 styles, enhanced version. 8 gates of Duanjia, Saitama physique, Rinnegan, 6 paths sage, no need for 10 tails, ninja techniques, all attribute values, infinite chakra. Heavenly steps, can walk on any plane, can teleport. Law of heaven and earth, Sun Wukong spell, Heavenly Blade Register, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top super god. Heavenly Star technique, ultimate move, can evolve infinitely, weapons. Black Blade Dragon Scale level classification. S level, ultimate extreme level, a level forbidden technique. Super high level, B level, upper ninja level, C level, middle ninja level, D level, lower ninja level, E level. Ninja School Wind Escape, Whirlwind Fist Wind, Escape Blade of Wind Escape, Wind Cut, Wind Escape, Wind Rebound Wind, Escape Thousand Faced Wind, Wind Escape, Air Cannon Wind Escape, Peacock Whirlwind / Wind Escape, Peacock, Whirlwind Wind, Escape Beast Wave Palm Wind, Escape Beast Wave Fierce Wind Palm Wind Escape, Fierce Wind Palm Wind Escape, Vacuum Ball Wind Escape, Vacuum. Continuous Wave Wind, Escape Vacuum Blade Wind, Escape Vacuum Wave Wind Escape Toad, Iron Cannon Wind, Escape Practice Air Bullet Lightning, Escape Thousand Birds Lightning Cut, Thousand Birds Flow Lightning Escape, Kirin Lightning Escape Lightning, Clone Thousand Birds, Thousand Books, Thousand Birds Blade, Thousand Birds Sharp Gun Lightning Escape, Earth Walk Lightning Escape, Lightning Ball Ninja Technique Lightning Strike, Tornado Lightning, Escape Pseudo, Dark Lightning Escape, Lightning Bind Lightning. Escape Lightning Dream Lightning Person Lightning Escape 4-Pillar Binding Technique Lightning Escape 16-Pillar Binding Technique Lightning Escape Lightning Needle Lightning Escape Lightning Tooth Lightning Blade Technique Lightning Gate Lightning Blade Technique Falling Thunder Lightning Escape Lightning Wave Lightning Escape Crack Sky Lightning Snake Fire Escape Great Fireball Technique Phoenix Fire Technique Fire Escape Dragon Fire Technique Fire Escape Flame Bullet Fire Escape Great Flame Bullet Fire Escape Toad Oil Flame Bullet Fire Escape Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Fire Escape Great Dragon Fire Technique Fire Escape Exploding Wind Dance Fire Escape Great Fire Extinguishing Fire Escape Fire Walking Technique Fire Escape Fire Flame Bullet Fire Escape Flame Meteor Fire Escape Great Flame Technique Fire Escape Fire Dragon Bullet Fire Escape Fire Flame Whirlwind Water Escape Water Escape Water Array Wall Water Escape Water Dragon Bullet Water Escape Water Wave Water Escape Water Dragon Bullet Water Escape Water Cut Wave Water Escape Water Blade Slash Water Escape Water Continuous Bullet Water Escape Great Exploding Water Wave Water Escape Mist Concealment Technique Water Escape Great Waterfall Technique Water Iron Cannon Technique Great Jiao Bullet Technique Water Prison Technique 5 Food Jiao 1000 Food Jiao Water Escape Exploding Water Wave Water Clone Technique Water Escape Water Tooth Bullet Water Escape Water Chaotic Wave Water Escape Cut Rain Water Escape Water Flow Whip Water Escape Iron Cannon Jade Water Escape Hurricane Water Vortex Technique Water Escape Toad Iron Cannon Water Escape Breaking Flow Water Escape Waterfall Technique Water Escape Water Sharp Blade Earth Escape Rock Concealment Technique Earth Escape Barrier Earth Prison No Earth Escape Earth Dragon Bullet Earth Escape Crack Earth Turning Palm Earth Escape Earth Flow Cutting Earth Escape Earth Flow City Wall Earth Escape Earth Lung Gun Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall Earth Escape Mountain Earth Technique Earth Escape Earthquake Core Earth Escape Rock Theft Stick Earth Escape Rock Pillar Gun Earth Escape Earth Dragon Concealment Technique Earth Escape Super Light Heavy Rock Technique Earth Escape Super Heavy Rock Technique Earth Escape Heavy Rock Technique Earth Escape Light Heavy Rock Technique Earth Escape Hardening Technique Earth Escape Earth Spear Soon everyone arrived at the royal city of Alabasta. Luffy and they directly entered the royal city, while Lucci and others waited outside. Luffy and the others will be captured by Crocodile, and Vivi will be taken away by Crocodile. Luffy also fought to save Vivi and Crocodile, and was subsequently stabbed by Crocodile and buried alive. In the second battle, he was drained dry by Crocodile's ultimate move, the Sansan Fruit. In the third battle, he defeated Crocodile using his blood under the protagonist's halo. These 3 battles were essential for Luffy's growth. Therefore, as long as there are no unexpected events, Luffy will not take action. Luji came this time for Crocodile. Luji wants to persuade Crocodile to get on the ship, and by the way, also persuade as Bones and Galdino from Baroque Works to come aboard. Bones' Devil Fruit is a Paramecia-type quick-slash fruit, which allows him to turn any part of his body into a blade at will, making ordinary punches and kicks as powerful as blades. His entire body has a blade-like constitution, making his body, including his organs, as tough as real steel. Therefore, he is not only impervious to blades and bullets, but most physical attacks are completely ineffective against him. Even bullets and ordinary shells cannot harm him. Additionally, his internal organs are also like steel, so he remains unharmed even from blunt impacts delivered by Zoro using the back of his sword. As long as something cannot cut or penetrate steel, it cannot injure him. If Zoro hadn't comprehended the ability to cut iron in a moment of crisis, he would have lost. Moreover, if Bones develops the hardness of his body to the extreme, he could become an unparalleled blade himself, and his strength would be unimaginable. Teaching Bones the 6 powers of the Navy and the 2-color hockey would ensure he possesses the combat power of at least a rear admiral. Tino, on the other hand, is a Paramecia-type wax fruit user, capable of melting his body and changing its shape at will, with flames appearing on his head when he activates his ability. The wax produced from his body solidifies into something as hard as steel, capable of blocking even the deadly poison released by Magellan. Although it is ineffective against some corrosive substances, such as Magellan's poison giant. In addition to changing shapes freely, he can protect himself, trap enemies, and create wax figures or keys for cells, among other things. His weakness is that the wax's properties are vulnerable to high temperatures, so Galdino loses strength in hot environments. This fruit has high plasticity, even comparable to Katakuri's abilities, which can be considered a pseudo-natural type. He can change his shape before being attacked, thereby dodging the attack. If Tino learns the 2-color hockey, he would also have the combat power of at least a rear admiral. As for Crocodile, it goes without saying that not everyone can become a warlord of the sea. He is also a Logia-type Sansan fruit user, capable of turning any part of his body into sand, and can shape his body into a blade made of sand for attacks. He can absorb the moisture from any living being or object he touches, draining the water from rocks or soil to turn them back into gravel, or extracting underground water from deserts to create quicksand, etc. Additionally, he can gather sand in his hands to generate sandstorms. His weakness is that when his body comes into contact with liquid, he becomes tangible and loses the characteristics of a Logia-type devil fruit, making him vulnerable to physical attacks. After all, Crocodile was a boss in the early stages. How could his strength be weak? Crocodile's defeat was due to Luffy's protagonist aura. If he learned the two-color haki, his strength would be close to that of an admiral or even potentially reach admiral-level power. Therefore, Luji wants to persuade all three to join the ship willingly and become Navy members. System panel: Host, Callow, Origin, Void Rule of Infinite, Physique, Primordial Holy Body, Ability, Willingness, Weapons, Life and Death Dual Rings, Supreme Void Treasure, Dragon Robe, Supreme Void Treasure. Yin-Yang Dual Table, Supreme Void Treasure, Heaven's Dao Staff, Supreme Void Treasure, Good, Earth's Dao Gun, Supreme Void Treasure, Evil, Humanity Fan, Supreme Void Treasure, Self, World-Destroying Dual Guns. Supreme Void Treasure, Backpack, Miscellaneous, Cultivation, Void Saint, Divine Beast Pets, Great Dao Saint, Qilin, Black Dragon Horse, Qilin Arm, Azure Dragon, Azure Giant Python, Azure Dragon Blade. White Tiger, Tailless Tiger, White Tiger Blade, Vermilion Bird, Flame Eagle, Vermilion Bird Fan, Black Tortoise, Blue Shell Turtle, Black Tortoise Shield. 3 Corpses, Chaos Saint Pet. Bear Left. Bear Right, Heaven Dao Saint, 3 Ancestors, Primordial Saint, Disciple. Hongjun, Great Dao Saint. Luo Ho, Heaven Dao Saint. Yang Mei, Primordial Saint. Qian Kuan, Primordial Saint. Yin Yang, Primordial Saint. Zhen Yuanzi, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint. Ming He, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint. Hong Yun, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint. Di Jun, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint. Di Jiang, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint. Dong Huang Tai Yi, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint. Fu Shi, 3 Corpses Quasi-Saint. 12 Dark Dragon Guards, 12 Zodiac Guards. Great Dao, Saint Sky Hitting Palm. Falling Sky, all laws return to one. Soul severing and spirit destroying, killing God and destroying saints, world destroying divine thunder. 9 Heavens Blazing Fire, 10,000 Rivers Dead Water. Heavenly Calamity Dark Gold, soul destroying Holy Wood. Divine Death Sealing Soil, lower grade. Middle grade, upper grade, supreme grade. Mortal Artifact, Magical Treasure, Spiritual Treasure. Postnatal, Merit, Spiritual Treasure. Postnatal, Merit, Supreme Treasure. Innate, Merit, Spiritual Treasure. Innate, Merit, Supreme Treasure. Chaos, Merit, Spiritual Treasure. Chaos, Merit, Supreme Treasure. Hongmeng, Merit, Spiritual Treasure. Hongmeng, Merit, Supreme Treasure. Void, Merit, Spiritual Treasure. Void, Merit, Supreme Treasure. Early Stage, Middle Stage, Late Stage, Peak. Merit Saint, Primordial Saint, Heaven Dao Saint, Great Dao Saint, Chaos Saint, Hongmeng Saint. Void Saint starts from nothing, with nothing. From nothing comes something, the first something is Dao. Later, the Void evolves into Hongmeng, similar to the Big Bang. Hongmeng evolves into Chaos, or Hongmeng shatters, Chaos emerges, the Great Dao emerges. 3,000 demons and gods were born from Chaos. Panku is one of them. Panku slays 3,000 demons and gods in chaos, opening the sky and the earth, creating the primordial world, and himself transforming into all things. After the birth of the primordial world, the great Dao retreats, and the Heaven Dao emerges. Kiri, Han Ki, Yin Ki, Kunimitiet Gotling, Kunimitiet Sniper Vifla. Burn Fruit, Thunder Fruit, Tang Dao. The Toad sees the world technique, Jiraiya's Toad Pot Prison, Jiraiya's Toad Mouth Binding Technique, Jiraiya's Heavenly Cover Array, Jiraiya's 5 Seal Barriers. Pain's 4 Purple Flames Formation, Sound Ninja Quartet's 4 Purple Mist Formation, Left Guard Barrier, 4 Direction Sealing Array, Silent, add Hinata, add Sakura, add Ino. Crystal Escape, Emerald Crystal Maze Technique, Red Lotus Barrier, Guard Gate Technique. 8 Gates Closing Stage, No Bloodline Limit, Reincarnation I, 6 Path Sage. Nagato Pain, Red-Eyed Lon Wan. The child carried by Raiga from the 7 Ninja Swordsmen can project current images from anywhere and create chakra, which cannot be seen through by the Byakugan. Sharingan Uchiha Clan, Hataki Han Ancestor, 17-year-old Navy, Carp's Brother Ability Exchange System, Character, Ability, Fruit, Weapon, Special Natural Type Magical Fruit, Natural Magic Dragon Fruit, can elementalize, control any element, and can transform into a magical dragon. System granted immunity to seawater and Hailu Stone. Teacher, Hailuo, Sea Dragon Admiral, Navy Strategist. Hometown, Windmill Village. Wife, Nico Alvia's son, Jinbei, Dracula Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Crocodile. Don Quixote Doflamingo, Razanani, Blackbeard, Enel, Smoker grandson. Ace, Luffy daughter. Tina, Robin Pets, Qilin, Black Horse, Azure Dragon, Blue Snake, Water, Fire. Wood, Staff shakes the world, White Tiger, Earth, Thunder, Fan determines the universe, Vermilion Bird, Fire Eagle, Fire. Wind, Angry Blade, Two Worlds, Black Tortoise, Giant Turtle, Water. Gold, Heavy Hammer, shakes the earth. The three great admirals of the first generation, Hailuo, Sea Dragon Admiral with no devil fruit, thrives in the sea like a fish, like a dragon. After retirement, he was harmed by the celestial dragons. Fire Eye, Cloud Snake Admiral, Zoan type, snake fruit, white python form. Retired Steel Bone Kong, Magic Ape Admiral. Zoan type mythical beast, gorilla fruit, magic ape form. Promotion to Marshal, second generation 3 admirals, Carlo, Black Dragon Admiral, retired. Injured and stayed in the Navy, killed the celestial dragon for his teacher, impelled down, released from prison, sailing the seas as the strongest navy. 29 years old, Sengoku, Buddha Admiral promoted to Marshal Zifa. Black Arm Admiral retired and stayed in the Navy, the protagonist disciple. Third generation 3 admirals, Sakazuki. Akainu promoted to Marshal Kazan. Akiji resigned to follow the protagonist, Borsellino. Kizaru resigned to follow the protagonist. Fourth generation 3 admirals, Isho, Fujitora Admiral. Paramecia, Gravity Fruit, Fury. Green Bull Admiral, Special Logia Force Fruit, Kobe. White Snake Admiral, Zoan Mythical Type, Snake Fruit. First generation Marshal. Ketiki, No Fruit, Navy Powerhouse, retired. Did not work for the world government. Second generation Marshal, Steelbone Kong, retired, worked for the world government. Third generation Marshal, Sengoku, retired. Stayed in the Navy, left and right arms military advisors Carlo, strategist Crane. Fourth generation Marshal, Akainu, ending as an antagonist, Tilu, evil swordsman. Spark Pirates, Captain Silly. Former Logia Flame Fruit, Deputy Captain Mion, a strong technique user. Crazy Eating Pirates, Captain Black Fist. Former Zoan Mythical Type, Fish Fruit, Deputy Captain Han. Former Logia Snow Fruit. Rocks Pirates, Rox D. Zebek, Ward Pirates, Bonnie Wald. World Destroyer, Paramecia Momo Fruit. Golden Lion Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki. Baroque Works, Mythical Zoan Vampire Fruit. Blood Refining Pirates, Blood Demon, Blood Fruit. Billy, replacing Blackbeard. Zoan Mythical Type, Turtle Fruit. Crocodile, Turtle Form. Turtle Shell Pirates replacing Blackbeard Pirates. World Government, 5 Poisons Navy, Scorpion, Gecko, Snake, Toad. Centipede, Admiral Level. 5 Elders, Special Antagonists, 6 Major Antagonists. Time Fruit Red, Space Fruit Yellow, Power Fruit Blue, Reality Fruit Green, Soul Fruit White. Mind Fruit Orange, Teammates Lead, Taijutsu Powerhouse. Dr. Senku, Flame Fruit, Logia, Chef Jaisai, Swordsmanship Powerhouse. Navigator, Great Blade, 20 Sea Monsters, Draw Sword Slash. Extreme Shadow, Tsuli, Earth Fruit, Logia, Combatant Xiufu, Water Fruit, Logia, Combatant, Ship Dragon God No. 12, Ship Spirit, Little Dragon, Summoner Dark Organization, 12 Divine Dragon Guards, Uchihamadara. Wind Watergate, already obtained. Might Guy, already obtained. Orochimaru, already obtained. Jiraiya, already obtained. Saitama, Iron Man Tony Stark Enhanced Version, already obtained. Monkey King Sun Wukong, self-equipped weaponry, Jingu Bang, 6-eared macaque, self-equipped weapon free, Iron Rod. Erlang, Shenyang Jian, self-equipped weapon 3-edged 2-handled blade, already obtained. Marshal Tian Peng Zhu Beiji, self-equipped weapon 9-toothed rake, already obtained. General Zhu. Lien Sha Wujing, self-equipped weapon, demon subduing staff, already obtained. Pure Guard 12 Zodiac Guards, Rat Gold, already obtained. Ox, Wood, already obtained. Tiger, Water, already obtained. Rabbit, Fire, already obtained. Dragon, Earth, already obtained. Snake, Darkness, already obtained. Horse, Thunder, already obtained. Goat, Cloud, already obtained. Monkey Wind, already obtained. Rooster Snow, already obtained. Dog Stone, already obtained. Pig Bright, already obtained. Carlo Introduction, Carp's brother, Admiral Hero's disciple, teacher of Akainu. Akiji, Kizaru, orphan, adopted by the village chief, is the Navy ability, excluding fruits. Basically no side effects, 3-color hockey, beginner, intermediate, advanced. Navy 6 styles, enhanced version. 8 gates of Duinjia, Saitama physique, Rinnegan, 6-pad sage, no need for 10 tails. Ninjutsu encyclopedia, all attribute values. Infinite chakra. Heavenly step, can walk on any plane, can teleport. Law of heaven and earth, Sun Wukong spell. Heavenly blade record, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top, super god. Heavenly star technique, ultimate move, can evolve infinitely. Weapon, Black Blade Dragon Scale level division. S level, Ultimate extreme level. A level, forbidden technique. Super high level, B level, upper ninja level, C level, middle ninja level, D level, lower ninja level, E level. Ninja school wind release, whirlwind fist wind release, wind blade wind release, wind cut wind release, wind reversal wind release, thousand faced wind release, aerial cannon wind release, peacock, whirlwind / wind release, peacock, whirlwind wind release, beast wave palm wind release, beast wave violent wind palm wind release, violent wind palm wind release, vacuum ball wind. Release vacuum continuous wave wind release, vacuum blade wind release, vacuum wave wind release, toad, iron cannon wind release, training air bullet lightning release, thousand birds lightning, cut thousand birds, flow lightning release, Kirin lightning release, lightning, clone thousand birds, thousand blades, thousand birds, sharp spear lightning release, earth walk lightning release, lightning ball, ninjutsu, lightning strike, tornado, lightning release, false dark, lightning release, lightning, binding lightning. Release lightning dream lightning person, lightning release, 4-pillar binding technique, lightning release, 16-pillar binding technique, lightning release, lightning needle, lightning release, lightning, fong lightning blade technique, lightning door lightning blade technique, falling thunder lightning release, lightning wave, lightning release, tearing sky lightning, snake fire release, great fireball technique, phoenix, fire technique, fire release, dragon fire technique, fire release, flame. Bullet fire release, great flame bullet fire release, toad, oil flame bullet fire release, fire dragon flame bullet fire release, great dragon fire technique fire release, exploding wind dance fire release, great fire extinguishing technique fire release, fire walking technique fire release, fire flame bullet fire release, flame, meteor fire release, great flame technique fire release, fire dragon bullet fire release, fire flame, whirlwind water. Release water, array wall water, release water. Dragon bullet water release, water surge wave water release, water dragon bullet water release, water cut wave water release, water blade / water release, water continuous bullet water release, great explosive water surge wave water release, mist hidden technique water release, great waterfall technique, water iron cannon technique, great shark bullet technique, water prison technique, 5 food sharks, 1000 food sharks, water release, explosive water surge wave water clone technique, water release. Water fong bullet water release, water chaotic wave water release, cut rain water release, water flow whip water release, iron cannonball water release, hurricane water vortex technique water release, toad iron cannon water release, breaking running water release, waterfall technique earth release, light and heavy rock technique earth release, hardening technique earth release, earth spear earth release, rock pillar prison earth release, earth stone flow earth release, earth stone dragon earth sage, art melt release, spiral shuriken crocodile. Took the phone. Sengoku, Marshal, I really want to be in the Navy. Sengoku was completely confused. Crocodile, however, I only want to follow Lord Lucci. Sengoku was confused again. I, a marshal. Can't compare to a little kid. Carp, who was beside him, was also a bit surprised. He originally thought Lucci was joking, but didn't expect Lucci to be serious. In the end, Sengoku had no choice but to let Crocodile and the 3 stay on Lucci's ship. He gave Crocodile a major's rank, while Boinies and Tino were given lieutenant ranks. This news also shocked the world a bit. On a ship with a whale head in the New World. Whitebeard Newgate. I didn't expect that kid Crocodile would actually go to be a Navy. Marco, it's really unexpected. Sachi, I'm more curious about who subdued Crocodile. Due to Lucci's influence, Ace did not go to become a pirate, so the whole situation changed. Now Sachi hasn't obtained the dark fruit yet. So Teach hasn't killed Sachi and hasn't betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. Marco, it seems to be the current Navy supernova, seems to be called Lucci. Whitebeard, I really want to meet this Lucci. On the other side, Lucci still didn't know he was being discussed. At this time, Ximu and the others called Lucci into the consciousness space again. Luji, what's wrong? Ximu, we found 2 huge statues and 2 statue bases around the statue. After hearing this, Luji immediately ran in the direction pointed by Ximu. Soon, Luji saw a new statue, which was enormous. About 5 times the size of the demon statue. The statue in front of the embankment is made of dark golden metal. The roadbed ran in another direction, and soon it saw a statue of a large tree. Luji immediately realized that these were the metal fruit and the forest fruit he had eaten. Then Luji looked at the remaining 2 bases. Luffy, are you saying I can eat 2 devil fruits? Then Luffy came to the metal statue, and it was at that moment he noticed the base was carved with the shape of a metal fruit. The roadbed, after seeing my speculation was true, the roadbed then left the consciousness space. Lucci immediately took out the phone buff from his pocket and called Carp directly. Carp, Lucci, what's the matter? Roadbed, old man, do you know about the powerful devil fruits? Carp, Paramecia type, tremor fruit. Zoan type, fish fruit, mythical beast form, azure dragon. Logia-type Thunder Fruit, Logia-type Magma Fruit, and 5 Logia-type Devil Fruits corresponding to the 5 elements. Roadbed. Do you know about the legendary Devil Fruits? Carp. There are some like the Animal-type Bat Fruit, mythical Zhoulan Vampire Form, and the Natural-type Light Fruit that appeared a few years ago. There's also a fruit that can suppress all Devil Fruits, but I don't know its name or what it looks like. And then there's the Wood-type Forest Fruit, which has also been missing for hundreds of years. Lucci, alright. Old man, I understand. After that, Lucci directly hung up the phone. Most of the fruits that Cap mentioned have already been eaten, but there are still some left. The Vampire Fruit seems to be lost, as it has been hidden by the red count. The Natural-type Light Fruit can be searched for. The fruit that suppresses all Devil Fruits should be the Dark Fruit, which can also be searched for. So now Lucci's goal is the Light Fruit and the Dark Fruit. Luji directly took out Long's phone. Long, Luji, what's the matter? Roadbed, Dad, help me find 2 Devil Fruits. Dragon, what fruits? Roadbed, Light Fruit and Dark Fruit. The dragon gasped. I had seen these 2 Devil Fruits in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia before, but they had disappeared for decades. The Light Fruit appeared a few years ago, but I really had no idea about the Dark Fruit. Roadbed, can you help me find these 2 Devil Fruits? I'm in urgent need of them. Dragon, haven't you already eaten a Devil Fruit? Plus, there are only 2 swordsmen on your ship who haven't eaten a Devil Fruit, and they seem to refuse to eat one as well. Robase, how do you know? Just say whether you can help find it. There was a moment of silence on Long's side. All right, I'll help you look for it. Then he hung up the phone. If Roadbase really ate those 2 Devil Fruits, his strength could reach that of a top Vice Admiral. If he mastered the abilities of the Devil Fruits, Roadbase would have a 100 chance of possessing the strength of a Junior Admiral. It's important to note that the current 3 Admirals, Akiji and Kizaru, are just ordinary Admirals, while Akainu is only an elite Admiral. Moreover, in the world of pirates, Admirals are not the strongest. A Yonko can match 2 elite Admirals. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom's commanders, Kaido's Calamities, and Shank's main subordinates, nearly all possess the combat power of top Vice Admirals. And some even have the strength of junior or ordinary admirals. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, there are both strong and weak ones. The strong ones like Mihawk and Doflamingo, with Mihawk possessing the strength of a junior admiral and Doflamingo having the strength of a top Vice Admiral. Therefore, Roadbase's current strength is really weak. The highest combat power on his ship is Yixiao, who has the strength of an ordinary admiral. Excluding Roadbase and Yixiao, the strongest are Ace and Sabo, both of whom possess the strength of ordinary commodores. So now Roadbase needs to do everything possible to increase his strength. However, he never expected that he could actually eat Devil Fruits. Next, Roadbase and the others entered a period of relentless training. The 3 of them, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, mainly focused on physical training, specifically gravity training with a smile. Crocodile and his crew trained in Navy 6 and Haki of 2 colors. With continuous training, each of their strengths improved to some extent. The power of Luffy's fruit also significantly increased. One day, Kuma suddenly appeared on Luffy's warship. Kuma directly handed over the Devil Fruit to Luffy. We have found this one, and we are still searching for the other. The Roadbed, all right. Thank you for your hard work. Then the Roadbed funded the revolutionary with a pile of gold. Xiong directly took the gold and left. And no one on the entire ship knew that Xiong had been there except for Yixiao. The Roadbed immediately found a smile. Looky, Yixiao, I'm going to cultivate for 3 or 4 days. During this time, the command of the entire ship is in your hands. Yixiao, don't worry. After that, Lucky gave a few reminders to Ace and the others, then directly entered the room. The Roadbed slowly opened the box containing the Devil Fruit. A pure white Devil Fruit came into view with spiral patterns on its surface. This fruit is the natural type Light Fruit. Luffy looked at this Devil Fruit and then took a bite. In an instant, Luffy's body was filled with intense pain. He initially tried to endure it for a moment, but then fainted. After Luji fainted, his body emitted a faint glow. Soon after, it quickly returned to its original state. The embankment has also arrived in the realm of consciousness. Ximu, another statue has appeared. Luji immediately ran towards the direction pointed by Ximu. Soon, Luji saw a statue made up of countless white bright spots. The base of the statue was engraved with the fruit of light. Luji knew that he had succeeded, and now he just needed to wait for his body to adapt to this fruit. Soon, Luji slowly left the consciousness space, and before long, he opened his eyes in real life. Luckiji stood up directly. He then felt the light fruit. Soon, Luckiji realized that the light fruit should actually be an advanced version of Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi. This fruit can also perform Kizaru's attack methods, and its power is even stronger than the Pika Pika no Mi. In addition, the light fruit has strong healing abilities, as long as there is still a breath left. One can be saved. Moreover, the light fruit can cleanse other souls, similar to the wash fruit of Brook. This fruit has limitless potential, and if utilized well, it can rival Luffy's Nika fruit. It's important to note that the Nika fruit is a divine fruit. Lucky then familiarized himself with the abilities of the fruit again. Now Lucky has many abilities. He has the natural type metal fruit, the natural type forest fruit, and the natural type light fruit. He also possesses the abilities of the demon Ximu, the demon Bogang, and the demon Xiaofeng. These abilities are quite strong, but Lucky is not proficient in any of them, with only the metal fruit being somewhat familiar. After that, Lucky left the room. He had been in there for a whole week. As soon as he stepped outside, he was directly attacked by Ace, who kicked Lucky in the face. Ace said, "Ah, big brother, you finally came out." Ace slowly lowered his foot. "Luffy, Ace, are you looking for trouble?" Then Luffy directly hit Ace with his armament hockey, and Ace flew out. "Ace, big brother, I didn't mean to." Who knew you would come out just at the right moment? The roadbed directly charged at Ace again and kicked him up into the sky. "Robe Ace, Joseph, go and get Ace in a moment." Joseph nodded. At this moment, Xiao came to Roadbay's side. During your retreat, the tyrant bear came by and left this box. Luji directly received the box and then returned to the room. Upon opening the box, he found a devil fruit and a piece of paper inside. This devil fruit was not the dark fruit. After reading it, Luji immediately called Long. "Hey dad, what's the situation with this fruit?" Long replied, "We didn't find the dark fruit, but we unexpectedly found its superior fruit, the dark fruit." Roadbed, dark fruit? Does this fruit exist? Dragon, this fruit is actually quite similar to the light fruit, and there are very few records about it. Roadbed, why didn't the old man mention it before? Long, because this fruit has been missing for hundreds of years, and there hasn't been a single piece of news about it. I never expected we could actually find it. After that, the two chatted for a few moments before hanging up the phone. Luji looked at the devil fruit in his hand, and finally gritted his teeth and took a bite out of it. Luji was once again fainted from pain, and then came to the consciousness space. Without saying a word, Luffy ran directly to the last pedestal. Upon arriving, he saw a statue composed of black lines. The pedestal was also carved with the dark fruit. Soon, Luffy woke up and immediately checked the devil fruit. The dark fruit is an advanced version of the dark fruit, so it possesses all the abilities of the dark fruit. Additionally, the dark fruit can release black flames, and the temperature can be controlled according to Luffy's thoughts. It also seems that the dark fruit can control life and souls. In simpler terms, light represents angels and darkness represents demons. The light fruit and dark fruit are mutually exclusive, both possessing great power. Now, Luffy has added another trump card to his hand. Subsequently, Luffy arranged for everyone to return to the Navy headquarters. Soon, they arrived at Marineford, where Luffy handed everyone over to a smile and then went to a nearby island to practice the devil fruit and the abilities of the 8 great demons. A month quickly passed. After a month of training, Luffy's strength had reached the rank of elite vice admiral, and he was now able to proficiently use his 4 devil fruits. However, he was still not very skilled with the abilities of the 8 great demons. As for the others, there wasn't much progress, except for Crocodile and his 2 companions. Crocodile's strength had now reached the rank of Junior Rear Admiral, while Bonus and Tino had also reached the rank of Junior Brigadier General. Now, everyone on Luffy's ship had a strength level of at least a Rear Admiral. However, Crocodile and his 2 companions still had not mastered hockey. On the first day Ace returned to the Navy, he ran over with Luffy's bounty notice. "Ace, big brother, take a look at Luffy. His bounty is now 100 million berries." Luffy took the bounty notice from Ace and looked at Luffy, who was wearing a confident smile. Then, Luffy took out the photos of the Straw Hat crew he had with him. He gave them to the intelligence department, saving the trouble of taking pictures. Ace took the photos and left directly. According to the calculation of the roadbed, it seems that Luffy will be heading to Sky Island soon. Luji immediately organized personnel to set out, and soon the warship of Luji left the port. After a few days of sailing, they finally arrived at Gaia Island. And after inquiring from various sources, Luji finally found Luffy and his crew. "Luffy, hey Luffy." Luffy heard someone calling him and turned his head directly. "Ah, big brother." Luffy flew over directly and then wrapped around the road base. It took a long time for the roadbed to finally pull Luffy down from his head. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew also came over, and, after several encounters, they were quite familiar with each other. However, one person was hiding far away. Luffy directly walked up to Robin. Nico Robin, the child of the devil, the only survivor of O'Hara. Robin took a few steps back. At that moment, Luffy stepped in between Lucci and Robin, shielding her behind him. Big brother, Robin is my partner. What do you want to do? Roadbed, don't be so nervous. I just want to talk to Robin. Then, directly pushing Luffy aside, Ace stepped forward to block Luffy, and Sabo and others also stopped Zoro and the others. Luji walked up to Robin. Do you know Zoro? Robin looked at Luji in disbelief. Luji, he's a truly righteous navy. So the people he protects must be right. Luji continued. Don't be afraid because of your identity. After all, you have a great group of friends. After saying this, Luji looked at Luffy and the others. Robin replied, but I might drag them down. They could end up like Saul. Roadbed, they are not afraid. So why are you? If you're really scared, it's better to tell them your identity and let them choose for themselves. At this moment, Robin looked at Luffy and the others. Luji, anyway, I have faith in my brother. He values his friend a lot. Then Luji stepped aside and let Luffy and the others come over. Luffy directly took Ace and the others to one side, leaving them to discuss among themselves. Soon, shouts from Luffy could be heard. Robin, you are my confirmed partner. Zoro, world government, let's cut them down. Sanji, how could they bully such a beautiful Miss Robin? Unforgivable. Usopp, with God Usopp here, you can rest assured, Robin. Chopper, no one can make Robin leave us. Nami, Robin, we are partners. The entire Straw Hat crew expressed their stance. Robin, thank you everyone. At that moment, Luffy also came over. And for us, after all, Luffy is my brother, so I certainly have to help his crew. Robin, thank you Luffy. At this time, Luffy was shouting about starting a banquet. Then everyone began to feast by the sea. Roadbed, Luffy, I heard you're going to Sky Island? Luffy nodded. The roadbed. There's a person on the air island carrying a drum on his back. You will definitely have a battle with him, and when the time comes, knock him out. I have a use for that. Luffy, big brother, how do you know there's this person on the Sky Island? Roadbed, you don't need to worry about this. Then the roadbed directly walked to Zoro's side. How is it? How much have you learned from what I've taught you? Zoro, I've basically learned the Navy's 6 powers, and my swordsmanship has improved a lot. Roadbed, not enough. I'll call someone to demonstrate with you. Then Roadbed called Joseph over. Boss, is there something going on? Roadbed, you should have a match with this guy. Luji pointed at Zoro. Joseph said, no problem. Then the two of them went to a nearby open area, and at that moment, Ace and his crew also walked over with the Straw Hat crew. Luffy, Zoro, what are you trying to do? At this moment, Luffy's sidekick spoke up. Zoro wants to battle Joseph to see how much he has improved. Luffy, is that person on the other side very strong? Foundation, the strength of a naval brigadier general. Luffy, Skew Country 1. I want to invite him to join my pirate crew. A punch hit the roadbed on the head. You brat, enough is enough. You want to pry into my people too. Luffy, Sumi Masai. At this moment, Joseph and Zoro have already started fighting. Drawing the sword, Dragon's Roar. 3-sword style secret technique, 3,000 worlds. The roadbed. Wow, coming in with a big move right away. The two brushed past each other. Both of them sheathed their knives at the same time. Luffy, is this the end? Those with observation hockey, like Lucci and the others, already know the outcome. Shortly after, Zoro collapsed directly to the ground, and a gruesome wound appeared in front of Joseph. Roadbed, bring Zoro over. Then Zoro and Joseph lay down in front of the roadbed. Lucci extended both hands towards the two, and a soft light shone on them. Their wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. This was one of the abilities of Lucci's light fruit. He called this healing skill Holy Light, which could quickly heal a person's injuries as long as there was still a breath of life left. Soon, Zoro and Joseph were fully healed. Even Zoro's internal injuries were treated. After a night of revelry, as soon as dawn broke, Lucci and his crew, along with the Straw Hat Gang, prepared to head to Sky Island. Luffy and his crew, just like in the original story, reached the Sky Island after Nami's meticulous analysis. The embankment then came to Yixiao's side. Uncle Yixiao, it's up to you. Yixiao, I'm not sure if I can lift the whole ship into the sky. Roadbed, I'll also take action. Let's do it together. In the end, with a smile, he nodded and then directly activated his fruit ability, slowly causing the battleship to begin to rise into the air. Lucci directly summoned several small tornadoes with a wave of his hand, then placed them at the bottom of the ship, making it much easier. After that, Lucci used the ability of the metal fruit to install a few pipes at the bottom of the ship. Ace, shoot flames. Ace nodded and then also used his devil fruit ability, causing flames to shoot out from below the ship, directly increasing the warship's ascent speed. Luffy saw that they were about to reach the Sea of Clouds. Sabo and Tino created a barrier, as the Sea of Clouds, like the ocean, could affect the abilities of devil fruit users. Sabo and Tino nodded, and then the two directly created a barrier made of wax and rocks above the warship. Finally, Luffy's group successfully broke through the sea of clouds and saw the Sky Island. Ace, is this the Sky Island? Sabo, so magnificent. Joseph, I can't believe it's real. At that moment, Luffy noticed a smile beside him. Uncle, do you want to see something? The smile replied. To become stronger is also to avoid witnessing the sins of this world. Roadbed, it's precisely because I see that I want to change, rather than like you, who has blinded yourself. Xiao fell silent for a moment. Can you restore my eyes? Luji, I'm not sure, but you won't know until you try. Then Luji placed his hands on Xiao's eyes, and his hands emitted a soft glow. Xiao felt a tingling sensation in his eyes, and soon Luji took his hands away. Xiao also tried to open his eyes. It's so nice to see this world again. Luji nodded beside him. There are still many things worth seeing in this world. Soon, Luji and the others arrived at the gate of heaven. The old woman at the entrance charged a fee, and Luji simply threw a gold coin at her. The old woman then allowed them to enter. Luji didn't want to attract Enel's attention. He was just waiting for the right moment to take advantage of the situation. After that, the group switched to sightseeing mode. Ace and Sabo didn't stop chatting, while Joseph and Johnny looked around curiously. Crocodile and his companions also appeared very intrigued. But Luji and Xiao remained quite indifferent. Roadbed, does Uncle Xiao feel it? Xiao, a very strong observation hockey, but the coverage is quite astonishing. Subgrade, indeed. The instances of sensory perception within this coverage are quite few. Xiao, this person should be the reason we came to the empty island. The roadbed nodded and smiled. I just don't know how strong they are. Roadbed, a natural type thunder fruit user with observation hockey. One smile, the legendary fruit, known as the strongest natural type devil fruit. Roadbed, that's right, but this one is a rebellious teenager. Xiao, rebellious teenager? Is Crocodile rebellious? Luffy smiled. The two of them were quite similar. With a smile, Luffy wasn't worried at all about Enel being a rebellious youth. After all, Luffy had a way to make Crocodile join the Navy, so he naturally had a way to deal with Enel. Unknowingly, Luffy and his crew had been on Skypiea for 2 days. That day, Luffy looked at the thunderstorm in the distance, knowing that Luffy and Enel were already fighting. Luji immediately called everyone out, and soon several people arrived at the place where the Straw Hat crew was fighting. The crowd saw Luffy fighting Enel from afar. Ace, wow, a giant of lightning. Sabo, it seems to be a Logia-type devil fruit as well. Joseph, but why is Luffy not affected by the lightning? The foundation, Luffy's devil fruit, is the Gum Gum fruit, which naturally suppresses the Rumble Rumble fruit. Now Luffy can't hit Enel, and Enel can't electrocute Luffy. After half a day of battle, Enel, furious and embarrassed, finally used his ultimate move, Thunder God. At that moment, Luffy charged in with the Golden Ball and successfully neutralized Enel's ultimate move. At this point, Enel was also exhausted, struggling even to use his elemental form. And then he was directly knocked out by Luffy. Luffy came before the Straw Hat crew and then raised his right hand, instantly shining a light directly at them. Soon, they returned to their original state, and Luffy also approached Enel. At this moment, Enel woke up as well, because Luffy had shown the light on him too. Enel stood up immediately. Roadbed, how is it? Do you still think you're God? Inalu, I don't accept it. Roadbed, alright, I'll fight you. If I win, you continue to be your God. If I lose, I'll be your crew member. Enel thought for a moment and then nodded. Ace, big brother, your metal fruit is being suppressed by him. Lucci waved his hand and told you a secret. He doesn't just have one devil fruit. Then Lucci looked at Enel and said, Dragonwood armor. Immediately, Lucci's body was covered in wooden armor. This was the ability of the forest fruit. And this wood was not ordinary. It was created by Lucci himself, with a hardness comparable to diamond, similar to the W metal that Lucci had created. The reactions of the others were very intense. There was no response at all, just a smile. Luffy, my body is different from yours, so I can eat multiple devil fruits. Then Luffy looked at Enel. It's important to know that wood is also an insulator. Luffy then flew directly towards Enel in the sky. At that moment, several wooden vines suddenly appeared behind Luffy and directly stabbed towards Enel. Enel immediately dodged, but the wooden vines chased him relentlessly like homing missiles. At this time, Luffy conjured several leaves from his body and controlled them to fly towards Enel. The hardness of these leaves was comparable to that of iron plates, and thus the wooden vines and leaves began to intercept Enel. Enel also tried to use his abilities to destroy these things, but it was of no use at all. At this moment, a smile appeared on Luffy's face. A white light appeared in his right hand, and a black light appeared in his left hand. At this point, even Enel's face showed a look of shock. He actually has another devil fruit ability. How many devil fruits do you have on you? Luffy first gathered the vines and leaves, then charged directly at Enel. Now Luffy's speed completely surpassed lightning. After all, the speed of light is incredibly fast. Enel quickly noticed that the thing chasing him had disappeared. But as soon as he turned his head, Luffy appeared right in front of him. Enel was taken aback, and then a bolt of lightning struck. The roadbed directly used black light to engulf the lightning. Then, the roadbed flew high again. Light flash rainfall. A halo appeared behind the roadbed, and countless light points shot out instantly. Ace, this looks just like Uncle Kizaru's Yada no Kagami. Sabo, it's almost identical. At that moment, the attack reached Enel, who immediately used elementalization and observation haki to dodge the attack. After evading the attack, Enel counterattacked. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A giant lightning dragon charged towards the roadbed. Lucci didn't even dodge, directly raising his left hand. In an instant, a black hole appeared before him, and the Thunder Dragon was sucked right in. This was the power of Lucci's Dark Fruit. This ability is similar to Bogang's Devour skill, but it consumes less stamina. However, Bogang's skill can devour from a distance, simply by throwing out the Black Vortex. The Dark Fruit's devouring can only occur around Lucci. If the distance is too far, it will automatically disappear. After absorbing the Thunder Dragon, the black hole shot out countless small black arrows. Dark Flame, Rain Arrows. Enel once again used elementalization and observation haki to evade the attack. These small arrows landed on the ground and ignited black flames. The embankment saw that Ainalu was not hit, and then waved his hand directly, causing the black flames on the ground to disappear. Lugia, it's okay. I don't know if you can dodge this attack. Then Lugia raised the two colors, and a white sphere directly formed from the light points above Lugia's head. Luji, it's not over yet. Then Luji's two colors released black light, which slowly merged into the white sphere. Soon, a Yin-Yang ball appeared. Ainalu transformed directly into the Thunder God. Luffy directly threw a spherical object at Enel. The black and white Yin-Yang strike is an attack that combines the powers of the light and dark fruits. During Luffy's training, he blew up half an island with it. Now, Luffy's attack has weakened, and at most it can only stun Enel. In his Thunder God state, Enel wanted to take Luffy's attack head-on, and then punch the Yin-Yang ball. A dazzling light immediately erupted. The Straw Hat crew and Ace covered their eyes. After the light disappeared, Enel was lying on the ground again. However, he didn't lose consciousness and struggled to stand up. You're really strong, but let's see if you can handle my final move. Then Enel radiated electric light all over his body. Thunder welcoming. Enel unleashed his strongest strike again, and a giant black electric ball emerged from the clouds. Roadbed, I didn't expect you to strengthen this move. That's right. The current Lei is at least 3 times more than the previous Lei. The expression on Enel's face also revealed a serious look. Enel, if this move lands, I won't survive, huh? Previously, when a thunderclap fell, Enel might have been unharmed. But if this thunderclap falls, Enel will die too. Now, Enel is fighting with all his might. Luj looked at Ainalu, then turned to the sky. Luji directly replaced his entire dragon wood armor with dragon gold armor. Then Luji flew into the sky and unleashed a series of techniques. Thunder welcoming immortal technique. Aïonidol, tous en boucle technique, five raig get technique, fourtoide ceiling arrêt technique, spirale shuriken technique, tel beast ORB technique, tel beast ORB spirale shuriken technique, spirale rendant technique. Great Tailed Beast Spiral Technique, Super Great Tailed Beast Spiral Technique, Super Great Tailed Beast Spiral Multi-Renin Technique, Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken Technique, Wind Release. Super Great Tailed Beast Spiral Shuriken Technique, Super Tailed Beast Orb Spiral Shuriken 6 Paths, Super Great Tailed Beast Spiral Shuriken Technique, Magnetic Release Spiral Technique, Melting Release Spiral Shuriken Technique, Would Release, True Number 1000 Hands Technique, Divine Gate Transformation Buddha Technique, Storm Release Light Technique, Een Release Divine Thunder Flame Release, Amaterasu Flame Release, Indra's Arrow Flame Release, Kagetsuchi Flame Release, Yasaka's Magatama Flame Release, Flame Thunder God Storm Release, Thundercloud Cavity Wave Storm Release, Storm Ghost Dragon Dust Release, Dust Release Split Original Realm Separation Technique, Dust Release Limit Break Separation Technique, Dust Release Original Realm Separation Technique, Ice Release Secret Technique, Demon Mirror Ice Crystal Secret Technique, 1000 Kill Water Flight Secret Technique, Annihilation Water Flight Ice Release, Black Dragon Storm Kill Ice Release, Twin Dragon Storm Kill Ice Release, One-Horned White Whale Ice Release, Wolf Fong Avalanche Ice Release, Ice Prison Technique Ice Release, Swallowing Snow Ice Release, Ice Pillar Ice Release. Breaking Dragon, Fierce Tiger, Ice, Shuriken, Taijutsu, Konoha Dragon God Shadow Dance, Konoha Leaf Whirlwind, Konoha Fierce Wind, Konoha Great Whirlwind, Konoha Strong Force Whirlwind, Konoha Rising Wind. Drunken Fist Lion Continuous Strike, 8 Gates Duanjia, Lotus Flower in the center of Lotus Flower, Morning Peacock, Day Tiger, Evening Elephant, Night Kai, 80 Gods Air Strike Sword Technique. Konoha Sword Technique Flow, 3 Crescent Moon Dance, Long Moon Shadow, Vacuum Sword, Wild Cuckoo, and Heron Cutting Sword, Flying Thunder God, Secret Sword. Moon Shadow Hazy Moon Night Illusion Technique. Moon Reading, Separate Heaven God Dark Walking Technique, Illusion Technique, Fire of Unknowing Magic Flute, Magic Sound Lock, Magic Mirror. World Turning Tree Binding Technique, Izanagi, Izanami. Infinite Moon Reading, Crystal Release, Crystal 5 Corner Prison, Crystal Release Crystal Shuriken, Crystal Release Emerald Crystal Sword, Crystal Release Emerald Crystal Mirror, Crystal Release Emerald Crystal Clone, Crystal Release 8 Trigrams 8 Directions Formation, Crystal Release Crystal Maze Technique, Crystal Release Emerald Crystal Hexagonal Pillar, Crystal Release Divine Passage Technique, Crystal Release Crystal Wall of 8, Crystal Huge Hexagonal Shuriken, Crystal Release Hexagonal Shuriken Dance, Crystal Release Red Fruit. 1. S Rank Ultimate. Extreme Level Earth Exploding Star, Pain, Sage of 6 Paths, Godly Universal Pull, Pain, Universal Pull Technique, Pain, Elephant Turning Technique, Pain, Summoning Technique, Outer Path Demon Statue, Nagato, Outer Path Reincarnation of Heaven Technique, Nagato, would release Secret Technique, Tree Realm Birth, First Hokage, Flying Thunder God Technique, 4th Hokage, Corpse Demon Sealing, 4th Hokage, 3rd Hokage Create Regeneration, Tsunade, In Sealing, Tsunade, Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken, Naruto, Sage Art Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken, Naruto, Sage Mode, Jiraiya, Naruto Sage Art 5 Right Gate, Jiraiya, Deepening of Techniques, Jiraiya. Super Great Tail B Spiral, Jiraiya, Naruto Sage Art Spiral Rindan, Naruto, Toad Summoning Deepening Technique, Jiraiya, Naruto, can use it. Summoning Impure World Reincarnation, Orochimaru. 8-Headed Technique, Orochimaru, Immortal Reincarnation Technique, Orochimaru, Lightning Release Kirin, Sasuke, Moon Reading, Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke, Amaterasu, Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke, Susun, Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke. White Secret Technique, Chikamatsu, 10 Puppets, Chiyo, First Puppet Master, Monzaemon, Self-Resurrection Technique, Chiyo, Red Secret Technique, 100 Manipulations, Sasori, Kimui, Kakashi. Lightning Cut, Kakashi, Infinite Moon Reading, not yet appeared, just a concept of Madara. Uchimadara, controls the power of the 10 Tails, enhances his ocular power, becomes the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, projects his eyes onto the moon in a grand illusion. 2. A Rank Forbidden Techniques, Super High Level Cursed Seal, Sasuke, Libra SH Go. Mitsurashi Anko, Sound Ninja 5, The Last 5 All Died, Morning Peacock Guy, 8 Gates Dunjia Guy, Rock Lee Lotus Flower Guy, Rock Lee. 4 Sides, 8 Directions, Shuriken Technique. Naruto, Shadow Clone Charge Attack. Naruto, Harem Technique. Naruto, Great Tailed Bee Spiral. Naruto, Jiraiya. Earth Release Yellow Spring Swamp. Jiraiya, Spiral Technique. Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya. Naruto, Kakashi Hitaki. Konomaru, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto, Kakashi. Water Release Great Waterfall Technique. Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi. Lightning Shadow Clone, Kakashi. Lightning Release Chidori, Sasuke. Kakashi. Lightning Release Chidori Flow, Sasuke. Lightning Release Chidori 1000 Needles, Sasuke. Lightning Release Chidori Sharp Spear, Sasuke. Twin Snakes Mutual Killing, Anko, Orochimaru. Summoning Technique Triple Rashomon, Orochimaru. Lion's Barrage, Chiyo, Human Body Surprise Technique, Chiyo, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Sarutobi Hizashi, Long Range Glasses Technique, Sarutobi Hizashi, Healing Kabuto Yakushi, Palm Saja, Kabuto Yakushi, Mirror Attaque Technique, Pain, Disturbance, Tsunade, Healing Régénération Technique, Silent Camouflage, Invisibility Technique, Onoki, Winged Blood, Maki. Brain Manipulation, Sasori, 3 Crescent Moon Dance, Itachi Uchiha, Big Explosion, Itachi Uchiha. 3. B Rank, Jonin Level Earth Release Earth Spear Kagaya. Lightning Release False Dark, Kagaya. Wind Release Pressure Harm, Kagaya. Fire Release Head Hardship, Kagaya. Water Release Exploding Water Collision Wave, Kisame Hashigaki. Water Release Water Shark Bullet Technique, Kisame Hashigaki. Water release 5 food whales. Kisame Hashigaki. Earth release Earth flow castle. Tens. Earth release Earth flow cutting. Tens. Water release breaking rapid flow. Tens. Yamato. Hurricane water vortex technique. Combination of wind attribute spiral and breaking rapid flow technique. Naruto and Yamato. Shadow clone technique. Naruto. Partner transformation. Naruto. One tie. Lightning sword transformation. Sasuke. Great dragon fire technique. Sasuke. Kusanagi. Sword Chidori blade. Sasuke. Clock earth deity. Jiraiya. Toad plane shadow manipulation technique. Jiraiya. Fire release great fireball technique. Jiraiya. Flying swallow. Sarutobi Asuma. Fire release ash burn. Sarutobi Asuma. 3 treasures absorb. Chio. Grandma's mechanism light release seal. Grandma. Summoning technique Rashomon. Orochimaru. Erase appearance technique. Orochimaru. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru. Summoning technique earth release pursuit tooth technique. Kakashi Hitaki. Water release water dragon bullet technique. Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi Hitaki. Water release water formation wall. Hashirama Senju. Kakashi Hitaki. Fire release fire dragon flame bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Earth release earth formation wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4. C rank. Chunin level fire release dragon fire technique. Sasuke. Mitsurashi Anko. Summoning technique snake glare curse. Sasuke. Lion's barrage. Sasuke. Manipulating wind wheel. Sasuke. Fire release phoenix fire technique. Uchiha clan. Fire release great fireball technique. Uchiha clan. Fire release flame bullet. Jiraiya. Frog transformation technique. Jiraiya. Toad invisibility technique. Jiraiya. Toad oil bullet. Jiraiya. Water prison technique. Zabuza Momochi. Water clone technique. Zabuza Momochi. Wind release great breakthrough. Orochimaru. Hidden shadow snake hands. Mitsurashi Anko. Orochimaru. Shadow dance leaf. Rock Lee. Konoha rising wind. Rock Lee. Konoha great whirlwind. Rock Lee. Drunken fist. Rock Lee. Ink haze technique. Sai. Ink clone technique. Sai. Puppet technique. Kankuro. Chio. Sasori. Thousand hands manipulation. Sasori. Water release waterfall technique. Tens. Tens. Water release foam rampage. Pain. Summoning item water release water candy. Nagato. Water release water rampage. Yahiko. Water release iron cannonball. One tie. Earth release earth reflection fish technique. Ray Ninja. Fog. Earth release earth underwater navigation. Kisame Hashigaki. Earth release earth dragon invisibility technique. Deidara. Ninjutsu. Summoning technique. Jiraiya. Naruto. Uzumaki. Etc. Wind release split wind palm. Nagato. Thousand birds technique. Yamashiro Aoi. Bird clone technique. Itachi Uchiha. Side technique. Temari. Sakura blossom charge. Haruno Sakura. Tooth to tooth. Inazuka Kiba. Akamaru. 5 des ranks. Jeuna level body flic et technique. Transformation technique. Substitution technique. Clone technique. Illusion technique. Fox at technique. Raninja. Narazai technique. Causes the opponent to see their most feared image, delivering a mental blow. Han Ancestor. 17th Navy. Carp's brother ability exchange system. Character, ability, fruit. Weapon. Special natural system magic fruit. Natural magic dragon fruit. Can elementalize, control any element, and can transform into a magic dragon. The system grants immunity to seawater and sea stone. Teacher. Hero, Sea Dragon Admiral, Navy Strategist. Hometown. Windmill Village. Wife. Nico Alvia's son. Jinbei. Dracul Mihawk. Bartholomew Kuma. Crocodile. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Razanani. Blackbeard. Enel. Smoker grandson. Ace. Luffy daughter. Tina. Robin pets. Qilin Black Horse. Qinglong. Green Snake. Water, fire. Wood. Staff shakes the 8 directions. White Tiger. White Tiger. Earth. Thunder. Fan settles the universe. Juke. Fire. Eagle. Fire. Wind. Angry Blade. 2 worlds. Xuanwu. Giant Turtle. Water. Gold. Heavy Hammer shakes the earth. The 3 great admirals of one generation. Hero. Sea Dragon Admiral. No fruit. As comfortable in the sea as a fish, like a dragon. After retirement, he was killed by the celestial dragons. Filey. General of the Clouds. Zoan type. Snake fruit. White Python form. Retired Steel Bone Kong. General of the Magic Ape. Zoan type mythical beast. Gorilla fruit. Magic ape form. Promoted to Admiral. 2nd generation of 3 admirals. Carlo. General of the Black Dragon. Retired. Injured. Stayed in the Navy. Killed the celestial dragon for his teacher. Pushed into the city. Released from prison. Sailing the seas as the strongest navy. 29 years old. Sengoku. General of Buddha promoted to Admiral. Zifa. General of the Black Arm. retired but stayed in the Navy, the protagonist's disciple. Third generation of 3 admirals, Sakazuki. Red Dog promoted to admiral. Kazan. Akiji left to follow the protagonist, Borsellino. Yellow Monkey left to follow the protagonist. Fourth generation of 3 admirals, Ishiao. Fujitora, admiral, paramecia type gravity fruit, fully. Green Bull, admiral. Special natural type forest fruit, KB. White Snake Admiral, Zoan type mythical beast, tongue snake fruit. First generation admiral. Kate without fruit, Navy powerhouse. Retired and did not work for the world government. Second generation admiral. Steelbone Kong retired and worked for the world government. Third generation admiral. Sengoku retired and stayed in the Navy, left and right arms. Military advisor Carlo, staff crane. Fourth generation admiral. Red Dog ends as the villain, Tilu. The evil swordsman. Spark pirate crew, Captain Silly, former natural type flame fruit. Vice Captain Mion, a strong user of specific techniques. Crazy eating pirate crew, Captain Black Fist. Former Zoan type mythical beast fish fruit. Vice Captain Han, former natural type snow fruit. Rocks pirate crew, Rocks D. Jibek, ward pirate crew Bondi Wald. World destroyer, paramecia type Momo fruit. Gold lion pirate crew, Gold lion Shiki. Baloric Ladefield, mythical beast vampire fruit. Blood refining pirate crew, Blood demon, blood fruit. Billy, replacing Blackbeard. Zoan type mythical beast turtle fruit. Crocodile, turtle form. Turtle shell pirate crew, replacing Blackbeard pirate crew. World government, 5 poisons navy, scorpion, gecko, snake, toad. Centipede, admiral level strength. 5 elder special villains, 6 major villains. Time fruit red, space fruit yellow, power fruit blue, reality fruit green, soul fruit white. Mind fruit orange, teammates Lee, strong in physical techniques. Dr. Senku, flame fruit natural type. Chef GCI, strong in sword techniques. Navigator, great knife. 21C monsters, draw sword slash. Extreme shadow. Tsuli, earth fruit natural type. Fighter Tsufu, water fruit natural type. Fighter, ship long, Shunhao, ship spirit. Little dragon, summoner dark organization, 12 divine dragon guards. Uchiha Madara. Wind Watergate obtained. Mike Guy obtained. Urotaru obtained. Jiraiya obtained. Satama Iron Man Tony Stark enhanced version. Obtained Great Sage equaling Heaven Sun Wukong. Self-carrying weapon Rui Jingu Bang. Six-eared macaque. Self-carrying weapon. As one wishes. Iron Rod Soldier. Erlang Shun Yang Jian. Self-carrying weapon. Three-edge blade. Obtained. Marshal Tianpeng Zhu Beiji. Self-carrying weapon. Nine-toothed rake. Obtained. General Zhuanlian Sha Wujing. Self-carrying weapon. Demon Subduing Treasure Staff, obtained. Pure Guards 12 Zodiac Guards. Rat Gold obtained. Oxwood obtained. Tiger Water obtained. Rabbit Fire obtained. Dragon Earth obtained. Snake Dark obtained. Horse Thunder obtained. Goat Cloud obtained. Monkey Wind obtained. Rooster Snow obtained. Dogstone obtained. Pig Bright obtained. Carlo's Introduction, brother of Carp. Disciple of Admiral Hero, teacher of Red Dog, Akiji, and Kazu. Orphan, adopted by the village chief. Is the Navy's abilities brought by Hero to the protagonist's windmill village, excluding fruits. Basically no side effects, 3-color hockey, beginner, intermediate, advanced. Navy 6 styles, enhanced version. 8 inner gates, Saitama physique, Rinnegan, sage of 6 paths. No need for 10 tails. Ninjutsu encyclopedia, all attribute values. Infinite chakra. Heavenly step, can walk on any plane, can teleport. Law of heaven and earth, Sun Wukong spell. Heavenly Sword record, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top level, super god. Heavenly Star technique, ultimate move, can evolve infinitely, weapon, Black Sword Dragon Scale level division. S level, ultimate extreme level, a level forbidden technique. Super high level, B level, Jonin level, C level, Chunin level, D level, Genin level, E level. Ninja School wind release, whirlwind fist wind release, wind blade wind release, wind cut wind release, wind rebound wind release, thousand faced wind release, empty cannon wind release, peacock, whirlwind / wind release, peacock, whirlwind wind release, beast wave palm wind release, beast wave fierce wind palm wind release, fierce wind palm wind release, vacuum ball wind release, vacuum. Continuous wave wind release, vacuum blade, wind release, vacuum wave wind release, toad, iron cannon wind release, practice air bullet, lightning release, thousand birds, lightning cut, thousand birds, flow lightning release, Kirin, lightning release, lightning, clone, thousand birds, thousand books, thousand birds, blade, thousand birds, sharp gun, lightning release, earth walk, lightning release, lightning ball, ninjutsu, lightning strike, tornado, lightning release, pseudo, dark lightning release, lightning bind, lightning. Release lightning dream, lightning person, lightning release 4-pillar binding technique, lightning release 16-pillar binding technique, lightning release, lightning needle, lightning release, lightning, fong lightning blade technique, lightning, gate, lightning blade technique, falling thunder, lightning release, lightning wave, lightning release, tearing sky, lightning snake, fire release, great fireball technique, phoenix, fire technique, fire release, dragon fire technique, fire release, flame. Bullet fire release, great flame, bullet fire release, toad, oil flame, bullet fire release, fire dragon flame, bullet fire release, great dragon fire technique, fire release, explosion wind dance, fire release, great fire extinguishing technique, fire release, fire walking technique, fire release, fire flame, bullet fire release, flame, meteor fire release, great flame technique, fire release, fire dragon, bullet fire release, fire flame, whirlwind water, release water, array, wall water, release water. Dragon bullet water release, water wave water release, water dragon bullet water release, water cut wave water release, water blade slash water release, water continuous bullet water release, great explosion water wave water release, miss concealment technique water release, great waterfall technique, water iron cannon technique, great shark bullet technique, water prison technique, 5 food sharks, 1,000 food sharks, water release, explosion, water wave water clone technique, water release, water fawn. Bullet water release, water chaotic wave water release, cut rain water release, water flow whip water release, iron cannonball water release, hurricane water vortex technique water release, toad iron cannon water release, breaking water flow water release, waterfall technique water release, water sharp blade earth release, rock concealment technique, earth release, barrier earth prison no earth release, earth dragon bullet earth release, earth split turn palm earth release, earth flow cut earth release, earth flow wall, earth release, earth spike, gun, earth release, earth flow wall, earth release, mountain earth technique, earth release, earthquake. Just then, Luji's arms began to grow larger. Giant armed arms, shocking. Then it directly struck towards Jack, who raised his fist. Jack, damn kid. In an instant, a collision occurred, and Luji and Jack were directly knocked back. Both stabilized their bodies and looked at each other, with excited expressions on their faces. Then both moved at the same time, and they began to attack continuously in the sky. Now the speed of the two is such that it is impossible to see clearly without using observation hockey. Jack, haha, kid, Luji, Jack, today you'll surely lose. Then a large amount of liquid metal surged from Luji's body again. Dragon golden armor, a small giant warrior. In an instant, a metal giant of the same size as Jack appeared. Jack, another useless decoration that looks good. Jack thought Luji was still using the metal mech from last time. Luji, you could just try and see. Then Luji punched Jack, and Jack charged at Luji again. But with a loud explosion, Jack was sent flying out. Jack, how is that possible? The roadbed flashed a charming smile, then raised his fist again. The giant divine soldier, destroy the heavens, directly struck towards Jack in the air, ultimately causing Jack to spit out blood and fly away. Jack crashed directly onto the deck, which shattered instantly. At this moment, Jack's subordinates were also taken care of by Ace and the others. The giant robot approached the battered Jack after the roadbed was cleared. Jack, you've gotten stronger again. Lugia, this time I need to ask you to sit with the Navy for a while. Then Lugia directly knocked Jack out. At that moment, Lugia sensed that there was actually a news bird taking pictures in the distance. The roadbed directly vanished on the spot, and then it immediately appeared behind the news bird. The speed of the bright fruit was so fast that even observation hockey could hardly detect it. The roadbed patted the news bird. Are you taking a picture of me? The news bird turned around and was startled. Then its eyes began to constantly switch between the roadbed and a smile. It thought, how is that possible? Such speed. The roadbed tapped the news bird on the head. Don't turn away. Give me the photo you just took. The news bird quickly protected the camera in its arms. Road base. Quite competent. How much did Morgan give you? The news bird wrote out 10,000 Bailey on the ground. That's quite valuable. Then road base directly conjured a piece of gold and threw it to one. His rank, ultimate, extreme level, Datara, pain of the 6 paths, Shinra Tensei pain, universal pull pain, chameleon technique pain, summoning technique pain, outer path, Gedomazo Nagato, outer path, rebirth of the earth technique Nagato, would release secret technique, birth of the tree world, first Hokage, flying thunder, god technique, 4th Hokage, corpse demon seal, 4th Hokage, creation rebirth, 3rd Hokage, in sealing, 3rd Hokage, wind release, Raisin Shuriken Naruto. Sage art. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken Naruto, Sage mode Jiraiya. Naruto Sage art. 5 right gate Jiraiya. Deepening work, Shima Sage art. Super, giant Rasengan Jiraiya. Naruto Sage art. Rasengan barrage Naruto Sage art. Toad, summoning Shima. Both Jiraiya and Naruto can use it, summoning. Impure world reincarnation Orochimaru. 8-headed serpent technique, Orochimaru. Immortal reincarnation technique, Orochimaru. Lightning release. Kirin, Sasuke, Tsukuyomi, Itachi Uchiha, Amaterasu. Itachi Uchiha, Susa, Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke, White's secret technique. Chikamatsu 10 Puppet Shio. First Puppet Master. Kankuro, Life Reincarnation Technique Shio, Red Secret Technique. 100 Puppet Performance Isori, Kimui Kakashi, Lightning Cutter, Kakashi, Infinite Tsukuyami. Not yet appeared. Just an idea of Madara. Uchiha Madara, controlling the power of the 10 tails, enhancing his ocular power, becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Projecting his eyes onto the moon with a great illusion. 2. A rank, forbidden technique, super high level. Curseal Sasuke, Libre Yugo, Mitarashi Anko. Sound Ninja 5. All 5 of the latter died. Morning Peacock Guy, 8 Gates of Pain Guy, Rock Lee, Lotus Guy, Rock Lee 4 Corners Shuriken Technique Naruto. Shadow Clone Rush Attack Naruto. Harem Technique Naruto. Giant Rasengan Naruto. Jiraiya, Earth Release. Yellow Spring Swamp Jiraiya. Rasengan. Minato Namikaze Jiraiya. Naruto, Kakashi Hitaki. Konohamaru Multiple Shadow, Clone Technique Naruto. Kakashi Water Release. Great Waterfall Technique Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi Lightning Clone Kakashi. Lightning Release. Chidori, Sasuke. Kakashi Lightning Release. Chidori Flow Sasuke. Lightning Release. Chidori Thousand Bird Sasuke. Lightning Release. Chidori Sharp Spear Sasuke. Twin Snakes Mutual Death Mitarashi Anko. Orochimaru Summoning Technique. Triple Rashomon Orochimaru. Lion's Mane Shio. Human Body Surprise Shio. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Long Distance Glace Technique. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Eling Technique. Kabuto Yakushi. Sajar Kabuto Yakushi. Mirror Attacker Technique Pain. Chaos Body Technique Tsunade. Healing Rebirth Technique. Silent Camouflage Stealth Technique. Great Stone Wind Blade Maki. Mind Control Sand Scorpion. Crescent Moon Dance. Moonlight Gale Shadow Clone Big Explosion. Itachi Uchiha 3. B Rank. Jonin Level. Earth Release. Earth Spear Kaku. Lightning Release. False Star Kaku. Wind Release. Pressure Damage Kaku. Fire Release. Head Hardship Kaku. Water Release. Explosive Water Wave Kisame Hashigaki. Water Release. Water Shark Bullet Technique Kisame Hashigaki. Water Release. 5 Food Whales Kisame Hashigaki. Earth Release. Earth Flow Castle Tenzo. Earth Release. Earth Flow Cut Tenzo. Water Release. Breaking Current Tenzo. Yamato. Hurricane Water Vortex Technique. Combination of Wind Attribute Rasengan and Breaking Current Technique. Naruto plus Yamato Shadow Clone Technique Naruto Partner Transformation Naruto. Once a Lightning Sword Transformation Sasuke. Great Dragon Fire Technique Sasuke. Kusanagi Sword. Chidori Blade Sasuke. Clock Earth God Jiraiya. Toad Plane Shadow Manipulation Technique Jiraiya. Fire Release. Great Fireball Jiraiya. Flying Swallow Hiruzen Asuma. Fire Release. Ashburn Hiruzen Asuma. 3 Treasures Absorption Chio Granny. Light Release Seal Chio Granny. Summoning Technique. Rashomon. Orochimaru. Deletion Technique. Orochimaru. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru. Summoning Technique. Earth Release Tracking Fong Technique. Kakashi Hitaki. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi. Water Release. Water Barrier. Hashirama Senju. Kakashi. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Hiruzen Sarutobi. Earth Release. Earth Barrier Hiruzen Sarutobi 4. C Rank. Chunin Level. Fire Release. Dragon Fire Technique Sasuke. Mitarashi Anko. Summoning Technique. Snake Lair Curse Binding Sasuke. Lion's Roar Sasuke. Manipulate Windmills 3 Great Swords. Sasuke. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique Uchiha Clan. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique Uchiha Clan. Fire Release. Flame Bullet Jiraiya. Frog Transformation Technique Jiraiya. Toad Stealth Technique Jiraiya. Toad Oil Bullet Jiraiya. Water Prison Technique Zabuza Momochi. Water Clone Technique Zabuza Momochi. Wind Release. Great Breakthrough. Orochimaru. Shadow. Snake Hand. Mitarashi Anko. Orochimaru. Shadow Dance Leaf. Rock Lee. Leaf Rising Wind. Rock Lee. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Rock Lee. Drunken Fist. Rock Lee. Ink Mist Technique Sai. Ink Clone Technique Sai. Puppet Technique Kankuro. Chio. Sasori. Thousand Hands Manipulation. Sasori. Water Release. Waterfall Technique Tenzo. Water Release. Foam. Chaos Wave Pain. Summoning Item Water Release. Water Candy. Nagato. Water Release. Water Chaos Wave Yahiko. Water Release. Iron Cannonball Wunta. Earth Release. Earth Reflection Fish Technique. Rain Ninja. Oboro. Earth Release. Earth Underwater Navigation Kisame Hashigaki Hanzo. 17th Generation Navy. Carp's Brother Ability Exchange System. Character, Ability, Fruit, Weapon. Special Natural System Magical Fruit. Natural Dragon Fruit can elementalize. control any element, and can transform into a magical dragon. System grants immunity to seawater and sea stone. Teacher, Garo, Sea Dragon General, Navy Strategist. Hometown, Windmill Village. Wife, Nico Alvia's son. Jinbei Hawkeye Mihawk. Tyrant Kuma, Crocodile, Doflamingo Razanani. Teach, Enel, Smoker grandson. Ace, Luffy daughter. Tina, Robin pets. Chilin, Black Horse, Azure Dragon, Blue Snake, Water, Fire Wood, Staff shakes the world. White Tiger, Earth, Thunder, Fan determines the universe. Vermilion Bird, Fire Eagle, Fire Wind, Angry Knife 2 realms. Black Tortoise, Giant Turtle, Water. Gold, Heavy Hammer shakes the earth. The first 3 admirals, Garo, Sea Dragon General without fruit, as he is in the sea like a fish in water, like a dragon. Killed by celestial dragons, after retirement. Filey, Cloud Snake General Animal System, Snake Fruit White Python form. Retired. Steelbone Kong, Magic Ape General Animal System, Phantom, Beast Type, Gorilla, Fruit Magic Ape form. Promotion to Marshal. Second generation, 3 admirals, Carlo, Black Dragon Admiral, retired, injured. Stayed in the Navy. Killed celestial dragons for his teacher. Impel down. Released, sailing the seas as the strongest navy. 29 years old, Sengoku. Buddha Admiral promoted to Marshal Zephyr. Black Wrist Admiral retired. Stayed in the Navy, the protagonist disciple. Third generation 3 admirals, Sakazuki. Akainu promoted to Marshal Kazan. Akiji resigned to follow the protagonist Borsellino. Kazuru resigned to follow the protagonist. Fourth generation 3 admirals. Yishio, Fujitora Admiral. Paramecia type Gravity Fruit Fruli. Green Bull Admiral, Special Logia type Forest Fruit Kobe. White Snake Admiral, Zoan type Mythical Creature Snake Fruit. First generation Marshal, Kazuru, without a fruit. A strong Navy retired without working for the world government's second generation Marshal. Steelbone Kong retired to work for the world government third generation Marshal. Sengoku retired. Stayed in the Navy, left and right arm strategist Carlo. Advisor Crane, fourth generation Marshal. Akainu, ending as a villain, Tilu, evil swordsman. Spark Pirate Crew, Captain Silly. Former Logia type, Flame Fruit. Vice Captain, strong in specific techniques. Crazy Eating Pirate Crew, Captain Black Fist. Former Zoan type Mythical Creature, Fish Fruit. Vice Captain Han. Former Logia type, Snow Fruit. Rocks Pirate Crew, Rox D. Zebek, Ward Pirate Crew, Bonnie Wald. World Destroyer. Paramecia type Momo Fruit. Golden Lion Pirate Crew, Golden Lion Shiki. Baroque Works. Mythical Creature Vampire Fruit. Blood Refining Pirate Crew, Blood Demon, Blood Fruit. Billy, replacing Blackbeard. Zoan type Mythical Creature Turtle Fruit. Crocodile Turtle Form. Turtle Shell Pirate Crew, replacing Blackbeard Pirate Crew. World Government 5 Poisons Navy, Scorpion, Gecko, Snake Toad. Centipede, Admiral Level Strength. 5 Elders Special Villains, 6 Major Villains. Time Fruit, Red Space Fruit, Yellow Power Fruit, Blue Reality Fruit, Green Soul Fruit, White Mind Fruit, Orange. Teammates, Lee, strong in physical techniques. Dr. Senku, Flame Fruit. Logia type, Chef GCI, strong in sword techniques. Navigator, Great Knife, 21C Monsters. Draw Sword Slash, Extreme Shadow. Tsuli, Earth Fruit. Logia type, Combatant Tsiufu, Water Fruit. Logia type, Combatant, Ship Long, Shunhao, Ship Soul. Little Dragon, Summoner Dark Organization 12 Divine Dragon Guards. Uchiha Bido. Wind Watergate, obtained. Might Guy, obtained. Orochimaru, obtained. Jiraiya, obtained. Saitama, Iron Man Tony Stark, enhanced version. Obtained Great Sage equal to Heaven Sun Wukong. Self-equipped weapon Rui Jingu Bang. 6-eared Macaque, self-equipped weapon. As desired Iron Rod Soldier. Erlang Shenyang Jian, self-equipped weapon 3-edged blade. Obtained. Marshal Tianpeng Zhu Beiji, self-equipped weapon 9-toothed rake. Obtained. General Zhu Lian Sha Wujing, self-equipped weapon demon subduing staff. Obtained. Pure Guards 12 Zodiac Guards. Rat Gold obtained. Ox Wood obtained. Tiger. Water obtained. Rabbit. Fire obtained. Dragon Earth obtained. Snake. Dark obtained. Horse. Thunder obtained. Goat. Cloud obtained. Monkey Wind obtained. Rooster Snow obtained. Dog Stone obtained. Pig Bright obtained. Carlo Profile. Brother of Garp. Disciple of Admiral Hero. Teacher of Akainu. Akiji. Kazu. Orphan, adopted by the village chief, is the Navy ability, excluding fruits. Basically no side effects, 3-color hockey, beginner, intermediate, advanced. Navy 6 styles, enhanced version. 8 gates, Saitama physique, Rinnegan, Sage of 6 paths. No need for 10 tails. Ninja techniques encyclopedia, all attribute values. Infinite chakra. Heavenly step, can walk on any plane, can teleport. Law of heaven and earth. Sun Wukong spell, Heavenly Blade Register, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Top, Super God. Heavenly Star Art, Ultimate Move, can evolve infinitely. Weapon, Black Blade Dragon Scale Level Division. S Level, Ultimate, Extreme Intent Level. L Level, Forbidden Technique. Super High Level, B Level, Upper Ninja Level, C Level. Middle Ninja Level, D Level. Lower Ninja Level, E Level. Ninja School Wind Release Techniques Wind Release. Whirlwind Fist Wind Release. Blade of Wind Wind Release. Wind Cutter Wind Release. Wind Reversal Wind Release. Thousand-Faced Wind Wind Release. Air Cannon Wind Release. Peacock Whirlwind / Wind Release. Peacock Whirlwind Wind Release. Beast Wave Palm Wind Release. Beast Wave Fierce Wind Palm Wind Release. Fierce Wind Palm Wind Release. Vacuum Ball Wind Release. Vacuum Continuous Wave Wind Release. Vacuum Blade Wind Release. Vacuum Wave Wind Release. Toad Iron Cannon Wind Release. Practice Air Bullet Lightning Release. Thousand Birds Lightning Cut Thousand Birds Flow Lightning Release. Kirin Lightning Release. Lightning Clone Thousand Birds Thousand Books Thousand Birds Blade Thousand Birds Sharp Gun Lightning Release. Ground Walk Lightning Release. Lightning Ball Ninja Technique. Lightning Strike Tornado Lightning Release. Pseudo Dark Lightning Release. Lightning Binding Lightning Release. Lightning Dream Lightning Man Lightning Release. For Pillar Binding Technique Lightning Release. 16 Pillar Binding Technique Lightning Release. Lightning Needle Lightning Release. Lightning Fong Lightning Blade Technique. Lightning Gate Lightning Blade Technique. Falling Thunder Lightning Release. Lightning Wave Lightning Release. Split Sky Lightning Snake Fire Release. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Phoenix Fire Technique Fire Release. Dragon Fire Technique Fire Release. Flame Bullet Fire Release. Great Flame Bullet Fire Release. Toad Oil Flame Bullet Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Fire Release. Great Dragon Fire Technique Fire Release. Explosive Wind Dance Fire Release. Great Fire Extinguishing Technique Fire Release. Fire Walking Technique Fire Release. Fire Flame Bullet Fire Release. Flame Meteor Fire Release. Great Flame Technique Fire Release. Fire Dragon Bullet Fire Release. Fire Flame Whirlwind Water Release. Water Release. Water Barrier Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Water Release. Water Shock Wave Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Water Release. Water Cutting Wave Water Release. Water Blade / Water Release. Water Continuous Bullet Water Release. Great Explosion Water Shock Wave Water Release. Mist Hidden Technique Water Release. Great Waterfall Technique Water Iron Cannon Technique. Great Shark Bullet Technique. Water Prison Technique. 5 Meal Shark. 1000 Meal Shark Water Release. Explosion Water Shock Wave Water Clone Technique Water Release. Water Tooth Bullet Water Release. Water Chaotic Wave Water Release. Cut Rain Water Release. Water Flow Whip Water Release. Iron Cannonball Water Release. Hurricane Water Vortex Technique Water Release. Toad Iron Cannon Water Release. Breaking Flow Water Release. Waterfall Technique Water Release. Water Sharp Blade Earth Release. Earth Release. Rock Hidden Technique Earth Release. Earth Barrier. Earth Release. Earth Prison No Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet Earth Release. Split Earth Turning Palm Earth Release. Earth Flow Cutting Earth Release. Earth Flow City Wall Earth Release. Earth Mountain Gun Earth Release. Earth Flow Barrier Earth Release. Mountain Earth Technique Earth Release. Earthquake after a few days of sailing. Everyone finally arrived at Mihawk's Island. Upon landing, they were surrounded by a group of gorillas wielding knives. Subgrade. Joseph Johnny, it's up to you too. Do not harm their lives. The roadbed knows that fighting these gorillas helps improve the swordsmanship of the two. Then Joseph and Johnny drew their swords and charged forward. One smiled. The swordsmanship of these gorillas is impressive. Roadbed. It's all because their master is the world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Ace, brother, is Mihawk at home? Roadbed. He's here. I can feel pressure. Sabo. Conqueror's Hockey? Roadbed. Haha, no, it's a kind of pressure from the strong, and it also contains a strong sword intent. Ace. Why do I not feel anything? Roadbed. You just need to get a bit stronger as long as your observation hockey reaches a certain level. You'll be able to feel it. Sabo. Really? Roadbed. You can ask Uncle Ishiao and Inaru. Both of them probably felt it. Ishiao. That's right. I felt it as soon as I landed on the island. Inaru. Me too, but I didn't feel any hostility, so I didn't mention it. Luffy. Indeed. Mihawk does not harbor any hostility towards us. After walking for a while, Luffy and the others finally saw Hawkeye Mihawk's castle. Just then, a slash flew towards Luffy and the others. Bonnie appeared directly in front of them. Bonnie, be careful. Suddenly, Bonnie's arms transformed into dual swords, infused with armament hockey. Roadbed. Mihawk, isn't it inappropriate to take action right away? Mihawk. Navy, you shouldn't be here. Luffy waved his hand, and Crocodile and Tino directly put down the several wine barrels in their hands. I brought some fine red wine. Want a drink? Mihawk didn't speak, and then turned around directly. Kumin. After that, Luffy and the others entered the castle. After drinking for a while, they became somewhat familiar with each other. In the pirate world, there's no problem that can't be solved with a meal of drinks. If one meal doesn't work, then have two. Roadbed. Old me, don't you feel lonely living here by yourself? Mihawk's face turned dark. What kind of address is old me? It's fine. I'm used to it. Roadbed. Why don't you come on my ship? Mihawk. Join you in the Navy? Roadbed. Navy? I'm just a free man using the name of the Navy. Mihawk. Free man? Roadbed. That's right. I'm not like other navies. I don't want to be the dog of the celestial dragons. Mihawk, what a strange navy. Roadbed. Haha. You're not the first person to say that about me. Mihawk. If I join you, won't you be afraid of the Marines and the celestial dragons causing you trouble? Roadbed. I'm coming for all of it, old Shah. What is there to be afraid of? Mihawk chuckled, then took a sip of his drink. Let me think about it. Loki. Haha. I'm waiting for you. The next day, after a few people sobered up, Loki came to Mihawk. Loki. Old me. My partner wants to challenge you. Mihawk. Sure, but you can't call me old me anymore. Just call me Mihawk. Then Joseph and Johnny, who were behind Loki, stepped forward. At that moment, Bonus also came out. The roadbed looks towards Bonus. It seems you have found the battle path you want. Bonus. I originally thought that martial arts suited me, but after a few battles, I realized I was wrong. Loki, go ahead. Your fruit is your advantage. Bonus nodded. Mihawk looked at the three of them, then glanced at Joseph's two swords, and then looked at Bonus's arms that had transformed into swords. Loki, your partner is not bad, quite similar to a three-sword style kid I encountered before. Roadbed. Zoro? Mihawk, you know him? Roadbase. That's my brother's crew. His potential is indeed impressive. Mihawk. Both of you brothers are lucky to have met good partners. Then Mihawk drew his black blade. Yuru. Your strength deserves this sword. The black blade Yuru, one of the supreme great swords, 12 supreme blades. Joseph. I am Joseph, wielding the famous sword, Dragon Tooth. Johnny. I am Johnny, wielding the famous sword, Tiger Blade. Bonus. I am Bonus, a user of the quick slash fruit. Mihawk. You can all come at me together. Joseph. You're underestimating us. Draw and slash, Dragon Roar. Johnny. But respect demands compliance. Draw and slash, Tiger Howl. Bonus. I won't hold back either. Quick slash, Annihilation slash. The three of them unleashed their attacks with all their might, but they were easily blocked by Mihawk. Mihawk, the power and speed are decent, but it's not enough against a strong opponent. Then Mihawk delivered a single slash that sent the three flying. Joseph and the others got back up and assumed their stances again. Joseph, we have one more move. Please teach us. Mihawk, come on. One sword style, Reverse Dragon. One sword style, Fierce Tiger. Quick slash, Foamy Daisy slash. In an instant as they attacked, Mihawk's gaze sharpened. Then he gripped his sword with both hands and swiftly unleashed three slashes. In the end, the three fell to the ground, and Roadbase began to heal them. To be honest, Roadbase was also unsure of Mihawk's true strength. There was no way to tell if Mihawk was just casually fighting or going all out. At that moment, Mihawk approached Roadbase. Mihawk, the uncle in the purple outfit in your team is very strong. Roadbed, you mentioned Uncle Xiao. He is the strong support of our team. Mihawk, I want to challenge him. Roadbed, can you challenge me? Mihawk, you are too weak. The roadbed was instantly filled with black lines. Then the roadbed spoke to Xiao, who also agreed directly. Xiao, I'm mainly relying on the devil fruit. My swordsmanship isn't very strong. Mihawk, it's okay, old man. Just give it your all, don't hold back. Xiao, no problem. After that, Mihawk and Xiao began their battle. The embankment looked towards Joseph and the three of them. If you carefully observe this battle, you will gain a lot. The foundation is right. Watching the battles of strong fighters will indeed be rewarding. Ace, brother, who do you think will win? Uncle Isao or Mihawk? Luffy, Uncle Xiao, but if it's about swordsmanship, Mihawk would win. Soon after, Xiao and Mihawk began to fight. Their battle was extremely intense, leaving the island where Mihawk resided heavily damaged. In the end, Luffy had no choice but to build a platform for the two. Fortunately, the metal Luffy used to construct the platform was special. Otherwise, it would have been chopped into several pieces long ago. Afterward, Luffy and the others rested for a few days before leaving. Mihawk took a small boat to Marineford by himself. When the roadbed left, he asked Mihawk for the life card of red-haired Shanks. Luji looked at the life card of the red-haired person. There was time to pay a visit. At this moment, Joseph walked up to Luji. Boss, it's a call from a marshal of the Warring States. The roadbed directly answered the phone bug. Hello, Warlord of the Warring States. Warring States, how's it going with Mihawk? Roadbed, it has been successful. Warring States, good. Now you go to Sir Island to capture a group of pirates. Roadbed, what pirate? What is the bounty in berries? What is their combat power? And what crimes have they committed? Tell me everything. Sengoku, the Kizoko pirate crew, with a total bounty of 500 million berries, has slaughtered the people of the town and has killed several Navy members, including 3 rear admirals and 1 major. Roadbed. Combat power? Warring states. Captain Kike is close to the strength of a general, a natural system user of the flame fruit, possessing 2-color haki, and seemingly having conqueror's haki. The vice captain, Rear Admiral Luji, has 2-color haki and is a Zoan-type user of the dragon fruit, ancient species, Tyrannosaurus rex form. Roadbed. Are these the only 2 strong combat powers? Warring states. He has 5 major captains under him, with codenames East, West, South, North, and Center. Each has the strength of a rear admiral and possesses dual-colored haki, primarily focusing on physical techniques. The roadbed. Okay, I understand. Then wait for the person to turn and head directly to Suri Island. The foundation. The captain is assigned to me, the first mate is assigned to Ainalu, and each of Ace, Sabo, and Crocodile will take 1 captain. Joseph, Johnny, Bonus, and Tino will split the remaining 2 captains among the 4 of them. Ace, big brother. Why do I have to deal with the captain? I want to deal with the first mate. Roadbed. The vice captain has the strength of a lieutenant general. Here, besides me and Uncle Yixiao, only Enola can handle it. Ace, I want to give it a try. Subgrade. Don't think about it. Once you become stronger, you can do anything, but this time you must listen to me. Then, Ace nodded. Luji looked at Yixiao again. Yixiao, the remaining pirates are up to you, and you should help them a bit. Yixiao replied, leave it to me. Roadbed. Besides that, their captain seems to possess the Conqueror's haki, so everyone should be extra cautious. The crowd nodded. The Conqueror's haki is indeed not to be underestimated. The only person known to have Conqueror's haki on the road base is Ace, but Ace has not yet awakened it. Soon, the group arrived at Suri Island, and they directly set foot on the island. Suri Island is just a small island with no inhabitants. As soon as they landed, Enel sensed the kite pirates. Enel said, Boss, they're having a banquet in the jungle. Luji, just go straight. At this moment, Wu Zi came to Chi Ku's side. Captain, the Navy is here. Chi Ku, get ready for battle, everyone. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Chi Ku's mouth, and Wu Zi also looked towards the direction Luji was landing. The 5 squad leaders under him were also prepared for battle. At this moment, Ainalu sensed it as well. Boss, we're exposed. There are also observation haki users on the other side. They already know we are here. Roadbed, what are they doing? Ainalu, they're coming towards us. Luji nodded, then looked at Ace. Ace, light the fire. Ace smiled, and then stepped to the front of the team. Sabo, come help. Sabo also smiled and moved to Ace's side. The 2 nodded at each other. Flame Emperor, Dragon King. Rock Emperor, Rock Dragon. The 2 instantly unleashed 2 dragon-shaped attacks. The trees in front parted to make way for their attacks, which was, of course, due to Luji's use of the forest fruit. Ace and Sabo's attacks surged toward the distant Kike pirates. Kike said things. 2 people suddenly emerged behind Kike, drawing their swords to block Ace and Sabo's attacks. Soon, excitement spread across the faces of everyone in the Kike pirates. Kike charged toward Luji and the others, and at that moment, Luji also moved. Luffy and Kizaru exchanged punches in midair, producing a tremendous sound. The remaining people then charged at each other as if they were on adrenaline. At this moment, Yuta transformed into a giant Tyrannosaurus rex. Enel rushed towards Yuta and landed a punch right on his jaw as he tried to bite at the crowd. Shut your mouth. Yuta, bastard. Enel attacked Yuta with electric strikes while continuously dodging his attacks. Ace and the others also found their opponents. Smiley directly used his fruit abilities to suppress the other pirates. On the other side, Luffy and Kizaru exchanged several punches. Kizaru, not a bad opponent. At this moment, flames began to erupt from Kizaru's body. The flame fruit and the burn fruit are of the same category, the only difference being that the burn fruit has higher potential, while the flame fruit, although having a high initial temperature, cannot be enhanced. Flame rush. Luffy quickly dodged, as the starting temperature of the flame fruit is ridiculously high, so he had to take it seriously. The road base dodged, and liquid metal began to surge from its body. Long Jin Jiao Wu, armed arms. Then, the road base directly transformed into 2 dark golden sticks, attacking Chica. Chica smirked, and then directly grabbed the sticks. Chica, don't you know the temperature of my flames? The roadbed also laughed. Of course I know. Chica directly used the fruit's ability. Chica, I can easily fuse this metal. Subgrade, take a closer look. At this moment, Chica realized that the stick was completely fine, and then Chica looked at the stick. Armed color haki. Lucky smiled, then forcefully broke free from Chica's grip with both hands, attacking Chica from two tricky angles. Chica said, "Kid, you're too happy too soon." Chica directly elementalized in advance to dodge the attack, and countered with a strike at Lucky. Chica kicked Lucky in the abdomen. Although he had armor protection, Lucky still flew backward. Chica remarked, "In the face of power, any defense is futile." Then Chica charged at Lucky again, while Lucky stabilized himself in midair. "Lucky, strength?" Then Lucky put away his twin sticks and raised his fists. "Try to see if I have strength." He then charged at Chica, armed arms astonishing. Chica immediately threw a punch, and the two fists collided, creating a shockwave. Chica's expression froze immediately. "Luji, what I used in front was just a stick to tease you. My real weapon is my fist." Then Luji began to throw punches wildly, while Chica immediately wrapped his hands in flames. The high temperature caused even his metal fist, which was covered in armament hockey, to start melting slowly. However, Luji was not intimidated at all. He thought to himself that Chica was at most at the level of a regular vice admiral. How could he possibly be close to an admiral? At that moment, Luji seized the opportunity and kicked towards Chica's abdomen. Chica was sent flying, but quickly steadied himself in midair. Chica, not bad for a kick. He then charged at Luji again, and at this point, Luji noticed the problem. After fighting for a while, despite having the light fruit and the forest fruit, two divine healing fruits, he had sustained some injuries, while Chica had not been hurt at all. The two then resumed their fierce attacks. Luji was increasingly curious about the situation, and then he punched Chica back. "What kind of fruit user are you? Why is your recovery ability so strong?" Chica replied, "I am the user of the flame fruit. It's just that you all underestimated the healing ability of the flame fruit." Roadbed, self-healing ability? Chica, as long as there is sunlight. The self-healing ability of the flame fruit will be maximized. After battle, I am basically unharmed. Luji, vaha. Chica, what are you laughing at? Roadbed, I laugh at your stupidity for directly telling your opponent your secret. Chica, so what if you know? Can you make the sun disappear? The roadbed smiled and then raised both hands directly. Soon, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and more appeared, quickly covering this island and the nearby islands. This is the ability of the sky demon, Ximu. Luji, congratulations, you just guessed it right. Then Luji directly charged at Chiku, who had no choice but to face Luji despite the pressure. After half a day's battle, Chiku was gradually overwhelmed by Luji. Chiku, what kind of monster are you? Luffy, I'm not a monster. I'm Rear Admiral Lucci of the Navy. The demon Lucci. Then Lucci arrived above Kiku. With his armed arm, he shook the ground. Lucci punched Kiku, sending him directly into the small island, and Kiku instantly sank into the ground. Luji used sensory perception to realize that Chica was already dead beyond any possibility of revival. Luffy, without the devil fruit. My strength is no match for Vice Captain Smoker. It's trash. After that, Luffy went to the side to watch the battles of others. At this moment, Crocodile was already waiting nearby. It was then that Luffy realized he had underestimated Crocodile. Originally, Luffy estimated that Crocodile's strength should be around that of a Rear Admiral. However, Crocodile's overall strength is at least that of a Navy Vice Admiral. From the beginning, Luffy looked down on Crocodile. If Crocodile and Luffy were to fight, it would be a 50-50 chance. Crocodile, boss, has the captain been dealt with? The roadbed nodded. Now, they just had to wait for them. Then he pointed to the others who were still fighting. At that moment, Inari used lightning to send Wuzai flying again. Wuzai, who was knocked back, quickly steadied himself, and then his body began to change. Soon, Wuzai transformed into a hybrid human beast form. Roadbed, be careful. His speed and strength will undergo a qualitative leap. The roadbed reminded, and Enel nodded, then became serious. Woozy, kid, you're not my opponent right now. You'd better call your captain. Enel, you're not even worthy of my captain making a move. Then he charged straight at Woozy, who also rushed towards Enel. However, Woozy's speed was surprisingly comparable to Enel's, considering Enel was currently using the powers of the devil fruit to move. It was unexpected that Woozy could move so fast in his hybrid form. The two collided, instantly creating a shockwave. Woozy grinned wickedly, while lightning burst forth from Enel. Enel attempted to channel lightning into Woozy upon contact, but Woozy's tough skin and the addition of armament hockey meant that Enel's lightning didn't cause any significant damage. Enel quickly distanced himself from Woozy. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A giant lightning dragon surged towards Woozy, who met it head-on with a punch. The dragon shattered upon impact, but Woozy experienced a brief moment of paralysis. Enel, good opportunity. Then Enel transformed into a thunder god, wielding lightning as he charged at Woozy. A flash of white light passed, and Woozy was scorched all over before crashing to the ground. Enel then condensed a small, compressed thunderbolt in his hand and threw it at the already charred Woozy. Woozy's position exploded in an instant. Enel sensed that Woozy no longer had a breath of life. At this point, the Kike Pirates had been completely cleared, and the roadbed directly took down the Kike Pirates flag. As for the bodies of the Kike Pirates, they were buried on the spot. Row base, let's go Marinvondo. After that, Row base and the others left Surabaya. After a few more days of sailing, they finally arrived at Marinvondo. At this time, the Navy's deployment was almost complete. The roadbed directly arrived at the Warring States period. Warring States. I didn't expect it to be resolved in such a short time. Roadbed. The intelligence is wrong. The strength of the Kike Pirates is not that strong. Sengoku. Alright, your ranks are about to change again. The orders will come down soon. The Foundation has been promoted to Rear Admiral. Ace and Sabo have been promoted to Brigadier General. Joseph and Johnny have been promoted to Colonel. Fujidora has been promoted to Brigadier General. Enel has been exceptionally promoted to Commodore. Crocodile has also been promoted to Commodore, and Bonnie and Tino have been promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. At this time, the 7 warlords of the sea also arrived at the naval headquarters. Luji's eye was watching the 7 warlords one by one coming ashore from the roof in the distance. Roadbed. Old Shah is now under my control. Who will the position of the 7 warlords go to? At this moment, a fat man with a white crescent-shaped mustache appears, accompanied by an old woman. Luji Weibel. Teacher Zifa, is that true? Then Luji stood up and stretched. Subgrade. Weibel, I don't know if I killed him. Will the world government and the Navy expel me? On the roadside, Luji's mouth revealed a smile. Then, Luji suddenly disappeared on the spot. Meanwhile, in the marshal's office, Zephyr. Sengoku. Was it you who made Weevil a warlord of the sea? Sengoku. It was chosen by the world government. Sengoku certainly knew about Zephyr's hatred for Weevil. Zephyr nodded. Sengoku. Zephyr, don't do anything foolish. Just then, a Navy soldier burst in. Not good, Marshal. Vice Admiral Luji is fighting with one of the warlords, Weevil. Sengoku. What is that kid trying to do? Sengoku's face was filled with anger, and he immediately walked out of the office, with Zephyr following behind. Just moments ago, Luji had appeared right in front of Weevil and kicked him away. Weevil's strength was about that of a Navy elite rear admiral, similar to Luji's strength. He was able to defeat Zephyr mainly because Zephyr had to protect his students and couldn't go all out, and also because Zephyr was getting older at that time. Weevil quickly regained his balance, and at that moment, Bakin stepped forward, pointing at Luji. Navy, what do you want? We are warlords of the sea. Roadbed. 7 warlords? Old Sand, come out and meet. Then, a pile of sand emerged from the ground, directly forming Crocodile. At this moment, a few people flew in from all directions and landed right behind the roadbed. Ace, are the 7 warlords very strong? Sabo, Old Sand seems to have been a 7 warlord before. Joseph, and the previous Hawkeye Mihawk. The newcomers were none other than the entire crew of the Dragon God ship. Luffy, I'm here to take on the 7 warlords. He then charged directly at Weibel. At this moment, Ace and the others surrounded Luffy and Weibel. Ace, my brother doesn't like to be disturbed. Sabo, so please don't interfere. The Navy, who originally wanted to intervene, stopped in their tracks. After all, none of the crew members of the Dragon God ship are easy to deal with. Lucky kicked Weibel again, and this time Weibel directly blocked the attack with his knife. However, he was still pushed back a few steps by Lucky's kick. Subgrade. Not bad, but not enough. Dragon Golden Armor. Armed arms. Luffy instantly equipped himself with armor. He then launched a fierce attack on Weibel. Weibel, Mom, what should I do? Bakin. Kill this Navy soldier. With the 7 warlords, killing one Navy soldier is nothing. Then Weibel directly raised his knife and swung it at Luffy. Luji did not dodge, but directly raised his fist and struck. At the moment when the fist collided with the knife, a shockwave was created, and an evil smile appeared on Luji's face. Lucci, with your strength, you still call yourself a warlord? What a disgrace. Then Lucci directly exerted force, causing Weevil to stagger back several steps. I also want to get in on this, said Doflamingo as he charged towards Lucci. At this moment, Enel appeared right in front of Doflamingo. What do you want? Enel asked with a smile. At this time, Moria also moved. Just now, this kid seemed to say he wanted to fight us. Crocodile instantly appeared in front of Moria. Our captain is right. There are a total of 7 warlords, and 3 have shown up at once. The sea hero Jinbe, Empress Hancock, and Mihawk the Hawkeye, as well as Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, remained unmoved. Jinbe, this is Lucci, whom Dad mentioned. Jinbi had talked to Whitebeard before coming and learned about Lucci. Mihawk, this kid is starting off with area damage. Tyrant Kuma, this is ridiculous. Only Hancock stood silently to the side. At this moment, Lucci was continuously beating Weevil, who had already sustained dozens of wounds. On the roadbed, Weibel, I have avenged my teacher. Then I raised my fist. My armed arm, astonishing. With a direct punch, I hit Weibel on the head, and he flew backward and crashed into the wall. Luffy, I have to say, you really are tough as nails. After fighting for so long, I couldn't deal a fatal blow to Weibel. At this moment, Luffy turned to Mihawk. Old Mihawk, can I borrow your sword? Weibel's tough skin makes it hard for ordinary swords to cut through him. Mihawk replied, you brat, can't you just call it by its name? While complaining, Mihawk tossed the knight sword to Luffy. All right, I got it. At this time, Sengoku also arrived. Luffy, what are you doing? Stop it. Then Luffy approached Weibel with the sword, leaned down, and whispered in Weibel's ear, I'll take one of your arms for my teacher's revenge, and I'll spare your life for now. One day, I'll take your life to avenge the other Marines. Luffy directly swung his knife and chopped off one of Weibel's arms. He picked it up and threw it towards Ace. Ace, make him disappear. Ace smiled. Fire fist. Weibel's arm instantly turned to ashes. Then Luffy returned the knife to Mihawk. Roadbed, Doflamingo, Moria, do you want to take action against the Navy? The two looked at Admiral Sengoku, then stopped their attack and returned to the ranks of the 7 warlords. Roadbed, Marshal, did you just call me? Warring States, what a mischievous little rascal. Come to my office in a bit. After that, Warring States left here. The Foundation arrived in front of Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, I will avenge the Navy with Weibel's life sooner or later. Zephyr's eyes gradually became moist. You little brat, I can wait. On the other side, Sengoku was actually quite happy. After all, he had avenged his old friend. As for the world government, Sengoku had ways to deal with them. If they wanted to move against the Foundation, they had to consider Garp and Dragon first. Soon, the Foundation arrived at the office, and Sengoku gave a verbal education, finally quietly saying, well done. A few days passed quickly. The Navy's deployment was basically complete, now just waiting for Kaido's arrival. The news of Jack's execution had also spread. Finally, Sengoku received the news. Kaido came alone, bringing Charlotte Linlin, as well as Jin and Queen. Sengoku, I didn't expect Charlotte Linlin to really come to help Kaido. Tsuru, it's almost impossible for us to keep these two. Garp, I can deal with one, but what about the others? Tsuru, even though only 4 came, Jin and Queen have the strength of admirals. Sengoku, in a battle like this, the 7 warlords basically can't intervene. It will rely on our Navy's own strength. Just then, a Navy soldier ran in. Marshal, Katakuri and Cracker from the Big Mom Pirates are here too. Sengoku's expression grew more serious. Sengoku, this battle still has to be fought. But in the end, let Kaido take Jack away. Everyone nodded. Right now, the Navy was not a match for them. Soon, Kaido and Big Mom arrived above Marineford. Kaido, Ororo, Sengoku, this time I've brought help. Big Mom, Mama, it seems today will be quite a ruckus. At that moment, someone flew into the air and then kicked toward Kaido. Jin appeared in front of Kaido and blocked the attack directly. Jin, Admiral Kizuru, your opponent is me. Kizuru Jin, one of the calamities, how terrifying. At this moment, a giant figure landed. It was Queen, one of the calamities. Kuzan was preparing to take action, but someone kicked Queen right on the head. Kaido recognized that person at a glance. It was that brat, Luffy. At this moment, Luffy looked at Queen in the air, then turned to look at the execution platform. Leave this to me. Sengoku. All right, be careful. The roadbed nodded. All the crew members of the Dragon God began to act. Then Ace and the others rushed in from all directions. Luffy came to Uncle Ishiao's side. Uncle, go help Marshal Zhang with share the burden. Ishiao replied, leave it to me. Then Ishiao went to the execution platform, ready to strike at any moment. Zhangguo looked at Ishiao and said, thank you for your hard work. Ishiao smiled but said nothing. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others were directly engaged in battle with Queen. To be honest, Queen was nerfed in the original work. After all, he is one of Kaido's 3 disasters. So how could he be as weak as depicted in the original? Each of the 4 emperors has 3 of the strongest subordinates, almost all of whom are at the level of top vice admirals or admirals. Just now, the aura that Queen emitted clearly surpassed that of a vice admiral. Therefore, Luffy speculated that Queen's strength should be at the level of a junior admiral. At this time, Ace and the others had already launched their attack, but none of them managed to injure Queen in the slightest. Ace said, his defense is outrageous. Sabo added, no ancient Zoan type has poor defense. Joseph remarked, and with armament hockey, how are we supposed to fight? Enel suggested, aim for the eyes and mouth, those are the weakest spots. This was based on Enel's experience from fighting Luji. However, Queen was always able to easily dodge everyone's attacks aimed at those two spots. Crocodile said, no way. His observation haki is also very strong. We can't land a hit on him at all. Tino exclaimed, look, what's he doing? They saw a helmet covering Queen's head, directly protecting the weak spots. Roadbed, wow, a hard hat? Quinn, my helmet is specially made. Luji smiled wickedly and then raised both hands. Soon, Quinn's helmet started to slightly deform. At this moment, Quinn immediately coated his helmet with armament haki. The road base could no longer control Quinn's helmet. Quinn, almost forgot you can control metal. Then Quinn directly headbutt towards the road base. Dragon gold armor, armed arms. The road base immediately equipped the armor and then threw a punch at Quinn's headbutt. Armed arms, astonishing. The moment the attacks made contact, a loud bang erupted, and the road base was sent flying backward. At this moment, Enel and Crocodile also attacked Quinn's neck. The attacks from the two only produced the sound of metal clashing against Quinn. Although they did not injure Quinn, they prevented him from continuing to chase the road base. Soon, the road base stabilized himself in midair. It would have been easier to deal with Quinn if he had already undergone modifications. After Quinn's modifications, almost 40% of his body would be metal, which would be a significant advantage for the road base. However, Quinn had not yet undergone modifications. Then, a large amount of liquid metal began to surge from the road base's body. Dragon gold armor, giant god soldier. Instantly, a massive metal giant appeared. At this moment, a blazing fire erupted around Quinn, along with a pile of floating rocks. A large area of thunder appeared in front of Quinn, along with a heap of yellow sand. A stream of liquid wax also emerged behind him. Ace, Sabo, Enel, Crocodile, and Tino simultaneously activated their abilities. In an instant, 5 elemental giants appeared on the battlefield. At this point, Joseph, Johnny, and Bonus had already moved far away, and there would be no opportunity for them to intervene in the subsequent battle. Roadbed, we love group fights the most. Tino directly controlled Quinn's limbs, and Ace and Sabo also unleashed their combination technique. Meteorite fall. On the other side, Enel and Crocodile also executed a combination technique. Crocodile waved his hand to summon a sandstorm, and Enel immediately followed up with several bolts of lightning. Sandstorm, thunderstorm. The embankment also raised its hands, and then a large amount of liquid metal flowed out from its body. Subsequently, a huge long spear formed in the air. God-slaying spear, and the surface of the spear emitted a faint glow. Loki smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth. Having already wrapped the power of the light fruit around the God-slaying spear, his attack power was greatly enhanced. Of course, Loki didn't make it too obvious, as he still needed to keep it hidden. Then, the God-slaying spear flew directly towards Queen. Queen's current size was unusually large, and Loki's attacks were landing steadily on him. An enormous explosion occurred instantly, creating a large cloud of smoke. Just then, a figure burst out of the smoke. That figure kicked Tino's wax giant to pieces, sending Tino flying as well. Then, it moved to Ace and Sabo's side, directly kicking them down and releasing the giant form, causing both of them to fly out. At this moment, Loki finally saw the person clearly. It was Queen in his hybrid form. Queen had slimmed down significantly, his height reduced a lot, and both his speed and strength had seen a tremendous boost. Queen's current power was the most authentic representation of his strength. Now on the Dragon God ship, only Loki, Enel, and Old Sand remained. Roadbed, finally going all out. Quinn, I didn't expect you to force me into this state. At this moment, Enel took the initiative and directly flashed to Quinn's head, then kicked down towards Quinn. Quinn, what incredible speed, kid. Enel's foot landed on Quinn, but the scene Enel had envisioned did not occur. Enel had expected Quinn to be sent flying, but Quinn firmly caught Enel's leg. Then, Quinn forcefully threw Enel out. Enel crashed into a distant building, instantly collapsing several structures. After a while, Enel slowly walked out. Quinn, you can still stand. Just now, Quinn not only threw Enel out, but also crushed Enel's leg bones. Enel, I'm not going down that easily. At this moment, Joseph, Johnny, and Bonus had already placed the unconscious Ace and others together. Enel also flew to Roadbed's side. The Roadbed looked at Ainalu's twisted leg. Go take a rest. Ainilu. No, I'm fine. The Roadbed shook its head, and then a white light was released from its right hand. Ainalu's wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The action of building the Roadbed has attracted the attention of many big shots on the battlefield. Luji also felt the gazes of the crowd. Loki shook his head and then flew directly into the air. Holy light instantly healed the injuries of the Navy soldiers. and Ace and the others were still engaged in aerial combat with Kizaru. Sengoku. This is the second devil fruit. Sengoku was instantly shocked beyond measure. Kaido, dumb brat. Kaido gritted his teeth and said, Big Mom, interesting little brat. Your soul should be quite tasty. Charlotte Linlin said with a sinister smile. Law, it's been exposed after all. Only Law understood Loki's helplessness. At this moment, Loki in the air looked at Queen, and a smile appeared on his lips. Lujin, I originally wanted to hide for a while, but I didn't expect to be exposed because of you. Then, Lujin's left hand emitted a black light, while his right hand emitted a white light. Moreover, bolts of lightning appeared around Lujin's body. Looky, you stay here today. Then Looky charged directly at Quinn. With the added speed from the light fruit, Quinn felt as if his vision blurred. Looky landed a punch on Quinn, knocking him to the ground. After that, Looky flew into the air. Light flash rainfall. A white halo appeared behind Looky, and several light points flew towards Quinn. Everyone in the arena, except for the crew of the Dragon God, was utterly shocked. Loki has only used his various abilities in front of the Straw Hat crew and the Dragon God crew. Kizaru, how terrifying, the same ability as mine. In the face of Loki's attack, Queen directly covered his entire body with armament haki for defense. However, some of Loki's attacks still pierced through Queen's defense, with light points penetrating Queen's body. The reason is that Loki infused some of the light points with the power of lightning. The lightning-enhanced light points increased their penetrating power, doubling the damage. However, Loki has not yet found a way to infuse all the light points with lightning. Although Queen was injured, it was still a minor injury for him. Queen, is that all you've got? Luji smiled, and then the white halo behind him changed, quickly turning into a black halo. Soon, several small black arrows flew out from the halo. Black flame rain arrows. At this moment, Quinn felt a threat and immediately used his observation haki to start dodging. Luji immediately raised his left hand to control the black arrow to track Quinn. Just as it was about to hit Quinn, a cookie wall suddenly appeared, directly blocking Luji's attack. Luji, Kalia. Kalia ignored Luji and turned to look at Quinn. You look so miserable, Quinn. Quinn, I didn't expect this guy to have so many abilities. Luji's expression turned serious. After all, Kalia's strength was above Quinn's. The roadbed is still no match for Kalia. At this moment, Kalia looks at the roadbed and says, Kid, my mom is very interested in you. Why don't you join us? Luffy, dream on. Then Luffy moved, directly appearing beside Kuroshiro and delivering a punch to his head. Kuroshiro raised his arm to block Luffy's attack. At that moment, Quinn kicked Luffy in the abdomen, sending him flying. Luffy quickly steadied himself, but he still spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as Quinn was about to continue his attack, a slash intercepted him. Quinn, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, do you want to intervene as well? Mihawk, Luffy is my friend. Mihawk said only one sentence before charging directly at Quinn with his sword. At that moment, Jinbei and Bartholomew Kuma also rushed towards Quinn. Jinbei, Luffy, we can only hold Quinn off. Kuma, Kuroshiro is up to you. Luji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Thank you. Then Luji straightened up, and his body began to change. Half of Luji's dragon gold armor gradually disappeared, replaced by a dark green dragonwood armor. Behind Luji, a pair of wings made of light dots appeared, half black and half white. Finally, lightning appeared in Luji's left hand, while a small tornado formed in his right hand. Luigi has now revealed all his hidden cards. The big shots present are once again shocked. Kaido, this kid is showing 6 abilities right now. Big Mom, I must get him. Sengoku, how many secrets does this kid have? At this moment, Kaido in the air can no longer hold back and charges directly at Luigi. An old man blocks Kaido. Kaido, want to touch my grandson? Dream on. The one who stopped Kaido is Carp. At this moment, a figure rushes towards Luigi, and that figure is Katakuri, Charlotte Linlin's son. He has just received Big Mom's order to capture Luigi. At this time, an ice spear blocks Katakuri's path. Akiji, where do you think you're going? Seeing Katakuri being stopped, Big Mom has no choice but to take action herself. At this moment, 2 figures block Big Mom. The newcomers are Admiral Akainu and the strongest combat force of the Dragon God ship, Fujitora. Akainu, Charlotte Linlin, your opponent is us. Fujitora, I can't let you cause trouble. Thus, the Navy forces have all found their opponents. Meanwhile, Luigi also charges towards Cracker, who immediately summons numerous biscuit soldiers. Lucci smiled wickedly. I really don't want to fight these things. Then Lucci waved his hand and directly summoned several giants from the ground, including wooden giants and metallic giants. The giant transformed by Luji is no match for the giant divine soldier of Luji. However, it can still handle these cookie soldiers. Then, Luji charged directly at Kali-Jia. Kali-Jia swung his famous knife, the pretzel, and directly slashed at the charging Luji. The roadbed directly raised its arm to block, but still stepped back several paces. The roadbed still cannot compare to the Kleka. With the divine fury, the strength of the roadbed surged once again in an instant. Kleka's expression also became serious. Luji directly threw a punch at Kelly, who raised his knife to block. However, Luji's other fist struck Kelly at an odd angle. Kelly was directly hit on the chin by Luji and was sent flying out. The mouth of the roadbed exhaled hot air, and the whole person appeared particularly ferocious. Luji, haha, star destiny? Then Luji moved again, and Kali-Jia directly put on the cookie soldier armor for himself. The roadbed produced a loud bang when struck, but the cookie soldier sustained no damage. The kraken reinforced the hardness of the cookie. Lucky smiled. Dragon God armor. A small giant soldier. The Dragon God armor is composed of numerous abilities and was just created by Lucky. In an instant, a giant the size of a biscuit soldier appeared. Although the giant was dark golden in color, different elements could still be distinguished. Subsequently, the two giants engaged in a fierce battle. In the distance, Carp had just punched Kaido away when he was hit by Kaido's dragon breath. Now, Carp's clothes were already damaged, but he was not injured yet. On the other side, Kaido was also tough and resilient. Kaido, old man, do you think your grandson is a match for that guy? Haha. Kaido believed that Lucky could not possibly be a match for Kizaru. Carp, is a little biscuit kid really strong? Carp smiled at Kaido. Carp thought that Lucky could defeat Kizaru. Kaido fired another dragon breath, which Carp shattered with a punch. Mihawk and the others were also continuously attacking Queen, who was dodging while counterattacking. Meanwhile, Kizaru and Jean were evenly matched, both fighting seriously. This might be the most serious Kizaru has fought since Lucky met him. Akiji was also continuously battling Katakuri, a clash between the Logia type and the strongest observation haki. Akainu and Izo were coordinating their attacks on Big Mom. Big Mom continuously used Napoleon to slash at Akainu and Izo, both of whom dodged using their abilities. Meteor Volcano, Gravity Blade, Tiger. The two directly used their strongest skills against Big Mom. Elbaf Spear, Wigo. Big Mom also unleashed her strongest skill, instantly devouring Akainu and Izo's skills, then attacking the two. Mama, you're no match for me at all. Akainu and Izo were instantly blown away, and after steadying themselves, they spat out blood. The two then charged at Big Mom again. At this moment, a figure also rushed towards Big Mom. Big Mom, Zifa, I didn't expect you to join in. Zifa, I'm a Marine, after all. Zifa joining the battle made things much easier for Akainu and Izo. On the other side, Lucky and Kizaru were also locked in a fierce battle. Just then, a black vortex appeared in Lucky's palm. Luji directly slapped towards Kali-Jia, causing half of Kali-Jia's cookie armor to disappear. Kali-Jia immediately activated his ability to restore the armor. At this moment, Luji had already approached Kali-Jia, raising his fist to strike Kali-Jia's head. Giant God Soldier, destroy heaven. In an instant, there was an explosion, and Kali-Jia's cookie armor shattered, sending Kali-Jia flying out. Luji also removed the Dragon God armor, as this set of armor was too exhausting. Then Luji appeared directly in front of Kali-Jia, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just then, a knife pierced through Luji's chest. Got up, Lui. Ace, big brother. The knife wielder was none other than Weiber, whom Luji had taught a lesson. It wasn't over yet, at that moment. Bajin took out a pair of handcuffs from his pocket. Sengoku's eyes narrowed. Sea Prism stone handcuffs. He then directly cuffed Luji's hands. At this point, Kali-Jia also caught his breath and raised a pretzel to chop at Luji. Now, Luji was completely drained of strength, and the abilities of the forest fruit and the light fruit were suppressed. Luji looked at the knife in his chest and the large blade coming at him. Am I going to die? It was too late for AC and the others to run towards Luji. At that moment, someone blocked Kelly's attack. Boss, are you okay? Luffy looked up and saw Enel's smiling face. It was okay, just a bit painful. At a critical moment, Enel suddenly appeared right in front of Luffy. However, Luffy was still in danger. Weibel drew his sword and swung it towards Luffy, looking for death. A blast of sand pierced through Weibel's body, sending him flying. Crocodile supported Luffy, who was about to fall. Crocodile, boss. At this moment, Ace and the others also arrived. Roadbed, Lao Sha, go help Annie hold off Kali-Jia. Lao Sha nodded and flew over directly. Lucci, Tino, use your wax fruit to make a key that matches these handcuffs. Tino nodded, then endured the weakness brought on by the Sea Prism stone. Soon, a key was made, but by then Lucci had already fainted from excessive blood loss. Ace quickly unlocked the sea prism stone handcuffs on Lucci's hands. The forest fruit and the light fruit activated their abilities in an instant. The wound on Luffy's chest was slowly healing. At this moment, Kizaru directly knocked Enel away and then prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Crocodile. Just then, someone blocked the attack. Want my partner's life? Dream on. The person was none other than Luffy, who had sensed the situation and rushed over. Kizaru, how is this possible? That last strike didn't take your life. Lugia, I have a strong fate. Then Lugia punched Kalia. Kalia was sent flying. Kalia, how is that possible? Why did you become stronger again? Luigi smiled and then waved his hand. Instantly, countless rocks flew up. Sabo, huh? My ability? Luigi smiled at the corner of his mouth. Just when Luigi was on the brink of death, he thought he had awakened a new demon, the demon lord of the earth. This time, Luigi's physique was once again enhanced, and he gained the abilities of the demon lord. Now, Luigi's strength has skyrocketed to that of a junior general. After fully unleashing the power of the Foundation, it can directly battle ordinary generals. Luigi, you're not my opponent now. Then Luigi charged directly towards Kelly, and Kelly turned into a wall of cookies. The road base was shattered with a direct punch, and a punch landed directly on Clea's body. Clea immediately rolled his eyes back and fainted. The recent battle had already exhausted too much of Clea's stamina, causing his overall strength to drop to that of a top vice admiral. He was simply no match for Luigi. In the distance, Charlotte Lingling saw this scene and immediately withdrew from the fight, then rushed towards Clea. Luigi saw Charlotte Lingling retreat quickly. Charlotte Lingling rolled up the cracker and flew into the air. Charlotte Lingling, Kaido, I can't help you anymore, Katakuri, let's go. The embankment suddenly stood up. Charlotte Lingling, is this a place you can come and go as you please? Charlotte Lingling, little brat, what else do you want to do? The roadbed smiled, then raised both hands. It withstood my strike. Meteor. The Foundation's ability was directly activated, and then a small black dot appeared in the sky. Moreover, its speed was increasing, flying straight towards Charlotte Lingling. After the roadbed summoned the meteorite, it was found that this skill consumed very little stamina. The big shots present were once again astonished. Charlotte Lingling immediately raised Napoleon. That damn little brat. Roadbed. Don't even think about running. This meteorite is tracking you. The corners of the roadbed's mouth revealed a smile. Lucci discovered that the meteorite he summoned could track its target, and no matter how the enemy ran, it would always hit them. The reason was that Lucci had attached a power to the enemy. Then, Charlotte Linlin threw Kurizumi to Katakuri, who took his stance and began to gather power. Kaido, are you still going to just watch? Upon hearing this, Kaido directly approached Charlotte Linlin, and the two began to gather power together. Hakai. The two stood side by side, and then simultaneously swung their weapons forward, unleashing a massive and rapid shockwave. The meteorites in the air were shattered. Following this, Charlotte took Katakuri and left. Kaido also wrapped up Queen and Jack and flew towards the execution platform, taking Jack and the platform away together. Sengoku also ordered to stop the pursuit. At this moment, Zephyr came before Weevil. You shouldn't have touched my dear disciple. Today, we'll settle old and new scores together. Bakine, we are the 7 warlords of the sea. At this time, Sengoku stood up. Not anymore. Starting today, you are no longer the 7 warlords of the sea. At this moment, Lucci also came to Zephyr's side. Teacher, it's up to you. Then Lucci extended his right hand to Zephyr. Holy light. Zephyr's severed arm began to itch, and soon a new one grew back, also healing Zephyr's hidden ailment. Everyone was shocked to see Zephyr's arm being restored. At this moment, Zephyr moved directly, his hands covered in haki, and then he struck at Weevil and Bakine together. After a long period of bombardment from Zephyr, Weevil and the others were reduced to mush. Tears flowed from Zephyr's eyes, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Afterward, Sengoku called Lucci to the office. In the office, Lucci was stared at by several big shots. Sengoku, explain yourself. Luji awkwardly smiled. In fact, I have 5 devil fruits inside my body. Kizaru, how frightening. This time Kizaru truly felt scared. Akiji, that's amazing. Akainu, incredible. Sengoku, what 5 fruits? Roadbed, natural system metal fruit, natural system forest fruit, natural system light fruit, natural system dark fruit, superhuman system element fruit. Carp, I know the first 4 fruits, but I've never even heard of the 5th fruit. Roadbed, elemental fruit, can control a small amount of elements. I can now control the elements of wind, thunder, and earth. Warring states, the 5 fruits are all very powerful devil fruits. Can you still eat devil fruits? Lucci shook his head. 5 devil fruits is my limit. Sengoku nodded. I'll handle the world government side. He then waved his hand, and Lucci turned to leave the office. Crane, protect Lucci at all costs. We can't let the world government get him. Sengoku, Lucci might be our chance in the Navy, so we won't have to bow to the celestial dragons anymore. Garp, anyway, I'm protecting my grandson. Let's see who dares to touch him. Zifa, if they dare to touch Lucci, this old bone of mine can still make some noise. Akainu, my magma doesn't agree either. Kizaru, I quite like this little guy. Akiji, count me in. Soon, everyone expressed their thoughts. At this moment, a call from the 5 elders came in. Sengoku, have that Navy guy named Lucci come to the Holy Land. 5 elders, we're not studying him. We want to promote him. Sengoku, he's Zifa's disciple. 5 elders, it's not safe for Lucci to stay in the Navy. Sengoku, he's also Akainu's disciple. 5 elders, all right, try to keep Lucci. He can only be in the Navy or the world will fall into chaos. Sengoku, okay. With just 3 sentences, Sengoku pushed back against the 5 elders. A Navy hero, a Navy chief instructor, and the strongest Navy admiral. The 5 elders did not want to provoke these 3 for now, as doing so would mean offending more than half of the Navy. At this moment, Lucci had directly set sail. Sengoku, what? He set sail. Garp, haha, he really can't sit still. Sengoku, keep a close eye on Lucci and the others' whereabouts. The soldier nodded. The Dragon God ship arrived directly at Alabasta. Vivi, Lucci big brother, why are you here? Subgrade, here to help you. Luji has arrived at the center of Alabastan. There is nothing left to hide. Originally, Luji wanted to stay hidden for a while. Luguay placed both hands on the ground, and the ability of the forest fruit was activated. In an instant, towering trees sprouted up from the ground. Weiwei was taken aback by this scene. Subgrade, not done yet. The roadbed raised its hands, and a large mass of dark clouds instantly gathered over Alabastan. The clouds directly covered the entire island of Alabastan. Soon after, it began to pour heavily. Lugia, this heavy rain will last for 3 days and 3 nights. After that, the weather in Alabastan will return to normal, and there won't be year-round drought anymore. Weiwei, thank you, Brother Lugia. I thank you on behalf of the people of the whole country. Luffy, you're welcome. After all, you're Luffy's friend. Soon, Luffy arrived at the port, and now he needed to hurry to Water 7. After calculating the time, he figured that Luffy should have already arrived there. Just then, Luffy saw a person lying on the beach, holding a pair of hammers. The corner of the roadbed's mouth revealed a smile. I haven't encountered you before, but this time I won't let you escape, Ghost Mannequin. The person lying on the beach is none other than Ghost Mannequin from the Creek Pirates that Luffy's crew encountered earlier. The roadbed walked up to Akin and soon found that he had fainted with his clothes wet. This guy must have encountered a shipwreck. Bring him on board. I want this person. Ace and the others chuckled, then lifted Akin onto the ship. The Foundation. Departure. The City of 7 Waters. Everyone yo. Then the Dragon God ship set sail directly. Luji also came before Akin and used the holy light to awaken him. Akin, where is this? Lujin, you're on my ship. Then Lujin placed a pile of food in front of Akin. Eat, your stomach just growled. Akin touched the back of his head and then smiled shyly. Thank you. At that moment, Joseph ran over. Boss, there are 10 pirate ships ahead. It seems to be the Wild Wolf Pirate Group with a total bounty of 100 million. Luffy, Ace, go take care of it. The two nodded and then flew towards the pirate crew. Fire Fist Dragon Claw, the two finished the battle in less than 10 minutes, sinking 10 pirate ships directly into the sea. Akin was utterly shocked. At this moment, Luffy approached Akin. How is it? Delicious? It's delicious. Who are you guys? Akin instinctively exclaimed that it was delicious and then quickly reacted and asked. Lucky, we're the Navy. I am Lucky, Luffy's brother. Akin, Luffy, the captain of Sanji's ship? Akin has been keeping an eye on Sanji during this time and knows that Sanji has joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Roadbed, it seems you still remember them, Akin. Akin, how do you know my name is Akin? Roadbed, Sanji and Luffy have mentioned you to me. Akin, thank you for saving me. Roadbed, it's a small matter. Do you want to join the Navy? Akin, I'm a pirate. How can I join the Navy? The roadbed directly called for Old Shah. This person is the former warlord Crocodile, and now he's on my ship. Akin was once again shocked. Roadbed, let's put it this way, I appreciate you, so I want to invite you to join my team. Akin thought for a moment and finally nodded. I originally went out to sea this time to find a place to live, but I was saved by you guys. My life is in your hands now, boss. It turns out that Click had driven Akin out, and everyone in the EC knew that Akin was a pirate. So Akin wanted to come to the Grand Line to find a place to live, but unexpectedly encountered a shipwreck. Foundation, welcome to our big family. Ace and others also cheered. A group of people immediately began the feast. After several days of sailing, the Dragon God finally arrived at the City of 7 Waters. At this moment, Luffy and the others are about to take the sea train to Judicial Island. Roadbed, you guys go park the ship first. I'll go check on Luffy. Ace, brother, I'm going too. Road base, Luffy is leaving soon, and we will have the chance to meet again in the future. Ace nodded, and then Road base disappeared on the spot. Over here, as Road base and the others were getting into the car, Road base suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Roadbed, long time no see, everyone. Luffy, big brother. Luffy jumped directly onto the roadbed. Zoro and the others also came over. Roadbed, go save Robin? Luffy, that's right. Luffy, be careful. CP9 is not easy to deal with. The Straw Hat crew nodded. Then Luffy raised his right hand, and several leaves appeared in the air. Luji, this is something I can create. Eating this leaf will heal all injuries. Then the leaf flew into the hands of the crowd. This was created by Luji using the forest fruit and the light fruit. After that, Luji took out a small round ball. This can replenish stamina, but there is only one of these. Then Luji threw it to Luffy. Luffy nodded and then put it away. Road base, you go ahead. I'll meet someone and then come over, but it's just to arrest you. Then Road base transformed into a bright light and disappeared. Nami, did he just say he was going to arrest us? Luffy nodded. Zoro, after all, he's a marine and we are pirates. Luffy, let's go set off. At this moment, Luji has already arrived beside Ace and the others. Let's go meet someone. Soon, Luji and his group arrived at the office of the Ice Mountain. Before long, Ice Mountain and Barry returned to the office, and as soon as they entered, they were directly startled by Luji and the others. Road base, hello, Mayor Iceberg. I just saw Luffy when I sent him off, and Iceberg has met Road base. Hello, General Road base. Luji, I'm not going to waste words. I'm here today to ask you for 2 favors. Bingshan, Luji, first tell me what the favors are, and then I'll consider whether to help or not. Luji, I would like you to help me transform the ship, Mayor, and then I want a person. Iceberg, I wonder who Mr. Luji wants? Luji, it's Mr. Barry right next to you. Barry was taken aback. I want Mr. Barry to join my team. Bingshan, I can't decide that. You should ask him yourself. Barry, Mr. Luji, I want to stay with Mr. Bingshan. Bingshan smiled. Can I have you with me? Barry scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. At that moment, Barry seemed to think of something. Mr. Luji, I can join you, but on the condition that you protect the city of 7 waters. Roadbed, how do you think I can protect the 7 water city? Bari, intuition. Luji, okay, I promise you. Bingshan, then I'll leave Bari to Mr. Luji. Afterwards, Luji led Bingshan in front of the long Shin ship. Bingshan was directly astonished by the long Shin ship. I have never seen such metal and wood before. Luji smiled, then opened his palm. 2 elements appeared directly in Luji's hand. To be honest, this is a metal I created myself. Iceberg, I took a look, and the Dragon God is almost perfect. No need for modifications. Roadbed, I just want Mr. Iceberg to renovate the interior and exterior style of the Dragon God, without making any overall changes. Iceberg nodded. With a wave of the hand, a pile of gold and a few pieces of atom would appear on the ground. This is for Mr. Iceberg, as a gift to thank you for helping me. Iceberg, it's too precious. The roadbed shook its head, then transformed into several atom trees. Please build a pirate ship for my brother Luffy. Ice Mountain? No problem. Luji, don't rush. Let's wait for them to come back before we talk. Iceberg nodded. Originally, Luji wanted Iceberg to use W trees, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. After all, they couldn't shape the W trees into what they wanted. Then Luji looked at Iceberg again. Mayor Iceberg, I would like you to build a few small boats for me. Iceberg, no problem. Then Luji introduced Ace and Enel to Iceberg, asking him to create based on their abilities, while the other boats would be powered by electricity. Iceberg nodded. Sure, but it might take some time. Lujabase, no problem, please. At this moment, Lujabase thought of something. Please, Mr. Iceberg, let me a ship first. Iceberg, no problem. Just then, someone suddenly ran over. Mayor, a Kuala Laguna is here. Iceberg, Mr. Lujabase, you cannot go out to sea now. A tsunami is coming. Ace, a tsunami? Why can't we go out to sea? Iceberg, what you don't know is that this tsunami is called the gods of the sea, and its power is immense. Subgrade, is that what Mr. Iceberg is referring to? The embankment points to the giant tsunami in the distance. Iceberg, that's right. Louis smiled, then led Long Shun and the others directly to the seaside. Soon, they arrived at the beach. Roadbed, who among you is confident enough to break the tsunami? Of course, except for Uncle Xiao. No one in the Ace crew dared to speak, and they didn't expect the tsunami to be this big. Ace, it looked fine just a moment ago. Who would have thought it would be this huge? Luji shook his head with a smile. Then Luji raised both hands, and hundreds of towering trees sprang up around the city of Water 7. Inside the city of Water 7, a towering tree appeared, similar in size to O'Hara's all-knowing tree. The residents of the city of Water 7 were directly stunned by this scene. Akiji, how is this possible? At this moment, Luji approached Akiji. Mayura Okihi, these trees are enough to withstand the water gods for hundreds of years. Akiji, it's truly a miracle. Thank you so much, Mr. Luji. Luji, you're welcome. Then Luji and the others boarded the ship directly. Set sail. Bari immediately pulled up the anchor. The ship then charged straight towards the sea gods. The foundation directly reached the bow of the ship. Then several wooden vines appeared behind the foundation. Let's see if I can crush you. Demon Vine Heavy Kill. This is an attack developed by the foundation, with the top of the wooden vine taking the shape of a fist, continuously launching attacks. The angles and speed are hard to detect. This move cannot be completely dodged even by a smile, and a single punch can almost destroy a warship. A barrage of attacks struck directly at the sea gods. Ace, so strong. Sabo, I feel like the tsunami is about to shatter. A smile. Both speed and power are incredibly strong. The speed of the wooden vines increased rapidly. At this moment, beads of sweat appeared on the foundation's forehead. Break. The sea gods instantly shattered, and the surface of the sea calmed down. On the other side, the Straw Hat crew had already finished their battle with CP9. The Demon Slaughter Order had also been activated. Luji and his team arrived at this time, and they were directly stopped by the Navy. The Foundation directly appeared. Admiral Luji, had an entrance opened in the Navy, and Luji and the others boarded the ship directly. Laosha Aini was rescuing people, referring to the CP9 personnel I mentioned. The two nodded and then charged directly into Judicial Island. Soon, they brought Lucci and the others back. At this moment, Spandam shouted directly at Luji and the others, "You brats over there, hand over those bastards Lucci." Lugia glanced at Spandam. "Idiot. Spandam, you dare to insult me." He then ordered the soldiers to turn the cannon towards Lugia and the others. However, this time, none of the Navy soldiers listened to him. Spandam directly shot at a nearby Navy officer. At that moment, a metal spike appeared on the ground and pierced through Spandam's body. This guy attempted to attack the Navy Vice Admiral and was killed on the spot. Luffy directly said, "And the main responsibility for the failure of this mission lies with Spandam. Understood? Navy, yes." Soon, several soldiers began to clean up Spandam's body. At this time, Luffy saw the merry-go, which continued to sail, along with Luffy and the others on board. The corner of the road base's mouth revealed a smile. "Ace and Sabo, go see Luffy off." The two immediately showed wicked smiles, and then flew directly towards Luffy and the others. The Straw Hat crew had already used the leaves given by the road base. The stamina balls had also been used by Luffy during the battle. Now, all the Straw Hats, except for Luffy and Chopper, were completely exhausted. The others were fine. "Sanji, someone is flying over." "Zoro, it's Luffy's brothers Ace and Sabo." "Nami, that means the road base is nearby. Let's run." At this moment, Frankie had already arrived at the back of the ship. Ace and Sabo launched their attacks in midair. Fire Fist Dragon Claw at this time. Frankie was also ready. Frankie Wind, Cannon the Merry instantly flew out. Ace and Sabo's attacks also landed directly in the sea. The two then returned to the ship. "Luffy, since the pirates have already run away, it doesn't concern us anymore. Let's go." After that, Luffy and the others left the place directly. Luffy and his crew headed directly towards the direction of the Merry. Soon, they saw the Merry broken in half. At that moment, the Straw Hat crew also spotted Luffy and the others. "Luffy, brother, do you have a way to repair the Merry?" Luji looked at the already broken Merry, then nodded. Luffy came before Merry. "Your journey has just begun. It's not the time to end it yet." Then Luffy activated the powers of the forest fruit. The keel of the Merry gradually began to be repaired. The Merry also started to recover. At that moment, Luffy heard a faint voice. "Thank you." Luffy looked at Merry in front of him and smiled. "You're welcome. Continue your journey." After that, Luffy walked in front of Luffy. Merry had been repaired, but it still needed to be modified by Iceberg and Frankie. Luffy nodded. Lucky looked at the melee ship thoughtfully, wondering that the Wanli Sunshine ship probably wouldn't make an appearance. Unknowingly, Lucky and the others had been in the city of Seven Waters for a while. At this moment, Lucky seemed to sense something. Roadbed. Luffy is in big trouble. After that, he brought the crew of the Dragon God to the place where the Straw Hat crew was staying. At this point, Garp had already smashed the wall and was fighting Luffy. "Lucci, old man, you've come so quickly." "Carp, what else could it be?" That kid Luffy directly caused a ruckus at Judicial Island and declared war on the world government. Then he looked at Lucci. "You even rescued a CP9 member and killed Spandam." Robin, who was nearby, was shocked to hear that Spandam had been killed. "Roadbed, what's wrong? Does the world government want to take action against me?" "Carp, do they dare?" They pushed this matter onto Luffy and the others. At this moment, It was the turn of the Straw Hats' timid trio to be unsettled. Nami, Nanny? Chopper, why is it us? Usopp, why do we have to take the blame? The roadbed also cast an apologetic glance. At this moment, Zoro returned and, seeing the Navy outside, immediately began to fight. At this time, Carp's apprentice, Birumabur, and Kobe moved. Birumabur then raised his sword and slashed toward Zoro. As Luffy was about to make a move, he was stopped by Kobe. However, both of them were quickly taken down by Luffy and Zoro. At this moment, Luffy and Zoro also recognized the two. Then, Luffy noticed Zoro and remembered that Zoro's sword had been destroyed. Luffy came to Zoro's side. Show me the damaged sword. Zoro handed the already damaged sword to Luffy. The roadbed sensed the metal of the snow walk, and soon liquid metal began to flow from his hand to repair the snow walk. In no time, a brand new snow walk appeared in the roadbed's hand, identical to the original. Zoro took the snow walk from the roadbed. Thank you. Zoro looked at the snow walk with affection and then directly put it into the sheath. At this moment, Garp patted Sabo. Sabo, help fix the wall, haha. Sabo was quite speechless, but he still used his abilities to repair the wall. Garp then left with the Navy, still in Water 7, of course. The Straw Hat crew also began their enjoyable leisure time when Admiral Akiji appeared behind Robin. The two engaged in a conversation separated by a wall. Soon, the bounty notices for the Straw Hat crew were released. Luffy's bounty has been directly raised to 300 million berries, Zoro to 120 million berries, Robin to 80 million berries, Sanji to 77 million berries, Frankie to 44 million berries, Usopp to 30 million berries, Nami to 16 million berries, and Chopper to 50 berries. Among them, only Usopp, Chopper, and Nami feel quite despairing. Usopp and Nami are afraid, while Chopper thinks the bounty is too low. Due to the reason of Luffy, everyone's bounty notice photos are quite good. Roadbed comforts Chopper. Don't be sad. I'll help you fix it when we go back. Chopper, really? Luffy nodded. At this time, the Dragon God and Mary had also completed their modifications. To everyone's surprise, the Thousand Sunny appeared in the form of a small boat. Subsequently, Frankie joined the Straw Hat Pirates after enduring inhumane torment. The CP9 group also joined Luffy's team, all thanks to Luffy's silver tongue. Luffy also learned that the Straw Hat crew had previously encountered Sachi and they got along very well. Soon, the Straw Hat crew set sail. At this moment, Garp also appeared again. Garp directly launched the Fistbone Meteor. Several bombs flew towards the Mary, and Frankie immediately activated the Wind Blaster. At this time, Luffy's Dragon God ship also set sail, looking even more majestic and imposing. Next, Luffy was going to meet someone he had to see before entering the New World. Soon, the Dragon God ship arrived at Sabati Archipelago. The road directly led to a bar. Shaki's Extortion Bar. I wonder if the person I'm looking for is here. Luji directly knocked on the door and went in. AC and the others went to play by themselves, and only Yi Xiao followed Luji. Roadbed boss, give me 2 bottles of wine. Xiachi, little friend, my wine is quite expensive. The roadbed directly turned into a piece of gold. Is that enough? Sister Xiachi. Xiachi, it's enough, but you should call me Auntie, younger brother Luji. Subgrade, forget it, you are so young. Xiachi burst into laughter. Your little mouth is really sweet. I don't know which young girl will fall into your hands. Subgrade, forget it, I don't have the idea of finding a partner for now. At this moment, Xiachi has already brought over 2 bottles of wine. Roadbed, Sister Xiachi, I want to inquire about someone. Xiachi, my information is quite expensive. The roadbed casually threw out a piece of gold. Xiachi who? The Foundation. The first mate of One Piece is Roger, Silver's Rayleigh. Xiachi's hand paused. Luji, Sister Xiachi, don't think too much. I'm not here to catch him, and I can't catch him anyway. I just want to have a chat with him. At this moment, a person walked out from behind the bar. I wonder what Luji is looking for me for. Subgrade, I want to have a fight with Uncle Riley, and by the way, get him to coat my ship. Riley, what do I get out of it? Luji, I can tell you where Roger's child is. Riley showed a surprised expression. Okay, I'll help you. Soon, Luji and Riley arrived at a small island. A smile was watching from a distance. Roadbed, Uncle Rayleigh, give it your all. Rayleigh, I'm afraid you can't handle it. Luji smiled and then charged directly at Rayleigh. Rayleigh sidestepped to avoid it, then kicked at Luji. Now in midair, Luji couldn't dodge and was hit hard by a kick. The embankment directly flew out. Roadbed, Uncle, you used armed color hockey as soon as you came up. Rayleigh, it's you who made me use my full strength. The roadbed stood up and then charged towards Rayleigh again. The Road Foundation threw a punch at Rayleigh's abdomen, but Rayleigh dodged it directly. Luji immediately changed his attack method. He placed both hands on the ground and kicked towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh said, not bad. Rayleigh also kicked towards Luji, and their legs collided, sending Luji flying out. Roadbed, wow. As expected of the vice captain of the Pirate King. Rayleigh, how is it? Are you coming again? The road base station stood up, and the wounds on its body healed at a visibly fast rate. Continue. I won't be so easily defeated. Then, liquid metal began to flow from the body of the road base. Long Jin Jiao Wu, armed arms. Riley, then I will also use a weapon. Subsequently, Riley drew the long knife from his waist. Luffy directly infused his armament haki and charged at Rayleigh. Rayleigh also infused his armament haki and swung at Luffy. The two collided, creating a massive shockwave. However, after a brief stalemate, Luffy was sent flying out again. Rugi steadied himself and charged towards Rayleigh again. Demon, vine heavy kill. Several wooden vines suddenly appeared behind the embankment and quickly attacked Rayleigh. Luji also threw punches at Rayleigh. Rayleigh continuously dodged this move and seized the opportunity to slash a few times. Although he cut through several wooden vines, they quickly grew back. It was a decent attack, but not enough against a strong opponent. Then Rayleigh swung his sword directly into the air. Instantly, all the wooden vines behind Luji shattered. Luji's eyes narrowed slightly. He had only felt that kind of sword intent from Hawkeye before. However, Luji's attack did not stop. Luji realized that his attack was ineffective and immediately activated his strongest state. Dragon God Armor, armed arms. Instantly, numerous elements appeared on Luji's body. Rayleigh, just like the rumors, he possesses the abilities of several devil fruits. Luji charged directly at Rayleigh. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. Such a fast speed I could barely see it. At that moment, Luji arrived right beside Rayleigh and threw a punch at his head. Rayleigh immediately raised his knife to block, but still staggered back a few steps. After steadying himself, he swung his knife to slash at Luji, who took the blows head-on. Then he smiled and charged at Rayleigh again. Luji and Rayleigh collided with each other instantly, and the two began to attack continuously. Their attacks created afterimages. At this moment, Luji erupted once again. Divine Fury. The strength of the roadbed has improved again, and Rayleigh also noticed the changes in the roadbed. Rayleigh, the ability to unleash potential. Luji's attack speed increased again, and Rayleigh gradually felt the strain. At this moment, Rayleigh directly slashed and sent Luji flying. The roadbed directly kissed the body. Roadbase, Uncle Rayleigh. I wonder if you can handle this move of mine. Armed arm, shaking the ground. Roadbase directly threw a punch at Rayleigh, who immediately crossed his sword in front of him. God avoidance. The roadbed flew out directly, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Luffy looked at Rayleigh in disbelief. Isn't it the technique of Pirate King Roger? Rayleigh, I learned it by stealing. It's very difficult to wrap the Conqueror's haki, and this strike is already my limit. Rayleigh wasn't lying. Even in his prime, he could only deliver such a blow once. It wasn't enough to completely drain his body. At this moment, Luffy had also exited the state of Divine Fury and the Dragon God armor. Now Luffy was lying on the ground, and he had no strength left. At that moment, a gust of wind blew by, and Luffy took the opportunity to start replenishing his energy. Roadbed, Uncle Rayleigh, you won. Rayleigh, your strength is impressive. You have surpassed the strength of a vice admiral. The embankment nodded. Roadbed, Roger's son is named Ace. He was brought to Windmill Village by me and the old man back in the day, and he has lived until now as my brother. Rayleigh Ace, Fire Fist Ace, the ace on your ship? The base point nodded. He didn't expect that the captain's son actually became a Navy officer. Roadbed, I would like to ask you for a favor. Rayleigh, what favor? Roadbed, help train my crew. Riley, no problem. Roadbed, mainly train Ace and Sabo. They will be my right and left arms in the future. Riley, okay, does that include anyone else? Riley points at a smile. Subgrade, no need. Uncle Ishiao's strength is about the same as yours. Soon, a few people arrived at the bar. Xiachi, how is it? Rayleigh, this kid is quite strong. Roadbed, forget it, I almost got killed by Uncle Riley. At this time, many crew members of the Dragon God ship have already arrived here. The roadbed came to Ace and said a few words. Then Ace approached Rayleigh. You are my father's first mate, the Dark King Rayleigh. Rayleigh nodded. Ace bowed directly. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Lucky has already informed Ace about Riley's upcoming training for them. Afterwards, Lucky loudly announced this matter. Next, all the crew members of the Dragon God will receive training from Uncle Riley. Everyone nodded. The roadbed, and I, along with Uncle Ishiao, will continue to the New World. There's no need for training for Luji, and there's even less need for Ishiao. Soon, Rayleigh coated the Dragon God with a film. Quickly, Luji and Ishiao set sail. They soon arrived at Fishman Island, but they did not stop. It was not the time to play at Fishman Island. Before long, they reached the New World. Ishiao, who should we visit first? Luffy thought for a moment. Red-haired, then. He smiled and nodded, then sailed according to the guidance of the life card. Sengoku, what? Luffy went to the New World? Soldier. That's right. Sengoku. What on earth is he trying to do? Doesn't he know that Big Mom and Kaido have their eyes on him? Garp, don't worry. Even though Luffy can't beat the Yonko, he can still escape. Sengoku, you bastard. That's your grandson. Aren't you worried? Garp worried? Why would I be? Sengoku really wanted to punch Garp to death. At this moment, Luffy had already arrived at Red-Haired's territory. Soon, Luffy and Law reached the island. At that moment, Law suddenly sensed something. They are just ahead. Luffy nodded, and then the two ran directly towards the red-haired pirates. At that moment, Shanks also sensed something. Shanks, we have guests. Beckman, who? Shanks, an acquaintance. Soon, Luffy and Xiao arrived in front of the red-haired pirates. Luffy, long time no see, Shanks. Shanks, haha Luffy. Beckman, so it's the little brat from Windmill Village in East Blue. Jesus Burgess, isn't this Luffy the little guy? Luffy, hello, everyone from the red-haired pirates. Shanks, Luffy, what are you doing here? Luffy, I'm here to visit two people. One is you, and the other is Whitebeard. Shanks, Whitebeard. Then Luffy encounters Sachi and mentions that he considers Whitebeard as his father. Shanks, huh, so does that mean Whitebeard has to call Garp Dad? The red-haired pirates all burst into laughter. Shanks, all right, let's start the feast and welcome Luffy. Soon, they all began to drink. Before they knew it, a long time had passed, and Luffy and his crew were getting ready to leave. Shanks, are you preparing to leave? The Foundation nodded. Shanks, by the way, how is Ace doing now? Luffy, Ace is now with Uncle Rayleigh. I asked Uncle Rayleigh to train Ace. Shanks, Uncle Rayleigh, I haven't visited him in a long time. At this moment, Luffy seemed to think of something. Shanks, let's have a fight. Shanks was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Soon, the red-haired pirates gathered around. The Foundation took the lead, and Shanks drew his sword to fight. Soon, the battle ended. In the end, Shanks overwhelmed Luffy with his strength. Subgrade, just don't know how to show mercy. The roadbed looked at the face swollen like a pig's head, but it was visibly healing at a rapid pace. Shanks, your self-healing ability still requires me to hold back. And besides, it wouldn't be interesting if I held back. Luffy rolled his eyes directly. I can't believe you. Sengoku, what? Luffy and the four Emperor Shanks encountered each other and fought. The soldier nodded. Sengoku. And then? Soldier. Vice Admiral Luffy has already escaped from there. Sengoku let out a heavy sigh. Thank goodness as long as he escaped. Where are they headed now? Soldier. Vice Admiral Luffy has gone deeper into the New World. And it seems the direction is towards the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku almost choked on his breath. On the other side, Luffy and Zoro continued their journey. At this moment, Luffy approached Zoro. Zoro, you fought against Big Mom before, and now you've seen my fight with Shanks. What do you think of the strength of the four emperors? Zoro, they're strong. Each one far exceeds the strength of an admiral. Roadbed, who is stronger, Hongfa or Grandma? A laugh, Grandma. Luji no longer asked. Then Luji came into the room. The roadbed then directly entered the consciousness space, arriving in front of the Panku treasure box. Luji always felt that the Panku treasure box was not simple. He always felt that the Panku treasure box couldn't just be a magical artifact that sealed the 8 great demons. Ximu, this box is indeed not simple. But we can't say for sure. Bogang, this can only depend on you. Xiaofeng. Anyway, inside there is endless space, along with a pile of floating debris. Zhongsu, besides the 8 of us, there is no sign of life inside. Dikuai, there is no concept of time inside. Luji thought for a moment, and then went back to the Panku treasure box. Luji touched the Panku treasure box with both hands. Then Luji found himself in a void. And looking at the surroundings, he felt that this was the space where the demons were imprisoned. I took a look around the roadbed, and it was similar to what was described in the original text, but there was something off about the roadbed. Soon, the roadbed left the consciousness space. The Foundation reached the deck, and at this point, the Moby Dick was visible in the distance. Marco, Dad, a ship is approaching us. Jaws, it's not flying a pirate flag. Because the Dragon Goddess appearance was too ostentatious, no one would think it was a naval ship. Biteviar, Marco, go take a look. Marco, okay, Death. Then Marco's arms transformed into flaming wings, and he flew directly toward the Dragon God. The roadbed also saw Marco flying over. With a smile, Phoenix Marco, Zoan type bird fruit, mythical type, Phoenix form. Loki, a powerful devil fruit, and Marco himself is also very strong. At this moment, Marco arrived on the Dragon God ship. What pirate crew are you from? At this time, Loki stepped out. Brother Marco, does my ship look much like a pirate ship? Marco stared at Loki for a long time. Are you Loki? Luffy nodded. Marco, welcome home. Marco reached out his hand, and Luffy shook it directly. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates knew that Luffy had also acknowledged Whitebeard as his father, which is why Marco said, "Welcome home." There is nothing warmer than the words, "Welcome home." "Marco, I'll go tell Dad." He then flew straight toward the Moby Dick. At this moment, Luffy also saw the man sitting on the throne in the distance on the Moby Dick. Soon, Luffy arrived on the Moby Dick. As soon as he boarded the ship, Luffy felt a powerful pressure. He smiled. "So strong. Just this pressure alone is incredibly powerful. Luffy, after all, you are the strongest person in the world." Soon, Luffy and Zoro arrived in front of Whitebeard. "Whitebeard, finally we meet Luffy." "Rocky, hello there, old man." Luffy and Whitebeard both smiled, and at that moment, Whitebeard released a powerful aura. This aura charged directly towards Luffy. Roadbed, Overlord Color Dominance. The Foundation's eyes narrowed. The Foundation, covered by the Conqueror's Haki, was still holding on. This was a pressure that impacted the soul. Slowly, the Foundation began to feel increasingly relaxed, as if its body had broken free from a shackle. In an instant, a dark golden pressure erupted from the Foundation, centered around it. This time, it was Whitebeard's turn to narrow his eyes. "Whitebeard, Conqueror's Haki. Just awakened? Its power is so strong." Luji didn't expect to unexpectedly awaken the Conqueror's Haki. Xiao and Marco, along with others nearby, were incredibly shocked. The roadbed slowly stood up straight. The two strands of Conqueror's Haki clashed, causing the space to distort. Then, both of them simultaneously released their Conqueror's Haki. "Luffy, thank you, Dad." "Whitebeard, it's all because of you. No need to thank me." Then Whitebeard stood up. "Boys, let's start the feast." "Marco, Dad, you can't drink alcohol." "Whitebeard, just a little." But Marco was still very firm. At that moment, Luffy stepped forward. "I have a way to heal Dad's injuries." "Marco, impossible as the ship's doctor. I naturally know Dad's injuries, and the chances of recovery are almost zero." "Roadbed, Brother Marco probably doesn't know about my devil fruit abilities, right?" "Marco, I know you're a user of multiple devil fruits, but I don't know specifically which ones." Luji raised his right hand, and a white light shone from his palm. "Marco, such strong vitality." Luffy extended his right hand towards Whitebeard. In an instant, the dark ailments on Whitebeard began to heal, and even his overall aura was greatly enhanced. "Whitebeard, Gurara, this feeling is so comfortable." Marco immediately rushed to Whitebeard's side and began a series of checks. "Old man, your injuries are all healed." At that moment, Luffy waved his hand, and countless vines surrounded Whitebeard's throne. "Loki, this throne now has a healing function, and I come to recharge it once a year." "Whitebeard, haha, you really are thoughtful." Soon the banquet began, and Whitebeard and his group managed to get Loki drunk all by himself. At this moment, Loki approached Whitebeard. "Roadbed, Dad, I feel that Sachi is not a match for Teach." "Whitebeard, I know, but this is Sachi's own choice." "Roadbed, I feel that the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy will eventually have a battle." "Whitebeard, I know, for your sake, I won't hold back against the Navy." "Luji, thank you, Dad." After that, the two took a sip of wine. After dawn, Luji and the others left. After a few days of sailing, Luji and Xiao returned to Marin Fanduo. The Foundation was directly called to the office by Warring States. "Warring States, I need an explanation. Can you tell me about the situation with Red Hair and Whitebeard?" "Roadbed, I just wanted to take a stroll in the new world, but I didn't expect to run into them." "Warring States, do you think I believe that?" The awkward Luji touched his head. "Warring States, all right, I won't ask you anymore. You shouldn't leave Marin Vondo for a while." "Roadbed, Marshal, I War State. Shut up. Anyway, if you dare to leave, I'll break your legs." Luji curled his lips and then left the office. At that moment, Luji felt something in his arms was getting hot. "Roadbed, Sachi's life card?" Luji glanced at the direction of the Warring States office and then directly transformed into a flash and disappeared. The Warring States also sensed Luji's departure with his observation haki. He was a mischievous little ghost. Soon, Luji arrived at the Banana Islands. At this time, Sachi was covered in blood, trembling as he stood there. The Blackbeard pirates were standing opposite Sachi. "Blackbeard, Captain Sachi, I'll ask you one last time. How about joining me?" "Sachi, in your dreams." "Blackbeard, then there's no other way. I'll use you to exchange for my wealth and glory." Then Blackbeard charged directly at Sachi. At that critical moment, several metal spikes suddenly appeared from the ground, blocking Blackbeard. Lucky also descended from the sky. "Sachi, Lucky, how did you come here?" "Luji, of course I'm here to save you." At that moment, Van Oka directly shot at Luji. Tiki wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The bullet came to a halt right in front of Luji. Luji smiled, then his eyes narrowed. The bullet flew back along the same path, creating a sonic boom due to its speed. The bullet pierced through Fan Aoka's arm. Luffy, attacking the Navy. You really have guts, Blackbeard Teach. Teach. Haha, Admiral Luffy. That was just a little accidental discharge of my gun. The famous ditch has indeed been heard of, and he believes that now is not the time to go to war with the Navy. Luji smiled. A misfire? That almost killed me. Then Luji changed his tone. Teach. Your physique should be the same as mine, right? You can possess multiple devil fruits at the same time. Teach's eyes narrowed. Teach. Admiral Luji. What kind of joke are you making? How could I possibly be like you? Luji, is that so? The roadbed revealed a mocking smile. Don't you want the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates to go to war? Then take the opportunity to kill Whitebeard and finally use your abilities to obtain Whitebeard's Tremor fruit? Teach broke out in a cold sweat. This time Teach could no longer hold back and said with a trembling voice, How do you know? Luji smiled, and then liquid metal flowed from his body. Longjin Jiaowu, armed arm. Luji, no one is leaving today. Then Luji charged at Teach. Teach, haha. It seems this battle is inevitable. Dark Tunnel. Luji smiled. Dark Realm. Both of them used the same move. Teach, how is that possible? Lucci, don't you know about the higher level fruit of the dark fruit, the darkness fruit? Lucci's expression became serious. You should never, ever have thoughts about my family. Blackbeard Teach is not only targeting Whitebeard, but also originally had his sights set on Luffy. Dark Rain, countless black arrows flew towards Blackbeard Teach in an instant. Teach instantly used the power of the dark fruit to absorb the attack. At this moment, Bayas rushed out. Vibration elbow strike Bayas directly attacked Lucci. In midair, Lucci turned around and then kicked toward Bayas. Flash kick. This move is similar to Kizaru's lightspeed kick. Bayas took the kick solidly and was sent flying out. In the distance, Van Augur shot at Lucci again. The road base directly controlled the bullet to stop in midair, and then it quickly flew back. At this moment, Poison Q threw poison gas directly at the road base. However, it was immediately dispelled by the road base's holy light. At this time, the road base kicked at Teach. The moment Teach was kicked away, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Teach steadied himself. Dark Water. Loki smiled again. Dark Wave. Both of them felt a tremendous pull. Teach, General Loki, can you spare us a way out? Luki, sure. Hunt over von Oka. Tiki's eyes narrowed. General Luki, do you think I would abandon my comrades? Robase, you could betray the home you've stayed in for years. What else can't you do? Teach's face grew serious. He then looked at Van Oka beside him. Teach directly opened his palm and pulled Van Oka over. Van Oka, Captain, what are you doing? Teach, for the sake of the whole ship, I have to sacrifice you. Don't worry, I will save you. He then directly threw Van Oka towards road base. Lucky directly knocked Van Oka unconscious and then threw him beside Sachi. Teach, General Lucky, can we leave now? Luaji, of course, I can be trusted. Then Luaji retracted his abilities. At that moment, Teach suddenly attacked, coming directly to Luaji's side and using the powers of the dark fruit to control Luaji. Teach, ha ha ha. Vice Admiral Luaji, can you still resist now? Luji smiled. Luffy cannot use the abilities of other devil fruits right now. However, the powers of the 8 great devils and the darkness fruit can still be used. Luffy's body began to emit a faint lightning glow. Road, don't regret it. Teach, who still hadn't noticed anything unusual, said with a laugh. Ha ha ha, what can I regret? Suddenly, a powerful surge of lightning erupted from Road's body. Teach was instantly thrown away by the electricity. Teach, how is this possible? Why can you still use your powers? The roadbed revealed a sinister smile. Guess. At that moment, Poison Q threw out several smoke bombs, and then buyers fled with the incapacitated Teach and the ailing Poison Q. Luji, running really fast. Luji couldn't be bothered to chase after him and directly came to the fainted fan Aoka's side. Sachi, what do you want with this person? Roadbed, I'm still short of a sniper on my ship. Lucky smiled, then reached out his right hand towards Van Oka's head. The magical soul modification and the light fruit were activated simultaneously. Soon, Van Oka was transformed. At that moment, Lucky looked at Sachi. I've already seen Dad, and I've also cured his illness. Sachi, that's great. Luji, you should go back too. Tich's strength is not something you can handle. Sachi thought for a moment and finally nodded. Then Luji took Van Oka to the Sabati archipelago. Luffy directly handed Van Oka over to Rayleigh, letting him train with Ace and the others. Afterwards, Luffy returned to Marineford and informed Sengoku about Blackbeard Teach. Sengoku replied, all right, I will have the other Marines keep an eye on it. The roadbed nodded. Also, why did you recruit Van Oka? How many wanted criminals and pirates do you have on your ship now? Roadbed, not many, just a few. Warring states, a few? Your total bounty on the ship is almost 200 million now, and you're still the Navy. The roadbed touched the back of his head. Zhongguo, all right, I'll handle the matter with Fan Aoka. And can we stop recruiting pirates and wanted criminals? Luji nodded. No more recruitment. Absolutely no more. The Warring States waved his hand impatiently. Then Luji left the office. Luji arrived at the villa assigned to him by the Navy and soon took a nice nap. He was quickly awakened by a knock at the door. The roadbed opened the door, and Dasky was standing at the entrance of the roadbed. Luji, what's wrong? Daki, you promised to go shopping with me. Luji never expected to be pursued by a girl, and in the end, he confirmed his relationship with Dasiki. I'm sorry. I'm too tired. Let me tidy up a bit. Since the two confirmed their relationship, Dasiki stayed in Marin Fanduo. As for Smoker, Luji found him a new deputy named Guena. The subgrade brought back from Donghai Road, passing through Shuangyue village. Luji didn't expect that Guena was actually not dead, just injured and unconscious. After Luji's treatment, she has fully recovered. As for why Dasky and Guena look so alike, it's just a coincidence. The two have no relation at all. The road base had not yet informed Zoro about this news and didn't know how he would react when he found out. Every time Zoro was mentioned, Kuina showed extreme excitement and curiosity. Gungshiro also agreed to let Kuina join the Navy, so the road base brought her along. Soon, the road base was all packed up. The two of them went directly to the Sabedi archipelago. After that, they started their shopping spree. After a morning of effort, the road base was loaded with bags. In the end, unable to carry them all, he used the powers of the Sun fruit to create several wooden vines to help him. Their extravagant shopping attracted some attention. Boss, those two are the ones. Look at all their bags. They must be rich. That's right. Let's find a chance to stop them and take their money. On the other side, the road base had already sensed this with his observation hockey. However, he didn't say anything and just smiled slightly. Soon, the two were stopped by a group of people. One of them stepped forward. Hey, we, the Beaver Pirate crew, have been keeping an eye on you two for a long time. Hand over your money if you know what's good for you. Roadbed. The Beaver Pirates, with a total bounty of 100 million berries, right? That's right, I'm Captain Lippy. Hand over the money quickly. At this moment, a small pirate beside him also spoke up. Boss, look at that woman. Let's grab her and have some fun. Lippy, sure. Kid, hand over your woman too, and I might let you live. Luis Nedet, I originally wanted to spare your lives, but it seems there's no need for that now. The roadbed is really angry this time. It actually set its sights on Dasky. Luji took a step forward, instantly releasing a dark golden aura. The Conqueror's hockey activated. Then, several wooden vines appeared behind Luji. Demon, vine heavy kill. Soon, a group of pirates turned into blood and water. Before long, Luji returned with Dasky. On that day, Luji was called to the office by Sengoku. Sengoku, the celestial dragons were attacked by pirates in Sabedi archipelago. Kizaru will take you there to take a look. The two nodded. Then, they left the office. Kizaru, Luji, you can follow the other Navy officers. Luji, no, I'll go ahead. Then he transformed into a flash and left. Kizaru, so scary, even faster than me. Then Kizaru transformed into a flash and flew towards the port. At this time, Luji had already arrived at the Sabedi archipelago. Meanwhile, Luffy Law and Kid had already started fighting with the Navy. Luffy, what a noisy kid. At this moment, Luffy and the others have already seen Luffy. Law, who is that? Seems like he's also from the Navy. Kid, what a strong presence. Luffy, oh, my brother Lucci. Law and Kid immediately looked at Luffy. Law, Lucci? The Vice Admiral, known as the Devil. Kid, Lucci is your brother? At this moment, Lucci had already arrived on the ground. Roadbed, long time no see, Luffy. Law and Kid immediately tensed up. Roadbed, did you guys hit the Celestial Dragons? Luo, no, we didn't hit them. The Roadbed nodded. Then he turned to the Navy and said, all right, the Celestial Dragons weren't the ones they attacked. Withdraw and go apprehend others. But at that moment, Luffy spoke up. It seems like I was the one who hit them. A bunch of black lines appeared on Luji's face immediately. At this point, Luo and Kid could no longer stop Luffy. Soldier, Major General, are we still retreating? Road Base, no need. Originally, Road Base wanted to let the three go. But who would have thought that Luffy would be so straightforward? Law and Kid both want to beat Luffy up now. However, their main opponent at the moment is Road Base. Then, the three of them charged directly at Road Base. Behind the Road Base, countless wooden vines suddenly extended out and directly attacked Luffy and the others. At that moment, the members of 3 pirate crews rushed out from the auction house. Zoro and Sanji directly attacked the Road Base, knowing how strong and difficult to deal with it was. The other 2 pirate crew members also charged forward. At this time, Kizaru also arrived. The Roadbed looked at Kizaru. Uncle, leave this to me. You go deal with the other supernovas. Kizaru nodded and then left the place. The Roadbed easily fought against Luffy and the others. At this moment, Luji seemed to sense something. A slash struck directly at Luji. Then, King of the Underworld, Lei Li, appeared before Luji. Roadbed. Uncle Rayleigh, if you don't take action soon, I want to know what to do. Rayleigh, I'm not too late to arrive. Then Rayleigh directly delivered a slash towards Roadbed. Lujia. Wow, that uncle is a bit ruthless. Then Lujia directly crossed his arms in front of him. The wing shield was struck by Rayleigh's slash, causing an explosion instantly. By the time the smoke cleared, Luffy and the others were no longer there. Lucky knew that Luffy had gone to the extortion bar, and he couldn't be bothered to care about Kid and Law. Then Lucky approached the Navy. The Dark King Rayleigh intervened to rescue the Celestial Dragon's pirate, saying to assist Admiral Kizaru, while he attempted to pursue. The Navy saluted and then left. At that moment, a few people wearing transparent hoods approached Lucky. Damn Navy, why didn't you capture the pirates? Didn't you see that pirate is Rayleigh the Dark King? The Roadbed said coldly, what kind of tone is that? The Celestial Dragon replied, do you know that your Navy is just a dog for us Celestial Dragons? Luji had a serious expression. Really? Then, the wooden vine behind him reached out again. At that moment, the CP organization personnel on the Celestial Dragon's side immediately came to the front of the Celestial Dragon. CP, Vice Admiral Luji, do you intend to make a move against the Celestial Dragon? Lucky smiled, and then the wooden vines behind him rushed towards the Celestial Dragons. I'm going to strike him. So what? Demon vines. In an instant, countless wooden vines launched an attack, sending the CP organization flying. The Celestial Dragons were turned into blood under Lucky's fierce assault. The CP organization members were also killed by Lucky. Loki smiled and raised his hand again. Dark Realm, and in an instant, the corpses and blood on the ground vanished without a trace. The Celestial Dragons and the CP organization members disappeared from this world. Afterwards, Loki went to the ransom bar. As soon as the Foundation directly pushed the door open, the Straw Hat Pirates immediately became tense. Roadbed, don't worry, we're not here to catch you. Only then did the Straw Hats let down their guard. Luffy, Admiral Kizaru has arrived, and this time he brought the Navy's latest weapons and pacifists. Be careful when you go out. Everyone nodded. All right, I just came to let you know. I can't be gone for too long. I'm leaving now. After that, Luffy left the place. Soon, Luffy arrived beside Kizaru, and at that moment, the supernova had already been almost knocked out by Kizaru. Just then, a massive figure appeared in front of Luffy. Road Base, Tyrant Bear? No, it's a pacifist. At this moment, Sabo also appeared. Sabo, hello, Old Man Kizaru, Vice Admiral Luji. Kizaru, Sabo, huh? Roadbed, hello. The three of them chatted for a while, then began the task of capturing the pirates. Luffy looked at the pacifists in the distance. He didn't expect their combat power to be quite strong. Just then, Luffy seemed to sense something. Didn't I say to be careful? That's right. The Straw Hat crew has started fighting with the pacifists. After half a day of battle, the Straw Hat crew finally destroyed one pacifist. But at that moment, Senamaru had already arrived with new pacifists. Kizaru also appeared here. The Straw Hat Pirates were now out of strength. All they could do was escape. At this moment, Kizaru, Senamaru, and the pacifists had already made their move. Zoro was the first to be knocked out by Kizaru, and then Kizaru prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Zoro. The Roadbed was watching from a distance. Could Kizaru really be an undercover revolutionary in the Navy? Is this an attack or just a pose? At this moment, Rayleigh finally appeared and kicked away Kizaru's attack. Usopp directly hugged Zoro and ran away. However, the pacifists nearby showed no mercy. At this point, Luffy charged directly at Rayleigh and Kizaru, only to be sent flying by Rayleigh's slash. Luffy flew straight toward the pacifists and crashed into them. In fact, Luffy did this on purpose. The pacifists were damaged by Luffy using the metal fruit. Subgrade. Can Uncle Rayleigh be a little gentler? At this moment, the subgrade also saw the rampaging Chopper. The Roadbed directly took out the camera to take a picture. With this, Chopper's bounty should be able to increase. Just then, a huge figure suddenly blocked Usopp and Zoro. Road, this time it's really Tyrant Bear. That's right, it's indeed Tyrant Bear who has come. Tyrant Bear directly knocked Zoro away with a single palm, and then went on to knock the other Straw Hats away. In the end, only Luffy was left. At this moment, Kizaru also stopped fighting. Kizaru, Tyrant Bear, are you trying to knock them all away? Actually, it means you want to save them all? Tyrant Bear did not speak, and at this time, Law stood up. Uncle Kizaru, it was me who asked Tyrant Bear to take the Straw Hats away, and I will explain it to Admiral Sengoku. Kizaru did not ask further, and at this point, Rayleigh had also left. Then Kizaru also left the place, leaving only Tyrant Bear and Law. Luji, Uncle Xiong, do you know that what you just did was very dangerous? Xiong, as long as I can protect the Straw Hat crew, that's all that matters. At this moment, Luji used his observation haki to sense the surroundings. Luffy, Uncle Bear, you have still accepted the transformation from the world government. Tyrant Bear nodded. Then Luffy placed his hands on Tyrant Bear's body, which began to emit a white light. Slowly, Tyrant Bear's body started to return to its original state. You don't need to trust the world government. They are not people who keep their promises. Tyrant Bear, but Luffy. Anyway, you shouldn't participate in the transformation anymore, otherwise your consciousness will be erased, and you will become a real robot. Bartholomew Kuma nodded. Then Luffy spoke again. Also, if Sengoku asks about today's incident, just put the blame on me. After all, the Navy and the world government dare not touch me. Bartholomew Kuma nodded again. After that, Luffy returned to the Navy headquarters. Sengoku directly summoned Luffy to his office. Luffy, what exactly do you want to do? Luffy, I just had the Tyrant Bear knock the Straw Hat crew away. Sengoku, what is the difference between you and saving them? Sengoku is already on the brink of an explosion. After that, Luffy left the office and went back to the villa for a good sleep. After a while, Luffy arrived at Amazon Lily. After searching for a long time, he finally found Luffy. At that moment, Luffy was discussing leaving with the Empress to find the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. The road base suddenly appeared in front of the two. Empress, who is it? The Empress immediately became tense, shocked by the aura emanating from the road base. At this moment, Luffy had already jumped onto the road base. Brother, Zoro and the others were all knocked away. The Foundation, all right, Zoro and the others are fine. They have all gone to places where they can train themselves. Luffy, really? Luo Yino did. At that moment, Luo Ji suddenly turned to look at the Empress. 7 Warlords, Empress Hancock, thank you for taking care of my brother recently. Hancock just nodded. After that, Luo Ji exchanged a few words with Luffy and then brought Luffy to the seaside. At this time, an old man had already been waiting here for a long time. Road base, Uncle Rayleigh, I'll leave Luffy to you. Rayleigh, no problem. Since Ace and the others no longer need teaching, they could train on their own now. After that, Road Base left this place. As for how Rayleigh trains and where he trains, Road Base didn't care anymore. Then, Road Base found the Straw Hat crew scattered all over the world and conveyed the message. 2 years of training, and they would gather at Sabeti Archipelago after 2 years. After that, Road Base returned to Marineford. Since there was no Marineford War, he could only rely on Road Base to notify each person individually. Back and forth, Road Base was worn out. In the following days, Road Base also began his own training, mainly focusing on his devil fruit abilities and the powers of the 8 great demons. Unknowingly, a year passed. During this time, Road Base had awakened the 2 great demons, Basha and Zhoulan. Now only the Holy Master among the 8 great demons had not yet awakened. Besides that, nothing significant had happened. One day, as usual, Road Base took Dasky to Sabeti Archipelago for a visit. At this moment, several figures blocked Road Base and Dasky's way. Roadbed, the CP organization has 2 admiral strength and several vice admiral strength. The world government holds me in high regard. CP organization, my name is Chi Pei, and he is a Lu. We are here on the orders of the Celestial Dragons to invite you to come with us. The 2 individuals introduced are indeed those with admiral strength. Roadbed, is there anyone like you who hires people? Alu, kid, don't toast if you're not going to drink. You'll end up with a penalty drink. The atmosphere around the roadbed changed completely, and then he jokingly said, I love drinking penalty wine. After that, he charged directly towards the 2 people. Luji, Dasky, hurry and notify the warring states. I can't hold on for much longer. Dasky nodded, then took out the transponder snail. At that moment, the CP officers with the strength of vice admirals tried to rush over to capture Dasky. Luji appeared directly in front of those people. What do you want to do? Lucci gave a charming smile, then directly unleashed a powerful pressure. Chipe, Conqueror's Hockey? Why wasn't it mentioned in the previous report? Alu, this kid is not simple. Better be careful. The 2 then rushed towards Lucci. At this moment, Dasky had already made the call. Sengoku, Moshi, what's the matter? Dasky, Admiral, I encountered CP organization members with Lucci on the Sabeti Archipelago, and they want to forcibly take Lucci away. Sengoku, what? Tell Lucci to hold on. I'll send Kizaru over right now. Sengoku then instructed Kizaru to help and called the 5 elders. 5 elders? What is it, Sengoku? Sengoku, is the CP organization trying to capture Lucci sent by you? 5 elders. Not us. It's likely sent by that celestial dragon. I'll check it out right now. The call was then disconnected. This time, the CP organization really wasn't sent by the 5 elders, as Lucci's background was too strong. So they guessed it was some foolish celestial dragon who sent them. Soon they found out it was a guy named Aiden Ganji Saint. This guy heard that Lucci possessed multiple devil fruit abilities, so he was very curious and wanted to make Lucci his slave or bodyguard. He directly sent out his strongest bodyguard, which was the strongest CP beside him. Meanwhile, Lucci was kicked away by Chipe. Roadbed, wow. It's still not possible for one person to fight against two strong generals. At this moment, Alu and Chipe charged in again. With a flick of his hand, the roadbed unleashed several flashes of light towards the two. Chipe smiled at the corner of his mouth, and then a hole appeared in front of him. In an instant, all the attacks were absorbed into it. Roadbed, devil fruit user. Luji's eyes narrowed, not expecting that the two were also capable individuals. Then, Luji directly opened his arms, and a large mass of water flew towards the two. This time, shock appeared on their faces. Then, Aru pulled out a gun from behind him with his right hand and shot at the water mass. The water mass instantly exploded. Luji, is this a pistol or a cannon? At this moment, Alu fired again at Luji. Luji immediately dodged to the side and then unleashed his skill again. Countless black arrows flew towards the two. At that moment, Chipe directly stepped in front of Alu and then summoned a hole again. From the hole flew out many flashes of light, which were the flashes that Luji had just released. Roadbed, how is that possible? Then the two attacks collided in midair, resulting in a violent explosion. The smoke generated by the explosion directly blocked Roadbed's line of sight. At this moment, Alu and Chipe rushed out from the smoke. Chipe, you should come with us. Alu, that's right, to avoid getting hurt. The roadbed sneered coldly. With you all, it should still be insufficient. Liquid metal immediately flowed out and surrounded Lucci's body. The dragon gold armor and armed arms emerged. Then, Lucci's strength surged once again. As the ability Divine Fury was activated, Lucci's momentum increased once more. Alu and Chipe were both astonished by Lucci. However, the two did not hesitate for long and charged directly at Lucci. The Foundation, directly armed with a domineering color, covered its fist and then directly struck towards the two. The two immediately dodged to avoid it, and then Alu directly opened fire at the Foundation. Several bullets shot towards the Foundation from different angles, and they were very fast. Luji immediately used the light fruit to escape, but Alu's bullets directly locked onto Luji, accurately striking no matter where Luji flew. Luji, damn, tracking the bullet. In the end, Luji directly used the wing shield to block it. After all, he knew the power of the bullet. However, the bullet did not stop upon hitting Luji's wing shield. Instead, it continued to push forward. With a strong thrust, Luji was forced to retreat several steps. Finally, the wing shield could no longer hold up and was pierced by the bullet. Subsequently, the bullet flew straight towards Luji. Luji immediately wanted to use his observation haki to elementalize his body, but it was already too late. The dragon golden armor was like a layer of paper in front of these bullets. The bullets pierced through Luji's body and exploded behind him. Luji directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Luji looked at the wound bleeding profusely, his face filled with shock. Luji was shocked that his self-healing ability had not activated. It seemed that something was blocking the wound. Alu, these bullets were specially made for you, C4 stone bullets, and they will cover the wound with a layer of C4 stone particles. Chipe, this way, your self-healing ability won't work, so I advise you to come with us. Luji spat out a mouthful of blood again. Dream on. Although Luji can now use his abilities to attack, he is currently unable to elementalize. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Luji. Roadbed, Dasky, it's dangerous here. Dasky, I can't just stand by and watch. Then Dasky looked at Alu and Chipe. Alu, little girl, you can't stop us. Then Alu directly appeared next to Dasky and kicked her away with a final kick. Roadbed, Daki. Daki is already passed out, with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Lui, bastard. Now Luji's mind is filled with anger, and he is gradually losing his sanity. Behind the embankment appeared a pair of wings, which belonged to Ximu. The roadbed flew into the air, and then its ability to exert force began to grow increasingly violent. The roadbed has gradually changed its appearance. Now it is a combination of the 7 great demons. The wound on Luji's body gradually healed. Alu, this kid is about to go berserk. Chipe, shoot him, it doesn't matter if he dies, at worst we can study his body. Alu quickly fired his gun. All the bullets hit Luji's body, but did not penetrate. Instead, they exploded inside Luji's body. In his demon form, Luji spat out a mouthful of blood. You all must die. Then Luji raised his arm, and Alu and Chipe were sent flying into the air. Alu, what is going on? I feel like I'm being restrained. Chipe, don't hold back. Kill him, or we're done for. Then Alu loaded a special bullet into his gun. Alu, you asked for this. Alu shot at Luji, and once again the bullet penetrated, exploding inside Luji's body. A hole was directly blown out of the embankment's chest. The roadbed let out a roar, then charged towards Alu and Qipei. Luji directly approached the two and then reached out, penetrating Aru's body with one hand. Aru immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Luji slowly withdrew his hand, and blood flowed out directly. At this moment, Alu actually revealed a smile. Then, the gun in his hand moved again, and with a gunshot, Luji's left arm was blown off. The road base directly covered the wound. Alu, haha, kid, I'm going to take you down with me. Then Alu fired again, and the current road base had no sense of rationality, so it didn't dodge at all. With a few explosions, the road base was riddled with holes. The current road base had a blank stare, but suddenly erupted. Alu's head was directly crushed by the road base. Then the road base turned to look at Qipei. The raised hand of the roadbed, stones, tornado, thunder, and lightning, flowing water, and a devouring black vortex suddenly appeared in the hand of the roadbed. The roadbed was directly tossed over, and Qipei created another hole again. The attack on the roadbed directly entered the hole. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the roadbed roared. Then, it charged directly at the roadbed, and Qipei waved his hand to create another hole. The attack just now flew directly out and hit the road base directly. The road base was directly thrown out. At this moment, Dasky on the ground also woke up. She immediately recognized Luji, who had transformed into a demon form. Dasky covered her mouth in disbelief, not shocked by Luji's demon form, but by the injuries Luji had sustained. The ground was covered in countless holes, with the left arm completely vanished, and blood continuously dripping from the body. At that moment, a flash of light appeared on the battlefield. The newcomer was none other than the General Kizaru. Kizaru, Dazzy, where's Ruki? Dazzy pointed to Ruki, who was fighting against Qipei. Kizaru was so shocked by the scene before him that he couldn't say a word. At this moment, Dazzy shouted into the air, Ruki, wake up, Ruki. The eyes of Ruki in his devil form, which had been dull, gradually began to change. The voice of the roadbed changed and spoke. Dasky. But at that moment, Qipei launched another attack. The foundation was directly ambushed by Qipei, and it fell from the sky. The ground was smashed into a large pit, and the foundation in the pit returned to its original state. However, because there were sea stone particles inside the foundation, there were no signs of healing in its wounds. The foundation in the pit had already fainted. Just as Qipei was about to step forward, he was stopped by the arriving Kizaru. What do you want to do? At this point, the foundation had already retreated and fainted. The demons in the consciousness space were also discussing. Ximu, that little brat, actually activated demon form just now. Bogang, usually he only exerts 1/10 of our power. In demon form, he can exert 1/3. Xiaofeng, but he loses consciousness when he enters demon form, making him very passive in battle. Zhongsu, now he's already on the brink of death. Bringing him back would just make him a cripple. Dikuai, I can't control the sea stone in this world. Otherwise, I could lend this kid a hand. Basha, as long as the sea stone particles are removed. This injury isn't really a big deal. Zhoulan, but now that the sea stone particles have entered the blood vessels, the chances of removal are very slim. The demons fell silent. Zhoulan was right. Ximu, there is another way, which is to revive the saint. Bogang, his talisman power can heal this little brat and even lift the curse. Xiaofeng, then this little brat won't fear sea stones and seawater anymore. Zhongsu, but that also depends on him. We can't revive the saint. The demons were once again speechless. Now the foundation could only rely on itself. The foundation was taken to the hospital, and Qipei was captured by Kizaru and brought to Mary Geos. Admiral Adingangji was punished by the 5 elders, and then Karp even single-handedly attacked the Holy Land. Fortunately, the 5 elders intervened. Otherwise, Adingangji would have been dead. Meanwhile, the Foundation was undergoing emergency treatment, and numerous big shots were waiting outside the operating room. At this moment, the CP organization arrived. Karp, what are you doing here? CP, we are here on the orders of the 5 elders. If the Foundation is not saved, we will take its corpse back to the Holy Land. Karp, you bastards. Sengoku immediately grabbed Karp, who was about to explode. Not only that, Tsuru held Zifa, and Kizaru restrained Akainu and Akiji. Even the colonel nearby clenched his fists. Dasky stood silently at the door. At this time, news of the Foundation's battle and incident had spread. Kaido, Oruro, that little brat is doomed. He then lifted a wine jug and began drinking heartily. Jack and Queen below were also very pleased. Big Mom, Mama, it's such a pity for that little brat's soul. Big Mom licked her lips as she said this. Kurizumi also revealed a charming smile. Marco, old man, the Foundation is in trouble. Whitebeard took the newspaper from the Foundation's hands. His aura began to rise, and everyone could see that Whitebeard was angry. Sachi had just walked out of the kitchen. What's wrong? Dad looks very angry. Zhousu threw a newspaper to Sachi. Shanks also felt his aura rising after reading the newspaper. Beckman, Shanks, that little brat has a strong life force. Don't worry. Shanks nodded, but the overall tension did not diminish. Teach, haha. I didn't expect that little brat would be targeted by the celestial dragons. Teach threw the corpse aside. Doflamingo, Captain, when are we going to rescue Van Oka? Teach, soon. Haha. Rayleigh also received the news, but he did not tell Luffy. Ace and the others were also temporarily unaware of the Foundation situation. However, the Straw Hat crew knew about the Foundation situation, and they all thought of Luffy. They were very worried about how Luffy would react to this news. Meanwhile, Dragon tore the newspaper in his hands into pieces. Dragon, Celestial Dragon's world government. Dragon's eyes were violent, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Finally, after 3 days and nights of emergency treatment, the Foundation was out of danger. At this time, the doctor came to the crowd. The patient is no longer in danger of death, but the severed arm and damaged body cannot be repaired. Carp, that's not right. Doesn't the Foundation have strong self-healing abilities? At this time, the doctor took out 1 or 2 small fragments. It might be because of this. This doctor is the best in the Navy, so he understands things like devil fruits or sea stones. Carp took the small fragments. Sea stone. Doctor, the patient has many sea stone particles in his body, some of which have even fused into the blood vessels. Carp, so the Foundation's self-healing ability cannot be used. The doctor nodded. Although the patient has been saved, he is already disabled. Fighting should be impossible. Carp wept bitterly. Is there really no way? The doctor shook his head. Unless there is a way to remove the sea stone particles from the patient's body, but that's almost impossible. In the end, Carp and the others could only accept the fact that the Foundation was disabled. When they arrived at the ward, the Foundation was still in a coma. Carp and Dasky stayed behind to take care of the Foundation. At this time, Yichao, who was traveling outside, also rushed back. Yichao felt very guilty. If he had stayed by the Foundation's side, the outcome might have been different. Carp, don't blame yourself. This is the path the Foundation chose. Then Carp left the hospital. He needed to seek justice for the Foundation. Yichao followed Carp out. The ward was left with the unconscious Foundation and Dasky. Dasky looked at the Foundation, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Carp arrived at the prison in Marigios. Carp looked at the restrained Kippy-Eye. Kippy-Eye, Admiral Carp, is that kid still alive? Carp, my grandson is doing just fine. Kippy-Eye was initially shocked. After all, they only knew about the Foundation's abilities, but they did not know about its background. Ha. I'm afraid he is also a cripple now. Carp calmed himself down a bit. Who is behind you? Carp had investigated. That kind of specially made bullet was not something a celestial dragon like Adenganji could possess. There was a powerful figure behind Adenganji. Just like celestial dragons, there are different ranks. Adenganji is simply a low-ranking celestial dragon. Only high-ranking celestial dragons possess such special bullets. Kippy-Eye, what are you thinking, Admiral Carp? ISNT my back, just Adenganji? Carp sneered, and then a person walked out from behind Carp. The person placed a hand on Kippy-Eye's head. Admiral Carp, it's Saint Roseward. Saint Roseward is the father of Lucci, who killed the celestial dragons, and he is a high-ranking celestial dragon. This time, Saint Roseward's actions are not to avenge his son, but simply because he wants a slave like Lucci. At this moment, Saint Roseward is still unaware that his son is dead. He still thinks his son is out having fun. After that, Carp left this place, and his current goal is very clear. Lucci slowly opens his eyes while lying in bed. I can't believe I'm still alive. What a stroke of luck. Then Lucci looks at Dasky, who is sleeping on the bed beside him. Luji gently touched her head with his intact right hand. Then, Luji assessed his own body. The elemental transformation of the devil fruit was sealed, and some abilities were also sealed, such as the healing abilities of the light fruit and the forest fruit. However, the powers of the 7 great devils could still be used. The roadbed then directly enters the consciousness space. The roadbed in the consciousness space is intact. Ximu, you brought her awake. It seems that those doctors' treatment was indeed effective. Roadbed, is there any way for you to restore me to my original state? Bogang, yes, it's the last demon, the Holy Lord. Xiaofeng, his dog talisman and horse talisman can save you and lift the curse of sea prison stone and seawater on you. Luji, I spent half a year trying to wake him up. Do you have any way? The 7 great demons shook their heads. In the end, Luji left the consciousness space. Back in the real world, Luji used the metal fruit and the forest fruit to create a prosthetic limb for himself. The noise from a roadbed was too loud, and Dasky next to it was also disturbed. Luji, wake up, you've worked hard these days. Dasky went straight up and hugged Luji. The damaged areas of the roadbed were filled with wooden vines. Subsequently, the roadbed began its rehabilitation training. On the other side, Carp directly stormed into Mary Geos. Along with Carp were Zifa, Akainu, as well as Izo and Akiji. The 5 elders immediately stepped in to stop the 5 of them. After half a day of negotiations, the 5 elders agreed to hand over St. Roswald. Then, right in front of the 5 elders and the celestial dragons, Carp obliterated St. Roswald. This served as a warning to the celestial dragons and the world government. Afterwards, Carp and Izo went to the hospital, while Zifa and the other 3 returned to find Sengoku. Upon entering the hospital, Carp immediately saw Luffy eating. Roadbed, old man, Uncle Smile. Carp, it's good that you're awake. The mastermind behind it has already died. Luffy nodded after seeing a big meat stick. Carp, Luffy, you should be aware of your current physical condition. Roadbed, I know, but I still want to go to sea. I am the captain of the Dragon God. Carp, with your current strength, you can't even defeat a Commodore. Aren't you just going to your death by going to sea? Luffy, I still have my crew, Uncle Zoro, and Ace with me. At this moment, Carp wanted to give Luffy a loving iron fist, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. You can set sail, but you must be protected by Uncle Zoro and cannot act alone. Luji, don't worry, old man. I'm tough. I even plan to take care of you in your old age. This time, Carp finally couldn't hold back and punched Luji on the head. My life is tougher than yours. Luffy was holding his head, while Garp's fists were still smoking. Soon, Garp left, leaving only Daz and Smoker to take care of Luffy. Daz took care of him, while Smoker protected him. Unknowingly, Luffy had been in the hospital for 2 months, and now he had basically recovered. Soon, Luffy was discharged from the hospital and was directly called to Sengoku's office. Luffy pushed the door open, and the big shots of the Navy had already gathered. The first to speak was Zephyr. Luffy, your left arm and body. Lucci directly lifted up his clothes and took off his gloves. I used the metal fruit and forest fruit to create a prosthetic limb, and I repaired the damage to my body with wooden vines. They all knew that Lucci was seriously injured, but when they saw the various holes patched up with wooden vines on his body, they were still shocked. Zephyr, Lucci, come over here and teach the new recruits with me. Roadbed, forget it, Teacher ZFA, I'm not suited for teaching. Akainu, come with me, go out to sea, and I can protect you. Road Base, Teacher Akainu, I have Uncle Smile protecting me, and I also have Ace and the others. Garp, there's no need to persuade. My advice is useless. Sengoku, Luffy, you can set sail, but you must have Smile's protection. Road Base, I understand. Marshal, the old man has already told me once. Sengoku nodded. Then Sengoku asked Akiji to take Road Base away and test his current strength. Soon, Akiji returned. His strength was at the level of a brigadier general, and using the power of divine wrath would indeed increase it significantly, but all his wounds would bleed profusely. Carp, standing nearby, lowered his head upon hearing this. Zephyr, is there really no way? Sengoku, it's useless. The sea stone particles in Road Base body cannot be removed. No one can do anything about it. The office fell silent again. On the other side, Road Base was already bandaged up. He didn't expect to bleed so much right after activating Divine Wrath. He then returned to the villa and calculated the time. Ace and the others had probably finished their special training by now. They would likely return to Marineford in a few days, and he wondered how their strength had changed. At that moment, the door of the villa was pushed open, and Daz Bounty walked in directly. Daz Bounty, I just heard you got injured again. What's going on? Daz Bounty said with great concern. Subgrade, don't worry. It's all fine now. Dasky nodded, then walked towards the kitchen. Lucky looked at his left arm. A strange feeling surged in his heart. Now Ace and the others are finally stronger than me. At this moment, Dashki came to Lucky's side. Go ahead and cry if you want to. Dashki hugged Lucky. Luji could no longer hold back and tears streamed down from his eyes. Luoji can't believe how weak he has become. Although Luoji can still freely use the powers of the 7 great demons, he can only exert 1/10 of each demon's ability. Luji also did not expect that with these, he only had the strength of a brigadier general. Luji cried for a while, and her emotions gradually stabilized. All right, Daki. It feels much better to let it all out. After that, Daki continued to cook for Luji, while Luji sat on the sofa, deep in thought. Now, the only way for Luji was to awaken the Holy Master. However, she had tried for half a year without success. At this moment, Luji recalled the state she had been in during her previous outburst. The embankment immediately entered the consciousness space. Ximu, are you here to ask about your rampage? The roadbed nodded. Ximu, to be honest, we are not sure either. We only know that you can exert 1/3 of our strength when you go berserk. Roadbed, At that moment, Dasky was knocked away, and anger surged up, causing a commotion. Then I felt a surge of energy erupting from my body, and I lost consciousness. Ximu. So this demon form is indeed very powerful, but losing consciousness puts you at a disadvantage. The Foundation nodded. Then he returned to the real world and realized after a while that the demon form couldn't just be activated at will. On the other side, Ace and the others had also finished their special training. Ace had already said goodbye to Rayleigh and was ready to leave. At that moment, Rayleigh took out a newspaper. I didn't give this to you earlier because I was afraid it would distract you. Now you can take a look for yourselves. Ace took the newspaper. What could possibly distract us? The originally cheerful Ace stopped mid-sentence, and anger and sadness appeared on his face. Sabo, seeing Ace's reaction, instantly had a bad feeling. Sabo snatched the newspaper from Ace's hands. Marine Supernova Demon Vice Admiral Lucci was attacked by the Celestial Dragon CP organization in Sabaody Archipelago, severely injured and in critical condition. Sabo read it aloud word by word, and everyone listened carefully. Ace, Uncle Rayleigh, is there any recent news about Brother Lucci? Rayleigh shook his head. Ace clenched his fists. Sabo, does Luffy know? Rayleigh, I haven't told him yet. Sabo, please keep a secret for now, don't tell Luffy. Rayleigh nodded. At this moment, Inaru and Crocodile suddenly erupted. Inaru, I'm going to wipe out those celestial dragons. Crocodile, we must avenge our boss. Sabo immediately stopped the two. Let's return to Marineford first. The lack of recent news about Brother Lucci means he might still be alive. We should go back and check. Ace, that's right. It won't be too late for revenge then. Everyone nodded, and a group quickly headed towards Marineford. Soldier, hey, quick, look at what that is in the sky. Soldier B, it looks like a small island. Soon, the small island in the sky dispersed, and Ace and the others fell from the air. The small island was Sabo's creation, and with Crocodile's help, they quickly returned to Marineford. Soldier A, that seems to be the entire crew of Vice Admiral Lucci's Dragon God ship. Soldier B, Fire Fist Ace, Dragon Claw Sabo, Sword Saint Joseph, Knife God Johnny, Thunder God Inaru, Sand Crocodile, Leopard Lucci, Mountain Wind Kaku, Wild Wolf Gabra, Sniper Van Augur, Lion Wakey, Soundless Eagle, Dark Bull Bruno, Sheep Califa, Quick Blade Bonus, Candle Tino, Demon Akin, White Apeberry, Soldier C, and Demon Lucci and Fujitora Isho. Ace and the others were directly summoned to the office by Sengoku. Ace, Marshal, how is Brother Lucci? Sengoku, Lucci is fine, but there are many sea stone microparticles left in his body, greatly suppressing his devil fruit powers. His left arm is broken, and he has multiple injuries that cannot currently heal. At this point, Carp also spoke up. Lucci's overall strength has decreased. He only has the strength of a Commodore now. And that kid is currently in his villa. Sengoku waved his hand. Ace and the others nodded and then left the office. Carp, Ace and the others are progressing very quickly. Sengoku, that kid Lucci has found a group of reliable crew members. Soon, Ace and the others arrived at Lucci's villa door. Ace knocked on the door, and it quickly opened. Ace, Das Bones? What are you doing here? Before Das Bones could answer, Lucci's voice came from inside the house. Roadbed, hurry up and come in. Then Ace and the others walked directly into the villa. Lucci initially spent a large sum of money to buy this oversized villa, and Ace and his group didn't feel crowded at all when they came in. Dasky sat down next to Lucci. Ace and the others looked at Lucci with strange expressions. Roadbed, what's wrong? Dasky is now my girlfriend. Then everyone showed an icy expression, except for Karifa, who looked a bit strange, but no one noticed. Ace, brother, how are you doing now? Roadbed, I'm fine. Eating and drinking as usual, nothing's wrong. Sabo, brother, the marshal and the old man have already told us about your current situation. Luji, Sai, my strength has weakened. But I still have you guys. For now on, I will rely on you to protect my safety. At this moment, Luji looked at Barry and Ajin beside him. How about it? Are those two devil fruits suitable for you? Ajin, suitable. Mine is the Zoan type dragon fruit. Ancient species, wind god pterosaur form. Barry, I have the Zoan type monkey fruit. Ancient species, giant ape form. Luji nodded. The names of Ace and the others were well known throughout the Navy headquarters. Of course, all of this was done by Luji. Otherwise, how would the Navy recognize the newly joined CP9, Akin, Barry, and Van Oka? Robase, let's talk about the training results. Isabo, Inalu, and Crocodile have reached the rank of Vice Admiral, while Joseph, Johnny, and Lucci have reached the rank of Rear Admiral. Kaku and Gabra have attained the rank of Junior Rear Admiral, and Van Oka and Wei Chi have reached the rank of Junior Major General. Igor Bruno, Kedifa, and Bonus have also achieved the rank of Junior Brigadier General, along with Tino, Akin, and Barry. This means that road base is now at the bottom of the ranks. The roadbed did not expect Ace and the others to progress so quickly, and of course, Rayleigh was also a reason for that. Luffy, great. Let's rest for a few days, then we'll be ready to set sail. Everyone nodded and left, leaving only Ace and Sabo. Ace and Sabo looked at Luffy's left arm, filled with anger. Luji looked at the two of them and burst out laughing. All right, the old man has already avenged me. That celestial dragon is dead. Ace, brother, is there any way to help you recover? The foundation is there. It just needs time. At this point, Dasky has already prepared food for Ace and Sabo. Luji looked at Dasky. How about we go out to eat? You can't possibly manage to cook enough for the three of us. Dasky thought for a moment and finally nodded. Usually, preparing food for Luji alone was already exhausting, and she definitely couldn't handle 3 people. Then, Luji and the others went to a restaurant in the Marinfando residential area to eat. Luji directly handed a gold bar to the restaurant and then told them to keep serving food. I have to say, the appetite of the Luji brothers is really huge. The 3 of them finished all the ingredients of the restaurant. With no other choice, the 4 of them went to another restaurant. Daki followed behind, feeling speechless. In the end, the Luji trio had to eat at 3 different restaurants before they were finally full. This incident made the Luji brothers quite famous in the residential area. Soon, it was time for the Longshan ship to set sail. A group of people directly boarded the Dragon God, and with Enel's lightning enhancement, the Dragon God set sail. Ace, big brother, where are we going this time? The Foundation, heading to the New World. At this moment, there was a commotion coming from the kitchen. Everyone was puzzled. All the crew of the Dragon God were on deck, so why was there noise coming from the kitchen? The roadbed directly pushed open the door, and as soon as he entered, he saw Dashki. Dashki smiled awkwardly. Hi there, roadbed. Dasky, how did you get on the ship? Dasky, I sneaked out. Luji directly placed his hand on his forehead. At this moment, Sengoku in the marshal's office was talking to Carp. Sengoku, Daji also boarded the ship. Carp, I know. I won't get involved in the affairs of the young people. Sengoku, bullshit, you covered for Daji. Carp turned his head aside, mumbling directly. Not me, I didn't. You can't frame me. Do you believe I will sue you for defamation? Sengoku's veins bulged, and his desk shattered. Carp, you old bastard, get out. Carp, I'm leaving first. Soon, Carp left the office, casually taking Sengoku's snacks with him. By the time Sengoku realized it, a roar echoed from Marineford. Carp, you old bastard. At this time, the Dragon God ship had arrived at Sabati Archipelago. Ace, big brother, where are we going? Fishman Island or Mariehua? Luffy thought for a moment. Mariehua. Now is not the time to go to Fishman Island. Ace nodded, and then the Dragon God ship set sail directly, not stopping at Sabati Archipelago. Since they weren't going to Fishman Island, there was no need for coding, so stopping at Sabati Archipelago was meaningless. Soon, Luffy and the others arrived at the Red Line. Sure enough, to go from Mariehua to the New World, they needed to abandon the ship. A group of people would walk through Mariehua, and the ship would somehow be transported to the New World, but it would cost time and money. However, Luffy and the others weren't worried about that. Enel, take off. Enel, no problem, boss. Then Enel began to channel lightning into the Dragon God ship. The Dragon God ship slowly started to lift away from the water surface. Enel, Ace, let's go. Ace nodded. Flame Jet instantly increased the Dragon God ship's speed. It could fly without the Flame Jet, but the speed wouldn't be fast. Soon, the Dragon God ship reached the top of the Red Line at Mariehua. The Celestial Dragons were immediately attracted by the Dragon God ship. Celestial Dragon A. Flying ship. I want it. Celestial Dragon B. Kill the people on the ship right away and take the ship. Celestial Dragon C. Don't fight me for it. That ship is mine. At this moment, the Dragon God ship also slowly landed on the river of Mariehua. A Celestial Dragon kicked a nearby guard. What are you dawdling for? Go seize the ship. The guard beside the Celestial Dragon rushed out. At this time, 2 figures appeared in the air. Ace, they're really looking for death. Sabo, what a bunch of idiots, just a bunch of fools. Then the 2 directly launched their attacks. 100 fire dragons, 100 rock dragons. Ace shot out several fire dragons. And Sabo also unleashed several rock dragons. The flying dragons attacked the Russian guards. All the guards were sent flying, spitting blood. At this moment, Luffy also stepped out 1 step at a time. I want to see who wants my ship. At this time, all the Celestial Dragons who initially rushed to claim the ship stood up. Celestial Dragon A, I will have you as my guards now, and I will not hold you accountable for injuring them. Celestial Dragon B, you garbage, I advise you to hand over the ship. Luji smiled gently. The roadbed raised its right hand, and in an instant, countless lightning bolts appeared in its hand. A bunch of trash, damn Celestial Dragons. Lucci directly unleashed a bolt of lightning. Just as the lightning was about to strike the celestial dragons, a group of people in white clothes intercepted it. Admiral Lucci, I advise you not to attack the celestial dragons in the Holy Land. Road Base, you should know who made the first move. Don't think my temper is that good. Then, Road Base flicked his hand, and the dragon god ship set off again. Roadbed, I won't give the celestial dragons any face. The Road Base turned around and left. The people from the CP organization left this place. And those celestial dragons were also frightened by the Road Base. One of the celestial dragons spoke up. Damn Navy, I will make you my slave sooner or later. Soon, the dragon god ship arrived in the New World. As it entered the New World, the dragon god ship was directly blocked by a group of pirates. Roadbed, which pirate crew is that ahead? Joseph, it's the blood-cursed pirates, who have been very arrogant lately. Roadbed, main combat power? Joseph, captain has the blood of a sea beast, the ancient type dragon fruit, and the form of the armor dragon, possessing the strength of a Navy vice admiral. He is also the user of both hockey types. The first mate, Liege, has the superhuman type electric fruit, with the strength of a rear admiral, and also possesses both hockey types. Johnny, his subordinates include 10 captains, each with the strength of a commodore or a brigadier general, although they don't have devil fruits. Their martial arts and swordsmanship are incredibly powerful, and they all can use both hockey types. At this moment, another pirate ship appeared not far away. Ace, Big Brother. That seems to be Big Mom's pirate ship. The Foundation is Kleka and Oven from the Big Mom Pirates. Now everyone on the Dragon God ship is serious. Roadbed, I'm counting on you this time. I can only assist from the side. The crew of the Dragon God nodded. Finally, Kreja and the others arrived not far in front of the Dragon God. Kreja, the intel was indeed correct. Today is your death day, kid. Owen, the Blood K pirate crew is also on our side. You're doomed. The Foundation came to the bow of the ship and slowly raised his right hand. The seawater in front began to change, and in an instant, the surface of the sea turned into ice. This is a type of energy from Basha. Basha can control the form and temperature of seawater, making it easy to turn into ice. The move by Luji is quite similar to Akiji's freezing of the sea surface. Kreja, I didn't expect this guy to be able to use such strange energy. Owen, so what if he can use it? Right now, he's just a cripple. At this moment, 10 captains from the Blood Pirates rushed out directly. The crew from the Dragon God ship, including Luffy and Bonus, charged out as well. The two forces went straight into battle. Soon after, Ace and the others also rushed out. Crocodile directly faced off against Captain Blood, and Enel confronted Liege. Sabo went up against Kreja, while Ace faced Owen. Joseph and Johnny were watching from the side, ready to provide support at any moment. Ishiao and Dasky stayed by Luji's side. As for the other small Karamis, they were left to Luji. A powerful aura emanated from Luji at the center, with dark golden currents spreading out. Luffy's Conqueror's Haki was unleashed, and instantly all the little Karamis fainted from the overwhelming pressure. However, what was unexpected was that Luffy himself also felt quite weak after using the Conqueror's Haki. Roadbed. Wow, now the Overlord color has directly emptied me out. The ground trembled slightly, then began to regain its strength using the energy of the howling wind. On the other side, Ace and Owen had already exchanged punches. With one blow, both of them took a few steps back. Faced with Owen's high temperature, Ace showed no signs of fear after long-term training. Ace's flames were not to be underestimated. Even Owen revealed a serious expression. Heat Wave Fist, Fire Fist, Flame String. In an instant, the two attacks collided. The explosive high temperature melted the icy surface beneath them. Ace soared into the air, while Owen jumped aside. At that moment, Owen drew out his weapon, a large sword, and Ace also took out his trusty staff. The two weapons clashed directly. Meanwhile, Sabo was continuously shattering Cracker's biscuit warriors. At this moment, Sabo swung his hand to unleash a claw, and instantly several rock dragons flew out. 100 rock dragons. Several dragons even flew towards Cracker. Cracker immediately summoned a biscuit wall. Hard biscuit. The biscuit blocked Sabo's attack. At this time, Sabo had already reached the biscuit wall, attacking with one hand in a claw shape. Dragon Claw, Ultimate. The biscuit shattered instantly. However, Sabo's Dragon Claw showed no signs of weakening, charging straight at Cracker. In an instant, Cracker's biscuit armor shattered, and Cracker was sent flying by Sabo. However, Cracker managed to flip over and stabilize himself. At this moment, Cracker took out his weapon, a pretzel, while Sabo drew out his staff. Cracker then summoned several biscuit warriors again, and Sabo summoned several rock giants. The two immediately engaged in battle. The clash of their weapons generated shockwaves. On the other side, Crocodile and Bloodclot were also fighting. Bloodclot showed no mercy, transforming into his half-beast form right away. Crocodile's attacks couldn't harm Bloodclot at all. However, Bloodclot had just sent Crocodile flying. Old Sand steadied himself and charged at Bloodclot again. Old Sand swung his desert sword at Bloodclot, and sparks flew upon impact. At this moment, Old Sand placed both hands on the ground, and the icy surface instantly turned into quicksand. One of Bloodclot's feet sank into it. Bloodclot exerted force with one leg, and his whole body flew up, pulling his trapped leg out. Bloodclot then charged at Old Sand. Old Sand instantly transformed into sand, wrapping Bloodclot inside. Countless grains of sand formed into spikes, then covered with armament hockey. They flew towards Bloodclot, who immediately covered himself in armament hockey. Multiple attacks were blocked, but Bloodclot's calf was still penetrated. However, Bloodclot quickly steadied himself, tensing his calf to stop the bleeding. Old Sand reverted to his original form. Meanwhile, Enel and Ledger were also engaged in a fierce battle. Enel's lightning had no effect on Ledger at all. Instead, Enel's lightning powered Ledger up, allowing him to channel the absorbed electricity throughout his body. Instantly, Ledger's muscles bulged, and he charged at Enel. His fist, covered in armament hockey, struck Enel. Enel was sent flying, but fortunately he managed to defend in time, turning around to stabilize himself. With his footing regained, Enel looked seriously at Ledger. Ledger, on the other hand, looked at Enel with a mocking expression. Ledger, your lightning is useless against me. Enel, lightning doesn't work on you, but what about high temperatures? Enel smiled, and then his hands erupted with arcs of lightning, accompanied by extremely high temperatures. This was a suggestion from Rucky, utilizing lightning to generate heat. Enel charged at Ledger with his fists ablaze. The high-temperature punches landed on Ledger. Ledger was sent flying, and a large hole was burned in his shirt. Even a fist imprint appeared on Ledger's chest. However, Ledger immediately channeled electricity to the wound, and the imprint on his chest vanished without a trace. At this moment, Sabo suddenly flew out. Sabo, ouch, that hurts, Sabo said while rubbing his chest. Cracker across from him showed a sinister smile. Cracker, you're not my opponent right now. Just then, a figure charged out, striking Cracker with a sword. Sabo, Uncle Ihua. Ihua, you go help Ace. I'll handle this guy. Sabo nodded and rushed towards Ace and Owen. Cracker's face showed a serious expression. Then Cracker and Ihua began to battle. On the other side, Ace was gradually falling into a disadvantage when Sabo suddenly appeared to join the fight. Ace, be careful of this guy. His strength is formidable. Sabo nodded. The two then charged at Owen. In the distance, Old Sand and Enel exchanged glances, and then they switched opponents. Enel unleashed a bolt of lightning at Bloodclot. Bloodclot's armor couldn't withstand Enel's lightning, getting charred instantly. Old Sand also swung his desert sword at Ledger, sending Ledger flying. Ledger's wounds began to lose moisture, but he immediately channeled electricity to the wound. Instantly, Ledger's wound healed, and his skin returned to normal. At this moment, Joseph and Johnny also joined the fray. The Dragon God crew began to press the enemy. Suddenly, a figure charged towards Rucky. The newcomer was a member of the Bloodclot Pirates. Luji narrowed his eyes and then directly used his wing shield to block the attack. However, he still stepped back several paces. Luffy, how is this possible? Who are you? All the pirates except the strong ones have passed out, and Luffy is very curious about who suddenly appeared. I am Hancock, the captain of the 11th team of the Bloodclaw Pirates, specifically hidden to deal with you. This Hancock was specially prepared by Kleka to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Hancock's strength is not very strong, but it's enough to deal with Luffy. Hancock swings his sword at Luffy. Luji immediately used the wing shield to block, then transformed it into wooden vines to attack Han Kansas' countless demon. Vines instantly surged towards Han Kansas. Han can continuously used his sword to block them and took the opportunity to slash at Luji. The roadbed can only keep dodging and continuously counterattacking. With a sword draw and a bite, Hancock charges directly at the roadbed, which conjures a wing shield again. However, at the moment of contact, the winged shield shatters instantly, and the roadbed is sent flying. Luji directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Luji slowly stood up. At this moment, Han can charge towards Luji again, and a figure appeared in front of Luji. Looky, Dashki, quickly dodge, you are no match for him. However, Dashki showed no signs of retreat. The two knives collided directly, and Dashki was sent flying, but he was caught by Lucky. At this moment, blood began to seep from Lucky's body. The wrath of the gods was unleashed, and Lucky's power surged dramatically. However, the pain from his torn muscles constantly stimulated Lucci, and he set Dashki down. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he disappeared from the spot. Just as Han Kan was searching, Lucci appeared right in front of him. Luji punched Han Kan, sending him flying. However, Han Kan quickly steadied himself in the air and then launched a slashing attack directly at Luji. Luji's strength had surged to the level of a junior general, and in response to such a slash, he simply waved his hand. Countless wind blades flew out, instantly shredding the slash. At that moment, Luji moved again, appearing directly behind Han Kan. He then threw a punch, and this time Han Kan reacted instantly, positioning his sword horizontally in front of him. Luji's fist was directly blocked by the knife, but the force still sent Han Kan flying. Han Kan landed on the ground and quickly steadied himself. At that moment, liquid metal began to flow from Luji's body. Road base. With great difficulty, it can activate the Divine Wrath and use the armor weapon, although not for long. But it's enough. Dragon Gold Armor, Armed Arms. Now Road Base can only barely use the armed arms, and the giant God Soldier is completely unusable. Then Road Base charges directly at Han Kan, whose initially arrogant expression gradually becomes serious. Han Kan draws his sword again and charges at Road Base. However, the moment Han Kan strikes Road Base's armor weapon, countless sparks erupt. Luji's Jiao Wu left no mark at all. Instead, Luji directly punched Han Kan, sending him flying. And without any pause, he charged straight at Han Kan again. Luji clenched his right fist. His armed arm moved, and in an instant, a flash of white light passed by, and Han Kan had already vanished without a trace. At this moment, Luji also removed his armor, revealing his clothes soaked in blood. In an instant, Luji fell to his knees, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Dashki immediately rushed to Luji's side. Dashki, Luji, are you okay? Don't scare me. At that moment, tears were already streaming down Dashki's face. Luji forced a smile. I'm fine, I just need to rest for a bit. Then Luji passed out. At that moment, Karifa and the Eagle, who had just finished the battle, rushed to Luji's side. Karifa asked, Boss, are you okay? Karifa looked at Dashki. Dashki replied, Luji said he's fine, just too tired. The Eagle stood by, ready to defend against any further attacks on Luji. Soon, Lucci and the others arrived. Bruno immediately used his fruit ability to head to the nearest Navy base and brought back a doctor. The doctor quickly examined Luji and determined that he was suffering from excessive blood loss and was too weak. He just needed to rest for a while. The doctor then bandaged the other injured individuals. However, he did not leave, as Ace, Sabo, Old Sand, and Enel were still in battle, and from a distance. It was clear that they had all sustained some injuries. As for Uncle Yixiao, he had no problems at all. On the other side, Enel kicked Bluk away. At that moment, Bluk was charred all over and even emitted a smell of cooked flesh. Enel was gradually running out of stamina, and Bluk had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Enel then flew into the air. Thunder welcome, dragon armor. Enel's attack landed directly on Bluk, and in an instant, a flash of light appeared. Then, Bluk was seen standing there motionless, and a gentle breeze blew by, turning him into ashes. Meanwhile, the battle between Old Sand and Luji was also coming to an end. At this moment, Luji released all the electric energy within him. Old Sand placed both hands on the ground. This er diamond saber. Their attacks collided instantly. Luji's electric energy was dispersed, and Old Sand's attack passed through Luji's body. Subsequently, Luji was split in half, with all the moisture in his body completely absorbed. Enel and Old Sand then came to Luji's side and inquired about his condition. Enel released lightning towards Luji, knowing that Luji could convert it into stamina. Soon, Luji slowly opened his eyes. Dashki said, he's awake. Luji slowly stood up. Although he was in pain all over, he felt much better. At this time, Owen, who was fighting against Ace and Sabo, gradually exhausted his strength and was directly hit back onto the ship by their combined attack. On the other side, Krija was also knocked away by Yixiao. And then Krija and Owen directly escaped on the ship. Soon, everyone returned to the Dragon God ship. Lucci, let's go back first. Our strength is still not enough in the New World. Everyone nodded. After the previous battle, everyone realized their own inadequacies. This was primarily due to Lucci's situation, as both the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates wanted to eliminate him. They were completely insufficient to confront a Yonko crew at this point. Subsequently, the Longshan ship retraced its route back to Marineford. The news of the Longshan crew being intercepted by the Big Mom Pirates spread across the sea. At this time, a pirate ship with a whale head appeared in the territory of the Big Mom Pirates. The pirate ship's flag featured a skull with a crescent-shaped beard. The newcomers were the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard, Sons, let's cause a ruckus. Everyone oh. Then, the white-beard pirates began to vigorously destroy the islands in Big Mom's territory. On the other side, Sengoku also learned about Lucci's situation. In the end, Sengoku ordered Lucci not to enter the New World for the time being. Afterwards, Lucci returned to his villa again. As soon as I stepped into the Foundation, I sensed a strong aura of power. Luffy, Dad, why did you come to the Navy headquarters? Dragon, I came to see you. How's your health? Then Luffy explained his current situation to Dragon. Dragon's hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. The roadbed also felt the wrath of the dragon. Roadbed, calm down, old man. The old man has already avenged me. Dragon, such an evil celestial dragon, truly deserves to die. Roadbase, it's just a matter of time. The celestial dragons will eventually be brought down from their pedestal. The dragon nodded. Then, Dragon awkwardly looked at Roadbase. The Revolutionary Army's funds have been insufficient again recently. Luji looked helplessly at his father. Luffy, has Uncle Bear arrived? At that moment, Tyrant Bear walked out from the side. Luffy then silently conjured countless gold coins, which Bear continuously carried away. Soon, Dragon was satisfied and left with Tyrant Bear. When they returned to the Revolutionary Army base, Dragon looked at the warehouse full of gold and couldn't help but drool. He then called over a member of the Revolutionary Army. Go, buy me more weapons and devil fruits, Dragon said with great authority. He then comforted himself. My son's money is my money, so it's only natural for me to ask my son for money. On the other side, Luffy quickly took a rest. His physical condition wasn't very good. Unknowingly, Luffy slept for a whole day and night. When he woke up, he immediately saw Dashki beside him. Seeing Luffy awake, Dashki quickly brought over the food she had prepared. After Luffy devoured the food in no time, he and Dashki went out for a stroll. The two bought many things in the Marineford residential area and then returned to the villa. At this time, Dashki looked at Luffy and said, Luffy, do you know that Califa likes you too? Luji looked confused. Is there such a thing? Dashki said, actually, I think Harifa is pretty good. You can't let her down. Subgrade. No. One of you is enough for me. Upon hearing this, Dashki revealed a sweet smile. I don't mind. And I feel that Califa is pretty good. Luji thought about it and decided to let it go. He couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. Daki noticed that Lugia didn't respond and didn't know whether Lugia agreed or disagreed. After today, Lugia's injuries had healed, and he was surprised to find that his strength had increased a little. This gave Lugia hope again. If the Holy Master couldn't awaken temporarily, then he would start over from scratch. Subsequently, Lugia began his daily basic training. Kabu and the others were very happy to hear this news, and in the end, a few of them joined Lugia's training. Since Lugia no longer had self-healing abilities, he had to rest for a period of time after each injury, which caused his training speed to be slower than before. However, Lugia was no longer concerned about speed. He just wanted to make progress. Every time Luffy gets injured, it's Daz Bones and Califa who take care of him. Although Luffy initially did not accept Califa, he gradually developed feelings for her. Luji would take the two girls shopping whenever he had time, of course in the Marineford residential area, as Luji was not allowed to leave Marineford yet. Day by day, Luji's strength improved with training, and after 6 months, he had progressed from the level of a brigadier general to that of an ordinary major general, which was a significant improvement. However, the injuries he sustained also increased, with his left arm often experiencing pain. The wounds on his body tormented him almost daily. Yet, Luji bore it in silence, sweating profusely every time the pain subsided. Currently, Luji's devil fruit powers were mostly sealed, so he focused primarily on physical techniques and hockey in his training. In just 6 months, both his physical techniques and hockey had improved significantly. But one day, Luji suddenly fainted during training. He was immediately taken to the hospital. Dasky, doctor, how is he? Doctor, the patient's body has collapsed. He won't be able to get out of bed for 6 months. Dasky was instantly struck, as if by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Carp beside her also lost his composure. Carp, how could this happen? Doctor, all the wounds on the patient have developed complications, coupled with long-term intense training. His body couldn't withstand it. Carp, what about Luji's injuries now? Doctor, the affected areas have been removed. There shouldn't be any issues in the future. At that moment, a nurse came out. The patient has woken up and wants to talk to his family. A group of people then walked in. Upon entering, they saw Luji lying on the hospital bed. Luffy, why does everyone look so worried? I don't have anything major going on. When everyone saw Luffy laughing and joking, they didn't say anything more. However, Dasky, Cap, and Califa noticed that Luffy was trying hard to hide his emotions. Soon, the others were sent away, leaving only Dasky, Cap, and Califa in the hospital room. The embankment also put away its cheerful appearance. But soon it revealed a smile. I know my own body well, but this time Luffy was about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by Garp. Luffy, you should rest well. After that, Garp left the hospital room. And soon Luffy found a corner where no one was around and began to cry. He didn't understand why his grandson had such a difficult fate. Why had his grandson ended up like this? Now Garp regretted agreeing to let Luffy join the Navy. He really regretted it. At that moment, a person appeared beside Garp. It was his son, Dragon. Dad, has Luffy's condition worsened again? This was the first time Dragon saw Garp cry, and he seemed to have guessed something. Garp nodded and then explained Luffy's condition to Dragon. After hearing this, Dragon sat down beside Garp. This is the path Luffy chose for himself. Let him walk it to the end. Garp said, but can Luffy accept it? Dragon shook his head. He didn't know. He still couldn't see through his eldest son. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Luffy had a vacant look in his eyes. Luji never expected that his body would be in such serious condition. He couldn't accept the fact that he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 6 months. This meant that all of Luji's efforts before would come to nothing. Finally, Luji couldn't hold back any longer, and tears streamed down his face. The roadbed is crying for the second time, clearly given hope, but now it has vanished without a trace. It starts to try to lift its legs, able to move slightly. However, even this little movement makes the roadbed break out in a sweat. Dasky and Califa begin to continuously console the roadbed, afraid that it might do something foolish. Soon, the roadbed calms down, but what it can't understand is why its wound has become infected. Previously, the roadbed had carefully treated the wound, so such a situation shouldn't have occurred. At this moment, a voice comes from its consciousness. Ximu, it's poison. The roadbed suddenly brightened in front of him, and then directly entered the consciousness space. Poison? Ximu, during your training, your body absorbed a kind of toxin, and it is this poison that caused your wounds to deteriorate. Roadbed, how do you know? Ximu, we perceive it. After all, we are in your consciousness. We can feel your body. Roadbed, who threw the poison? Nishi shook his head, and the other demons did the same. At that moment, in a house in Marigios, a person was kneeling in front of a celestial dragon. The task was perfectly completed. This celestial dragon was the one who wanted to make Nishi a slave back in the Holy Land. He had always held a grudge against Nishi, and when he learned about Nishi's background, the thought of destroying what he could not have arose in his mind. The poisoning of Luji was orchestrated by the celestial dragon. The person opposite is a user of a highly toxic fruit, a lower-level version of the poison fruit, but its toxicity is no less than that of Magellan. On the other side, Luji was pushed from the hospital back to his home. Now, Luji's daily needs are taken care of by Dasky and Califa. Both are very attentive, putting Luji first. Soon, 3 months passed without any improvement in Luji's condition. One day, Califa took the head eagle, Wei Qi, and Bruno to the Sabati archipelago to buy some medicinal herbs. According to intelligence, there was a miraculous medicine at this auction that could bring people back to life and cure any disease. Upon receiving the news, Califa immediately brought the 3 to the auction. As soon as Califa entered, she inquired about the medicine. Who told you that? You believe this? The auction house owner directly told Califa. Califa was instantly filled with disappointment. By the time the 4 of them left the auction house, a considerable amount of time had passed. At that moment, a group of people blocked their way. They were pirates, but they did not exude the typical aura of pirates. Califa asked, who are you? At this point, the head eagle and the others had already come to Califa's side. The person in front moved directly, and then a hand pierced through the head eagle's body. We're here to take your lives. The other pirates also moved swiftly and were very powerful. The head eagle was directly killed by the opponent. Califa's eyes narrowed, and she seemed to realize something. You are from the world government. The person in front revealed a sinister smile. It seems you're not completely foolish, but it's too late. At that moment, another scream was heard, and Bruno's body was pierced. Bruno! Califa immediately rushed over, and at that moment Bruno was spitting blood. Califa whispered something in Bruno's ear. The people opposite seemed to sense something was wrong. Suddenly, a door appeared next to Bruno, and the people rushed towards it. Califa immediately blocked that person. Bruno then entered through that door. Califa was no match for the opponent and ultimately met a tragic end at their hands, while Wei Qi was also directly pierced through the heart. At this moment, Luji was still lying in the villa when suddenly a door appeared beside him. The already injured Bruno walked out from inside. Lucci, Bruno? What happened? Bruno told Lucci what Califa had said, and then died from his severe injuries. Seeing Bruno die in front of him, along with the deaths of Califa and the other 3, Lucci was instantly filled with rage. Overcome with anger, Lucky spat out blood and fainted. Fortunately, Dashki was downstairs. She went up and saw Bruno's corpse and the unconscious Lucky. She seemed to realize something, but Dashki still took Lucky to the hospital immediately. At that moment, the Navy from the Sabiti archipelago brought back the bodies of Khalifa and the other three. Their bodies were placed at the entrance of the Navy base. Seeing the bodies, Dashki collapsed on the ground. At that time, other crew members from the Dragon God also arrived, and Lucci and the others looked at the bodies of Khalifa and the three with disbelief. Lucci, who is it? Kaku and Gabro were shedding tears on the side. At this moment, Lucci's doctor also walked out of the ward. Doctor, the patient has suffered a severe shock and fainted, but there is no immediate danger to life. At this time, the fainted Lucci entered the consciousness space and immediately saw a dragon-shaped demon. This demon was the last of the 8 great demons, the Lord of the Fire Demon. However, Lucci showed no excitement. Instead, he remained very silent. Even if Luji were to restore it now, it wouldn't save Khalifa and the others. At this moment, Luji thought of the Holy Lord's talisman and the dog talisman. However, Luji received a negative answer. The roadbed came to a small corner of the consciousness space by itself. At this moment, a voice came through. Kid, there's actually another way. The roadbed immediately turned to look at the Holy Master. The Holy Master directly pointed to the Panku treasure box. Inside it is actually a small world, just like the primordial chaos before Pangu opened the heavens. Roadbed, what is the use of that? Holy Master, this small world is similar to the real world, containing 3,000 great laws. Lujis looked at the Holy Master in disbelief. If you can comprehend the laws of life, then your companions still have a chance. Lucky immediately asked how to comprehend the laws inside the Panku treasure box. The Holy Lord shook his head. At this moment, another voice came, this time from outside. Dasky, Lucky, wake up quickly. I beg you, Lucky and the others are about to fight with Ace. At this point, the Holy Lord also spoke up. Kid, I'll lend you my power. Go do what you want to do. Then Lucky left the consciousness space and returned to the real world. Upon returning to the real world, Lucky instantly felt intense pain in his body, accompanied by a surge of powerful energy. Luffy felt like he had been reborn. Dashki, who was beside him, was directly scared by Luffy. At that moment, Luffy's Conqueror's Haki unconsciously activated, enveloping the entire Marineford. Several high-ranking officials at Marine headquarters instantly looked in the same direction and rushed towards it. At this time, Luffy's wounds began to heal, and his severed left arm started to regenerate. Soon, Luffy returned to his original form, and his momentum and strength began to soar, quickly regaining the power of an admiral. The roadbed opened its eyes and looked at the stunned Dasky beside it. Lucci directly embraced Dasky. Don't worry, I'm back. Tears streamed down Dasky's face. At this moment, Sengoku and the others had arrived at the hospital room, and they also saw Khalifa's body, as well as Lucci and Ace arguing. Sengoku shouted, "What on earth happened?" With that roar, Ace and the others instantly stopped their actions. Just then, the door to Lucci's hospital room was pushed open. Luffy and Dazbones walked out directly. Ace, Big Brother, are you okay? Sabo, this aura, has Big Brother recovered? Everyone else was shocked. At that moment, Luffy saw the bodies of Khalifa and the other three, and a serious expression appeared on his face. I will find a way to bring you back to life. At this time, the three of them approached Luffy. Lucci, boss, the three of us want to take revenge. The reason for the argument between Lucci and Ace just now was this. Lucci wants to take revenge, while Ace said to wait for Lucci to wake up. Luji, I will take revenge for this. At that moment, a figure rushed towards Luji, and the person directly swung a fist at Luji. Lucci directly turned around and threw a punch. The fists of both men collided instantly, creating a shockwave centered around them. This person was none other than Admiral Akiji. Carp beside him became excited. This time, Lucci had really recovered and his strength had improved further. At this moment, Lucci retracted his fist, shook his hand, and then looked at the people on the Dragon God ship. Let's go. Take revenge for Khalifa and the others. Then Lucci turned to look at Sengoku. Marshal, the real culprit is the Celestial Dragons. After finishing this sentence, Luji turned and left, and Ace and the others followed him. At this moment, Sengoku immediately returned to the office and called the 5 elders. Upon receiving the news, the 5 elders quickly launched an investigation and soon identified which Celestial Dragon was involved. Subsequently, that Celestial Dragon and the CP organization members who killed Khalifa were arrested. The 5 elders prepared to hand these individuals over, as they did not want to offend Luji just yet. Soon, the Dragon God ship flew back over the Holy Land. At this time, Several CP agents brought a few people in front of Luji. Admiral Luji, these are the masterminds and killers of the plan. They are now in your hands. Just as one person was about to leave, he turned around again. Also, the poison that made you lie in bed before was administered by this celestial dragon. Luyi nodded. Then he turned back to look at Lucci and the others. It's up to you now. Leave me a breath of air from the celestial dragons. Lucci and the others nodded, then directly walked towards those people. Accompanied by a few screams, the members of the CP organization were quickly killed, and that celestial dragon had his limbs broken. Luffy approached the celestial dragon. Luji smiled, then began to treat the celestial dragon. Soon, the celestial dragon returned to its original state. At that moment, Luji placed his right hand on the top of the celestial dragon's head. Yin-yang harmony. Accompanied by a flash of light, two identical celestial dragons appeared. One had a pure expression, while the other was filled with hostility. Between the roadbed, a hand was raised. Burning flamme explosion. In an instant, the furious celestial dragon was killed by a wave of flames. At this moment, Luji looked at the remaining one. What's your name? My name is Likage Shang. Luji, go back and be a good person. Likage nodded and then left. The crowd was confused by Luji's behavior, and then Luji explained it to them. Afterwards, the Longshan ship returned to Marin Fanduo, and everyone prepared a grand funeral for Khalifa and the others. On the day of the funeral, Luji went to the seaside alone, and at that moment, the images of Khalifa and the others kept appearing in Luji's mind. Lucky unconsciously shed tears. He now even regrets that if he hadn't invited the four to board the ship back then, they might be living happily now. Then Lucky walked step by step along the shore. Not far from Lucky, Dashki kept following him. Just then, a figure rushed out, and the person directly threw a punch at Lucky. Luffy quickly stepped aside. Old man, what are you doing? Karp replied, it doesn't help to be sad. You can only protect the people around you if you're strong. Then Karp began to counsel Luffy, and after a long time of talking, Luffy finally resolved his inner turmoil. After that, Luffy followed Karp to attend the funeral when he suddenly turned around. Daz, you left. At that moment, Daz appeared from the woods. Daz's face was flushed. She hadn't expected Luffy to notice her so soon. Before they knew it, 3 days had passed, and the Dragon God ship once again arrived at Marineford, where Luffy and his crew headed to Sabaody Archipelago. Luj is now going to take his clueless younger brother. Soon, a group of people arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago. Lujia directly arrived at Shaki's bar, where he prepared to wait for Luffy. The others from the Dragon God ship went out to have fun. Only Uncle Yixiao followed Lujia. At this moment, the first member of the Straw Hat Pirates arrived. Luffy, Zoro, I didn't expect you to be the first one here. Zoro, Luffy, are you okay? Luffy, it's all done now. I specially came here to see you. In the end, Zoro left this place, and Luffy wasn't worried at all about Zoro's poor sense of direction. Luffy had a few drinks and then left. At this moment, a large group of pirates gathered somewhere in the Champa Islands. On the stage was a person who looked exactly like Luffy. At this time, Luffy appeared here, along with Bartolomeo and the Pacifistas. The Straw Hat Trio also gathered here. Then, the fake Straw Hat was exposed, and Luffy came out to take down the Pacifistas. At this moment, all the Navy began to capture the pirates. Several figures then approached Luffy. The entire crew of the Dragon God ship had mobilized. In an instant, Ace and the others took action, and the previously gathered pirates were captured, just as the Navy attempted to capture Luffy and the others. Rayleigh cut a dividing line with a single slash. At this moment, Luffy also appeared in front of Rayleigh. Looky, Uncle Laylee. Layleigh, looky, are you trying to capture my disciple? Lucci, no, I just want to fight you. Rayleigh, it seems my injury has healed enough, so I'll play with you. At this moment, several Navy personnel beside them spoke up. Navy A, who is this guy? Navy B, you don't know him? He's the Marine Admiral Lucci, known as the Devil. Navy C, his crew on the Dragon God ship are all powerful, and when Big Mom and Kaido caused chaos in Marineford, everyone from the Dragon God participated in the battle and contributed greatly. At this moment, Lucci had already started fighting Rayleigh. Liquid metal flowed from Luji's body. Long Jin Jiaowux, armed arms. Then Luji charged directly at Layleigh, who immediately unleashed a slash. The road base directly punched and shattered it. Then the road base launched a punch at Rayleigh. With an armed arm, the ground shook. Rayleigh immediately used a sword to block, but he was still pushed back a few steps by the power of the road base. Navy A, curious, he actually pushed back the Pirate King's first mate, Dark King Rayleigh. Navy B, and it seems that Rear Admiral Luji hasn't even used his full strength yet. At this moment, Luji charged at Rayleigh again. This time, Rayleigh got serious and unleashed several slashes. The roadbed relied on its observation and color to continuously dodge, and then directly approached Rayleigh. At this moment, Rayleigh swung his sword again. Subsequently, Rayleigh's momentum began to soar. The roadbed also struck a pose, and countless vines stretched out behind it in an instant. Demon Vine. Countless vines directly attacked Rayleigh, but Rayleigh continuously slashed, and none of the wooden vines could get close to him. At that moment, several slashes came again, and Luji directly opened his right hand. Dark Realm. In an instant, all the slashes were devoured. However, a few beads of sweat appeared on Luji's forehead. But Luji did not stop his movements. He raised his hands, and thunder appeared. Thunderstorm. In an instant, a ball of lightning gathered directly above Luji. The size of the lightning ball was comparable to that of a naval warship, and Luji's thunderstorm was similar to Enel's thunder arrival. The roadbed directly threw the thunderstorm towards Rayleigh. In an instant, Rayleigh unleashed several slashes, attempting to shatter the thunderstorm before him. However, all of Rayleigh's slashes were devoured by the thunderstorm. Just as the thunderstorm was about to hit Rayleigh, his figure suddenly changed and appeared in the distance. However, from the tattered state of Rayleigh's clothing, it could be seen that he had still been affected moments ago. The roadbed did not stop, and a gust of wind swirled around Rayleigh. Roadbase, Uncle Rayleigh, be careful. Wind blade instantly. Countless wind blades appeared around Rayleigh. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed, and he began to dodge continuously, but he was still hit and injured by several wind blades. Rayleigh, little brat, are you trying to take the old man's life? Then Rayleigh's figure directly vanished from the spot. Suddenly, Roadbase felt a killing intent behind him, and quickly turned around, directly using the wing shield. At this moment, Rayleigh had already appeared behind Roadbase. Divine avoidance. The wing shield of Luji was instantly shattered, and Luji flew directly out, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Then, Luji crashed into the ground, creating a big pit. After a long time, Luji finally crawled out of the pit. When the subraid came out, Rayleigh had already left. Luji touched his chest and carefully recalled Rayleigh's attack, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. By this time, those who had just gathered had mostly been captured. The roadbed took the dragon god crew away, as their intervention was no longer needed here. They directly arrived at the seaside, and at that moment, the Straw Hat crew was just about to set off. Luffy saw the road base from a distance. Luffy, don't lose. Luffy immediately showed his classic smile. Of course it was time. The roadbed also smiled, and then the Mary slowly sank into the sea. Luffy looked back at the crew of the Dragon God and said, "Let's go back and get ready. It's time for us to set off and march into the New World." The people on the Dragon God all smiled. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Meanwhile, on the Mary, Zoro had been laughing because Luffy told him that Kunao was not dead and that they would meet again in the New World. Soon, Luffy and the others returned to Marineford, and Luffy went straight to Sengoku's office to report the situation. After that, Luffy began to pack his things, and everyone on the Dragon God prepared to set off for the New World. Before long, everyone had arrived, and they were just waiting for Luffy. At that moment, they saw Luffy come aboard the ship holding 5 photos. 4 of them were of Califa and the others, and 1 was of all the members of the Dragon God. Behind Luji is Dasky, who came to see him off. Soon, the Longshan ship set sail, and they quickly arrived near the Red Earth continent. Lucci smiled and then turned to Enel, saying, "Activate submarine mode." Enel nodded and then pressed a button. Instantly, the Dragon God began to change. Its deck was covered by transparent material, and then the Dragon God directly submerged into the sea. This was specially modified by Vegapunk for Lucci. And now the Dragon God was truly a ship capable of traveling on land, in the air, and underwater. As soon as they entered the water, Sea Kings came to cause trouble. The roadbed was not idle either. He slowly approached the bow of the ship and then directly released a wave of dark golden aura. The Conqueror's Haki was unleashed. In an instant, some of the Sea Kings fainted, while others were frightened and fled. Soon after, the Dragon God ship arrived safely at Fishman Island. At that moment, the battle on Fishman Island had already begun. Vanderdecken had been injured by Hody Jones and was on the verge of death. Luji's eyes narrowed, and then he disappeared directly onto the Dragon God. Soon, Luji appeared in front of Vanderdecken. With the help of the 8 great demons, Luji was no longer afraid of water and sea stone. Lucky directly absorbed Vanderdecken into the space, and then took out a fruit from his pocket and threw it in as well. After that, Lucky ignored it, and at this moment, everyone saw the Dragon God ship. Fishman A, what is that? Fishman B, it looks like a ship. Fishman C, it's coming towards us. Then the Dragon God ship slowly entered the protective barrier of Fishman Island. Zoro, is it really the Dragon God ship? Sanji, their ship seems to be able to dive. At this time, Luffy was fighting against Hody Jones and didn't notice Lucci and the others. Meanwhile, Lucci had returned to the bow of the Dragon God ship. The ground suddenly collapsed. What's going on? Such a brutal battlefield. Then, Luji released his Conqueror's Haki, causing the remaining rebellious fishmen to faint, leaving only a few relatively strong fishmen present. Zoro, his ability is similar to Luffy's. Sanji, he seems to be even stronger than Luffy. At this moment, Luji was the first to notice Jinbei, not far away, a big blue fishman. Long time no see, Jinbei. Jinbei, Vice Admiral Luji, long time no see. At this point, Luji also noticed Zoro and the others, as well as those few powerful fishmen. Luffy, seriously, what are you looking at? Am I that handsome? In the end, Luffy even took out a mirror. Zoro and the fishmen instantly had black lines on their faces. Zoro, you're more shameless than that color chef. Sanji, what are you talking about, algae head? The two of them started arguing. At that moment, Nami appeared directly between them and then punched one of them. Zoro and Sanji immediately quieted down. Luffy was thinking, what kind of combat power does Nami have? At this time, the battle between Luffy and Hody Jones had already ended, but the Noah's Ark was still falling towards Fishman Island. The roadbed shook its head, then directly flashed in front of the Ark of Noah. The roadbed touched the Ark of Noah with one hand. The floating in mid-air ability of the Holy Master was activated in an instant. And then the Ark of Noah also stopped falling. Loki shouted directly, Princess White Star, try to feel your power with your heart. White Star looked at Loki and then did as he said. Soon, several large sea kings swam over, summoned by White Star. At this moment, Loki approached Luffy, who looked at Loki and then smiled. However, Luffy still fainted due to excessive blood loss. The roadbed immediately brought Luffy to the ground. Chopper quickly stepped forward to treat Luffy, but he had lost too much blood and needed a blood transfusion immediately. Roki watched from his side. He could treat Luffy, but he didn't, because this was the bond between Luffy and Jinbei, a bond between humans and fishmen. However, no fishman was willing to step forward to help, as it was a rule of Fishman Island and a reflection of the fishmen's distrust of humans. At that moment, Jinbei stepped forward, and Roki also came out. Chopper immediately prepared to give a blood transfusion, and Roki slowly woke up and approached. The first thing Luffy said when he woke up was, Jinbei, be my partner. At that moment, Jinbei reacted, Luffy, don't you have incredible healing powers? Luigi smiled. I forgot. In the end, Jinbei still refused Luffy, as he had his own matters to attend to and could not join the Straw Hat Pirates for the time being. At this moment, Luigi also received news that Blackbeard had gone to Impel Down and rescued several powerful pirates. Moreover, Blackbeard abandoned Whitebeard's Tremor fruit and chose the Quake fruit instead. The Quake fruit is an upgraded version of the Tremor fruit, and Blackbeard never expected to find this fruit. Due to Luigi's influence, Sengoku is still the Fleet Admiral, and Akainu has not engaged in a fierce battle for the Fleet Admiral position with Akiji. Additionally, through his interactions with Luigi, Akainu has lost the personality he had in the original story. At this time, Luigi received more intel, Blackbeard, having caused chaos in Impel Down and killed several celestial dragons and marines, now has a bounty of 2 billion, becoming the 5th Emperor of the Sea. This left Luigi speechless. On the other hand, the bounties for Luffy's Straw Hat crew had hardly changed. The only changes were Luffy's bounty rising to 400 million, and Chopper's bounty increasing to 10 million berries. Luffy and Chopper hugged Luffy at the same time as he took out the bounty notice for the two of them. Luffy is happy, and Chopper is grateful. No one knows how Chopper has been living these years. Even a bounty of 50 berries doesn't get anyone's attention. On the road, the bounty hunter saw Chopper and just passed by. 50 berries? Not even enough for the fare. They even speculated that the 50 berries were what Chopper used to buy the cotton candy. The Straw Hat crew and the people from the Dragon God ship stayed on Fishman Island for a few days and then prepared to leave. At that moment, the Big Mom Pirates unexpectedly arrived at Fishman Island. Luffy immediately asked Jinbei what was going on. In the end, Luffy learned the whole story behind the situation. The reason was that the Whitebeard Pirates attacked a large amount of territory belonging to the Big Mom Pirates. Therefore, out of revenge, Big Mom also targeted Whitebeard's territory, which included Fishman Island. Just like in the original story, Luffy issued a challenge to Big Mom. Soon, a group of them entered the New World. As soon as they surfaced, Luffy and the others were astonished by the weather in the New World. Luffy was also experiencing such severe weather for the first time in the New World. Then he looked at Luffy as if he had guessed the reason. Following that, he raised his right hand, and the hail, falling from the sky, came to a complete stop. Lucci had directly utilized Ximu's abilities. Then, with a wave of his hand, all the hailstones flew far away. At this moment, Lucia looked up at the sky again and raised both hands. Instantly, the weather began to change, and the sky became clear and cloudless. Lucia then boarded the melee and explained to them the peculiarities of the New World and the powers of the pirates in the New World. After that, Lucia parted ways with Luffy and the others. The Dragon God ship headed straight for the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. After several days of sailing, they finally spotted the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco saw the Dragon God ship from a distance. "Dad, it seems to be Lucia's ship." Whitebeard immediately looked in the direction Marco pointed. At that moment, a figure fell from the sky. "Dad, everyone long time no see." Marco exclaimed, "Lucci, are you okay?" Luji nodded. He had just left the Dragon God ship and flew over alone. Whitebeard said, "You little brat, making us worry about you." Then Luji came to Whitebeard's side. Luji suddenly narrowed his eyes. Why did Dad's condition worsen? "Marco, Dad knows about your attack by Big Mom's pirates. So he directly went to Big Mom's territory to cause trouble, using the powers of the Tremor fruit too many times." Luji didn't speak, just focused on treating Whitebeard. On the other side, aboard the Dragon God, Yixiao explained the relationship between Luji and Whitebeard to everyone. "Crocodile. If that's the case, does Whitebeard have to call Carp Dad?" "Inel. Ha. Carp suddenly has another son for no reason." "Lucci, I wonder what Whitebeard thought after figuring it out." "Kaku. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly have a grandfather for no reason." Ha ha. At this moment, Izo interrupted them. "All right, it's funny, but we need to stay calm. We can just laugh behind their backs." Everyone nodded. Soon, the Dragon God ship docked alongside the Moby Dick. After that, they boarded the ship and started a banquet. Whitebeard also got excited and directly asked the people on the Dragon God ship if they would like to be his sons. Even Izo wasn't spared. He looked completely speechless. The others all refused, and in the end, only Ace and Sabo agreed. Lucky glanced at Ace, then at Whitebeard. This strange fate. The Dragon God had only stayed for 3 days, during which the feast of food and drink never stopped. Even the god of wine, Lucky, felt a bit dizzy. Soon, Lucky and the others were about to leave because they received a message. The celestial dragon ship had been attacked in the New World, and Lucky happened to be nearby, so they asked him to go and provide assistance. Road base, what are the celestial dragons doing in the New World without being in Mary Joa? Soon after, the Dragon God ship revved up its power and quickly arrived at the place where the celestial dragons were attacked. From a distance, Robe saw a small boat on the sea. Several members of the CP organization were surrounding a celestial dragon on the boat. The Foundation quickly got them on the ship. As soon as the celestial dragons boarded, they were attracted to the Dragon God ship. "Celestial dragon, this ship will be mine from now on." Luji directly scolded the Tianlong people fools. Then he went in front of the people from the CP organization. "Luffy, what's going on?" On the other side, the celestial dragon was displeased when he heard Luffy scolding him. At that moment, a CP agent came over and whispered something to the celestial dragon, causing his legs to go weak. The 5 elders had warned all celestial dragons not to provoke a marine vice admiral named Luffy. This celestial dragon had a deep impression of him, but he did not know Luffy personally. He never expected to encounter the demon Luffy. Meanwhile, Luffy quickly figured out the situation. The celestial dragon was attacked by a group of pirates, and all the slaves on the ship were killed on the spot. The CP organization also suffered heavy casualties, and only a few of them managed to protect the celestial dragon and escape. "Robed, what pirate crew? You guys are actually not their match." "I don't know. I haven't seen their bounty. It seems like they haven't been wanted." "Roadbed, do you know their abilities?" "It seems they're all from the animal system." The Foundation is also curious. Otherwise, they must have an extremely powerful background. Otherwise, they must have never left any survivors. Or else how could there be no bounty? The Foundation sent the celestial dragons and the CP organization to a nearby island, and then prepared to pursue the pirates. Luffy was very curious about this powerful group of pirates who were not wanted. Soon, following the direction indicated by the CP organization, Luffy and the others discovered some pieces of ship debris. With a smile, he said, "It seems this is the place where the celestial dragons were attacked." Luyi nodded. Then he looked around. Soon, Luji discovered a small island not far away, and the Longshan ship headed directly towards that island. Before long, Luji and the others arrived at the small island, where there were some people living. Luji directly smiled and went ashore, while some people stayed on the boat and others went to gather information. Luji and Yishao quickly discovered something strange. These villagers seemed unable to see them. The roadbed tried to touch someone, and that person looked around directly. "What is it? A mosquito?" The Foundation was determined, but these people couldn't see it. At this moment, Lucci and his companions who were gathering intelligence, also discovered this matter. Just then, an earthquake occurred on the island, and Luji only felt the ground shaking violently. Yixiao's brows furrowed tightly. The villagers seemed to feel nothing. At this point, Luji seemed to realize something and hurriedly took Yixiao back to the Longshan. Soon, Luji and Yixiao returned to the Longshan, but Lucci and his group encountered problems. Several figures blocked their way. Lucci and the others quickly prepared for battle. Soon, they returned to the Dragon God's ship, but all of them had sustained some minor injuries. The roadbed hurriedly treated the three people. Roadbed, Akin, fly up and take a look. Akin nodded, and then his form began to change. Soon Akin transformed into a pterosaur. Akin flapped his wings and flew directly into the sky. Before long, Akin saw the full view of the island. In a while, Akin returned to the Dragon God's ship. Boss, the external and internal scenes of this island are different. It looks small from the outside, but inside, this island is ridiculously large. Lucky immediately thought of something. Illusion? He then asked them to wait on the Dragon God ship while he took Yixiao to delve deeper into the small island. He later gave Ace a leaf. If anything happens, just tear this leaf, and I will sense it. After that, Lucky and Yixiao flew directly into the island. After half a day's journey, the scene before Lucky changed. Looking back, the Dragon God ship was no longer visible. Yixiao said, "This small island really has a problem." Luji, Uncle Yixiao, can you sense the Dragon God ship with your observation haki? Just now, Luji tried it out and found that he couldn't perceive the Dragon God ship with his observation haki. He thought it was because his observation haki wasn't strong enough. But soon, Yixiao shook his head. Foundation, it seems that this island can be completely shielded. Even the observation haki can be blocked. Yixiao, moreover, there's a layer of illusion around the island, which is the villagers we encountered. The roadbed said, "That's right. The interior of this island is essentially a primeval forest." The roadbed and Yixiao turned around, and apart from some fierce wild beasts, there are no other life forms here. Luji, is the illusion of this island naturally formed or man-made? Yixiao, it should be naturally formed. After all, there is nothing here except for wild beasts. At this moment, Luji laughed. "I want this island." In the future, as Luji becomes stronger, he can completely change the illusion surrounding the island. He can create a barrier that is both offensive and defensive. This place will be a perfect base. Luji and Yixiao quickly returned to the Longshan Hao. "Ace, brother, did you find anything?" Road Base, "No, but this island is indeed very strange." Then Road Base told everyone about the peculiarities of the island, and also informed them that their base would be on this island from now on. At this moment, Lucci stood up. "No, boss, we encountered real people and were attacked." Luji seemed to have thought of something. Yixiao said, "Analu, perceive the surroundings of this island." The two nodded, and soon both of them sensed something. "Yixiao, there's a pirate ship not far away." Analu, "There are a few pirates on the ship. They must have gone ashore." Yixiao, "And they have a lot of treasure on their ship." Analu, "They should be the pirates who attacked the celestial dragons." Lucky burst into laughter. "Just as I thought. After their attack, they escaped to this island and were attracted by the illusions on the island. The ones fighting with Lucci and the others must be just a small portion." Everyone nodded. At this moment, Lucky waved his hand, ready to fight and annihilate the pirates. The Dragon God set sail instantly, heading straight for the pirate ship on the other side of the island. Soon, Lucky and the others spotted the pirate ship. The pirates on the other side also saw the Dragon God. "Captain, a ship is approaching us." The captain replied, "The captain hasn't returned yet. Sink that ship immediately." In an instant, the pirate ship opened fire, and countless bombs flew toward the Dragon God. Joseph remarked, "Really? They didn't even greet us." Johnny added, "Not polite at all." The two jumped into the air. In an instant, several slashes were unleashed, and the bombs in the air were sliced apart by the two. At this moment, they used the moon step to stand in the air. Draw and slash, dragons roar. Draw and slash, tigers howl. Instantly, two powerful slashes flew out. The captain of the pirate ship did not expect to encounter such strong opponents. He leaped into the air, drew his saber, and managed to block the two slashes. However, he was still sent flying, and his saber shattered in his hand. The captain exclaimed, "So strong." He then spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Meanwhile, Lucky raised his right hand. Instantly, countless wooden vines appeared around the pirate's ship, wrapping around it and crushing it. One ship slowly sank to the seabed. At this moment, several figures emerged from the illusion. At a glance, the person in front on the roadbed has a strong presence. The corners of the embankment's mouth curled into a smile. Interesting, this momentum. The strength must be quite formidable. How frightening. Luffy directly gave him a slap. He couldn't play with Uncle Kizaru anymore. He got infected. After that, Luffy and the others also disembarked from the ship. Pirate captain, friend, we don't interfere with each other. So why did you attack my crew and my ship? The pirate captain was also startled by Luffy's imposing aura. Such a presence indicated strength that could only be stronger than his own, not weaker. Row base, are you pirates? The pirate captain nodded. Luji, we are the Navy, now you know. The Longshan ship is not flying the Navy flag. And Luji and the others are not wearing Navy uniforms. So as long as Luji doesn't say anything, everyone knows they're the Navy. Of course, except for some who have seen Luji's photos. Their outfits are all based on their own preferences. For example, Luji often wears a black suit or a trench coat. Whether on the ship or off it, there isn't a single naval insignia on him. The pirate captain across from him was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. This naval officer, we're not wanted, so what right do you have to arrest us? Luffy, I don't know about the others, but just now your pirate ship fired cannons at me, and with this alone, I can capture you. The pirate captain immediately looked at the rescued captain. The captain said, Captain. The pirate captain directly killed the captain with a single slash. Then he looked at Luffy again. The current captain's eyes filled with murderous intent. Robed, what's wrong? Not installing anymore? Luji had a brilliant smile on his face. Then Luji waved his hand, and instantly all the members of the Dragon God ship rushed forward. The pirate captain shouted, Damn it, boys, kill these Navy men. The pirates charged forward as well. At that moment, Luji had already vanished from his original spot. Suddenly, Luji appeared beside the pirate captain. The roadbed kicked toward his head, and he immediately raised his hand to block the attack. Subgrade. The reaction speed is quite strong. Pirate captain, kid, remember this? The one who will kill you today is called Highway. Luj. Then remember, my name is Luj. After that, the two began to fight. Their strengths seemed evenly matched. But Luj subtly had the upper hand over HIT. HIT threw a punch at Luj's head, but Luj caught it with one hand and immediately kicked HIT in the abdomen. In an instant, HIT flew out, and Luj charged at him again. The roadbed kicked directly at Haiji's waist, and Haiji immediately steadied himself, then turned his body. One foot of the roadbed kicked empty, and, at that moment, the Haikaway also kicked toward the roadbed. The embankment used its arms to block, but was still knocked away by a tremendous force. The roadbed quickly stabilized itself. At this moment, the roadbed's eyes gleamed with a flash. The electric eyes are overwhelming. In an instant, the roadbed shot out 2 beams of laser from its eyes, and Haishi reacted just in time to dodge to the side. However, the spot hit by the laser was directly blasted out, creating a large hole. Haishi, I've been a pirate for 40 years and have never seen such a... Luffy's eyes narrowed. A pirate from 40 years ago? A pirate from the same era as Roger and Rox? Then why hasn't he been wanted? At that moment, Haiji had already rushed over, and, taking advantage of Luffy's distraction, he directly punched Luffy in the face. The embankment flew directly out. The road base, damn, a punch hit my lower jaw. At that moment, the road base moved again. Tree realm instantly, countless trees grew around the road base, and it merged directly into the trees. The Haishi began to look around constantly, and, at that moment, a figure emerged from the trees behind Haishi and delivered a punch directly to him. Haishi flew out, and then the road base returned to the trees. Haishi, have the guts to fight me face to face. At that moment, 3 road bases appeared. Wood Body, this is a clone created by the road base using the forest fruit. And of course, these clones are not just for show. At this time, the other 2 road bases began to gather energy in their hands. One was shimmering with light, while the other was engulfed in endless darkness. Light Wave Dark Flame, the 2 attacks were launched instantly, and Haishi could only jump in the air to avoid them. Luji, I've been waiting for you. At this moment, the trees behind Luji swayed slightly, and a massive wooden dragon flew out in an instant. Wooden dragon. The wild boar was instantly knocked away by the wooden dragon. The roadbed lifted its ability and then looked at the already landed Haiji. Haiji spat out a mouthful of blood, but a smile appeared on his face. At this time, most of Haiji's subordinates had been defeated. One could say that in this pirate crew, everyone except Haiji was garbage. Luffy looked into the distance at Ace. Ace, call the Admiral and ask if he knows a pirate named Kaido. Ace took out the transponder snail directly. This time, it was Kaido who narrowed his eyes. Wanted to stop Ace, but Luffy had already appeared in front of Kaido. We haven't finished our fight yet. The roadbed kicked Haiji away to a distance. At this moment, Ace's phone also got through. Sengoku, Moshi, what's up, Ace? Ace, Marshall, I'm here to ask if you know a pirate named Haiji. Sengoku. Haiji, a crew member of the Rocks Pirates, very strong, mainly because he possesses a strange devil fruit ability. However, he disappeared before Rocks was defeated. Ace, Marshall, what kind of devil fruit user is he? Sengoku. It seems to be a mythical Zhoulan type, but I'm not sure about the specifics. What's going on? Ace, we've encountered Haiji, and brother Luffy is fighting him. Sengoku, what? Tell Luffy to be careful. Haiji is not as simple as he seems. Ace responded with an and then hung up the phone. After that, Ace shouted the news about Haiji to Luffy. Roadbed, I didn't expect you to still be a member of the Rocks crew. Hi, Dewey. I realized long ago that he wouldn't succeed, so I left the Chris pirate ship early. Luffy, I'm very curious. What is your devil fruit? Haki, you're not worthy yet. At this moment, the last few members of the pirate crew were also defeated. They were all Zhoulan-type devil fruit users, making them harder to deal with. On the other side, Luffy kicked Haki away. Then Luffy raised his right hand. Burning flamme explosion. In an instant, a wave of high-temperature energy rushed towards Haki, who immediately began to roll to avoid it. Just then, many rocks appeared around Haki, blocking him. Ace and the others looked directly at Sabo. Sabo, it's not me. It's my brother's own technique. Luffy then fired another energy wave. This time, Haki took the hit directly, and after the attack, Haki reappeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Haki's upper body was bare, as his shirt had been shattered by the energy wave. To Luji's surprise, Haiji's upper body had no injuries at all. Then, Haiji forcefully charged towards Luji, moving at an astonishing speed. The embankment was directly hit by a punch and flew out. However, the embankment quickly stabilized itself. Luji, are you serious? Is this really your true strength? Luji revealed a smile, and then liquid metal began to appear on his body. Longjin Jiaowu, arms. Then Luji moved, and Haishi also moved. Their speed was so fast that it was hard to see clearly, even leaving after images in the air. At this moment, Haishi's momentum surged again. A wave of energy was instantly released. Road Base, Conqueror's Haki? I didn't expect you to possess it. Then Road Base's gaze narrowed, and a similar aura emerged to counter it. Haiji, you brat actually have it too. At this moment, another wave of aura erupted beside them. Ace and Sabo's Conqueror's Haki activated. Here, Sabo's Conqueror's Haki is an addition by the author. It wasn't in the original work. I hope you can leave some devil fruits and villain plots. The author really can't think of anything. A lot of what the author writes doesn't align with the original work. These are all additions the author came up with. The author has a silly personality, so most of the plot is quite nonsensical. Please bear with it. The activation of Ace and Sabo's Conqueror's Haki stunned Haiji. Haiji, when did Conqueror's Haki become so common? At this moment, Road Base moved again. Luji kicked towards Hai's head, and Hai raised his arm to block it, then turned around and kicked directly at Luji's chest. The ground suddenly flew out, but it quickly stabilized, and the attack from Haiji couldn't break through the dragon gold armor on the ground. At that moment, the ground waved both hands, and countless wooden vines shot up from the ground. They immediately rushed towards Haiji, and in an instant, Haiji was tied up like a Zhongsu. However, with a strong effort, Haiji instantly shattered the wooden vines. But by then, the ground had already reached in front of Haiji and kicked him in the chest. Haiji flew backward, instantly spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, as a user of the animal-type devil fruit, this level of damage was nothing for Haiji. The battle between the two continued for a day and a night, and now both were still full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. At this moment, Haiji was once again knocked back by the ground. This time, Haiji floated in the air. Suddenly, Haiji's body began to change. A pair of horns grew on his head. Wings sprouted from his back, and sharp fangs appeared in his mouth. Haiji said, I'll tell you what kind of devil fruit I have. I am a user of the animal-type human fruit, mythical beast form. Luji's eyes narrowed as a large amount of dark energy began to emanate from Haiki. Luji immediately unleashed the light of the light fruit to counter this dark energy. Haiki said, your devil fruit is truly amazing, but in front of me, it's all garbage. Then Haiki charged directly at Luji, sending him flying with a single blow. Luji, damn, that was fast. After landing, Luji spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, but quickly assumed a fighting stance, and the wounds on his body began to heal. At that moment, Luji moved as well. A flash of light passed, and he appeared directly behind High C. Then, Luji punched towards High C's head, sending him crashing to the ground. A huge pit appeared instantly on the ground, and as the smoke dissipated, High C's figure was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, a voice came from behind Luji. Kid, your speed is not bad. Then Luji flew out, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The Foundation. As expected of an old-school pirate, their strength is impressive. However, the style takes a turn. A gust of wind began to blow around Luji, and then Luji's armor started to change. Dragon God armor, armed arms. In an instant, countless elements formed Luji's armor. The overall momentum of the embankment has also been enhanced. Subsequently, the embankment pointed towards the High Zui. However, today you encountered me. Then, the embankment's hands released two rays of light, one white and one black. The black and white yin-yang strike, thunder. In an instant, a yin-yang sphere appeared, continuously flashing with lightning. The roadbed directly hurled the attack towards Haiji. Haiji let out a cold laugh and did not dodge. Instead, he extended his right hand. A ball formed in front of Haiji, composed of black aura, and then it flew out as well. The moment the two attacks collided, a burst of bright light erupted. Luji and Hai-Shi also flew out. Hai-Shi, damn, I messed up to show off. This kid is too abnormal. Hai-Shi rubbed his aching chest. On the other side, Luji landed and immediately kissed the ground, then disappeared on the spot. Hai-Shi, where's that little brat? At this moment, 4 water walls appeared around Hai-Shi, and a serious expression immediately appeared on his face. At this time, Luji also appeared, and it was seen that a giant water ball was in Luji's right hand. Roadbed, are you strong? Aren't you afraid of water? Then Roadbed directly threw the water down. In an instant, Haishir was submerged by the seawater, and he felt weak all over, his body returning to its original state. Then he fainted directly in the water. The Foundation directly removed the water. What are you showing off for? Then the Foundation took out the Sea Tower Stone handcuffs. Now the Foundation is no longer afraid of the Sea Tower Stone and water. The road base directly handcuffed Haiji, but still wasn't at ease. So he took out a sea stone chain. In an instant, Haiji was tied up like a Zhongzi. Ace, big brother, where are we going now? Foundation, record the coordinates of this island, as it will be our base in the future. Ace immediately went to take care of it. Row base, Sabo, call the marshal and ask if the shipment should go to Advanced City or the naval headquarters. Sabo nodded, then stepped aside to take out the Den Mushi. Soon, Ace returned. The recording of the island was complete. On the other side, Sabo also ran over. Big brother, the marshal wants us to send it directly to Advanced City, then return to Marineford. At this moment, Luffy noticed that Sabo was hiding something. Roadbed, Sob, what happened? Sob, bro, let's go back first. You'll know when we return. Roadbed, tell me, Sabo, it's okay. Sabo thought for a moment and finally spoke up. My sister-in-law was injured and is currently in the hospital. Although she has been saved, she hasn't woken up yet. In an instant, Roadbed's body surged with rage. Who did this? Sabo, I don't know. The marshal didn't say. Luji took a deep breath. Get on the boat. Soon everyone boarded the boat. Luji placed both hands on the ship, floating in midair and instantly teleporting at super speed. Luji directly used the chicken talisman and the rabbit talisman. Half an hour later, the dragon god appeared at the port of Marinvondo. Haiji was still being carried by Luji and the others. Soon, Luji arrived at the hospital. Luji looked at Dasky, who was wrapped up like a Zhongzi on the hospital bed, and the aura of brutality around him re-emerged. However, it was quickly suppressed by Lugia. Legiti came to the bedside. A beam of light from holy light instantly shone on Daki, and the wounds on Daki's body were quickly healed. Daki slowly opened her eyes. Luji, Dasky, wake up. Dasky nodded. Then, with Luji's help, all the bandages on her body were taken off. Luji, who did it? At this moment, Luji spoke up. Daki didn't say anything because he didn't know the other person. Luji saw that Dasky didn't speak and didn't ask further. He simply patted Dasky's head. Let's sleep a little longer. Seeing Dasky fall asleep, Lugia went straight to the marshal's office. The roadbed didn't say anything. He just looked at Warring States. Warring States. It was done by the Celestial Dragons, and Carp has already gone to the Holy Land. Luji's fists clenched tightly, and the violent aura on him finally became uncontrollable, bursting forth all at once. Zhangguo was taken aback by Luji. Then Luji stood up, preparing to leave. Zhangguo said, Luji, don't go too far, just kill a few, and that's enough. The road base nodded. Then, the road base at the office door transformed into a flash of light and disappeared. Soon, the road base appeared above Mary Geos. At this moment, Carp was negotiating with the 5 elders. Luffy flew directly over. Carp, Luffy, you're back. You negotiate with them yourself. The roadbed moves forward and opens directly. The first option is to hand over the murderer, and the second option is to hand over 10 celestial dragons. Luo Ji didn't give the 5 elders a chance to negotiate. The electric eye is pressuring them. At this moment, Luo Ji's eyes emitted a laser that directly pierced through the body of a celestial dragon. You have 10 minutes. For every minute that passes, I will kill one celestial dragon. Then the five elders began to discuss among themselves. Soon, Luoji released another laser. However, this time the laser pierced through two celestial dragons. Luji, oh no, I made a mistake. Then his expression changed. You have 8 minutes left. At this moment, one of the five elders raised his hand to stop Luji. We will hand over 10 celestial dragons. Roadbed, it seems the murderer holds quite a position. Then his expression changed again. The price has gone up, 20 celestial dragons. At this moment, the five elders also looked rather displeased. Are you messing with us? Lucci smiled at the Gorosei and said, how is that possible? Then he raised both hands. Suddenly, the entire Mariewa began to shake. As long as I want, the whole Mariewa could be destroyed. At that moment, the Gorosei couldn't help but swallow hard. They really did not want to oppose Lucci, primarily because of his own strength and abilities, and secondly, because of his monstrous background. If his background only included one carp, it wouldn't be this serious. The key was that almost all the high-ranking officials of the Navy stood behind Lucci. In the end, the Gorosei compromised and directly selected 20 lower-ranking celestial dragons to hand over to Lucci. Lucci directly killed the 20 celestial dragons in front of the five elders. With a burning flame explosion, these celestial dragons were blasted by Lucci's energy wave, leaving no trace behind. After that, Lucci and Carp returned to Marineford. At that moment, a celestial dragon was trembling in the castle. Soon, the five elders sent a message, and only then did he feel relieved enough to go outside. However, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. The celestial dragon looked and saw it was a monkey, but the monkey revealed a sinister smile. Thunder. In an instant, the celestial dragon was turned to charcoal, and the monkey vanished. At this time, Lucci appeared next to Carp. Carp killed? Legiti nodded. The monkey just now was indeed Legiti, who had transformed using the monkey talisman. Carp, how many have you killed in total? Road base, 24 pigs. Carp, they brought this upon themselves. There's nothing we can do. And so, the grandfather and grandson leisurely returned to the Navy headquarters. Carp and Road base went straight to the office. At that time, a group of bigwigs had already gathered. Sengoku, is it resolved? Luji nodded. Carp, Luji directly killed 24 pigs this time. Sengoku and the others all knew what Carp meant by pigs. Akiji, 24, just thinking about it feels good. Akainu, why not kill 6 more to make it an even number? Kizaru, over 20, how scary. Zephyr and Crane, who were nearby, were also shocked by Lugia. At this moment, Sengoku coughed a few times. All right, let's not discuss this matter anymore. Let's talk about the position of the 4th Admiral. Luffy was taken aback. The 4th Admiral? At this moment, Sengoku explained to Luffy. Because of your outstanding performance and the capture of a big pirate like Kaido, we are preparing to make you the 4th Admiral. Row base. Admiral? Sure, but I don't serve the Celestial Dragons. Sengoku, that's not a problem. I'll arrange for Kizaru to serve the Celestial Dragons. Kizaru looks confused. Why me? Sengoku, I'll give you a raise. Kizaru, actually my salary is already quite good. Sengoku, produce. I'll give you more vacation time. Kizaru stands up and pats his chest. Don't worry, Commander, I guarantee I'll complete the task. Robase smirks slightly. This is the legendary. With salary in place, the Yonko can be rendered useless. At this moment, Sengoku looks at Roadbase again. Do you have any questions now? Roadbed. I feel that Uncle Ishiao can do it too. The Warring States shook his head. Ishiao was unwilling, saying he only wanted to be under your command. Lujia smiled and shook his head. Then he stood up. I am willing. Warring States. Okay, it should take about 3 days for the notice to come down. Legiti nodded. The task below was to take Haiji to the propulsion city. The Longshan ship set sail quickly. On the deck, Lujiti approached Ishiao. Uncle Ishiao, why? Ishiao replied, you changed my view of this world, and you also helped me see the light again. Subgrade, but your talent is wasted with me. Ishiao, wasted talent. How is that possible? Besides, it's very exciting to be with you. Luji smiled. At this moment, Luji gathered everyone from the Dragon God ship. Luffy next. I want to announce something. The vice captain of our ship is Ishiao. Everyone shouted in unison, as they had already regarded Ishiao as the vice captain. Ace and Sabo are Luffy's right and left arms, and they're different from Ishiao. Right and left arms are not necessarily vice captains. Ace and Sabo don't want to be vice captains at all. At this moment, Van Oka spoke up. Captain, we can see him impelled down. Luji nodded. And soon the Dragon God crew brought Haiyu into the propulsion city. Now the director of propulsion city was Hannibal, with Magellan as the deputy director. Hannibal directly took Luji and the others to the 6th level, Infinite Hell. Currently, Infinite Hell was sparsely populated, as most people had run out. They found a cell and directly threw Ximu inside. Afterwards, Luji and the others prepared to leave. At this moment, Luji finally saw Magellan, the user of the venom fruit. The road base directly leads to Magellan. Hannibal immediately stopped the road base. Hannibal, General Luji, Magellan is constantly emitting toxins. Getting too close will affect you. The roadbed shook its head. Don't worry, the poison is ineffective against me. Lucy approached Magellan and then extended his hand. Hello, I am Admiral Lucy. Just as Magellan was about to shake hands, he pulled back. However, Lucy directly reached out and grasped Magellan's hand. Don't worry, poison doesn't affect me. Magellan then spoke. Hello, I am Vice Warden Magellan. At this moment, Lucy took out a necklace. This is for you. It can suppress the side effects of your devil fruit, but it won't affect your combat. Magellan's eyes narrowed instantly. This was specially made by Vegapunk, and I have already tested it. Magellan's strength is comparable to that of an admiral, so it's best to be friends if possible. After a moment of hesitation, Magellan directly put on the necklace. Instantly, he felt that his stomach pain was gone. The necklace was effective. He then looked at Lucy with great surprise. At this point, a large amount of venom began to flow from Magellan's body, which then transformed into a giant dragon and charged out. Magellan remarked, as expected, it doesn't affect my combat. This amount of sea prism stone does not hinder the devil fruit's attack. It's different from Lucy's, which directly entered the body and thus affected the devil fruit. Soon, Lucy left the area, and the dragon god returned to Marineford. At this time, the news of Lucy becoming an admiral had spread. The youngest admiral in the Navy, the Devil Admiral, Monki D. Lucy. Luji returned to the villa to rest for a while, as the awarding ceremony would take place in 2 days. At that moment, the door of the villa was knocked on, and Tao Tu and Jia Ji stood at the entrance. Sister Tao Tu, Major General Cha Tun, is there something you need? Tao Tu replied, come with us. Luji then groggily followed the two to the Navy headquarters training ground. Roadbed, what are you doing here? Peach Rabbit, challenging you. T-Pig, we've waited for several years, and we didn't expect you to get here first. Luji immediately understood the reason for the two people's reaction. It was because he had become a general. Both of them were candidates for the position of general, and they didn't expect him to get ahead of them. Luji nodded, then directly assumed a combat stance. Tautu drew her saber, Jinbaira. Chatten, on the other hand, used martial arts, and Chatten's martial arts were very strong. Both of them had the strength that was infinitely close to that of a general, but neither had become a general. At this moment, Tautu had already swung her blade at Luji. The roadbed jumped directly into the air and then kicked towards Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit instantly took out a knife to block, but was still kicked away by the roadbed. At that moment, T-Pig had already reached the side of the roadbed and kicked towards it. Luji quickly raised his arm to block, but still took a few steps back. However, he quickly steadied himself and charged forward. Chatto also raised his fist. The two fists collided directly, instantly creating a shockwave centered around them. At this moment, Tautu suddenly appeared from the side and swung a knife directly at Luji. Luji hurriedly pushed back the T-Pig and then kicked towards the Peach Rabbit. Luji was directly cut by Tautu with a knife, but Tautu was also kicked away by Luji. The wound on the embankment healed quickly, but the embankment clothes could no longer be worn. Luji directly threw away the clothes on his body, and at this moment, the T-Pig behind Luji widened its eyes. The tattoo on Luji's back startled the T-Pig. At this moment, Luji's tattoo had been completely colored, looking vivid and lifelike. Suddenly, Luji vanished from spot. In an instant, Luji appeared next to the T-Pig. T-Pig commander, don't get distracted during battle. Then, Luji punched the T-Pig in the stomach. The T-Pig flew out directly. Luji had already held back his strength, otherwise, the T-Pig would have spat out blood by now. At this moment, Tao Rabbit unleashed a slash. Luji's hands began to ooze liquid metal, instantly covering his fists. With the dragon golden armor and gauntlets, Luji was not completely covered in metal, but only had one fist. Gauntlets, heavy strike. That slash was directly shattered by Luji, and the fist's wind made Tautu's cloak flutter. At this moment, the T-Pig that had been knocked away charged out again. Luji directly punched Cha Tun in the face. The ground troop directly crashed into the wall of the training ground, creating a huge hole between the walls. Chahog slowly stood up. Kid, have you heard of hitting people, but not hitting faces? The commotion just now had startled many people, and they directly arrived at the training ground. Navy A, that's Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and Vice Admiral Chahog. Navy B, and Vice Admiral Luji. Navy C, he's about to become a general. Navy D, It seems like they're fighting, and Vice Admiral Luji is facing the other two. At this moment, Sengoku and the others also arrived. Crane, I said Peach Rabbit would definitely not back down. Zephyr, Chog too, they've been waiting for years. Sengoku, this is a matter of strength. After this battle, they'll submit. At this time, Carp came over with a bunch of popcorn. Carp, do you want some? The three exchanged glances and then directly took some. Carp then turned back again. Akainu, is the barbecue ready? Kizuru, the popcorn is too old. Akiji, the chilled cola isn't cold enough. Akainu was using magma to barbecue. Kizuru was using his ability to pop popcorn, and Akiji was preparing chilled cola. Carp and the others watched the show while eating. The three of Akainu were working while watching the show. At this moment, Chahog charged towards Luji again, but Chahog's body began to change. Chahog's body started to turn into mud. Robase, a soil-type devil fruit, a lower-tier devil fruit of the rock and soil category, the mud fruit. At this moment, Sengoku and the others on stage also saw it. Sengoku, is this the devil fruit that Shibuya found? Crane nodded. Carp, it's also a natural type, not bad. Kizaru, we're out of popcorn. Shibuya directly threw out the mud, attempting to trap Roadbase. The corner of Luji's mouth revealed a smile. The roadbed slowly raised its right hand, and the soil instantly froze in midair. Loki, does T-Pig not know about my devil fruit ability? Then Loki directly waved his hand, sending the dirt back. T-Pig found himself unable to control it, and the dirt completely enveloped him. He struggled for a long time before finally pulling the dirt back into his body. At this moment, Loki clapped his hands. Tree whirled. Instantly, countless trees sprouted from the ground. Sengoku, the devil fruit hasn't awakened, but can create terrain that aids him. Crane, Loki has developed his devil fruit very well. Bring me another iced cola. At this moment, Loki had already disappeared into the woods. Then Loki continuously darted between Peach Rabbit, Crane, and T-Pig. The two were helpless against Loki's sudden attacks. At this time, Peach Rabbit seemed to have thought of something. T-Pig, destroy these trees. T-Pig immediately understood, and the two began to frantically destroy the trees. Soon only one tree was left, and Loki slowly walked out from inside. Luji smiled. Then he saw two identical Luji suddenly appear. The road bases, one on each side, and no one should steal from the other. Soon, the two road bases charged out directly. The real road base was watching the show from the side. The spectators in the distance were astonished by this move from the road bases. Before long, the two clones were shattered by Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. At this moment, Peach Rabbit directly unleashed several slashes towards the road base. The roadbed directly unleashed several wind blades. The T-Pig also threw out countless amounts of soil again. The embankment was struck directly by a lightning bolt aimed at Chaban. Accompanied by two screams, Tautu and Chaban were sent flying. Tautu had several wounds on her body, and Chaban was charred from a strike. Luji, you lost. Then Luji raised his hand again. Holy light. The injuries of the Peach Rabbit and T-Pig were immediately healed. After this battle, the Navy finally recognized Luji's strength. That day, Luji came before Van Oka and then took out two devil fruits from his pocket. Roadbed. This one is the Superman-type target fruit, and this one is the Superman-type speed fruit. Lucky paused for a moment. Both of these devil fruits are very suitable for snipers, and you should have heard of them as well. Fan Oka nodded, then he thought for a while. In the end, Fan Oka chose the speed fruit, as this fruit not only enhances his shooting skills, but also boosts his close combat abilities. The speed fruit allows the user to control speed, affecting both themselves and their enemies, enabling them to slow down or speed up. Lucky then threw the target fruit to Carp, asking him to keep it safe for now. Soon, the day of the award ceremony arrived, and Lucky became the 4th Admiral of the Navy. The next day, the Dragon Gods set sail, with their target being the island they had discovered earlier. After 3 days and nights of sailing, the Dragon God finally reached the island. Everyone disembarked. Then Lucky and Sabo activated their abilities simultaneously. In an instant, countless houses rose from the ground, complete with furniture inside. Roadbed. This is the base of our new world. Ace, bro, why did you build so many houses? Luch, of course it's for people to live in, paying attention to the news of the new world. If any country suffers a crisis, we can allow some civilians to come and live on the island. Then Luj arrived at the edge of the island. Lu Jiao looked at the illusion in front of him and saw his hands emitting a fierce glow. Then the entire illusion changed. Luji felt that he could control the illusion now. The opening and closing of the illusion, its mode, and the scenes within it were all at Luji's command. Then, Luji directly added an attack feature to the illusion. As soon as a stranger entered, wind blades would fly out from all directions to attack, and vines would grow from the ground to drive the intruder away. At this moment, Luji received a message urging him to head to Punk Hazard to support Smoker. Upon receiving the message, Luji quickly rushed over. As soon as he arrived at Punk Hazard, he saw the toxic gas covering the entire island. Loki arrived in the sky above Pankasade. This time, he came alone, without Ace and the others. Loki raised his right hand, and instantly, a large mass of dark clouds gathered in the sky. Then, Loki infused the holy light of the light fruit into it. Wherever the raindrops fell, the toxic gas would be purified. At this moment, Luji saw a building. The roadbed burst indirectly, and then I saw a group of Navy and the Straw Hat crew. Luffy, what a coincidence. Zoro, Luffy. Marine A, it's the Demon Admiral, Luffy. Marine B, his strength is particularly formidable. I've heard that even both Peach Rabbit and T-Pig together are no match for Luffy. But at this moment, someone quickly noticed the broken entrance. The roadbed also knows what they want to say. Don't worry, the poisonous gas outside has dissipated. At this moment, a female swordsman arrived. Zoro's expression immediately changed. Luffy, Guena, long time no see. Zoro showed a look of surprise. Guena, isn't she Dasuke? At this moment, Luffy saw the 4 swords at Zoro's waist. Wado Ikamanji, Akushui, Sandai Katetsu, and Yukai's. The roadbed directly brought the snow over. Guena, this knife is for you. Just right since you don't have a good dagger. Guena took the knife. Road base, Guena did not actually die. She only suffered severe brain trauma and has been in a coma until now. Previously, I went to the EC and happened to visit Gungshiro, and I treated Guena while I was there and brought her into the Navy. On the other side, Zoro's hands were trembling. Guena, Zoro, long time no see. Zoro still had a look of disbelief on his face. At this moment, Road Base came to Guena's side. Guena, your father said he quite likes this Zoro, and you know how Zoro feels about you. Then Road Base revealed a mischievous smile. Guena immediately blushed and lowered her head. Zoro, bastard, what are you talking about? Luffy, what's wrong? Don't you like Kuina? Then I'll introduce Kuina to Sanji. At that moment, Sanji immediately flew over and hugged Luffy. You really are my big brother. Then Sanji wanted to go introduce himself to Kuina. At that moment, a slash landed right in front of Sanji. Sanji's smoke was cut off, and a deep gash appeared on the ground. Zoro, you idiot cook, do you want to die? Sanji immediately shrank back, and then Luffy pushed Zoro in front of Kuina. At that moment, Zoro's face was already flushed red. Luji took out a camera and captured the scene. Find a time to send it to Gungshiro. At that moment, a cheer came from the Navy side. Virgo slowly walked over. At this time, Virgo raised his hand directly, using his finger gun to attack the nearby Navy. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Virgo's finger. Subgrade, do you believe I can break it for you? Lucky revealed a smile and calmly spoke. Just now, Virgo didn't see Lucky. The moment Lucky appeared in front of him, Virgo was drenched in cold sweat. Virgo, General Lucky, what do you want to do? How has Doflamingo been doing recently? Lucky did not pay attention to Virgo, but directly asked this question. Virgo's expression became even uglier. General Lucky, I don't know what you're talking about. Luji smiled and then slowly let go of his hand. Virgo knew he had given himself away, and suddenly his gaze became sharp. At that moment, Virgo directly aimed his spear at Luji. Virgo's attack was very sudden, and none of the Navy or the Straw Hat crew could react in time. At that moment, that hand grasped Virgo's hand again. Virgo's spear attack was unleashed in Luji's hand, but Luji remained unharmed, while Virgo's hand throbbed with pain. Luji smiled, then exerted force with his hand, instantly causing Virgil to let out a terrible scream. Virgil's fingers were crushed to a powder by Luji's grip. At that moment, Luji kicked Virgil away again. Luffy looked at the shock in the eyes of the people around him. Virgo was an undercover agent placed in the Navy by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Subsequently, Luffy approached Virgo, who was now heavily injured. Lucky felt around him and quickly took out a heart. Then he left with Virgo, and soon Lucky and Virgo came before a person. Lucky, the heart is returned to you, and this person is also handed over to you. That person is Luo. Thank you, General Lucky. Luffy waved his hand and then found Smoker, telling him about Virgo. After that, Luffy stomped on the floor, shattering it. Next, Luffy was going to find a major villain. Soon, Luffy arrived at the underground junkyard of Punk Hazard. The roadbed directly released a domineering sight, and in an instant, a dragon-shaped creature appeared. The roadbed flew directly over. From a distance, the roadbed saw a small pink dragon. Luji couldn't help but laugh. Finally found you, Tazizu. The roadbed directly jumped over and captured Tazizu. Tazizu, who are you? Roadbase, you don't need to know. At this moment, Roadbase carefully looked at the little dragon in his hand. Then, a light flickered in his hand. Yin-yang harmony. In an instant, a bright light flew out from the body of the pink dragon in Roadbay's hand and transformed into a little boy. This was the bright side of Momonosuke, while the devil fruit was on the dark side. Then he grabbed Black Momonosuke's hand and applied force, causing Black Momonosuke to die directly in Roadbay's hands. Loki directly threw Spade's Sook into the devouring space, and then threw in a fruit. After that, Loki whispered a few words into Sook's ear. Then, Loki took out a blade from a nearby pile of garbage. To practice divine skills, one must first castrate oneself. What use do I have for you? With that, he raised the knife and struck, sending a small carrot flying out. Luffy immediately used the holy light to stop the bleeding for Peach. From then on, there was a boy in the pirate world who refused to hug girls. Benefactor, men and women shouldn't have physical contact. At that moment, a figure flew down, and it was Luffy. With a loud explosion, Luffy landed. At this time, Luffy also saw Luji, who directly took Luffy up into the air. Luji then released his observation haki again. Soon after, Luji found the target he was looking for, a group of giant children. Luffy threw Peach Blossom to Rhodey, who then transformed into a flash and disappeared from a spot. Soon, Rhodey appeared in front of a group of children. But this group of children was all very large in size. They were now chasing a little girl in front of them who was holding candy. Lucky directly approached the group of children. Chains instantly. Countless metal chains appeared on the ground, directly restraining all the children. Then, Lucky's body emitted a bright light. Holy light soon. The children slowly regained consciousness, at which point Chopper, Nami, and Robin finally arrived. Seeing this scene, Chopper ran straight to Lucky. Chopper, I'm glad you made it, Lucky. The roadbed looked at the crying Chopper. So cute. Having such a reserve food would be nice. Chopper was overjoyed to hear the first sentence, but the second sentence made him break free from the roadbed's embrace. At that moment, Keese in the control room saw this scene on the monitor and revealed an evil smile. Keese directly activated the poison gas system inside the base, and in an instant, countless poison gases were suddenly sprayed out. Luji's eyes narrowed at the scene. In such a cramped environment, he couldn't purify the toxic gas. With no other choice, he could only lead everyone to escape. At this moment, Caesar had already confronted Luffy. The road base sent Chopper and the others to a safe area, and then headed directly to Luffy. At this moment, Caesar was boasting about his connections. Suddenly, a voice came through, mocking him for showing off such weak connections. Then, a figure emerged from the darkness, and it was none other than Luffy. Luji, Luffy's grandfather, is Garp. His father is the Revolutionary Dragon. His second brother is Fire Fist Ace, his third brother is Sabo, and his master is the Dark King Rayleigh. Among them, there are two who have a good relationship with Luffy, and Luffy's girlfriend is Boa Hancock. Caesar, who was standing nearby, was already shocked. He was terrified by Luffy's background. At this moment, Luji spoke again. Also, I am Luffy's older brother, Monki D. Luji, a Marine Admiral, codename Demon. As he spoke, a charming smile appeared on the corner of Luji's mouth. Lucci had long since controlled the hidden telephone bug, and what Luffy just said was not recorded. Soon, Luffy sent Caesar flying, and Lucci also disappeared. He was no longer needed here, and then Lucci directly appeared on the coast of the island. Soon, Lucci saw two people and immediately recognized them. Doflamingo's subordinates, Bartolomeo and Baby 5. A smile appeared at the corner of Lucci's mouth. At that moment, a giant steel figure walked out from a ship. Lucci's eyes lit up instantly. Transformers, Frankie the General. Every boy would be excited to see this. This is the joy of boys. At this moment, Frankie was already fighting with Buffalo and Baby, but the two of them were no match for Frankie at all. At this time, Luffy and his crew also ran out from base. Seeing that things were not going well, Buffalo and Baby directly fled. At this moment, Usopp and Nami stepped forward. One summoned lightning, while the other directly launched stones and sea stone handcuffs, instantly knocking Buffalo and Baby down. Even Caesar, who wanted to escape, was caught back. Then it was party time. At this point, Luji also noticed that the modified Momonosuke was actually afraid of women, even saying that Nami was a female demon and Robin was a scheming woman. Fortunately, Zoro and Frankie were holding him back. Otherwise, Momonosuke would have been doomed. At this time, Luji was treating each child, and even the incredible Luji was sweating. Soon, each child received treatment, although their physical forms did not recover. Their lifespan and constitution were restored. Soon the children boarded the ship, ready to send them back. The Navy raised their barriers and indoctrinated the children that pirates are evil and the Navy is just. Luji couldn't help but laugh at their appearance. These words were not just for the children, but also for themselves. At this moment, Luji stepped forward. There's no need for that. Liking something is just liking it. It can't be changed. He then turned back to the children. But don't become pirates. The children nodded. They knew that this older brother had also saved them. Soon, the boat carrying the children set sail. And on the other side, Luffy was also about to leave. At that moment, Luji arrived in front of the base and casually summoned a dark cloud. He then infused it with holy light and directed the rain to pour into the base. Soon, the toxic mist inside the base was cleared, and the Navy entered to rescue those trapped by the poison fog. The roadbed also followed in. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky, and it was Doflamingo. Doflamingo immediately unleashed his conqueror's haki, causing countless Navy soldiers to faint instantly, and then he began a one-sided massacre. At that moment, a smoke fist came flying in, and the one who arrived was Smoker. The two instantly engaged in battle. But Smoker was no match for Doflamingo at all. Smoker was quickly defeated, and other Navy soldiers who tried to help were also sent flying. Smoker charged at Doflamingo again, but was knocked back once more. This time, Smoker no longer had the strength to resist. Subsequently, Doflamingo sat on Smoker, preparing to deliver the final blow. At that moment, a voice rang out. Doflamingo, do you dare move? Doflamingo broke out in a cold sweat. He would never forget that voice for the rest of his life. However, a sinister smile appeared on Doflamingo's face. He then directly attacked Smoker. Rebellious boy. The ground instantly turned to metal, and Doflamingo was trapped by the metal. But soon, Doflamingo broke free. Has the devil fruit awakened? He looked at the roadbed in astonishment. Luji did not speak, and he was also unsure whether the devil fruit had awakened. He felt that the devil fruit could still be further developed. At that moment, Doflamingo directly moved away from Luji. Luffy, don't worry, I won't catch you. The one who will defeat you later is Luffy. Then Luffy lazily walked to the side. However, if you dare to make a move against the Navy, I won't mind killing you first. Doflamingo swallowed hard and finally left with Buffalo and the others. Luffy came to Smoker's side to heal him. Soon, Smoker was fully revived. At that moment, Luffy greeted Smoker and left. Before long, Luffy returned to Dragon God Island, which is the Strange Island. By this time, many residents had already arrived on the island. Luffy directly arrived at the naval base on Dragon God Island. This was something he had pleaded for a long time in front of Sengoku. Otherwise, Luffy wouldn't dare to casually build a naval base. At this moment, Luffy received another message, asking him to organize Doflamingo's movements in Dressrosa. However, another message arrived, stating that Kaido had sent Jack and Queen to Dressrosa, warning Luffy and his crew to be careful. The road base gathered the crowd, and the Dragon God set sail directly. After a period of sailing, a group of people finally arrived at Dressrosa. Luji, I'm late, because by this time, the place was already in chaos, and battles were still ongoing in the distance. The Navy was already here, but there was no commander leading them. The soldier directly grabbed a person and asked, which Navy are you from? Where is your commander? The Navy replied, we are the Navy on a mission nearby, and our commander was killed in the recent battle. Roadbed, the name of the commander. Navy, Major Kaidi. Roadbed, remember the names of all the sacrificed Navy personnel. Navy, who are you? Luffy, Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Demon Luffy. Then Luffy directly disappeared from the spot. At that moment, the birdcage appeared. The embankment. It started Doflamingo. Luji's face became serious. At this time, Ace and the others were also helping around. Just then, Luji saw the broken-legged Cyrus. The roadbed directly released holy light towards him in midair. In an instant, Cyrus's broken leg slowly grew back. At that moment, countless white lines descended, beginning to control people to kill each other. Luji's eyes narrowed. Dark Wave instantly severed countless threads, and Luji had already arrived in front of Doflamingo. At this moment, Luffy and Law also arrived here. The roadbed directly gives up its position. The foundation, Luffy, is entrusted to you. Luffy nodded, and then Luffy's brother disappeared again. The battle was escalating, and Luffy's brother stood directly in midair. Instantly, a dominating aura was released, centered around him. The Conqueror's haki was activated. In an instant, countless people fainted. At this moment, Luffy's brother instructed the Navy to move the fainted people to the center, as the birdcage was still shrinking. Just then, Doflamingo flew out, and Luffy also emerged in his Gear 4th, Bound Man state. Soon, the two began to fight again. While on the other side, Zoro completed his name and swiftly killed Pika. However, Luffy's Gear 4th time was quickly running out. The roadbed has directly entered a weakened state. At this moment, everyone starts to help Luffy by time. Suddenly, a figure appears in front of Luffy. Luffy looked up. Big brother. Roadbed. 10 minutes. Have a good rest. Luffy nodded. Luffy can be healed, but his stamina relies solely on himself. At this moment, Doflamingo charges directly at Luffy. The ground of the roadbed changed instantly, becoming metallic. Soon after, the roadbed waved its hand, and countless metals enveloped Doflamingo in an instant. However, Doflamingo quickly broke free. At this moment, the roadbed moved. Luffy kicked Doflamingo into the air with a single strike. Countless wooden vines then appeared behind Luffy. Demon vine tunder. In an instant, numerous vines attacked Doflamingo, infused with the power of lightning. Doflamingo could only keep dodging, his face serious, no longer wearing the smile he had at the beginning. Luffy was not using his full power now. If he did, Doflamingo would have already been defeated. Luffy once again knocked Doflamingo away, but did not harm him. At that moment, a surge of power erupted from behind Luffy. The roadbed smiled wickedly. It's up to you. Then, the Elastic Man Luffy appeared again in fourth gear. At this time, Zoro and his group were holding off the birdcage. Luffy directly approached them. Step aside. Then, Luffy's hands ignited with black flames. Dark flame. In an instant, Doflamingo's birdcage was set ablaze and began to expand at an incredible speed. In the end, Doflamingo was defeated by Luffy's ultimate move. Luffy arrived in front of Doflamingo first. His eyes were quite big, yet he wore sunglasses. Doflamingo's eyes were comparable to violets. At this moment, the true King Riku of Dressrosa was surrounded by the people. Then, Luffy arrived with a group of Marines. The Marines immediately knelt on the ground, and Luffy bowed his head and also knelt down. He then expressed his apologies to King Riku. In fact, it wasn't the Marines' fault. All these mistakes were caused by the world government. King Riku immediately helped Luffy up. At that moment, Luffy waved his hand, and instantly beams of light illuminated the ground. Soon, everyone's injuries were healed. King Riku expressed his gratitude, and Luffy said it was what he should do. Before they knew it, several days had passed. The Straw Hat crew was about to leave. However, at that moment, Luffy stopped Zoro. He wanted to test Zoro's strength. Luji, Ace, you guys go try against the others. The Dragon God crew nodded, and then everyone except for Xiao launched their attacks. Of course, it wasn't just the Straw Hat crew that was fighting. There were also Luffy's little fans. On the other side, Luffy charged directly towards Luji. The roadbed directly flung its hand, and in an instant, countless metal spikes flew towards Luffy. Luffy keeps dodging. At this moment, Luji speaks up. Luffy, use Gear 4th and show me your strength. Luffy nodded, then activated Gear 4th, bouncing into action. He threw a punch directly at Luji. Luji did not dodge and directly took the punch head-on. He was then knocked back, but quickly got up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Okay, but not enough. The roadbed kicked Luffy away with a single blow from the fourth gear. Then, with a powerful push of his legs, he launched himself forward and landed a punch directly on Luffy's abdomen. At that moment, Luffy's body instinctively unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Luffy didn't expect to unleash his Conqueror's Haki. Luffy was also stunned. This time, the Conqueror's Haki was released unconsciously by him. At that moment, Luji also unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. A clash occurred between the dark golden and red Conqueror's Haki. Lugue's face showed a smile. Luffy thought to himself, as expected of someone with the protagonist's halo, this progress is truly amazing. At that moment, Luffy charged at Lucci once again. The roadbed directly collided with Luffy's fist with a sidekick. In an instant, a loud bang echoed, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, and then Luffy was sent flying. Afterward, Luffy slowly stood up, and, at this point, he had already released his fourth gear. The roadbed shook off the leg that had just attacked. It hurts a bit. At that moment, a huge figure appeared. Luffy, Chopper, Monster Enhancement. At this moment, another candle giant appeared. Tino. Then the two giants began their battle. On this side, Luffy also stopped fighting, barely managing to stand up. At this time, a pirate ship appeared not far from the surface of the sea. Luji's eyes narrowed. Then he looked at Xiao beside him. Big guy, I'll leave this to you for now. Xiao nodded, and then Luji flew out directly. Luffy quickly arrived in front of the pirate ship, and he was indeed not mistaken. It was Jack and Quinn who came. Quinn had undergone full-body modifications, and his strength was now at the rear admiral level. On the other hand, Jack was even weaker, a complete failure in battle. At that moment, Jack and Quinn also spotted Luffy. Looky, what's wrong, Jack? Do you want to go to Marin Vondo and sit for a while? Jack's face turned pale. Suddenly, Lucky disappeared and soon reappeared in front of Jack. Jack felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then he was sent flying. At that moment, Lucky appeared in front of Quinn again. The roadbed kicked directly on Quinn's head. Quinn spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. The roadbed. This is how I fainted. This is too weak. At this moment, Jack had already rushed over. Without saying a word, Luji kicked out. And in an instant, Jack flew out again. With a loud bang, Jack crashed into the railing and then fainted. At that moment, Luji directly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, causing everyone on the ship to faint instantly. Luji came before Jack. Lucci stroked his chin and then smiled wickedly. He then returned to Dressrosa, where the battle between the Dragon God and the Straw Hats had already ended, with the Dragon God's crew emerging victorious. At that moment, Lucci flew back holding 2 ivory tusks. Luji, Ace, this is good. Put it in my room as a decoration. Ace nodded and then took the ivory. After that, Luji left. Luffy, I'll take a step now, and Ace will send you later. After saying that, Luji left and soon arrived in front of the hospital. At this time, several Navy officers surrounded the area. The embankment directly walked in, and as soon as it entered, it saw the real man, Senor. The roadbed came before him. Let me stay with my wife for a while, okay? Luji looked at the woman on the hospital bed. Holy light. The woman slowly began to wake up. Luffy looked at Say, or, take care of your wife, Say, or has already been killed by me. Then Luffy turned and left, taking the nearby Navy with him. At this time, the Straw Hat crew had already set sail. The unconscious queen had awoken and looked at Jack beside him. Why does Jack seem to have changed? Suddenly he thought of something. Jack, your ivory is gone. At that moment, Jack also woke up and immediately felt pain in his face. He then realized what Queen was shouting about. Where's my tooth? After that, Jack fainted again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luffy was also taking Doflamingo to Impel Down. After several days of sailing, Luffy and his crew arrived at Impel Down. The Foundation handed Doflamingo over to Magellan. Afterwards, the Foundation returned to Marineford. Lucky arrived at the office of the Warring States, as usual, then went to the cemetery to check on Karifa and the others. Finally, Lucky returned to his villa. Soon, Dasky received the news and also came. After staying in Marinvondo for a few days, Lucky left. He quickly arrived at Dragon God Island. At this time, an unexpected guest arrived at Dragon God Island. The visitor broke through the illusion with a knife and stepped in one step at a time. At this moment, Lucky also arrived there. Old me, what brings you here? My hawk had a black line on his forehead. Don't call me old me, okay? Old me, no problem, old me. In the end, my hawk got used to it. I was attacked and came here to take refuge. The roadbed was directly shocked. Who else can provide you refuge? My hawk, the Celestial Dragons, and the CP organization with the strength of 2 admirals. Roadbed, why? My hawk, the Celestial Dragons want me to be their slave. Roadbed, I didn't expect them to even dare to move against the 7 warlords. My hawk, the Celestial Dragons don't care about these things. Luffy nodded. He had experienced the shamelessness of the Celestial Dragons. Afterwards, Luffy took Mihawk to find a place to stay. At that moment, a ship appeared on the sea not far from Dragon God Island. Sir, Mihawk has run in this direction. The Celestial Dragon said, isn't there an island ahead? Let's go check it out. The person next to him nodded, and then the ship began to sail towards Dragon God Island. At this time, Luffy also sensed it. Luji, old me, the people chasing you have arrived. Then Luji brought Mihawk to the seaside, where they saw a luxurious ship from a distance. Mihawk, that's right, it's them. Then Luji directly whistled. In an instant, all members of the Dragon God ship appeared. I seal. The surface of the sea was instantly frozen. The crew of the Dragon God ship moved forward, while Luji took out a devil fruit. Roadbed, let's give another shot. Luji took a direct bite, and in an instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted. At that moment, Ximu's voice came through. Are you crazy? Your body can't handle this devil fruit at all. Do you want to explode? The Holy Master, what a reckless little brat. Hurry up, let's work together to suppress this devil fruit. Then, the 8 great demons acted simultaneously, and slowly Luji began to feel the power inside his body fading away. At this time, the Holy Master's voice came through. Kid, the energy from this devil fruit has been expelled, and your body can no longer withstand the energy from other devil fruits. The roadbed nodded. This devil fruit belongs to Momonosuke, and it was created by Vegapunk using Kaido's bloodline as a catalyst. Roadbed, it seems I really can't eat any more devil fruits. Luffy shook his head and then directly threw away the devil fruit he had taken a bite of. He then flew straight towards the Celestial Dragon ship. At this point, the people from the Dragon God had already boarded the ship. Celestial Dragon, what do you want? I'm a Celestial Dragon. Just then, Luffy appeared with a smile. Celestial Dragon? I've killed over 30 of your kind, so I'm not missing you. At this moment, the Celestial Dragon was completely terrified by Luffy. Then, a member of the CP organization stood in front of the Celestial Dragon. Sorry, Admiral Luffy, we didn't know it was you. We'll leave right away. Following this, the Celestial Dragon's ship quickly changed course, and Luffy and his crew stood on the ice watching. Then they returned, while Mihawk stayed on Dragon God Island. That day, Luffy and Mihawk were sparring. Mihawk unleashed a slash aimed at Luffy. Luffy directly shattered the slash with a punch, then unleashed several wind blades. Mihawk continuously used his black sword, Yuru, to block, and his body unconsciously stepped back a few paces. Dragon Golden Armor, Gauntlets. Luffy charged directly at Mihawk, their fists and sword clashing together. The impact of their attacks created a shockwave. Mihawk, Luffy, show me your full strength. The road base jumped directly to a distance. As you wish. Then the road base struck a pose. Gloves moved the ground. The fist of the roadbed even produced a sonic boom, and Mihawk lifted it directly. With the sound of an explosion, Mihawk was sent flying out, and even the black blade Yoru slipped from his hand. The roadbed came to Mihawk's side. Holy Light then directly lifted Mihawk up. Mihawk, how did you become so strong, you little brat? Roadbed, I don't know either. Mihawk picked up the knight. Let's go drink. It's on you, kid. Lucky directly placed his arm on Mihawk's shoulder. No problem. By the evening, Lucky thought again about the Holy Lord and what he had said. Kid, being able to eat 4 devil fruits is entirely due to those 4 statues. If you eat any more now, your body won't be able to handle it and will explode. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Rodbid, come in. Ace walked in holding a devil fruit. Big brother, I found this in the forest. Looking at the fruit, Lucky realized that this was the one that had almost caused him to explode. Put this devil fruit away. Someone will be suitable for it. Ace nodded and then stored the devil fruit. At that moment, Lucky's transponder snail rang. Moshi Moshi. Sengoku. Lucky, this is Admiral Sengoku. You need to return to Marineford immediately. Luji, okay. Then Luji hung up the phone directly. Luji said a word to Ace, and then turned into a light and disappeared. Soon, Luji returned to Marinvondo and went straight to the office. Marshal, what happened? Warring states. Blackbeard Teach suddenly appeared in the Holy Land, killed several celestial dragons, and took away multiple devil fruits. Roadbed. Tiki, do you want me to capture him? Warring states. No, I mean be careful. According to intelligence, Blackbeard wants to take back Vanoka. Roadbed. Okay, I understand. Warring states. Be careful with everything. Legiti nodded, and, at that moment, Zhongwu took out something. This is for you, the legendary weapon, Dragon Soldier. He then threw it directly to Legiti. Lui, Astik? Warring states. I'm not very familiar with this thing either. Figure it out for yourself. After that, Luji took the dragon weapon and left the office, returning to Dragon God Island. Upon returning to his residence, Luji took out the dragon weapon. At that moment, the voice of the Holy Master came through. Kid, this weapon is quite strange. Try to communicate with it. Luji nodded, then closed his eyes to carefully sense the dragon soldier. Soon, Luji opened his eyes. This weapon was remarkable. It could change according to the user's thoughts. Then, Luji dripped a drop of blood onto the dragon soldier. In an instant, the dragon soldier emitted a strong light, and then transformed into a dark golden stick. With a thought from the foundation, the dragon soldier instantly transformed into a ring. The embankment was directly brought to hand. At this moment, Fan Ao Ka walked into the office of the embankment. Boss, it seems that Blackbeard has arrived. Roadbed, I know, can he find you? Van Oak, yes. He has my life card. Legiti nodded. Don't worry, you are my partner. No one can take you away. Then Legiti disappeared again. At this moment, Legiti arrived at the seaside, where a pirate ship appeared not far away. Luji laughed directly, saying, You're really fast. That pirate ship was indeed the ship of the Blackbeard pirates. Luji directly whistled. In an instant, several shadows flew over, and the visitors were none other than the crew of the Dragon God. Roadbed, Van Oka, give him shot. Van Oka immediately took out his sniper rifle. He then aimed and fired directly. In an instant, a bullet flew out. The speed of the bullet was astonishing, invisible to the naked eye. The body of the giant wolf on the pirate ship was instantly pierced. Shiryu, Captain, it seems our sniper shot at us. Burgess, what is Van Oka doing? At this moment, Blackbeard Teach's face was particularly serious. What's going on? At that moment, the sea surface began to freeze at a visible speed. Teach, Akiji, impossible. He should be in the Grand Line. How could he come to the New World? Meanwhile, Roadbed and the others rushed over. Loki, long time no see, Teach. Teach, haha. Admiral Loki, long time no see. Roadbed, what are you doing here? Tiki, of course, I'm here to pick up my crew, Van Oka. Robace, sorry. Van Oka is now my partner, so please leave now. Teach, impossible. Then Teach looked at Van Oka. Van Oka, I'm sorry, I've turned over a new leaf. And now I'm a crew member of Robase. Blackbeard became furious, emanating a powerful aura centered on himself. The Conqueror's haki was unleashed. Luji smiled and then released a powerful aura. The two Conquerors' haki clashed instantly. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards Luji. It was Burgess, the captain of the first ship of the Blackbeard pirates. At that moment, a figure flew out next to Luji. What do you want to do? Sabo directly countered with a dragon claw, and the two collided, creating a shockwave. Then another figure charged out. It was Shiryu, the captain of the second ship. This time, Joseph moved. Are you trying to cause trouble? Right now, Joseph or Johnny could definitely take on Shiryu. And it was clear that the Sword Saint and the Blade God were not just titles. Both of them could fully bear these two titles. At this moment, a light sphere appeared in Blackbeard's right hand. Blackbeard said, Admiral Luji, come try my new move. He then threw a punch forward. Instantly, the space began to shatter, and a powerful force surged towards Luji and the others. The roadbed directly raised its right hand. Dark Realm. In an instant, that force began to be devoured. Luffy, Blackbeard, did you forget about my devil fruit ability? Blackbeard was taken aback at first, but then realized that Luffy's dark fruit, like his own dark fruit, could absorb attacks from many devil fruits. At that moment, Luffy moved and punched Blackbeard in the stomach before he could react. Instantly, Blackbeard spat out blood and staggered back several meters. Roadbed, Blackbeard, you better give it your all, or you will die. Luffy couldn't believe that Blackbeard had such limited power. After all, Blackbeard was able to fight to a standstill with Shanks, and even left a scar on Shanks' face. Moreover, Blackbeard was a Yonko, and his strength should not be underestimated. At that moment, black flames erupted from Blackbeard's body. Admiral Luffy, as you wish. In an instant, Blackbeard vanished. And suddenly Luffy felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by his body being sent flying. However, Luffy quickly steadied himself, though blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth. Luffy, as expected of the fifth Emperor of the Sea, your strength is not to be underestimated. Blackbeard, haha. Luffy the Admiral, today you will surely die. Road Base, you can give it a try. Dragon Gold Armor, armed. Then Road Base directly charged at Blackbeard. Blackbeard directly exchanged punches with Road Base. In an instant, a shockwave was generated and the ship's deck cracked. The power and momentum of both began to soar. Blackbeard, haha. It's a must that you've progressed so quickly. I should have killed you back then to eliminate future troubles. Road Base, now I know it's too late. Blackbeard, it's not too late. I can kill you right now. Suddenly, Blackbeard's momentum surged again, and Road Base instantly took a few steps back, but managed to steady himself. Their fists still clashing. Blackbeard Teach's own strength is not weak, and with the addition of two powerful devil fruits, Road Base felt a bit intimidated. Moreover, Blackbeard definitely has hidden cards. After all, Blackbeard will eventually battle Luffy, who possesses the Zoan-type human-human fruit, mythical beast form Nika. From this, it could be inferred that Blackbeard's strength is certainly above that of Big Mom or Kaido. At this moment, Road Base suddenly distanced himself from Blackbeard and raised both hands. One side radiated dazzling light, while the other was endless darkness. Feeling the two forces in his hands, Road Base couldn't help but complain internally. I must be the foolish protagonist in a foolish author's story. With so many abilities, I still can't defeat the Yonko. After that thought, Road Base didn't stop at all. Light and Darkness Dragon God Wave. Instantly, he brought his hands together, and a violent power erupted, taking the form of a dragon as it flew towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard directly used the dark fruit to try to devour Road Base's attack. Just when Blackbeard thought he was safe, a dragon's head pierced through the darkness in front of him. Blackbeard, how is that possible? At that moment, Road Base's voice softly drifted over. Blackbeard, did you forget that my dark fruit is the higher level fruit of the dark fruit? It was only then that Blackbeard reacted, but it was already too late. In an instant, Blackbeard was sent flying several meters, 100-fold pain spreading through his body. This was the side effect of the dark fruit. At this moment, Road Base's figure moved again. The roadbed directly flew into the air, and in an instant, both hands of the roadbed gathered a ball of lightning. Thunderstorm Luffy directly threw a lightning ball at Blackbeard, and in an instant, Blackbeard was engulfed in electricity. Not only was his body char black, but he even emitted a strong aroma of roasted meat. Then, Luffy flicked his right hand, and Blackbeard immediately felt a surge of pressure. He slowly stood up, but was already drenched in sweat. Gravity. Luji softly uttered these two words, and at that moment, the pressure on Blackbeard on the deck intensified. Finally, Blackbeard let out a roar, and in an instant, a shattering sound echoed. The pressure on Blackbeard vanished in an instant, and Luji slowly descended. At that moment, Luji waved his hands, and countless wind blades flew toward Blackbeard. Blackbeard was caught off guard, and suddenly found himself covered in numerous wounds, rolling on the ground in pain. However, Blackbeard quickly got back up, and his momentum surged once more. Suddenly, Blackbeard vanished from his original spot, and a loud noise came from beside Luji. Blackbeard was at Luji's side, ready to launch a surprise attack. But it seemed there was an invisible barrier protecting Luji. Wing shield. At that moment, a light rain began to fall from the sky, which then turned into hail. Blackbeard didn't notice anything unusual, as the weather in the New World was already quite bizarre. Heaven's punishment. Loki gently uttered 2 words, and in an instant, hailstones shot towards Blackbeard at a speed comparable to that of a bullet. Blackbeard's face turned pale with shock, and he quickly used the dark fruit to absorb the attack. At that moment, the hailstones in the sky grew larger, now about the size of a person. Blackbeard was also astonished by the scene before him. However, when he saw the corners of Loki's mouth curl up, he immediately guessed that this was all Loki's doing. At that moment, 4 more Lokis appeared around him. Would clone. Subsequently, the 5 Lokis surrounded Blackbeard. They simultaneously raised their right hands, and in an instant, a wave of intense heat emanated from their hands. Scorching flame burst. In an instant, 5 high-temperature shockwaves directly struck Blackbeard, resulting in a massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, Blackbeard was lying on the ground. Just when Loki thought everything was over, a hand pierced through Loki's abdomen. A mouthful of blood spurted from Luji, and the hand that did it was indeed Blackbeard's. Although Blackbeard was now completely charred, he showed no signs of having sustained serious injuries. Blackbeard. Ha! Admiral Luji, you hit me so hard. His face grew increasingly sinister. At that moment, Luji's abdomen was visibly healing, and the wound quickly disappeared. Then both Luji and Blackbeard moved, starting to collide repeatedly, their speeds creating sonic booms. They even left after images. The crowd couldn't see their figures without using observation hockey. Their attacks accelerated continuously, showing no signs of slowing down. At this point, Luji jumped back and placed both hands on the ground. Tree World. Instantly, countless trees sprouted on Blackbeard's deck. Tree World, Ghost Vines. This was a combination of 2 attacks, and the trees immediately grew vines that relentlessly attacked Blackbeard. Such an attack was something Blackbeard couldn't evade or defend against. The assault was too dense and too rapid. Suddenly, a change occurred as the trees began to collapse. Blackbeard started attacking the trees, bracing himself against the Ghost Vine's assault. Meanwhile, Luji wasn't idle either. A small whirlwind appeared in Luji's hand, which began to flicker with electricity. Tornado, thunder. This was a combination of a howling wind and the power of the Central and Soviet. Finally, Blackbeard knocked down all the trees, at which point Luji hurled the whirlwind forward. Instantly, Blackbeard was sucked into it. Luji then summoned a gust of fresh wind, instantly replenishing his depleted energy. At that moment, Blackbeard used the power of the dark fruit to escape from within. Blackbeard. Ha! Admiral Luji, let's call it a day. We'll meet again. With that, the Blackbeard pirates left. Blackbeard dared not confront Luji head-on. In terms of devil fruit powers or physical abilities, Luji was nearly equal to him, if not superior. Luji let out a sigh. He had almost exhausted all his trump cards and had only managed to reach a stalemate with Blackbeard. Suddenly, Luji noticed the pirate flag of the Blackbeard pirates. 3 heads? Pirate flags typically depicted the characteristics of the captain. Luffy Stauhat, Weitbatsbeat, Shangska. Loki, Blackbeard teach, how many secrets do you still have? After that, Loki led the crew of the Dragon God back to Dragon God Island. The battle between Luffy and Blackbeard also spread widely. This fight made both Luffy and Blackbeard more famous, especially Luffy. The title of the demon general overshadowed Akainu and the others. On the other hand, Luffy didn't care about any of this. Luffy found Vegapunk with that artificial devil fruit. Luffy, old man, can you help me out? Vegapunk, what do you need help with? Since the first time Luffy met Vegapunk, he never changed how he addressed him, and Vegapunk gradually accepted this title. The roadbed took out the devil fruit and the dragon soldier. Can you help merge them? Vegapunk, how did this devil fruit end up with you? Luji, it was a coincidence that I got it from Caesar. Vegapunk nodded, then took the devil fruit and the dragon soldier from Luji's hands. The success rate isn't very high. The road base nodded. Old Bay, go ahead and do it. Vegapunk helplessly covered his head, thinking it was really damn childish. Then, Luji started to wander around the laboratory. Before they knew it, a day had passed, and at that moment, Vegapunk appeared holding a ring. All right, Let's go. Lucky quickly took the ring. Thanks, Old Bay. Then Lucky left. Upon returning to Dragon God Island, Lucky went straight to a mountain peak on the island. Luji looked at the ring, which was now more exquisite than before. At that moment, the dragon soldier's aura surged, and a dragon roar echoed instantly. Soon, a dark golden giant dragon appeared. Although it wasn't as large as Kaido, it was still considerable in size. It was okay, just a bit small. The dragon soldier seemed to understand and then let out a few roars. Luji was astonished to discover that he could hear, possibly because the dragon soldier had absorbed his essence. He had formed a connection with the dragon soldier. Good job. You're amazing. You can turn into a weapon. At that moment, Luji waved his hand, and the dragon soldier instantly transformed into a staff, returning to Luji's hand. The surface of the staff changed, and a dragon appeared. Faintly visible, Luji smiled, then transformed Longbing back into a ring. After that, Luji returned to the base, and when he saw the documents on the table, his mind exploded. At that moment, Luji's eyes shifted, and soon Sabu appeared in Luji's office. After a while, Luji returned to his residence, while on the other side, Sabu kept looking at the documents, constantly cursing Luji in his heart. At this time, Luji's phone bug rang. Luffy picked it up directly. Moses. Warring states, Luffy, the criminals who escaped from Impel Down have appeared in the New World. You need to go capture them now. Roadbed. Who? Warring states, Golden Lion Shiki. Roadbed. He escaped from prison again. Warring states. He escaped while Blackbeard was causing chaos in Impel Down. And it seems he wants to take revenge on the Straw Hat Pirates. Roadbed. Okay, I understand. The Golden Lion and Luffy have already fought. And the Golden Lion was once again imprisoned in Impel Down, but unexpectedly escaped again. This time, the Golden Lion has come to the New World specifically to seek revenge on the Straw Hat Pirates. Lucky smiled. Interesting. He then directly summoned all crew members of the Dragon God and set sail. On the ship, Lucky couldn't help but murmur to himself. The Golden Lion, after all, was from the same era as Roger and Whitebeard, once known as the Sea Overlord, and had single-handedly stormed Marineford. His strength was not to be underestimated. Lucky shook his head again and bitterly smiled. He was also unlucky, encountering Luffy in the movie version. Wasn't this purely a package of experience? At this moment, the Dragon God had already soared into the sky, and without the life card of the Golden Lion, they could only search blindly. On the ship, Enel, Ishiao, Van Oka, and Lucky activated their observation hockey to its maximum range, try to locate the Golden Lion. Justin, Lucist and Mushihong. Roadbed, Moses. Warring states. New World Mariawa Island has been attacked, suspected to be the work of Gold Lion Shiki. Lugia understood. The distance between Mali Island and Dragon God Island is not far, so Lugia and the others quickly arrived at Mali Island. When Luji saw the devastation on Mali Island, anger surged within him. Everywhere were dilapidated houses, some civilian corpses, and several severely injured villagers. Lucky, Uncle Ishiao Ainalo, Fan Aokai, you continue to search for the Golden Lion. The others go help the civilians repair their houses and bury the dead. Then Lucky flew into the sky, and in an instant, countless rays of light shone down on all the civilians. Holy light! In an instant, all injuries healed at a visibly fast speed. At this moment, Lucky approached a villager. Excuse me, were you attacked by a person with golden hair and legs that are two swords? The man nodded. Which direction did he run? Then the civilian pointed directly to the east. Lucci nodded. At this moment, Sabo and the others had also finished their tasks and boarded the Dragon God. Just then, a figure emerged from a shadowy spot on the island. It was none other than the Golden Lion Shiki, whom Lucci and the others were searching for. They had just smiled, and before they could complete their reconnaissance, they boarded the ship and left, narrowly missing Golden Lion Shiki. At that moment, Shiki was holding Sakura Ten and a withered tree branch. Shiki, this little brat's ability is impressive. It actually made my legs grow back. Ha ha ha. Then, Shiki flew up directly, heading towards the Dragon God. I want this kid. The Golden Lion had set his sights on Lucci's healing ability. At this point, Shiki touched his head. It feels great to be free from restraints. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Lucci sensed that something was following him. As the roadbed turned, a small island followed behind the Dragon God ship. The Dragon God ship came to a sudden stop and then turned its head. At this moment, the island had already arrived in front of the Dragon God ship. The roadbed directly allowed the Dragon God to stop on the island, and at that moment, a person landed on the Dragon God. The newcomer was none other than the Golden Lion Shiki. The expression on the roadbed immediately became serious, because Shurji's legs had actually healed, and the helm on his head had disappeared. Shurji, kid, The one who just released that kind of light is you, right? Roadbed. It seems you've also taken a look. Shiki. Kid, I'll give you a chance to join my pirate crew. Roadbed. Golden Lion, are you still dreaming? You can't even defeat a small pirate from the East Sea. Shiki's smile grew increasingly cruel. Luffy. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, the Demon Admiral, Luffy. Shiki's smile completely vanished. The embankment. Today I'm here to catch you and send you back to the promotion city. Shurji sneered. Kid, are you sure you could defeat me now? Luji. How would we know without trying? Back then, you were sent to the promotion city by my grandfather, and not long ago, you were sent to the promotion city by my younger brother. This time it's my turn. Then, Luji moved. Lugia charged directly at Shurji, who immediately drew his twin blades to confront Lugia. Lugia was astonished to discover that Shurji's strength was incredibly powerful. Suddenly, a figure flew out, and that figure was Lugia. The foundation quickly stabilized. The dragon's golden armor was armed. In an instant, the foundation was covered with metallic battle armor, and, at that moment, the dragon soldier transformed from a ring into a staff. At this point, a momentum erupted centered around the golden lion. The road base suddenly erupted, and the Conqueror's haki clashed in an instant. Shiki actually possessed Conqueror's haki himself, but the transmission on his head had bound him. His strength and Conqueror's haki had not reached their peak. However, now that Shiki was free from the restraints, his power was immensely strong. At this moment, Shiki moved, and Sakura, Ten, and the withered tree instantly struck towards the road base. Lujin immediately used Longbing to block, and sparks flew as the weapons collided. At that moment, Lujin's eyes emitted lasers. Electric eyes are intimidating, and in an instant, a laser shot out. Shurji reacted instantly, tilting his head to narrowly avoid the attack. Shurji, what a peculiar ability. At this time, electricity surged around Lujin, and lightning instantly traveled through the weapon to Shurji. In an instant, Shurji's hair stood on end. Shurji exerted force with both hands and directly knocked Lujin away. The embankment slid along the ground for a distance, then directly kissed the figure. Luji, are you afraid of electricity? Then Longbing began to emit a powerful electric current. Seeing this lightning, Shurji felt increasingly fearful. He was indeed very afraid of thunder and lightning. At this moment, Luji charged towards Shurji again. Shurji then touched the ground, and in an instant, countless rocks and soil gathered to form a lion that charged towards Luji. Luji smiled gently, then raised his right hand. In an instant, all the lions turned to dust and merged into the ground. Shurji was initially taken aback, but quickly adjusted his state. He then flew directly to the surface of the sea, and in an instant, countless sea waters transformed into lions rushing towards Luji. The right side of Luji's base didn't even drop. Instead, the seawater rushing towards the base directly changed direction and surged towards Shurji. Shurji immediately reacted and then unleashed hundreds of slashes with his sword. For Luji, Shurji's swordsmanship was more terrifying than his devil fruit powers. Shurji also realized this and began to launch continuous attacks against Luji. The roadbed continuously used the dragon soldiers for blocking and kept launching counterattacks. The golden lion still did not use the abilities of the devil fruit to launch a surprise attack. At this moment, the roadbed raised the dragon soldier above his head. Dragon soldier, destroy the heavens. The embankment struck Shurji with all its might. In an instant, the deck beneath Shurji shattered, and he fell directly into it. Luji did not stop the attack. He directly struck at Shurji from the side. However, Shurji flashed a wicked smile, and then kicked out with one foot towards Luji. The roadbed flew straight out, and blood spurted out directly from the roadbed. Shurji, it's been a long time since I kicked someone. Luji, I'm sure you don't have athlete's foot. At this moment, Shurji suddenly erupted and rushed towards Luji. Luji quickly used the dragon soldier for defense, but was still knocked away by tremendous force. At that moment, a faint smile appeared on Luji's face. Countless metal chains suddenly emerged from the spot where Luji had just been standing. In an instant, they wrapped around Shurji's legs, and Luji also arrived in front of Shurji. The dragon soldier in his hand transformed from a stick into a knife. Luji directly slashed at Shurji's legs, and Shurji's face changed in shock. He then used a knife for defense, and fiercely struck back at Luji with another knife. The chest of the roadbed was suddenly stabbed, and blood flowed instantly. The foundation was directly knocked away, but soon the wound on the foundation healed. At this moment, Shurji also broke free from the chains. The dragon soldier transformed back into a stick. Shurji, kid, you can never defeat me. The roadbed, it's not over yet. The power of the roadbed surged once again. Divine Fury. Shurji was taken aback by the suddenly increased strength, and his grip on the knife unconsciously tightened. Soon, the roadbed's power stabilized, and then it charged directly at Shurji. The attacks of the two clashed instantly, and at the moment of contact, a crack actually appeared in the sky. Lucci shouted, "Get off my ship!" In an instant, a figure flew out, and it was actually Shiki the Golden Lion. At this moment, Lucci followed him. Shiki landed on the ground, instantly stabilizing his form, but his face involuntarily revealed a serious expression. Lucci had already caught up and swung his stick directly at Shiki. In an instant, the ground beneath Shiki shattered. Wood clone. Suddenly, two Luccis appeared. Although neither of them held weapons, they raised their right hands and instantly released energy waves. Burning flamme explosion. In an instant, Shiki was engulfed by the high-temperature energy waves. Shiki couldn't help but let out a scream, and soon the attack from the clones came to an end. Shiki was bald, his clothes were tattered, and his skin had turned charred. However, the power of the dual blades he was using against Lucci showed no signs of diminishing. At this moment, Lucci added more force to his attack. Surprisingly, Shiki started to laugh. He slowly pulled one of his knives away and managed to block Lucci's attack with just one knife. Shiki said, "Kid, I didn't expect you to push me to this point." It is speculated that Shiki used the same ability as his own Divine Fury. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his strength to increase so dramatically in an instant. Alternatively, Shiki may have never been using his full power. Luji couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at this moment. Suddenly, a flash of the blade appeared, and in an instant, Luji was sent flying. Blood sprayed from Luji's chest, and his left hand was severed and flew away. Luji covered the wound on his left hand, feeling very surprised. At that moment, Shurji let out a sinister smile and walked towards Luji step by step. The wound on the roadbed has healed, and the left arm is slowly growing back. At this moment, the armored transformation of the roadbed suddenly occurs. The dragon god armor manifests, fully armed. Instantly, multiple elements converge on the roadbed, and he speaks again. Tree realm, ghost vines. In an instant, countless trees grow, accompanied by several wooden vines. These wooden vines begin to launch a fierce attack on the roadbed. This time, both the power and speed of the attacks have reached their peak. The numerous assaults leave Shurji somewhat overwhelmed. Suddenly, a massive slash flashes by, and instantly half of the trees disappear. Luji's face showed a serious expression, but the movements in his hands did not pause at all. Finally, Shurji had cut down all the trees, and at this moment, a black and white dragon had already formed in Luji's hands. Light and Dark Dragon God Wave. Luji had been busy instilling other elements in a long-shin bow. At that moment, Luji directly attacked Shurji. The instant he struck, Luji flew into the sky. Shurji's expression tightened as he quickly used his dual blades to defend, but he was still knocked away by Longbow, resulting in a massive explosion. Half of the empty island vanished instantly. At this point, Shurji slowly stood up and then flew directly towards Luji in the sky. Thunder. In an instant, lightning flickered around Luji, and Shurji's expression turned serious upon seeing this scene. Suddenly, the weather in the sky changed. It began to rain. Luji, Shurji, are you familiar with this kind of weather? This is exactly the weather that led to Shurji's two most devastating defeats. Once he lost to Pirate King Roger, and once he lost to future Pirate King Luffy. At this moment, the lightning in Luji's hand exploded even more. Lucci smiled, and at that moment the raindrops in the air grew larger. The Devil Fruit user Shiki felt a sense of weakness in his body. Lucci then struck Shiki with lightning. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning struck Shiki, causing him to let out a scream. At this moment, Lucci immediately controlled the water in the air, wrapping Shiki in it. Shiki instantly felt powerless. As time passed, Shiki's consciousness began to blur. The moment Shiki fainted, Lucci released his ability, and Shiki fell onto the small island. At this time, Joseph brought over the sea stone chains. The roadbed directly wrapped Shurji like a Zhongsu. At this moment, Shurji woke up and came over. However, he realized that he was weak all over and couldn't muster any strength at all. Roadbed, there's no need to struggle. You've already lost. Shiki seemed to accept his fate and laughed out loud. Shiki, do you have a cigar? Luji took out a stick from his pocket and then lit it for Shurji. Shurji took a puff directly, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Roadbed, are you still running away? Shurji shook his head. This time, I want to stay and impel down until I die. In the end, a genuine smile appeared on Shurji's face, as if he had found peace. Back in the day, I followed the captain with great ambition in my heart, but over time, it slowly wore away. Luji nodded. At this moment, Shengzhu looked at Luji. I saw Roger's shadow in the straw hat kid, and you have it in you too. Luji's eyes smiled, and then shook his head. Let Luffy be the pirate king. I just want to be free. Soon, the Dragon God ship arrived at Impel Down. The Golden Lion returned to the familiar prison once again. Lucci directly removed Shiki's sea stone chains, and Magellan was about to intervene when Lucci stopped him. It doesn't matter, he won't escape. Magellan thought for a moment and finally nodded. At this moment, Lucci spoke again. Old Mag, whatever Shiki wants, you send it to him, like newspapers or cigars, and I'll send you money regularly. Magellan nodded. Shiki laughed. Ha, I like you, little brat. From now on, you will be my friend, the Golden Lion. Luji, ha. No problem. Then Luji left here. Soon Luji arrived at Marin Fanduo and reported the situation to Zhongua. Zhongua, it seems that the Golden Lion is really getting old. Then the scene shifted. I'm getting old too. When can I retire? Soon Luji left here. As soon as he came out, Luji saw Ace. Roadbed. Ace? How'd you get here? Ace, we stopped the banquet to ask if the marshal is attending. At this moment, Sengoku in casual clothes walked out. Let's go. Lucci's face showed a helpless expression. Marshal Sengoku was becoming more and more unserious. Soon the banquet began, and the barbecue was handed over to Akainu and Ace, while the others were also busy. Only Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane were lying on deck chairs, enjoying snacks. At this time, Lucci was also helping out. He should have been the busiest one there because of his many abilities. Before they knew it, the whole evening had passed. Luji was very tired when he returned to the villa and fell asleep immediately. On the other side, Ace and the others were in a similar scene. However, when it came to Sengoku, the atmosphere changed. The four of them actually started dancing a square dance. Sengoku, at such a young age, you're so weak. Zifa and the other three nodded in agreement. Lucci really wanted to punch each of them, but he couldn't win. Soon, the Dragon Gods set sail for Marineford, and they quickly arrived in the New World. They returned to Dragon God Island. Just as they landed on the island, Lucci seemed to sense something, and his expression changed. He saw several pirate ships appearing on the sea not far away. Xiao sensed it as well. There were a total of 20 ships, and they were not under the Yonko. Luji nodded. He then looked at Joseph, who had already found their names. The boss is a pirate crew with a total bounty of no more than 300 million. Roadbed. 300 million? How did they get here? At this moment, Joseph spoke up. This pirate crew was rampant, but suddenly disappeared for a while. Lujian nodded, then pointed his right hand at the sea. I seal. Instantly, the surface of the sea was frozen, and Lujian led the crew of the Dragon God towards the group of pirates. The pirates were startled by this. First mate, Captain, what should we do now? Captain, how would I know? Crew member, Captain, several people are running towards us. The captain looked over. Kill them. The pirates immediately drew their swords and charged at the crew. Ace and Sabo smirked. Then, two overwhelming auras swept through. Instantly, many pirates fell unconscious. At that moment, Joseph and Johnny leaped into the air, delivering 2 slashes. 2 pirate ships exploded and sank to the seabed. Old Sand and Enel also launched their attacks, one summoning a tornado and the other calling down several bolts of lightning. Instantly, they struck the pirate ships. Several pirate ships were completely shattered. Lucci and the others also charged out, and the remaining conscious pirates were no match for them. Soon, only the leading pirate ship was left. On board, only the captain remained, as the first mate had just been turned to ash by Ace. At this moment, the captain sprinkled some white powder from his hand, and the scene before Lujian and the others changed instantly. Lujian realized that Ace and the others had vanished, leaving only a Smile, Joseph, and Johnny in front of him. On the other side, Ace and Sabo had also separated. Ace was with Lucci, the trio, and Van Oka, along with Enel. Sabo was with Old Sand and Bonus. Luffy immediately used his observation haki to survey the area. It was an illusion, yet felt like reality. He then looked over at a smiling uncle beside him. The uncle shook his head. I also don't know. My observation haki can't sense anything. In the real world, Luffy and the others had already disappeared, and the captain also smiled before vanishing on the spot. At that moment, Luffy thought of someone, Shanks' adopted daughter, Yuta. In the original story, her powers were immensely strong, and it took both Luffy and Shanks working together to defeat her. Luji has seen Yuta a few times, and Yuta affectionately calls Luji brother. However, Yuta suddenly disappeared. Lujin also asked Shanks, but Shanks didn't say anything. Luffy also searched according to the original plot, but it was all in vain. This time, Luffy thought of Yuta's ability, which can trap the opponent's soul in the world she created. However, Luffy could clearly feel that he was not a soul now, but a real entity. He speculated that this pirate might also be a devil fruit user, and his power was similar to Yuta's. Even above Yuta's devil fruit, Ace and Sabo should also be trapped in the illusion. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Luffy and the others. This person also appeared before Ace and Sabo. This person was the pirate captain they encountered. Today, you all must die. Then, this person's form began to change, instantly transforming into a huge muscular monster. On the side of the roadbed, Luffy took the lead, and Joseph and Johnny charged forward, instantly engaging in a fierce battle with the pirates. Meanwhile, Luffy was searching for a way to break free from the illusion. However, Joseph and Johnny soon flew back, both spitting out blood. At that moment, a pirate charged at the two, but a knife quickly blocked the pirate's advance. Luffy, Uncle, hold on for a moment. Luffy nodded, then started battling the pirates. On the other side, Ace and Sabo were also engaged in a fight with the pirates. The strength of this pirate was definitely at the level of an admiral, and Ace and Sabo were having a tough time, but they were still able to keep up with the pirate. Meanwhile, Luffy was carefully searching for a flaw in this illusion. However, everything here was exactly the same as reality, and he couldn't find a single flaw. At that moment, Luffy seemed to think of something, and then his body was enveloped in a surge of soul power. Soul out. Lucky directly used the Holy Lord's sheep talisman, and in an instant, Lucky's soul left his body. At that moment, he found a gap in this illusion, which surprisingly was located on the pirate's body. Subsequently, Lucky's soul returned to his body. Luji, Uncle Yixiao cut him down. Yixiao nodded, then increased the strength in his hand, and his power surged, instantly chopping the pirate in half. The space began to twist, and Luji and the others returned directly to the real world. At this moment, Ace and Sabo appeared as well. The pirate also appeared before them. I didn't expect you to escape. Then the pirate's power started to surge. I'm a user of the illusion devil fruit. Do you think I have only this little ability? Luji smiled, and then told Yixiao and the others not to interfere. He then charged directly at the pirate. In addition to the skills just mentioned, the pirate's illusion fruit could also temporarily enhance the host's strength to match that of the illusion. Now, the pirate's strength was even greater than that in the illusion. The ground shook as Luji's fist collided with the pirate's, instantly creating a shockwave. However, the pirate was pushed back several steps while Luji remained unmoved. At that moment, the space distorted and the scene around Luji changed in an instant. Yet, Luji remained calm, extending his right hand and then grabbing to the side. The pirate's punch, which was about to hit Luji, was abruptly stopped. Luji then exerted force with his right hand, instantly throwing the pirate away. The pirate crashed into the deck, creating a large hole. At this moment, Luji flashed above the pirate, his right hand flickering with lightning. Thunder. In an instant, the pirate was struck by a bolt of lightning, his body turning completely charred. Luji then extended his right hand again. Burning flamme explosion. Instantly, a wave of high-temperature energy surged towards the pirate. The pirate raised both arms to defend, but was directly pierced by Luji's energy wave. The pirate's arms were severed, and Luji's attack penetrated his chest. Nevertheless, the pirate slowly stood up. Mr. Navy, are you sure you are in reality right now? Luji's expression changed, and then the scene before him shifted. In an instant, he was back to the moment when Luji's had just fought with the pirate, and the pirate was still unscathed. Luji's expression grew increasingly grim. He realized that he had entered an illusion without even noticing it. At that moment, a flash of a knife passed by, and Luji was instantly cut in half. At that time, the pirate was holding a knife in his hand. Loki was about to use his ability to heal himself, but to his shock, he found that his power was unavailable. At that moment, blood began to flow from his wounds. Suddenly, Loki had a flash and found himself back at the beginning. Then a voice came through. Kid, close your eyes. Roadbed. Holy Lord. Holy Lord, kid, close your eyes. Feel with your heart, and don't use your observation hockey. Roadbed. Is this okay? Holy Lord. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the cycle of illusions forever. Loki thought for a moment and finally believed the words of the Holy Lord. Soon, Loki felt something, and at that moment, liquid metal began to flow from his body. The dragon gold armor was armed. Then, Loki transformed the dragon soldier into a stick and assumed a battle stance. At that moment, Loki swung the stick to the side, and it seemed to hit something instantly, sending that object flying out. The scene before the embankment changed once again, and in an instant, the embankment saw clearly what had been thrown out. It was the pirate captain. Luji didn't know whether it was reality or an illusion. He quickly closed his eyes again. At that moment, countless vines extended from Luji's body. The ghost vines instantly attacked in one direction. In an instant, a scream echoed. And Luji was very familiar with that scream. It belonged to the pirate captain. Luji slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, the pirate was lying in the distance. Lucky turned back to look at them. They all closed their eyes and stood there, still trapped in the illusion. At that moment, the pirate slowly stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect you to escape my illusion. You're not simple, kid. At this time, the voice of the Holy Lord echoed in Lucky's mind again. Kid, you haven't escaped the illusion yet. Don't get distracted. Then Lucky closed his eyes once more. At that moment, the dragon soldier in Lucky's hand spun, instantly knocking something away. Lucky raised his right hand, and a wave of high-temperature energy burst forth. Scorching flamme explosion. In an instant, a scream was heard, and Lucky felt the surrounding space distort. At that moment, the voice of the Holy Lord came again. All right, kid, you have escaped. Lucky opened his eyes and found himself back on the ship. Just then, several spatial cracks appeared behind him, and a person with a severed arm stepped out. This person was none other than the pirate captain. Lucky's attack had just severed one of his arms. Kid, it seems I underestimated you, he said. But a cruel smile appeared on his face as he continued. But your crew will never be able to come out. At that moment, Lucky charged directly at the pirate, swinging his stick towards him. If you kill me, you'll never see your crew again. The dragon soldier instantly stopped in front of the pirate. Luffy directly retracted the dragon stick. What will it take for you to release my crew? The captain smiled wickedly. First, help me restore my arm. At this moment, the pirate also recalled the navy in front of him. He knew about Luffy's abilities. The road base emitted a bright light, and then the pirate's severed arm slowly grew back. At this moment, the pirate's sinister smile became even more evident. Suddenly, the pirate kicked the road base away. But the road base quickly steadied himself, and then threw a punch at the pirate. Are you sure you want to make a move? The pirate spoke, and the road base's fist came to a halt right in front of the pirate's face. Just then, the voice of the Holy Lord echoed. Kid, you can't save your companions. They can only rely on themselves. Roadbed, how do you know? Holy Lord, the illusion you are in has no connection to him. I am not mistaken. The period of his disappearance was when he was trapped in the illusion. The road base lowered its head and thought for a moment, then opened its fist. Burning flame explosion. In an instant, the pirate's head was blown off. Luji looked around and then sat down directly on the spot. Saint Lord, how can they escape? I don't know. It depends on themselves. Luji nodded, and at that moment, the voice of Ximu echoed in his mind again. Kid, haven't you figured out the Panku treasure box yet? Roadbed. No, the treasure box has no reaction at all. Saint Lord, kid, don't be anxious. Let everything take its natural course. The roadbed nodded. The Lord said, also, the dog talisman and horse talisman are not invincible. Your ordinary injuries can still be healed, but you must be very careful, otherwise I won't be able to save you. Lucy didn't speak. He had known for a long time. Holy Lord, can you leave my consciousness? The Holy Lord replied, no, the moment we leave, we will be torn apart by the consciousness of the outside world. It seems we can only stay here for this lifetime. In the end, the Holy Lord let out a bitter laugh. Unknowingly, a month passed. During this time, Lucy kept waiting in place while continuously exploring the Panku treasure box. Hard work pays off. During this period, Lucy finally comprehended the great Tao of space within the Panku treasure box. Lu Jia raised his right hand, and in an instant, the space in front of him shattered, causing countless layers of space to overlap. Sweat continuously oozed from Lu Jia's forehead, and the veins on his face bulged. At that moment, a massive crack appeared, and seeing the sudden emergence of the crack, a smile appeared on Lu Jia's face. Finally, it's time to come back. At this moment, several figures rushed out from the crack. These were the long-lost members of Yixiao. On the other side, Lu Jia fainted, as tearing open a spatial crack was too much for him to handle. The members of Yixiao took Lu Jia back to Dragon God Island. However, they had forgotten about the crack, and at that moment, a hand reached out from it. Soon, a person dressed entirely in black stepped out. Sunlight? How nostalgic. Then the person in black waved his hand, and instantly, the crack disappeared. The person in black also vanished. Meanwhile, Lu Jia slept for a whole day and night, and when he woke up, he still felt completely exhausted. The embankment directly enters the consciousness space. Why is this happening? Why can't the abilities be used to restore stamina? The Holy Master. What you were using before were minor paths, and you could indeed use minor paths to restore stamina. But now you are using the major path. Subgrade. Is there a difference? Holy Lord. The small path is born from the big path. The big path can assist the small path, but the small path can never assist the big path. Roadbed, is your strength not the great path? The Holy Lord shook his head. We are the small path understood from the great path. You think too highly of us. Road base, why can I comprehend the great way? Saint Lord, because the Panku treasure box has chosen you. You are the chosen one. Then Road base fell silent and directly returned to the real world. At that moment, Xiao and the others also came over. Xiao, thanks to you this time. Roadbed, what did you experience in another space? Xiao, the space we were in had endless darkness, and we couldn't feel the passage of time at all. Although a month passed outside, we only experienced one day inside. Luji nodded. Unde Yishao. You let Ace and the others go out to sea to catch pirates first. Pirates have become more and more rampant this month. Xiao nodded and then left the room. Luji slowly raised his hands on the bed, and a force of space flowed in his hands. At that moment, a loud explosion was heard, and Luji directly transformed into light, disappearing from the spot. The roadbed appears directly on the coast, and at this moment, several pirate ships are sailing towards this direction. At this time, they also arrived here with a smile. Joseph, it's a group of small pirates under the Big Mom pirates. Lucky nodded and then turned to leave. Destroy them. At that moment, Lucky's voice came through. Flames erupted from Ace's body in an instant, while Sabo summoned countless rocks. And Joseph and Johnny drew their swords. The crew of the Dragon God rushed toward the group of pirates. At that moment, Lucky, who was walking away, turned around. He then raised his right hand. Suddenly, the sky became overcast, and bolts of lightning struck the pirate ships. At this point, Ace and the others arrived, and several of them immediately began to kill. Within the span of a stick of incense, all the pirates were either dead or severely injured. Ace unleashed a great fire, and then the group left the area. In the following time, Lucky began to lead the crew of the Dragon God to capture pirates everywhere. However, the number of pirates increased, and their strength was formidable. Later, Lucky learned that Impel Down had been breached again, and many pirates had escaped. Surprisingly, the great pirate, Don Quixote da Flamingo, had not fled. It was said that the one who breached Impel Down was a person wearing a black cloak, with strength comparable to that of Monki D, Garp, or even stronger. Upon receiving this news, Lucky's face was filled with worry. It was not good news, and he noticed that some things were not proceeding according to the storyline. At this moment, Lucky's phone rang. Moshi Moshi? Lucky, this is Admiral Sengoku. You need to return to headquarters immediately. Luji directly hung up the phone. Soon after, a flash of light appeared, and Luji quickly arrived at Marinfando. Luji directly arrived at the marshal's office and pushed the door open. At this time, the office was already filled with people. Marshal Sengoku, Navy Staff Crane, Navy Chief Instructor Zifa, Navy Hero Carp, and the 3 admirals of the Navy were all present. There was one more person whose appearance surprised Luji greatly. This person was the former Navy Admiral Steelbone Kong. Sengoku saw Luji had arrived and said, "Now that everyone is here, let us have Brother Kong talk about the situation regarding the advance to Punk Hazard." Steelbone Kong then stood up. The one behind the attack on Punk Hazard is Rox, who has been missing for many years. His words shocked everyone, especially Luji. Sengoku exclaimed, "Wasn't T Carp and Roger the ones who killed him back then?" Crane asked, "Carp, what is going on?" Carp sighed. "We didn't T kill Rox back then because we didn't T have the strength. In the end, we had no choice but to seal him away." Zifa asked, "Seal? How did you manage that?" Carp replied, "I'm not sure. It was Roger who did it." Carp then recounted the events of that time. Roger had struck a devastating blow, instantly creating a crack. This blow used up all of Roger's strength, and Carp took the opportunity to punch Rox into the crack. With Rox's entry, the crack closed. Roger declared, "Rox will never return. No one can open this crack." He then left, while Carp looked at the sky, lost in thought. The office fell into silence until a voice broke the quiet. "Is the God Valley from the Great Battle back, then the current Dragon God Island?" It was Luji, who seemed to have guessed something and now needed confirmation. Carp confirmed, "That's right, God Valley is Dragon God Island." Instantly, Luji felt dizzy, and then he spoke. "It seems that I released Rox." All eyes turned to Luji. Sengoku said, "Luji, don't joke around. How could you possibly open a spatial crack?" Just as Sengoku finished speaking, he was stunned by the scene before him. Luji spread his hands, and a force of spatial energy slowly circulated. Then a small spatial crack appeared. Just that small crack made Luji break into a cold sweat. Luji then withdrew his power and explained the situation to everyone. As for this spatial power, Luji directly stated that it was something he accidentally comprehended. Everyone was momentarily speechless. "Oversai, you really are too careless." The group once again fell into silence. Sengoku asked, "Carp, can you fight Rox now?" Carp thought for a moment and shook his head. His strength has definitely increased, and it's very likely he will reassemble the Rocks Pirates. We would struggle to fight them. Everyone nodded and then looked at Luji again. Sengoku asked, Luji, just how strong are you now? What is the overall strength of the Dragon God ship? Look at she. I can face a Yonko alone. The overall strength of a Dragon God is greater than that of an Emperor-level pirate crew. In an instant, everyone gasped. It is important to note that an Emperor-level pirate crew is comparable to the entire Navy headquarters, which means that Lucci's Dragon God also possesses strength comparable to that of the Navy headquarters. Sengoku, if we include the crew of the Dragon God, we can definitely fight against Rocks and his crew. Garp, indeed, we can, but if that man makes a move, we will still lose. Sengoku, are you talking about a race? Garp nodded. The head of the road base has grown larger again. Who is Destroy? Akainu looked at the road base and said, he was a former sea overlord who once called Rocks a brother. During the Battle of God Valley, the Navy launched 3 demon-slaying orders to stop Destroy, but he still managed to escape. Carp, Destroy's strength is below mine, but he should not be underestimated. At the very least, he is stronger than any of the 4 emperors. Luffy's mind was becoming increasingly chaotic, and now a powerful pirate had appeared. At that moment, a Navy officer burst in. Report, the Golden Lion from Impel Down requests to see General Luffy. Sengoku replied, understood. He then looked at Luffy and nodded. The road base transformed directly into light and disappeared on the spot. Soon, the road base arrived at the advanced city and went straight to the front of the Golden Lion. Roadbed, Lao Jean, what's wrong? Golden Lion, are you guys planning to go to war with Rocks? The roadbed nodded. He had been here before, but I didn't go with him. You let me go out, and I'll help you. Roadbed, why? Golden Lion, it's true that Rocks was my captain before, but I've always regarded him as my enemy, my target, and I've already repaid what I owed him. Most importantly, you're my friend. Luji's mouth corner leaked a smile, and then he let Magellan open the door. Because of Luji, the Golden Lion did not wear the sea stone handcuffs. Soon, the Golden Lion followed Luji to Marineford. Golden Lion, what a sad place for me. Before long, the Golden Lion and Luji arrived at the marshal's office and directly pushed the door open. At the moment the Golden Lion appeared, Sengoku and the others immediately took up their battle stances. Luji immediately blocked the opponent and explained the situation. Warring states, Luji, are you sure? Luffy looked at the Golden Lion and then nodded. Sengoku said, all right. Sengoku then began to assign tasks to everyone, and Luffy's task was to bring all the crew of the Dragon God to Marineford. After completing the task, Luffy and the Golden Lion set off directly, and they quickly arrived at Dragon Island. After making some adjustments, they led everyone and set sail on the Dragon God, with the blessings of the chicken and rabbit talismans. The Dragon God soon appeared over Marineford. On the other side, Rocks really went to look for the crew of the Rocks Pirates. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido chose to join, while Whitebeard did not choose to join. After all, he didn't want to face that perverted little brat right now. Thus, a month passed in the blink of an eye, during which both the Navy and Rocks were continuously preparing. One day, Luffy was still contemplating the Panku treasure box, but had no clue. It should be noted that although the strength gap between the Navy and Rocks was not large, there was still a difference in their strongest combat power. Garp also admitted that he was not a match for Rocks. The Holy Lord said, kid, haste makes waste. Roadbed, if I don't hurry, I won't even be able to eat cold tofu. Saint Lord, the key is that your body can't withstand the power of the 2 great paths right now. Roadbed, why? Holy Lord, the small paths within your body are too many. Now the addition of one main path is just right to balance them. If another one comes, your will directly collapse, leading to mild madness or, in severe cases, a fatal explosion of your body. Subgrade, is there any way? Holy Lord, remove all the small paths within your body. Subgrade, how to remove it? Holy Lord, the 8 great demons can leave your body, and the other 4 powers can either be refined into the great Tao or forcibly devoured by us. Roadbed, can't the 8 of you be refined into the great way? Holy Lord, it's impossible. We have tried, but it doesn't work. Roadbed, if you leave my body, won't you be erased? Saint, when there's no other choice, we can only do this. At that time, we will directly devour the other 4 forces, which can be considered our final assistance. Luji, impossible. You can just stay inside my body for the rest of your lives. At that moment, the door of Luji opened and Dashki walked in. Roadbed back? Dashki nodded. Dashki was assigned a mission a while ago and just returned today. Dashki, how is it? Any new insights? Roadbed? No. Dashki, don't worry, I believe in you. Luji nodded. And at that moment, the alarm of Marin Fando sounded. Dashki and Luji rushed out of the room, and the originally clear sky had turned overcast. Road base, here it comes. Then road base raised both hands, and instantly the dark clouds began to dissipate, quickly revealing a massive figure. The newcomer was none other than Kaido of the 100 Beasts. At this moment, road base had transformed into a beam of white light and appeared beside the 3 admirals. The 4 admirals stood atop the building like divine beings. Akainu, Kazu, Akiji, and the devil. At this time, Kaido opened his mouth wide, and an enormous dragon's breath was unleashed. The dragon's breath surged toward the 4 admirals. However, a figure appeared right in front of the 4 admirals. Flame Emperor, Dragon King. Instantly, a giant fire dragon charged toward the dragon's breath, and the two collided, resulting in a massive explosion that disappeared into the sky. Kaido, damn brat, try this move. He then unleashed another dragon's breath. And although it was the same technique as before, this time the attack contained the power of lightning. Roadbed, Ace, move aside. Ace nodded and then flew directly to the side. Luji took a step forward, then instantly vanished from his original spot and appeared in front of Longshi. He slowly raised his right hand. Darkness, Dark Realm. In an instant, a burst of black energy erupted from Luji's hand, enveloping Longshi completely. In a moment, Longshi was swallowed by Luji's Dark Realm. Then, Luji returned to his original position as if nothing had happened. Kaido, don't worry, I'm not here to start a war today. I'm just here to inform you that the Rocks pirates have returned. He then flew off into the distance. Damn it. Kizaru, so terrifying. Akiji, this is a big problem. Road base, this is a provocation. Soon after, Road base returned to the marshal's office. Sengoku, it seems that Rocks and his crew are ready. This battle is inevitable. Everyone nodded. Sengoku, is there anyone we can still save? Karane, no. The world government can only send a few pacifists, and the 7 warlords have already fallen apart. The only ones we can summon now are Mihawk, the tyrant Kuma. The others refuse to participate in this battle. Zifa, the only fortunate thing is that Whitebeard has not returned to the Rock Pirates. Garp, but the latest intel indicates that Akainu and the Blackbeard pirates have chosen to help the Rock Pirates. Instantly, everyone's mood fell. This was not good news for them. At this moment, Road Base spoke up. Can we try to pull in the other 2 Yonko crews and the Revolutionary Army? Songoku, impossible. Sengoku directly rejected the idea. Shanks and Whitebeard have clearly stated that they will not participate in this war, and the Revolutionary Army is even less likely to join. The world government would not allow it either. Luji thought for a moment. What about the 5 elders? This question left everyone in deep thought. At that moment, Carp stood up. Luji and I will go talk to the world government. The two shared the same smile. Meanwhile, far away in Mariehua, the celestial dragons and the 5 elders involuntarily shivered. Soon, Luji and Carp arrived at Mariehua. The two swaggered directly into the territory of the 5 elders. 5 elders? What are you 2 here for? Carp directly expressed his thoughts. 5 elders? Impossible. We need to protect Mariehua. It's already good enough that we 1T let you send an admiral here. Carp twisted his wrist, and Luji loosened his clothes. Road base, it seems there's nothing to discuss. Carp, it looks like we can only resort to violence. The 5 elders instantly became tense, facing Carp and Road base. They were not confident they could retreat unscathed. At this moment, a voice was heard. Carp, you've gone too far. Instantly, a tremendous pressure descended, and Road base expression froze, followed by beads of sweat pouring down his body. Carp, on the other hand, remained relaxed, though his face also grew serious. Then the voice came again. Carp, you should just go back. Carp, Ximu, is the world government really not going to intervene? Impossible. Following that, a powerful force pushed Road base away, and Carp slowly walked out as well. Luffy's face didn't look too good. The strongest person in the pirate world, made Luffy clearly feel the gap between him and the other party. Carp sighed. Let's go back. Soon, the grandfather and grandson returned to the Navy base. Sengoku saw Carp and immediately asked, how did it go? Carp shook his head. It made a move. The world government couldn't possibly send anyone to help. Sengoku, I had a feeling. It seems we can only rely on ourselves. Then Sengoku waved his hand. The roadbed and Carp left the office. Carp looked at the sky. This is truly a disaster for the Navy. The Foundation calculated on the side. Rocks has 3 emperors, 2 strong individuals who surpass the 4 emperors, Rock's original crew, and the criminals from Impel Down. Well, this is indeed a disaster for the Navy. Luji quickly returned to his villa, where Daki had already prepared a meal for him. After finishing the meal, Luji began to cultivate his only great law, the law of space. Days passed like this. During this time, no one relaxed, as no one knew when Rocks would attack Marineford. One day, Sengoku called Luji to his office again. Roadbed. Marshal, what do you need from me? Warring States. Roadbed. I know that the white-beard pirates and the red-haired pirates have a good relationship with you, and you're also the son of the Revolutionary Army's dragon. So I want you to seek their help. Roadbed. But the world government. Sengoku. The world government has already given up on Navy. They are deliberately not extending a helping hand. Roadbed. Do you mean? Warring States. If we win this battle, the Navy will completely break away from the world government. Luji thought for a moment, then nodded. After that, Luji transformed into a flash of light and disappeared. Soon, Luji arrived at Whitebeard's territory. Lucky quickly found the Moby Dick with the help of a life card, and to Lucky's surprise, Red-Haired was also here. Luffy directly boarded the ship. Whitebeard. Luffy, Shanks and I already know the purpose of your visit. Shanks, I suppose you want us to lend a hand during the war. The roadbed nodded. Where are the answers from it too? The white-bearded man and the red-haired man exchanged smiles. The white-bearded man said, Gulalala, you are my child. Of course I will help. The red-haired man said, Haha, I also have an obligation to do so. The roadbed bowed directly. On behalf of the Navy, I thank you. Whitebeard. All right, we will naturally take action when the time comes. You probably still need to find a revolutionary army, so hurry up. The road base nodded, then transformed into golden light and disappeared. Red Hair and Whitebeard looked at the sea. Red Hair, do you really trust this little brat? Whitebeard, aren't you the same? He has that person's shadow. Red Hair, haha, that's right. He and his brother both have a captain's shadow. At this moment, the road base had arrived at the Revolutionary Army's base. The road base has found Long, old man. We need your help. Long approached the road base and gently patted its head. Don't worry, I'll take action. Then Long transformed into a gentle breeze and disappeared. Soon, the road base also turned into a flash and disappeared. Just as the road base was rushing back to the Navy headquarters, bad news arrived. Dashki was captured by the world government, with the reason being that Dashki attacked the celestial dragons. This news spread quickly among the Navy, but had not yet reached the ears of the road base. Sengoku, Kapu, go to Mariehua immediately and do whatever it takes to rescue Dashki. Kapu, I know. Those bastards dare to touch my granddaughter-in-law. Kapu rushed out of the office, while Sengoku was constantly trying to contact the world government. At this time, the road base had already returned to Marineford, wanting to share the good news of reinforcements with Sengoku. Everyone silently glanced at the road base, none daring to tell him about Dashki. Soon, the road base arrived at the office door, where Sengoku had already contacted the Gorosei. Sengoku, why did you capture Dashki? Hearing this, the road base lowered his hand that was about to open the door. Gorosei, she intended to attack the celestial dragons and colluded with pirates. Sengoku, what is your evidence? Gorosei, she has already confessed, and we will execute her today. Sengoku, you bastards. Gorosei, watch your tone and attitude. Sengoku. Then the Gorosei directly hung up the phone. At that moment, the door opened. Sengoku looked up and saw the road base. Road base, how did it go? Sengoku immediately calmed himself down. They had already promised to extend a helping hand. Sengoku, all right. What happened to Dashki? Lujimi said expressionlessly. Warring States. Lujimi, don't worry. Carp has already gone to pick up Dashki. Roadbed. Marshal, what happened when you arrived? The Warring States sighed. Actually, they were going to capture you. But when they saw Dashiki, they immediately changed their minds and took Dashiki away. Luji nodded, then transformed into a flash and disappeared. Zhonghua shook his head. Soon, Luji arrived at Mariehua, where Carp was already fighting alongside 3 of the 5 elders. The other 2 were watching from the side, and behind them, a guard was dragging a corpse. Luji was unwilling to believe it, but he could still vaguely see that it was Dashiki. In an instant, Luji's eyes turned red, and 2 streams of tears flowed out. Luji's nails pierced directly into his palm, and drops of blood fell down. In an instant, Luji's consciousness began to blur, and his overall appearance changed. Xiaofeng, not good, this kid is about to go berserk. Saint Lord, no, there's demonic energy flowing out of his body. Ximu, demonic energy, and it contains the power of the great Tao. Saint Lord, not good, this kid's second law is appearing. Ximu, the demonic law of demon ancestor Luo Ho. At this moment, Luji had completely lost consciousness, and his body had transformed into that of a monster. 5 old stars. This little brat has gone berserk. At this time, Carp also noticed this situation. Carp, Luji, wake up. At that moment, a figure flew out from the Holy Land, and it was him. I will hold Carp back. You all focus on killing Luji. The 5 old stars nodded, then directly unleashed their full power towards Luji. A massive shockwave surged towards Luji. Saint Lord, not good. A single hit and this kid will definitely die. Ximu, It seems it's time for us to take action. The 8 great demons exchanged smiles and then nodded. The 8 of them simultaneously unleashed a tremendous amount of energy, which gradually helped Luji regain consciousness. Saint Lord, kid, be more careful in the future. Ximu, we can no longer protect you. Bogang, eat more, you need to be full to have strength. Zhongsu, your journey is still long. We won't accompany you any longer. Xiaofeng, don't forget us. Zhoulan, don't slack off, keep training. Basha, take care of yourself, goodbye little brat. Dikuai, I'm a bit reluctant, but goodbye. Then, the 8 great demons directly consumed the power of the 4 demon fruits within Luji. Luji slowly transformed back into a human. 5 old stars, this kid has given up resisting, ha ha ha. At that moment, a beam of light burst out from Luji's body, instantly blocking the attacks of the 5 old stars. Soon, the bodies of the 8 great demons appeared. Saint Lord, little brat, goodbye. Then a massive explosion occurred. The 5 old stars were directly blown away, and Im and Carp were also affected. However, Luji, at the center of the explosion, was unharmed, as if a force was protecting him. At this moment, Luji had completely awakened, and he heard the voice of the Saint Lord in his ears. Little brat, although you are the child of fortune, the great Tao your body can bear is only 12 paths. Once the 12 great Taos are complete, the Panku treasure box will merge into your body, and you will become the true strongest. My time is up. Goodbye, little brat. The roadbed suddenly opened up. Luji, Saint Lord, Ximu, everyone. No one responded to Luji, and at that moment, Luji also realized that his abilities had completely disappeared. Now, the only things he could use were the laws of space and the laws of the demon path. The roadbed once again entered the consciousness space, where there was only a Panku treasure box, and all the statues of the 8 great demons had disappeared, along with the statues of the other 4 devil fruits. Now, the only proof that the 8 great demons had been there were the Panku treasure box and the tattoo on the back of the roadbed. At that moment, 2 beams of light flashed, 1 a willow branch and 4 swords. Road base, the representative weapon of the space law, the wandering willow branch, and a representative weapon of the demonic path law, the 4 swords of extermination. These are all chaotic spiritual treasures from the primordial era. At this moment, the dragon weapon in Road Base's hand reacted, and he directly arrived above the Panku treasure box. Then a large surge of energy rushed towards the dragon weapon. The roadbed can clearly feel that the dragon soldiers are evolving towards the chaotic spiritual treasure. The roadbed, you can slowly evolve here. Then, you directly return to the real world. At this time, the 5 elders had surrounded you once again. At this moment, Luji's strength has significantly decreased, but he still possesses the power of an ordinary general, coupled with weapons and the power of the laws of the universe. Luji can still confront any of the 4 emperors head-on. Luji raised his right hand. Space confinement. In an instant, the 5 elders were trapped in place. The 5 elders instantly became unsettled. What's going on? When did this kid master such power? This kid is too abnormal. Why is he so strong? Stop talking nonsense and quickly break this confinement. Meanwhile, Luji ignored the 5 of them and directly approached Daski's corpse. Luji, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well. Don't worry, I will find a way to revive you. At this moment, the 5 elders also broke free from Luji's confinement. The road base also considered this, as the strength of the 5 old stars should not be underestimated. The roadbed held Daski's corpse and turned around. I will make you pay for this. The road base calmly uttered these words. Then, the space directly in front of the road base began to fluctuate. Space cut. In an instant, an invisible giant blade rushed towards the 5 elders. The 5 elders sensed the crisis and immediately went on the defensive. In an instant, the attacks from the 5 elders and the road base collided, creating a standoff. But it wasn't over yet. Lucci looked blandly at a group of celestial dragons in the distance. Scum. In an instant, black gas erupted from Lucci's body. Demonic path, death chi. This black gas rushed toward the celestial dragons. Countless CP organization members immediately rushed in front of the celestial dragons, trying to disperse the black gas, but it was futile. The celestial dragons and CP organization members who inhaled the black gas instantly had bulging veins on their faces. Their consciousness began to fade, and they turned into bloodthirsty monsters. Of course, some powerful members of the CP organization managed to escape. At that moment, a scream was heard, and Lucci slowly turned his head. He saw that among the 5 elders who were originally resisting the giant blade, only 4 remained. Robase, it seems that the 5 elders can now be renamed the 4 elders. The one who was just a 5 elder couldn't hold on and was instantly cut to pieces by Roadbase spatial slicing. At this moment, Roadbase felt a threat of death. The subgrade immediately used the spatial crack to escape to a distance. Upon closer inspection of Luji, it turned out that the threat just now came from him. At this moment, Carp had already arrived beside Luji. Kid, starting today, you'll have a bounty on your head and will be hunted by countless powerful individuals. Then, they flicked their sleeves and left. Luffy and Carp returned to the Navy headquarters with Daz's body. A grand funeral was held afterwards. After the funeral ended, everyone left, leaving only Luffy standing there. Luffy had been standing for a long time, and images of Dasky kept flashing through his mind. Then Luffy let out a long sigh. 2 lines of tears flowed down again, and Luffy wiped them away and left the place. Luffy returned to the quiet villa, sitting on the sofa, feeling very tired. Although he appeared relaxed during the battle with the 5 Elder Stars, he had actually exerted all his strength. His physical stamina had not yet recovered, but since there was no longer a trace of the small path within him, using the power of the rules was not as taxing as before. The next day, Luffy was called to the office, where Sengoku took out a bounty notice in front of him. Monkey D. Luffy, labeled as a demon, possesses exceptionally powerful and unique abilities, with a bounty of 10 billion berries, dead or alive. Luffy smiled after seeing it. Warring states, Luffy, what are your plans? Luffy, since I've already been offered a bounty, I'll fulfill their wish and become a pirate. Akainu, Luffy, don't worry, Uncle Akainu, I will pursue my own sense of justice. I know what I'm doing. Akainu thought for a moment, then sighed and nodded. Luffy then solemnly handed the Navy cloak to Sengoku. Commander, keep this for me. I'll wear it again in the future. Sengoku, I'll wait for that day. At that moment, the Straw Hat crew burst into the office. Sengoku was also aware of their thoughts. Luffy, Uncle Brook, you guys don't have to do this. Brook, but you are our captain. Ace, big brother, we'll be with you. Sengoku, Luffy, take them with you. I trust you all. The roadbed nodded. Finally, the Dragon God ship left Marinvondo, and the Dragon God pirates were officially established. After the world government learned of this, they immediately issued bounty orders for everyone, each with a bounty of 1 billion berries. The Dragon God pirates became the pirate crew with the highest bounty. On the other side, the Straw Hat pirates were the first to receive the news. Zoro, Luffy, your brother has become a pirate. Sanji and his crew. Nami, moreover, his bounty is several times yours. At this moment, Luffy took the bounty order. As expected of my brother. At this time, Luffy had already headed to Wano country. Luji looked at his bounty notice and then smiled helplessly. At this moment, a pirate ship appeared ahead of the Dragon God. Johnny, big brother, it's an undocumented pirate ship. The roadbed nodded, and at that moment, several slashing attacks flew over from the opposite side. The Fire Fist slashes were completely engulfed by the flames. Ace, big brother, it's one of the Navy's 6 styles. The Gale Foot. Luji nodded. Not pirates, but members of the CP organization. Remember, leave no one behind. In an instant, Luji disappeared. Space, teleportation. In an instant, Luji arrived on the pirate ship, disguised by the CP organization. The sudden appearance of the embankment shocked everyone on the ship. At that moment, several figures flew over and launched an attack as soon as they landed. In an instant, screams echoed from the ship, and blood flowed like a river on board. The roadbed looked at the remaining few people and then directly opened his right hand. Space compression. In an instant, the few people turned into a mist of blood. He smiled. Something's wrong. These people are too weak. Luji nodded. These people were merely cannon fodder. The real strong ones were above. Then Luji looked up into the sky and saw several figures floating in the air. He smiled and said, floating? Could it be a fruit ability like that of the Golden Lion? Roadbed. It might be a higher level fruit than the float fruit. Everyone be careful. At that moment, a person in the sky threw a punch. Fire Fist. Ace on the ground was directly knocked down, but he quickly reacted and threw a punch as well. Fire Fist. The 2 attacks collided directly. However, a bolt of lightning broke through the flames and charged towards Roadbed. Enel, how is this possible? How does he have the ability of the Rumble fruit? Enel instantly appeared in front of Roadbed, directly blocking that attack. At this moment, a rain of magma fell. At this moment, Luji seemed to have thought of something, the artificial devil fruit. He then raised his right hand directly. Space barrier. Instantly, the molten lava was blocked by Luji. At this time, a meteorite appeared in the sky. On the other side, Uncle Yixiao also sheathed his knife. Luji smiled, and then there was a wave of spatial fluctuations around everyone. Space teleportation. In an instant, the people on the Dragon God ship returned to the Dragon God ship. At this moment, the meteorite had already struck down on them, directly heading towards the sea. The people on the Dragon God ship unleashed their observation haki, and this area was already devoid of any life force. Just as the people on the Dragon God ship were feeling happy, a door opened in the sky. Robase. They're not dead yet. They're the users of the door fruit. At this moment, the leader finally spoke. Demon Robase, I advise you to come back with us. You cannot possibly be our match. Roadbase immediately smiled wickedly. How would you know without trying? Then, with a wave of spatial fluctuation, Roadbase instantly appeared behind that person. Luji directly punched that person, but unexpectedly, his fist passed right through the person's body. I forgot to tell you, I am a user of the artificial metal fruit ability. Soon, a stream of liquid metal flowed out, instantly wrapping around Luji. Just when that person had relaxed, cracks appeared in the metal. At this moment, Luji's voice came through. I am very curious when you got the fruit genes. Then there was an explosion, and the metal surrounding Luji exploded. At this time, black gas began to emanate from Luji's body. Luffy's hands were directly covered in haki, and he locked that person's throat. Feel despair. In an instant, the dark energy around Luffy surged towards that person. At first, the person struggled continuously, but soon there was no response. The roadbed directly let go of its hand, and then a fresh corpse fell down. He had his mouth wide open, as if he had seen something extremely frightening. At that moment, two people rushed towards the roadbed, one with flames in his hand and the other with lightning flashing. Suddenly, two figures flashed, and Ace and Enel appeared beside the roadbed, instantly blocking the attacks of the two. Then another person rushed towards the roadbed, holding a knife wrapped in armament haki. But before he could reach the roadbed, he was stopped. A stone wall blocked the attack. Ace, you're not worthy of my brother's intervention. Sabo, we're here to play with you. Enel, are you ready? It's starting. The three of them exerted their strength, and instantly, the three opponents were sent flying. At this moment, a wave of spatial fluctuation occurred beside the roadbed, and four swords flew out. These were the four swords of extermination. The extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trap sword, and the absolute sword. Luji, let me try the power of this chaotic spirit treasure. Then Luji activated the four swords of extermination, moving at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. At that moment, someone on the opposite side spoke up. Everyone be careful of Luji's martial arts. Before he could finish his sentence, he was killed by the extermination sword, a single strike to the throat. Then, another scream was heard, as that person had a large hole in his chest. At this time, two more people were killed, and the four swords of extermination had already returned to Luji's side. Luji smiled, and in an instant, the four swords of extermination returned to the consciousness space. Everyone gathered together, channeling all their strength to attack Luji. At this moment, a CP organization spoke up. Then, they directly unleashed their strongest attacks, and a massive wave of energy surged towards Luji. The CP organization firmly believed that this strike was enough to kill Luji. Luji smiled slightly, and then casually threw a punch. Space shatter. In an instant, the space in front of Luji fractured, producing an effect similar to Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. The moment the shattered space and the energy wave collided, a loud explosion was heard. As the smoke cleared, the CP organization in the distance had turned into a mist of blood. Luffy, world government, I'll come back to settle the score with you. Then, the Dragon God set sail again. This time the destination for everyone was Wano country. At this moment, two familiar faces boarded the Dragon God. One was Shiki the Golden Lion, and the other was Dracula Mihawk. Both had been away for a while, and they were unaware of Luffy's rampage in Mariewa, where he killed the 5 elders and became a pirate. Shiki, ha, you little brat actually became a pirate. Mihawk, that's really unexpected. Luffy smiled helplessly. This is all forced by the world government. At this moment, the three of them put down their wine glasses simultaneously. Mihawk, Luffy, you have so many enemies. Shiki, this aura feels so familiar. The road base shook his head. I knew they came to find me, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. The three of them then walked out of the room, and I saw that the sky was already covered with dark clouds, and thunder was flashing continuously. At that moment, a dragon's head emerged from the clouds. The person was none other than Kaido. Kid, long time no see. At this time, the Golden Lion next to Road Base spoke up. Kaido, still as ugly as ever after all these years. This instantly made Kaido furious. He then directly unleashed a breath of dragon fire. At that moment, a shocking slash directly split Kaido's dragon fire. Hawkeye, Kaido, do you want to fight? Kaido, so it's the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. I've heard a lot about you, but to me, you're just an ant. Then Kaido's tone changed. I'm not here to start a war. I'm just here to deliver a message. Kaido looked at Road Base. Kid, Our captain wants you to join us, and we can help you take revenge. Lucky smiled and then looked at Kaido. Long worm, go back and tell Rocks that I won't join him. I'll take my own revenge. Then Lucky suddenly appeared above Kaido. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and in an instant, a dark golden rod appeared in Lucky's hand. Loki, moreover, you were just too arrogant. He directly raised his stick and struck at Kaido. There was a slight wave of space on the stick. Dragon Soldier, destroy the heavens. The stick landed squarely on Kaido's head, and Kaido let out a miserable scream. Then, like a kite with a broken string, he fell down, but just as he was about to hit the water, he flew up again. Kaido glared at Loki with immense anger. If looks could kill, Loki would have died several times already. However, Kaido did not make a move, not because he was afraid of Loki, but simply because he did not want to disrupt Rock's plan. After that, Kaido flew off into the distance. Luji returned to the ship, his face filled with worry. Golden Lion, what's wrong? Roadbed, I estimate that Rocks is going to go to war with the Navy. Hawkeye, why? Roadbed, because Kaido just flew towards the direction of the Navy headquarters. The two of them were taken aback. No way. It's all just your wild guesses. Roadbase, if it weren't for that, Kaido would have already fought me. Then Roadbase directly looked at the people on the Dragon God ship, sailing towards Marineford at the fastest speed. The Dragon God ship turned around and headed towards Marineford. At this time, Marineford was already in chaos. Sengoku and Garp's clothes were torn to shreds, and they were facing Rocks. Everything was exactly as Roadbase had predicted. At this moment, the Navy Square was in a free-for-all. Sengoku, Rocks, what good does this to you? Rocks, none, but I'm willing. Garp, bastard. He then threw another punch at Rocks, which even created a sonic boom. However, it was easily caught by Rocks. Rocks, back then, you and Roger played tricks, otherwise you couldn't have defeated me. On the other side, Sengoku wanted to help, but he was stopped by someone who suddenly appeared. Admiral Sengoku, your opponent is me. Destruction, are you really going to interfere? Destruction, that's right, besides we are enemies. The two then fought together. At this time, Big Mom, Blackbeard, and the newly arrived Kaido found their own opponents, as well as the strong members on their ships, who also found worthy opponents. However, the battle was still one-sided. It was only a matter of time before the Navy would be defeated. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a giant emerged from the ground, followed by Dragon and the Revolutionary Army. Dragon, old man, we're not late, are we? Garp, just in time. Dragon then transformed into a gust of wind and arrived beside the three admirals. Dragon, long time no see, old classmate. Akainu, long time no see, Dragon. Kizaru, Dragon, you have a good son. Akiji, classmate. I haven't heard that term in a long time. The Revolutionary Army instantly joined the battle. Although many strong fighters joined, the situation still didn't change. After all, the power gap between both sides was too great. At this moment, Sengoku, who was fighting destruction, was directly knocked down, creating a large pit in the ground. Just as destruction was about to press the attack, a sword blocked him. The newcomer had red hair and was dressed sloppily. Admiral Sengoku, are you alright? If you're injured, I can't explain to Roadbase. Sengoku, red-haired, you came just in time. I'm fine. Red-haired, not only did I come, but he did too. Red-haired then pointed towards the seaside, where a dragon-headed pirate ship was docked, alongside a whale-headed pirate ship, with many small pirate ships behind them. They were the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku's heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled down. Rocks, Whitebeard, you traitor. Whitebeard, sorry, Captain, I left the Rocks pirates many years ago. Saying this, Whitebeard threw a punch, instantly causing the space to crack. Rocks never expected that the Revolutionary Army, the red-haired pirates, and the Whitebeard pirates would stand with the Navy. Akainu, thanks to Roadbase. Kizaru, that little brat really has a wide network. Akiji, it seems the world government still doesn't know who he has offended. At this moment, Rocks shook off Garp and threw a punch as well. The space cracked again, leaving everyone astonished. Rocks, I originally didn't want to use my devil fruit ability. Then, Rox's right hand turned into magma and his left hand into ice. Akainu, what is going on? Akiji, same devil fruit ability. Rox then spoke again. I'm a Paramecia type copy devil fruit user, and I didn't expect to encounter this god-level devil fruit right after I came out. Saying this, Rox launched an attack. Although it was extremely fierce, it was still barely caught by Whitebeard. On the other side, Garp charged towards Rox again. Rox, you dare to touch my godson? Suddenly, the air became tense. Whitebeard, Garp, what are you talking about? Garp pinched his nose. If you recognize Roadbase as your godson, then you are of the same generation as Dragon. So you're naturally my godson. Whitebeard's face turned dark. Meanwhile, Red-haired burst out laughing, holding his stomach. Whitebeard, I knew you would end up like this, Sengoku was also trying hard to suppress his laughter. Akainu and the others were actually congratulating Dragon. Congratulations, you have a powerful brother. Haha. You are of the same generation as Whitebeard. Ha. I can't take it anymore. Let me catch my breath. Ha ha ha. Dragon, your son is amazing. Ha ha. Dragon was also quite confused, inexplicably becoming Whitebeard's younger brother. At this moment, Garp spoke again. You are of the same generation as Roger. His son also calls me Grandpa. Instantly, Sengoku couldn't hold back anymore. Garp, how much advantage have you taken from others? The originally fierce battlefield was now filled with laughter. Akainu, I can't take it anymore. Ha. Vice Admiral Garp is too much, ha. Kizaru, I wonder if Roger will survive this news, ha ha. Akiji, Dragon, your dad is too much, ha ha. Dragon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, Red-Haired was no longer calm. Damn, Garp, you took advantage of my captain. Just then, someone patted Red-Haired on the shoulder. It was Sengoku. Don't be angry, Garp is like this, you know that. At this moment, not only the Navy was laughing, but even Rox and the others couldn't hold back. Kaido laughed until tears flowed down his face, and Big Mom was laughing so hard she fell to the ground. Whitebeard, Garp, let us each speak for ourselves. If you dare to take advantage of me, I can kill you. Garp, on the other hand, was picking his nose and didn't respond. Thus, Marineford fell into a dispute over seniority. On the other side, Road Base had Ace find the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Luji locked himself in the room, then sat at the center of the elements and closed his eyes to carefully sense the 5 elements. Soon, Luji felt a thread connecting himself to the 5 elements. The roadbed was able to sense it so quickly also because of the Panku treasure box. Gradually, the Panku treasure box began to react, and suddenly a burst of light appeared. At this moment, a small tower appeared in the consciousness space of the roadbed. Luji took a look and immediately realized that this was the chaotic spiritual treasure of the 5 Elements Law, the 5 Elements Tower. Luji returned directly to the real world, and at that moment, the 5 elements around him were already floating in the air. With a wave of the hand, the foundation instantly made the 5 elements disappear without a trace. Luji's face also showed a long-lost smile. At that moment, Ace knocked on the door. Big brother, we're almost there. Luji, okay, got it. After that, Luji tidied up a bit and left the room. At this point, the Dragon God was already able to see Marin Fando, and Luji's expression became serious. Roadbed, Lao Jin, take us over. Golden Lion, no problem. At this time, Marin Fando was already surrounded by ships, and the Dragon God couldn't get through at all. Fortunately, Golden Lion was on the Dragon God. Otherwise, Roadbed would have to use space jumps to get over. Yixiao couldn't move the Dragon God either. At this moment, Luji had already seen the battlefield. But his gaze narrowed, and in an instant, a towering aura emanated from him. The Conqueror's Haki was activated. The strong fighters on the battlefield were directly drawn to this aura. Rox showed an unusually excited expression. This level of Conqueror's Haki had already far surpassed Roger, which was truly exhilarating. Red-Haired, a Conqueror's Haki stronger than the captain's. It's really intriguing. Whitebeard, this Conqueror's Haki has a familiar feeling. At this moment, people in the square began to collapse in large numbers, including some prominent pirates. The Dragon God appeared in the sky, and Luji at the bow of the ship was also seen by the people. Kaido, Captain, this is Luji. Rox, so it's him. The Conqueror's Haki I just released was also his. Then Rox gave a wicked smile, and a powerful aura burst forth. Although it couldn't match Luji's Conqueror's Haki, it was still incredibly strong, ranking among the top in the number of Conqueror's Haki users. At this moment, the corners of Luji's mouth gently curled up, resembling the crooked smile of some Dragon Kings, also known as the Crooked Mouth God of War. In an instant, a powerful spatial suppression erupted, and everyone felt a substantial pressure. Loki, space suppression. Then, Loki flashed and instantly appeared in front of Rox. However, before Loki could make a move, he was punched away by Rox. The roadbed spun in the air several times before stabilizing. Rox, haha, kid, you're not using a fruit ability, right? Your ability can't replicate at all. Subgrade, how is that possible? Before Luffy could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Rox. You're too weak. At that moment, 3 figures appeared directly in front of Luffy. Carp, weak? Why don't you take a look at how young he is? Whitebeard, Captain, at this age, you haven't gone out to sea yet, right? Dragon, show some respect. Rox, if I kill him now, what does it matter how strong he becomes later? Saying this, Rox charged straight at Luffy. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted, and several beams of light instantly flew out from Luffy. Luji, I originally couldn't beat you, but now I have a way. Then, a blue light appeared in front of Luji. The five elements, water floods the gold mountain. Instantly, the surrounding sea began to surge violently, and countless water columns shot up directly towards Rock's. Rock's eyes narrowed. He was completely stunned by Luji. Others might not know, but he knew that Luji wasn't using the power of a devil fruit at all. Rox thought to himself that this little brat must be eliminated. He would become a great threat in the future. At that moment, Rox gathered his hands and instantly shot out countless ice blocks, which froze the water columns immediately. Loki did not feel regret at all. There was even a smile on his face. Suddenly, there was a wave of spatial fluctuation above Rox's head, and in an instant, a crack appeared, followed by countless amounts of seawater pouring down. Rox didn't have time to react and was directly engulfed by the rushing seawater. In an instant, everyone was stunned. The pirate who had been a thorn in everyone's side was defeated. Kaido and Big Mom were the first to react, immediately taking their crew and fleeing. Even Mihawk left without delay. Now, only some cannon fodder pirates were left by the war god. Just as everyone was cheering, Loki spoke up. Roadbed, Rox isn't dead. He's about to come out. Everyone be careful. Everyone's expression changed. Carp, that bastard isn't dead yet. So why didn't he come out just now? Now Kaido and the others have all run away. The ground. I don't know, but Rox indeed did not leave. At this moment, the ground began to tremble, and then cracks started to appear on the surface, soon revealing the emergence of a gigantic creature. The roadbed was stunned at that moment. Isn't that a koan? Could it be that Rox can sing and dance? Rox, didn't expect that. I also didn't expect that the Sea King actually had such a powerful devil fruit. Luji's eyes narrowed. Luji immediately thought of a giant sea creature he encountered during an experience, which was lying still at the bottom of the sea. At that time, Luji was curious about why this sea creature remained motionless and only waited for food to come to it. Luffy was teasing him for being too lazy at that time. At this moment, Rox had already launched his attack, and Carp and the others couldn't stop Rox's charge at all. Just then, Carp, who had been knocked aside, shouted and then raised his fist, charging directly at Rox. Everyone could clearly feel that Carp's strength had increased again. Carp's own shackles had finally been broken. When Carp threw a punch, Rox, transformed into a giant fish, was sent back several meters. However, Luffy could clearly sense that Carp's vitality was continuously weakening. Carp was using his life force to enhance his strength. At that moment, Luffy suddenly appeared next to Carp. "Old man, what are you trying to do?" Carp replied, "Haha, I can't accompany you on the road ahead." Then Carp charged directly at Rox. Luji knows what Carp wants to do, so he immediately blocks the space around Carp. "Looky, old man, let me handle this time." Then blue flames erupted from Lookie's body. "Carp, Looky, what are you doing?" "Road base, it's nothing, just a few years of life wasted." At this moment, road base momentum began to soar, and it even started to materialize. A willow tree appeared behind road base. At that moment, road base hair instantly turned white. Suddenly, a willow branch appeared in road base hand. Space suppression. In an instant, Rox felt an endless pressure, a pressure that touched both his mind and body. At this time, road base was already sweating profusely. This was his first time fully utilizing the path of space. The road base directly struck the willow branch, and in an instant, the space began to crack. At this moment, Rox was still trapped and unable to move, and then a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. In an instant, Rox's back was torn apart. The intense pain allowed Rox to break free from his restraints and charge directly at the road base. By this time, the road base had lost its strength. The previous strike was too much for it to withstand. However, that strike was enough, as the tearing had directly penetrated Rox's heart. At this moment, the road base raised the willow branch again. Space barrier. Instantly, several invisible barriers appeared in front of the road base. The road base tried to block Lux's impact, but cracking sounds echoed in the air. The spatial barrier was as fragile as paper in front of Lux. Soon, it arrived in front of the road base. In an instant, the road base came into contact with Lux. A mouthful of blood spurted out directly from the roadbed. The subgrade is speechless. It feels like it always coughs up blood, and each time it's a big basin full. Luji thought to himself that if he didn't die this time, he would get to eat red dates and drink chicken soup again. At that moment, Luji looked at Rox's wound, and surprisingly, the heart that had been torn apart was now intact again. Luoji, how is that possible? Rox, kid, I still underestimated you. Fortunately, I copied Teach's devil fruit, otherwise I would have really been done for. In an instant, a toothless, sinister grin appeared in Luoji's mind. Roadbed, hee hee, it seems I'm doomed this time. Just as Roadbed resigned himself to his fate, A huge surge of energy erupted from his body. At that moment, a familiar laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, little brat, are you in a dead end again? Luji instantly opened his eyes. Ximu? Yes, this was indeed the voice of Ximu, one of the 8 great demons. Little ghost, this is the last shred of consciousness we have left. Consider it a means of saving your life. As he spoke, the sky underwent a dramatic change, and Lujia's body also transformed. Huge wings, black skin, sharp claws, and blood-red eyes. With a flap of his wings, Lugia soared into the sky. At that moment, he looked at his own familiar power. Then Ximu's voice echoed again, little ghost. Your temporary transformation and the power I grant you is limited, but combined with the laws you have comprehended, it should be enough to deal with this fish. Luji nodded. At that moment, Luji directly used his claws to unleash several attacks, which contained endless spatial laws. The attacks easily broke through Locke's defenses, and Locke looked at Luji in disbelief. At this time, Luji raised both hands, and instantly, lightning danced in the air, mixed with ice and rain. On the other side, Locke charged directly towards Luji. The hands that were directly placed on the ground suddenly unleashed countless bolts of lightning towards Rocks, who let out a scream. Black smoke began to rise from his body, and there was even a hint of a roasted meat smell. At this moment, the sky changed again, and a block of ice the size of an island appeared. Luji waved his hand, and the ice block instantly rushed towards Rocks. Rocks had no time to react and was immediately struck down by the ice block from the air. He didn't even have a chance to let out a scream. The ice block directly headed towards the distant sea, and upon contact with the surface of the water, it triggered a tsunami. At this moment, Luji directly appeared at the coast. Luo stretched out his right hand, and the raging tsunami came to a sudden halt. Then it sank back into the ocean as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Luo dove into the sea and went straight to the bottom of the iceberg. However, he did not see Rock's figure. Looky, it seems that he managed to escape, but he was also seriously injured, so he won't be making any moves for a while. After that, Lucky returned to the shore. At that moment, the power in Lucky began to fade, and he returned to his original form. Lucky finally saw Ace and the others running towards him, then fainted. Days passed, but Lucky showed no signs of waking up. Whitebeard and the others called every day, asking if Lucky had woken up yet. However, they never received the answer they wanted. In his coma, Lucky saw the deceased Califa and Ashiji, as well as the dissipated 8 great demons. Lugia felt he had a lot to say to them, but they only nodded and didn't say a word. However, Lugia still didn't want to leave. He just wanted to spend a bit more time with them. At that moment, they finally spoke. Califa said, Lugia, you should go back. Dasky added, this is not where you belong. The Lord said, little brat, let's go. Hearing these words, Lugia lowered his head, and the smile on his face vanished. Why? Why do you want to leave me? The Lord said, little brat, we've always been with you. We are here with you. Saying this, the Lord pointed to Lugia's heart. Califa continued, and in your memories. Dasky said, we will always be with you. At that moment, Dasky stretched out her hands and pushed directly towards Lugia. Luji felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. Then Luji was startled, and the Luji in the real world suddenly opened his eyes. Luji glanced at the familiar ward and then saw Ace sleeping beside him. Luji patted Ace's shoulder, and Ace instantly woke up. Brother, you're finally awake. Ace excitedly hugged Luji. At that moment, Luji's wounds had healed, but his head was still full of white hair. I'm fine, don't worry. Ace nodded excitedly, then began to notify the others. After Ace left, Luji got off the sickbed and walked to the window. Luji looked up at the sky. He could never have one without the help of Ximu. Luji still cannot exert all of his rule power. Otherwise, he could turn rocks to ashes with just a wave of his hand. Thanks, Ximu. Luji felt a heat rising in his back as he uttered the 2 words Ximu. In an instant, he was enveloped in a set of dark golden armor, and he was stunned by his own transformation. Little ghost, this is the gift we left for you. Ximu's voice came from the helmet. We placed the last remnants of our consciousness in the tattoo on your back, and we didn't expect it to bring such an unexpected surprise. Now you can summon the armor formed from our will by calling our names, and you will possess our powers. Moreover, because Bogang and I have consumed the demon fruit within your body, we both have also gained some abilities. I am metal and light, while Bogang is forest and darkness. However, we no longer have self-healing abilities. Even the Holy Lord's charms won't work. At most, they can provide you with temporary healing. You will still need to heal yourself after shedding the armor. I was the first to wake up. They're still unconscious, and we have all sustained varying degrees of injuries. Ximu explained some things to Luji, and then Luji withdrew the armor. The feeling of regaining something lost made Luji quite happy. It was the happiest day he had experienced in a while. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and Carp came directly to Luji. You little brat. You scare the hell out of me. Luji, it's all right, old man. I'm doing fine now. Then Luji greeted others. Luffy, all right. All members of the Straw Hat Pirates, it's time to set sail. At this moment, Sengoku stopped Luffy. No need. It's time for the Navy to confront the world government. Luffy shook his head with a smile. It's not the right time yet. We all underestimated the strength of the world government. Let's wait a bit longer. Then Luffy waved his hand casually. A spatial rift appeared, revealing the deck of the Dragon God's ship on the other side. Luffy then gave a formal military salute to Sengoku. The former Marine Admiral Luffy saluted on behalf of all the members of the Dragon God ship. After saying that, Luffy led everyone from the Dragon God ship through the spatial rift. As the last person entered, the spatial rift closed immediately. At the Navy port, the Dragon God ship had set sail. Ace asked, Big brother, where are we going? Luji smiled and then looked at the sea. Anywhere is fine. Let's let the Dragon God decide. This guy has a spirit. Everyone chuckled. It was known to all that the Dragon God had already given birth to a ship's spirit, but no one spoke of it. After a long voyage, they unknowingly arrived in the New World and reached Dragon God Island. The roadbed looked at the island where it had lived for many years, with a helpless smile on its lips. Luffy, have you all thought it through? Do you really want to become pirates with me? Luffy turned to look at the crew of the Dragon God. The crew exchanged glances. Then they all looked at Luffy in unison. Captain, give the order. The call of Captain represented everyone. Luffy nodded. All right, Dragon God Island will be our starting point, and we will become the 7th Emperor-level pirate crew in the New World. The original 4 Emperors, plus the Blackbeard Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates, already make 6 Emperor-level pirate crews in the New World. The Dragon God Pirates will become the 7th. The strength of the Dragon God Pirates is already at its peak at sea, with almost no other crew being able to match Luffy and his crew. Furthermore, Luffy now possesses the strength of the hard steel rocks. At sea, there are almost no opponents for Luffy. What worries Luffy the most now is M. Luji knows the gap in strength between himself and M. He is no match for M at the moment. Just as the Dragon God ship sails on the sea, countless towering waves rush towards Luji and the others. Ace, what's going on? Sabo, although the weather in the New World is strange, such gigantic waves shouldn't even be possible. Xiao, someone's pulling strings behind the scenes. After saying that, everyone on the Dragon God ship immediately used their abilities. However, these waves seemed to have an invisible protective shield. Their attacks couldn't break through at all. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Let me handle this. Luji then walked out from the cabin and threw a punch. This punch contained the power of the 3 major laws that Luji had learned, and its strength was extraordinary. The towering waves in front of him crumbled like paper in the face of this punch, shattering instantly. Then, Luji brought his hands together, and a phantom of a tower appeared behind him. The seawater around the Dragon God ship began to churn and then surged violently. In an instant, several towering columns of water shot up into the sky. Just as the people on the Dragon God ship were wondering what Luji was doing, a scream rang out. Then, a figure was seen falling from the sky. Just as that person was about to crash to the ground, Luji flashed next to him and grabbed his legs. At that moment, the person's face was pressed against the ground. Roadbed, go ahead, who sent you? The person swallowed nervously. It was the Celestial Dragons. They used their status and countless treasures to trade for your head. The roadbed nodded. You have good strength, but you are with the wrong person. In the eyes of Luji, there was a glimmer of slaughter. A flash of red light passed through Luji's eyes, and then countless black gases surged towards that person. A scream echoed, and that person had turned into a dry corpse. It was thrown into the sea. Ace nodded, then kicked the corpse into the sea. Roadbed, kill all Celestial Dragons on sight. The road base issued an order and then directly walked into the cabin. He smiled. Aren't the Celestial Dragons asking for death? Ace, Uncle, haven't they sought death enough already? Sabo, who cares? The Celestial Dragons deserve to die anyway. At this point, the road base no longer held back. No Celestial Dragon could escape the hands of the Dragon God. Before they knew it, several months had passed. Ace, still no news about Luffy? Ace, no. The last time Luffy was seen was during the fight with Kaido, and since then, there has been no news of him. Luffy, what about the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates? Ace, no. We are working hard to find them. At this moment, Luffy looks at Sabo. How much longer until we reach Wano country? Sabo, it will take about 10 more days. After all, we're being hunted by the Celestial Dragons every day. Luji, we can't delay any longer. Everyone gather at the bow of the ship. Soon, everyone on the Longshan arrived at the bow. At this moment, Luji looked ahead. I am about to perform a large-scale spatial jump, which may go out of control, so everyone get ready. The crowd nodded. Then Luji clapped his hands, and a phantom of a willow tree appeared behind him. Instantly, the space around the Longshan began to crack, and the fissures started to extend continuously. Luffy, here it comes. Space jump. In an instant, the dragon god disappeared from its original spot. At this moment on the coast of Wano, a person was evading a chase. This person was Chopper, the ship's doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. During the battle with Kaido, they got scattered. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of Chopper. All of them were there to hunt him down. Chopper immediately switched forms, ready to fight. At that moment, a sound of shattering came, and a large ship appeared in the nearby sea. This ship was Luffy's dragon god. A figure then emerged. Where are they? Why am I the only one? At this time, several people appeared all over Wano. They were Luffy and the others. Due to the unstable space, they were all dispersed. On the ship was Fire Fist Ace. Ace also saw Chopper surrounded. Ace's legs turned into flames, and he shot straight into the sky. Fire Fist. Ace threw a punch towards Chopper's direction, instantly knocking back the people surrounding him. At this moment, Chopper also noticed Ace and ran over crying. Ace! Ace, Chopper! Where are Luffy and the others? Chopper. I don't know. Kaido scattered us with one punch not long ago, and when I woke up, I was by the sea. Ace, can you contact them? Chopper shook his head. They had no way to communicate. Ace shook his head and then took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Soon, the voices of everyone on the Dragon God came from the paper. This was created by Luffy using his own power of rules. Although there was a time limit, it was enough. The people on the Dragon God waited for a while, but there was still no voice from Luffy in the paper. Ace, big brother, are you there? A smile appeared. Luffy must be in trouble. We should find a place to regroup. Sabo, that's right. Everyone knows big brother's strength. Let's regroup and discuss. Ace then put away the paper, and at this time, the Dragon God crew had already determined the meeting place, Flower Capital. Meanwhile, Luffy also woke up from his slumber. The recent space jump had made Luffy faint. After waking up, Luffy immediately took out the communication paper from his pocket. Just as Luffy was about to contact everyone, a figure appeared not far from him. This person looked like a little boy but was dressed in girl's clothes. This person was the biggest villain, Little Peach. No, there was no Peach anymore, it was Little Kinnaman. However, Little Kinnaman was still unconscious now. Luji looked around and found no sign of anyone else. Luffy walked step by step in front of Tazizu. If you had eaten a devil fruit, I might have spared your life. But you haven't, and I've let you live for a long time, so be content. Then Luffy raised his right hand, and in an instant, a burst of flames appeared. Luji directly hurled a blazing fire at Momonosuke, and in an instant, Momonosuke was engulfed by the flames. Just then, a white light flew out from Momonosuke's body. This white light directly devoured the raging fire. Seeing this scene, Luji was not surprised at all. In fact, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Finally willing to come out, Kazuki Oden. At this moment, the white light slowly transformed into a human figure. This person was none other than Kazuki Oden, who had been killed by Kaido. Since Luji understood the laws of the demonic path, he gradually began to perceive things he had not encountered before. Some souls, commonly known as ghosts. The Foundation can faintly sense a powerful soul force from Tazizu. Loki directly infused the magic law into his eyes, instantly revealing the souls of Kazuki Oden and Momonosuke. Soon after, there appeared a scene where Loki wanted to set Momonosuke on fire. His purpose was to force out Kazuki Oden. At this moment, Kazuki Oden spoke up. What do you want? Kazuki Oden instantly assumed a fighting stance. The corner of the roadbed lifted slightly, revealing a sinister smile. Of course, it's to force you out, Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden instantly became tense. After his death, his soul had been wandering in Wano country, waiting for his son to come and avenge him, and to reclaim Wano from Kaido. But in the end, he was met with a eunuch named Momonosuke, and Kazuki Oden completely broke down. It took Kazuki Oden a long time to accept this reality. Since then, he has been following Momonosuke, secretly protecting his safety. Luji, you don't need to be nervous. I won't lay a hand on you. Then Luji's tone shifted. However, I want you to be my servant. Keigetsu Oden's eyes widened in anger, and he immediately charged at Luji. Although Keigetsu Oden is in a spiritual state, he still possesses a certain level of attack power. The roadbed directly raised its right hand, and in an instant, countless black gases surged out. The black gas directly wrapped around Kazuki Oden. In an instant, Kazuki Oden felt a piercing pain. thousands of times more painful than before when he was thrown into the oil pot. Luji thought to himself, a ghost is making a scene in front of me. Does it not know that the laws of the demonic path are the nemesis of ghosts? Then Luji spoke up. Keigetsu Yutaka, don't overestimate yourself. Do you believe I can turn Momonosuke to ashes right now, leaving not even a trace of his soul? After saying this, Luji raised his left hand, and in an instant, a cloud of black energy flew towards Momonosuke. The black energy quickly enveloped Momonosuke, and a look of pain appeared on his face. Subgrade, I'll give you another chance to tell me your choice. Looking at the suffering Momonosuke, Kazuki Oden finally lowered his noble head. The black mist wrapping around Peach Boy dissipated instantly, while the black mist entangling Kazuki Oden directly entered his soul. In an instant, Kazuki Oden's hands and feet began to transform from spirit to flesh. However, this flesh emanated a wave of evil aura. Luji looked at Kazuki Oden and then touched the box at his waist. Inside it were the souls of Dasuke and the others, who were different from a strong person like Kazuki Oden. Their souls would gradually dissipate until they eventually disappeared. Luji realized this and used his abilities to preserve them. The souls of strong individuals like Kazuki Oden can exist for thousands of years and cannot simply dissipate. Originally, Luji intended to use dark magic to resurrect Dasuke and the others, but in the end, he chose to give up. The reason was that if he resurrected them through dark magic, they would be his slave for life, having no freedom at all, which was not what Luji wanted. At this moment, Kazuki Oden also underwent a transformation. He exuded an aura of death, and his overall strength increased significantly. Now, Kazuki Oden's power is much stronger than it was before his death. Lucci looked at his work with satisfaction. In fact, Lucci could force Koyuki Oden to become his servant, but the effect would definitely not be as good. Koyuki Oden also accepted reality. Loki, now let's go find my troublesome little brother. Then, Loki disappeared right on the spot. Kazuki Oden took one last reluctant glance at Momonosuke before he also vanished. However, faintly, one could see a hint of magical energy emanating from Momonosuke, which was left by Kazuki Oden. At this moment, Loki could roughly guess where Luffy was. Don't ask, just know it's from a god's perspective. Soon, Loki and Kazuki Oden arrived at the prison where Kaido was holding the prisoners. In the distance, two spirited young men were eagerly competing to move stones. Luji thought that it seemed to be following the plot, so he decided not to intervene. If Luji got involved, Luffy might not learn Flowing Cherry Blossom, and it would be even less likely for him to harden against Kaido later. At that moment, a brutal aura approached. The roadbed's gaze sharpened. Then he looked directly into the distance. This aura seemed similar to Kaido. Next to him, Kazuki Oden spoke up. Subgrade. I can probably guess who it is, but I still need to confirm. Lucky revealed a smile, and then dashed towards the direction of the explosive aura. Kazuki Oden followed close behind Lucky. On the other side, Ace and the others had gathered together. Ace said, still no news of Big Brother. Aizo reassured him, don't worry, according to the intel. The only strong forces in Wano now are Kaido and Big Mom, who just arrived not long ago. We don't know where Rocks went, and no one in Wano is a match for Lucky right now. The others nodded. Lucky was virtually invincible at this point. Sabo added, our main task now is to find the Straw Hat crew. Ace replied, that's a bit difficult. Chopper said they got scattered, and they have no way to contact each other. Enel suggested, how about I use the Mind Network, a wide-range observation hockey? Aizo shook his head. No, a strong opponent would notice it, and before we find them, we would be discovered. In the end, the group decided to split up to gather information. At this moment, Lucky had arrived at the place where the brutal aura had just erupted. Loki looked at the island that resembled a devil's skull and couldn't help but complain in his heart. So ugly. Then, Loki directly concealed his and Kazuki Oden's presence, and the two of them barged into Kaido's stronghold. Soon, Loki found the person he was looking for, a beautiful woman holding a mace similar to Kaido's. Kaido's daughter, Yamato. At that moment, Yamato seemed to sense something and immediately turned to look in Loki's direction. However, there was no one there. On the other side, Loki had already created a wall of space in front of him, directly blocking Yamato's line of sight. Roadbed. That was close. Luckily, I reacted in time. Kazuki Oden, boss. What exactly are you doing here? Subgrade. It's nothing, just want to take a look at this little coat of Kaido. Luji smiled wickedly, and then a wisp of black gas emerged from his hand, directly entering Yamato's body. Yamato shivered immediately. Luji thought to himself that he didn't know how effective the power of the Demoness under the magic path was. After finishing everything, Luji left with Mitsuki Oden. The roadbed directly used the manufactured communication paper to determine the positions of several people. Subsequently, with a casual wave of the hand, a spatial rift appeared. Luji and Guan Yudian walked straight in, and then they came directly to Ace's side. Ace, big brother, can you not appear suddenly? It's really scary. Roadbed, next time pay attention. Tell others not to look for the Straw Hat crew anymore. Everyone gather, there is an announcement to make. Soon, the Dragon God ship arrived at the gathering point. Foundation, from now on, we just need to wait. I don't care what you all do, but you must not reveal your identities. Everyone nodded. In the following days, the members of the Dragon God began to let loose. Ace and Sabo directly took over restaurant. Uncle Yixiao even moved into the casino. As for the others, they were all focused on having fun. Before long, several months had passed without anyone noticing. During this time, several major events occurred, such as Luffy breaking out of prison and Big Mom allying with Kaido. The developments were increasingly deviating from the correct storyline. Roadbed, it seems I have changed the storyline again, and from now on, I can only take it step by step. Soon it will be the time when Luffy and the others attack Onigashima. The only good news is that Jinbei, just like in the original work, has joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy couldn't help but sigh upon hearing the news. He really wanted to snatch Jinbei over. Then, Luffy gathered all the members of the Dragon God crew through a communication paper. The battle at Onigashima is about to begin, and of course, our Dragon God Pirates must get involved. With a wave of his hand, Luffy announced, Dragon God Pirates, let's set sail. Meanwhile, Kaido and Luffy have already started their battle. Their fight is nothing short of earth-shattering. Under Kaido's diligent guidance, Luffy successfully awakened his Devil Fruit. Gear 5, Sun God form, Zoan-type mythical beast, human fruit, Nika form. Luffy's strength has skyrocketed. From a distance, the road base couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder he is the child of destiny. At this moment, an unexpected character appears. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful devil fruit here. Heaven helps me. Loki didn't expect him to come here. Rox, Luffy is in danger. Just as Rox was about to make a move, a voice came from the side. I advise you not to disturb my brother. At this moment, Loki had already arrived beside Rox. Rox said, Kid, what are you doing here? Loki, traveling, and by the way, I'm here to see my brother. Then Loki looked at Luffy, another grandson of that old bastard Garp. Immediately, Loki erupted in anger. Kid, I was careless before, but today I'm going to kill you. Then Loki's body suddenly swelled, and he threw a punch at Loki, looking for death. With a wave of his hand, Luji created a spatial barrier that instantly blocked Rock's attack. At that moment, Luji shouted battle armor. Instantly, a black Ximu battle armor covered his entire body. Ximu said, Kid, go on a killing spree. In an instant, a killing intent emerged in Luji's eyes. 4 swords appeared out of thin air. The 4 swords of extermination. Extermination. In an instant, the 4 swords flew towards Rox. Lugia, today, you will undoubtedly die. Faced with the frenzied attacks of the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, Rox could only keep dodging. At that moment, Lugia raised both hands. And instantly, thousands of swords appeared in the air. This was the power of the metal fruit devoured by Ximu. Roadbed, with the sword to open the heavens. With the sword to destroy the world, the sword determines the universe, the sword decides. In an instant, numerous swords flew out. Lox continuously altered his abilities, constantly dodging. Lox's own strength is not weak, plus the perverse devil fruit. Loki couldn't take down Roxas in an instant. At this moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Loki's mouth. The ground opened its arms, and in an instant, countless black gases emerged. At that moment, the sound of wailing came from the black mist. Following that, various monsters of different shapes rushed out. Luji, the demon's attack. A group of demons let out a roar and charged towards Lux. Lux gradually found it hard to evade, continuously getting scratched by the demons and stabbed by their swords. At this moment, Luji calmly performed hand seals. Instantly, countless spatial slashes appeared out of thin air. 10,000 blade slash. At this moment, the 4 swords of extermination had reached all 4 directions around Lux. In an instant, 4 beams of light soared into the sky. The roadbed slowly opened up. Sword formation. Activate. At that moment, the spatial slash also entered the sword formation. In an instant, Rox was torn into pieces. However, he quickly restored himself to his original state. Rox, haha kid, I want to see what other methods you have to kill me. Roadbase, alright, open your eyes wide. At this moment, a small tower flew out from the center of Roadbase eyebrows. The 5 Elements Tower, go. The 5 Elements Tower flew directly above Lux's head. Instantly, the power of the 5 elements flowed out, wrapping around Lux directly. Roadbed, 5 Elements Tower, 5 Elements Seal. Locke's eyes narrowed. Seal, little ghost, you lost. You still can't kill me, haha. Roadbed, I didn't say I was sealing you. Rocks, what do you mean? The Foundation smiled wickedly. The 5 elements seal suppressed. In an instant, the power of the 5 elements began to enter Rock's body. Rox immediately felt something was wrong. He sensed that the power of the devil fruit within him was gradually disappearing. You are sealing my devil fruit. Roadbed. That's right, without the devil fruit, you will definitely die. In an instant, Rox felt the power of the devil fruit in his body vanish. Rox, how is that possible? Roadbed. Although it consumes a little bit of vitality, it's worth it. The 5 elements sealing formation is activated by the vitality consumed by the roadbed. It definitely won't work on a strong being, but a little demon should be fine. Rox, are you crazy? Little ghost. Is what you're consuming just a little bit of life? Luji. Oh, it's only 5 years. Adding the previous ones, that's a total lifespan of 15 years. I'm still young. After saying this, Luji immediately accelerated. In an instant, a shadow was sucked into the tower. The Foundation, it's done. Rox's body was instantly pierced by the sword. This time, Rox did not regenerate, but instead bled directly. Blood also trickled from the corner of Rox's mouth. You little brat, you've got some guts, but I'll take you down with me. It was seen that Rox's momentum continued to rise, and his injuries slowly began to heal. Road base, exchange life for life, let's see if you have that strength. At this moment, the sword formation began to shatter continuously, and Road base directly retracted the 4 swords of Zhu. Lucci, come on, I'll try to leave you with a complete corpse. After saying this, Lucci charged directly at Rox. With a punch, Rox turned his hand into a palm to block the attack. The roadbed immediately showed a look of surprise. Not bad. Keep going. Luji directly leveraged his strength to sweep his leg towards Rox. Rox raised his arm to block the attack and immediately turned to kick Luji in the abdomen. The roadbed immediately used his hands to block. However, he was still kicked away a distance. Rox, kid, it's not easy to take this kick, is it? Lugia, cough, 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 not bad. Let's see what I've got. With that, Lugia leaped into the air and kicked towards Rox. Rox immediately crossed his arms in front of his chest, blocking Lugia's attack. Kid, is that all you've got? Roadbed. Oh, really? Then Roadbed's body actually began to spin. Poison Dragon Drill. The body of Luji was getting faster and faster, and Lox also felt the pressure rising continuously. Slowly, his veins began to bulge. Break! Luji shouted. Lox could no longer hold on and was instantly sent flying out. Lugia executed a magnificent flip and landed directly on the ground. Lux slid for several meters, but stabilized his posture. The two exchanged smiles and then charged at each other again. At the moment of contact, Lugia stepped forward with his front leg, bent backward, and exerted force from his waist to unleash the Iron Mountain Lean of the 8 Extremes fist. Lux was caught off guard and was directly sent flying. However, in that moment of being launched, he used the momentum to perform an upward kick. His foot struck Lugia's chin, but it didn't cause much damage. Luji just realized that Lux was already in front of him. A hook punch was thrown at Luji, who immediately used the Tai Chi technique of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds, and with the borrowed strength, he slapped Lux on the chest. Lux was sent flying again, but at that moment, Luji directly reached out and grabbed Lux's ankle. Then, he forcefully threw Lux into the air. The roadbed jumped up with all its strength, its legs propelling it into the air. It swung its fists down towards Rox. Rox crashed down like a meteor, directly creating a huge pit in the ground. Luji slowly approached the edge of the giant pit, and at this moment, Rox also slowly got up. His full head of brown hair had vanished, leaving only strands of white. However, his strength had not diminished at all. Instead, it surged once again. He charged directly at Luji, who was caught off guard and was sent flying. At this moment, Rox's movements looked very familiar, resembling the Iron Mountain Lean that Luji had just used. The Foundation directly flipped in the air and stabilized its form. Then, it pushed off the ground to charge towards Rox. This time, the two finally exchanged punches. The ground began to crack around them, centered on the two. Immediately, they started to unleash a flurry of punches. At this moment, both of their eyes were solely focused on each other's fists. The onlookers outside the battlefield were utterly shocked. Ace, are these two even human? A smile shook his head. They have transcended the realm of humans. It's something even Garp and the 4 emperors can't achieve. Sabo, how long will this battle last? Ace, it might take several days. A smile shook his head again. It's almost over. The result is about to emerge. At that moment, another explosive sound echoed in the air. Then, they saw the Foundation fly backward, with Rox closely following. The two engaged in battle once more in the air. Lucci kicked towards Rox's head with a side kick. Rox lifted his leg high to kick towards the top of Lucci's head. Both of them used all their strength, determined to take each other down. This time, Lucky was quicker, kicking rocks away. The roadbed turned, and several feet were added. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a huge pit appeared on the ground again. However, the sounds of the fight did not stop. The two began a close-quarters combat with every move and strike. Their attack speed increased, accompanied by the sonic booms generated by their excessive speed. Lucky almost used all the martial arts techniques he knew, and Rock's learning ability was also astonishing. He nearly imitated all of Lucky's techniques. The moves of both were identical, and neither could inflict damage on the other. At that moment, both of them threw a punch and staggered back several steps. Rocks, kid, I really like your martial arts. Luji, old bastard, let's see how this move works. Then Luji assumed a fighting stance, but his legs began to jump rhythmically. Rocks, I want to see what other tricks you have. The two then engaged in battle again. However, Rocks was astonished to find that Luji's attack speed was incredibly fast, and there was no pattern to it at all. Gradually, Rocks began to be overwhelmed by Luji's attacks. Rocks also wanted to imitate Luji's moves, but he simply couldn't manage it. At that moment, Rock's momentum slowly weakened, and his attack speed became slower and slower. Rocks let out a bitter laugh. Ha, it seems I've lost. After saying this, Rock's body began to shrink. His muscles disappeared without a trace, and his hair started to fall out. In the end, he transformed into a frail old man. Luji wiped the sweat from his forehead. He could have used his abilities to deal with you, but I chose to take you down with my fists instead, which I suppose gives you some dignity. Rocks lay on the ground. That was satisfying, kid, thanks. Then this legendary and powerful villain closed his eyes. After dealing with Rocks, Luji turned his attention back to the battlefield between Luffy and Kaido. Their fight was gradually reaching its conclusion, and in the end, Kaido was knocked out by a punch from Luffy. The once great Emperor Kaido was brought down from his pedestal. Thanks to Luji's intervention, no one made a move against the unconscious Kaido. After everyone dispersed, Luji approached Rock's corpse. Luji, without obsession, there would be no soul left behind. It seems to be true. Then, Luji gently pointed with his finger. The ground directly. I can't let you be left to rot in the wilderness. Soon after, a small grave appeared here. Loki took a look and then turned to leave. After an unknown amount of time, Kaido woke up in his room. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yamato beside him, and Loki and Ace sitting in the distance. Kaido, Loki brat, what are you doing here? Roadbed, don't worry, I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to bring my little brother to meet his future father-in-law. Kaido, Nanny? He then looked at the blushing and shy Yamato, and Ace who was grinning on the other side. Kaido instantly exploded in anger. Just as he was about to go on a rampage, a sword stopped above his head. Roadbed, I'm here to inform you, not to seek your opinion. Then Kaido deflated like a punctured ball. Damn brat. Then he looked at Yamato. A girl is not meant to stay at home. You can go. Although Kaido outwardly did not favor Yamato, in his heart, she was his life. Yamato, thank you, father. Kaido nodded, then lay back down. I'm a bit tired. Y'all can go out. Lujian nodded to Ace, and then Ace went out with Yamato. The reason why Yamato ended up with Ace is due to the Demoness power that Luji used. With the enhancement of Lujia's Demoness power, Ace and Yamato were like magnets, directly attracting each other. Luffy didn't leave, but instead came to Kaido's side. All right, everyone is gone. Kaido sat up directly. Luffy, where are you planning to go next? Mariewa? The roadbed thought for a moment. Should be, where are you? Kaido, I'm here to retire. There are no ships to carry me in this era. Roadbed, you are one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. Kaido, it's just a code name. I'm tired of this life. Otherwise, why would I want to die? Roadbed, damn. I thought you were just drunk. Kaido, drunk? I've never been drunk from drinking. Do you think my devil fruit is just for show? Luji, haha, alright, I'm leaving too. Kaido immediately called out to Luji. Kid, I'm leaving the Beast Pirates and Yamato to you. After saying this, Kaido seemed to age several years in an instant. Roadbed, I won't bring Yamato, nor will I bring the Beast Pirates. I don't like large crowds. The Foundation waved goodbye and left the room. At this time, the Dragon God was already waiting on the coast for a long time. Roadbed, partners, where are we going next? Ace, bro, I want to go to Mariewa for a stroll. Roadbed, huh, you, going there will definitely get you killed. Sabo, we're not afraid of death. Luffy smiled and then waved his hand forward. Let's go. Soon, the Dragon God ship headed towards Mariewa. This time, Luffy wasn't doing it for him, but for those 4 old men. The 4 elders. Today, none of you will be left. Before long, the Dragon God ship arrived beneath the red line. Just as Enel was about to activate the flying capability of the Dragon God ship, Luffy took action. Row base, spatial lock. In an instant, Everyone on the Dragon God ship, except for Road Base, was trapped. Luji, everyone, you can't follow this time because it will be deadly. Don't worry. I have a way to escape. Then Luji disappeared. Ever since the battle with rocks, Luji found that his strength had increased again. Although he couldn't defeat him, he could at least put up a fight. The combined strength of the four elders was also no match for Luji. Soon, Luji arrived in the sky above Mariewa. Then, a large amount of black mist emerged from Luji's body. Demon Legion, come forth. Following that, a multitude of demons rushed out from the black mist. They charged directly towards the celestial dragons below, along with the CP organization protecting them. Warren was a powerful member of the CP organization and currently a senior leader, with overall strength comparable to a Marine admiral. On the battlefield, Warren was like a god of war. He felt like the chosen one, and his ability was quite special. It was a paramecia-type killing fruit. With every enemy he killed, his overall strength increased. This devil fruit was considered invincible for a god of death. Just as Warren was enjoying the slaughter, a blade blocked his attack. It turned out to be a lackey of the celestial dragons. How pathetic. Warren, stronger? Who are you? I am just an ordinary servant. My previous name is no longer important. Now I am called Moonlight. This person was none other than Kazuki Odin, captured by Luji. This demon army was led by him. At that moment, four powerful auras appeared, and upon sensing these four, Luji's eyes narrowed. Road Base, I've been waiting for you. Then, Road Base directly released his aura. He did this to attract these four individuals. At this moment, four figures appeared before Road Base. Little Ghost, I didn't expect you to be so bold. This time, you won't leave alive. Without Carp's help, you're no match for us. Why waste words with him? Just kill him. The four elders instantly took action, determined to keep Road Base here. Luji, overestimating oneself. Battle armor. As Luji donned the Ximu battle armor, his momentum instantly surged. The Road Base waved, and in an instant, the four swords of extermination flew out. The Foundation, today, it's your turn to die. Sword formation, rise. At this moment, tens of thousands of swords appeared in the air. Today, I will tear you apart. The four old stars trapped in the sword formation began to resist frantically, but they continued to be injured. This kid's strength has increased again. We are no match for him. He's a freak, even more so than Cap. Hold on. We must endure until Lordum arrives. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Then, Lucky flipped his palm, and instantly a treasure tower appeared. 5 elements killing formation. With one formation layered on top of another, the power increased once more. The combination of the two formations is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. At that moment, a scream was heard. One of the 4 old stars was directly burned by the raging fire, and a sharp sword pierced through his chest. How can this be? The last words were not finished before he breathed his last. The 4 old stars became 3 old stars. The Foundation, there are still 3 left. I don't know how long you can hold on. At this moment, the Foundation's hands moved. At the same time, the sword array and the 5 elements killing array also moved. Today, let you know what despair is. As the formations changed, the attacks inside became faster and faster. The 3 old stars inside were also getting more and more injured. I can't hold on anymore. Is Lordum coming soon? Soon. Luji looked at the 3 who were desperately holding on, a disdainful expression on his face. Ants, I am looking forward to your next performance. He then moved his hands in a Tai Chi manner from his chest. Sword formation, kill from all directions. In an instant, the 4 swords of Zhu Xian flew into the sword formation. The 4 swords of Zhu Xian are the true killing weapons of the sword formation. When these 4 precious swords fly out, blood is sure to be shed. Be careful of those 4 swords. Their killing intent is heavier than that of the other swords. Where's the sword? Bastard. Before the person could finish speaking, he was pierced by the suddenly appearing Zhu Xian sword. Old 3, how is this possible? You bastard Luji. Just as the person wanted to help the one who had been pierced, a precious sword flew in. In an instant, it severed that person's arms. After severing the person's arms, the precious sword did not slow down, but flew directly towards the head of the pierced individual. Just like that, only 2 of the 5 elders remained, one lightly injured and the other severely crippled. At that moment, a powerful slash came in, directly striking the sword formation. A huge crack instantly appeared in the sword formation. Luji immediately looked up and saw a familiar figure hovering in midair. Here comes him. The Foundation quietly uttered a few words. Then he gently waved his hand, and in an instant, 2 screams were heard. The 5 elders were completely wiped out. After having enough fun, the 4 ants were still quite entertaining. You will pay the price for what you have done. Luji, really? Why am I so skeptical? Then Luji gripped with one hand. Dragon Soldier. In an instant, a long spear appeared in Luji's hand. Today, let's see just how big the gap between us is. After saying that, Luji charged directly at him. Him waved one hand, and a sword appeared. Today, I will cut you down. The moment the two clashed, cracks instantly appeared in the red Earth continent, and countless celestial dragons fell directly into them. Road base, ha ha ha, even if I die. It's worth it to have this group of pigs and dogs accompany me. Bustat. The two began to fight wildly. Swung his sword towards Roadbase, who raised his dragon weapon to block it. Although he blocked the attack, Roadbase was still struck by the immense force and coughed up blood. The dragon weapon even showed signs of cracking. Roadbed, this gap is a bit large. I will make you die without a burial place. Luji smiled. Not necessarily. Instantly, countless black gases emerged, directly drilling into Luji's body. Demonization. In an instant, a large number of black patterns emerged on Luji's body, and his eyes were completely filled with black. The demonized version of me is enhanced several times. I wonder if I can compete with you. After saying this, Luji charged out again with his gun. The weapons of the two clashed directly, and the demonized Luji was surprisingly on par with him. It was taken aback by Luji's strength. Just then Luji spoke. Spatial domain, activate. In an instant, an invisible domain enveloped the two. Chaos slash. Instantly, countless spatial slashes appeared. The slashes flew directly towards Im, who was facing Luji. Im's eyes narrowed, and his momentum exploded. All the spatial slashes were shattered in an instant. This happened almost instantaneously. Im exerted force with both hands, and Luji was instantly sent flying backward. The roadbed directly thrust the dragon's soldier into the ground, and it was only by doing this that he stabilized his position. As soon as he stopped, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Damn, it hurts. The foundation staggered to its feet and then raised its right hand. In an instant, the sky changed from bright sunshine to thick dark clouds. Divine punishment, thunder descended. In a flash, a dragon-shaped thunderbolt struck down. The thunder dragon charged directly at him. Said, "Kid, you really are something amazing." He then made a single-handed grasp forward, and in an instant, it seemed as if a pair of invisible giant hands appeared in the air, directly grasping the thunder dragon in their grip.